The Lord's Empire Chapter 2485 to Chapter 2572. Zhao Fu decided to see if there was any way to obtain the spirit race's fate. Right now, Zhao Fu had not thought of anything yet, and he planned to collect all sorts of spirit orbs before dealing with this matter. Apart from these things, Zhao Fu now had the yin-yang soul fire, the wood spirit body, the metal spirit bone, the fire spirit heart, and the water spirit blood. He was only missing the earth spirit power before he could obtain the yin-yang 5 elements constitution. With the yin-yang 5 elements constitution, he would be able to fuse with spirit orbs and increase his spirit energy. As such, Zhao Fu needed to find something that contained powerful earth spirit power to fuse with. This was the spirit realm, and there were all sorts of treasures of the spirit race. Finding a treasure with powerful earth spirit power would not be too difficult. Now that a few days had passed, the storm outside had most likely calmed down. Zhao Fu smiled as he put away the spirit orbs floating in front of him, and he planned to leave this barren mountain and ask around where he could find earth spirit treasures. A few hours later, Zhao Fu did not dare to go to Hongming City, and he flew towards a large city. It would be more convenient if he went to a large city. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, long black hair, and a veil over her face appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and she gave off a celestial aura. She looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and hurriedly flew to the side. This woman's target was evidently Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu felt that she was someone who had come to kill him. Moreover, her aura was quite powerful, and she definitely wanted to escape. At the same time, he felt that it was quite strange that no one else had found him, and he did not know how this woman had found him. It was as if she had been waiting for him. "Wait, I won't harm you." Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to escape, the woman spoke in an enchanting voice that seemed to attract people over. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and stopped. This woman indeed had no intention of harming him, or else she would have already done so. He asked, "What do you want from me?" The fairy-like woman said seriously, "I want you to leave Spirit Realm and never come back. I will guarantee your safety." Zhao Fu felt quite strange. He had just arrived at the Spirit Realm and had not done anything yet, so why was he being asked to leave? He had come to awaken the spirit race's imperial star, so how could he leave just like that? "I won't go. I have my own business and need to stay in Spirit Realm." The white-robed beauty frowned. "Could it be that you want to avenge your seniors? You can't do it with your strength. Right now, there are countless people in Spirit Realm who want to kill you. If you don't leave now, you will die here just like your seniors." Zhao Fu came back to his senses and realized that the beautiful woman had most likely mistaken him for someone else, so he said, "I'm sorry. I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not the person you're looking for." The beautiful woman in the white dress said, "You don't have to lie to me, I'm not like those other people. I relied on my body's senses to find you, so I can't be wrong." Zhao Fu was speechless. His mind was in a mess. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know this beautiful woman at all. Why was her body responding to him? The beautiful woman in the white dress continued to say, "I know that your talent is extraordinary and might be the best talent in history. That's why your 6 desires demonic chi is so powerful. It's much more powerful than your seniors. I also believe that you'll become a peerless expert in the future and your name will shake the heaven-awakened world. However, you're too weak right now and need to endure to ensure your safety. Listen to me and leave the spirit domain." Zhao Fu finally realized that it had something to do with his 6 desires demonic energy. He chuckled and said, "I think you found the wrong person. I'm not from Spirit Realm. This is my first time here." A trace of anger appeared on the white-robed woman's face. Since the 11th generation immortal evildoer left his inheritance in another region, how could you still be so bold to dare to return here? Don't you know the trouble your seniors caused? Zhao Fu felt helpless and didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell her his true identity, could he? That would be seeking death. Moreover, he couldn't explain the 6 desires demonic art either. That was a terrifying art that could tempt even higher beings. Zhao Fu was worried that the beautiful woman would try to steal it from him, so he decided not to explain his identity and would wait until he had a chance to leave. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "My seniors are in the spirit domain, so I wanted to come here and have a look." Hearing Zhao Fu admit his identity, the beautiful woman's expression relaxed a bit. What's there to see here? Is your life more important than that? Also, how could you have been so careless as to reveal your identity in Hongming City? What had happened in Hongming City really couldn't be blamed on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had never thought that such a big thing would happen, and he felt quite awkward as he smiled and said, I never thought that such a thing would happen, nor did I think that that woman would have something that could sense me. The beautiful woman explained, now, the Six Desires Celestial sect knows how terrifying your potential is and that you're a threat to them, so they're determined to kill you. As such, they gave you a pearl that can sense you for free. This pearl can sense the Six Desires demonic chi within your body. Even if you hide your aura, you won't be able to avoid it. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Wasn't he in great danger now? Moreover, this matter was related to the Six Desires Celestial sect. It seemed that he was destined to come here. However, it seemed that the pearl would only react if it touched him. If it did not touch his body and he hid his aura, it would be very difficult for others to recognize him. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, Are you willing to leave the spirit domain now? Zhao Fu shook his head and said with certainty, I don't want to. I came here for something very important, so I can't just leave like this. The beautiful woman frowned and said, I already said that with your abilities, you won't be able to take revenge for your seniors. It's best for you to be more well-behaved and develop elsewhere. Zhao Fu thought about it and suddenly smiled as he said, I didn't come to the spirit domain to take revenge for them, I came to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, which is why I took such a great risk. The beautiful woman's aura was incredibly terrifying, and it was possible that she was a higher being. With how dangerous the spirit domain was, things would be much easier with her help. That was why Zhao Fu was willing to tell her about awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. What? You can awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu in shock. The Supreme Emperor Star of a race was an incredibly rare and terrifying thing. It represented the sovereign of a race and could even affect the fate of a race. Large races did not have many of them, and they were greatly valued by the entire world. The spirit race's Supreme Emperor Star was harder to awaken than other races' Emperor Stars, and they were much rarer. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu in shock. After a while, the beautiful woman came back to her senses and asked seriously, Can you really awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? You're not lying to me? Zhao Fu nodded seriously and said, I can already faintly sense the spirit race's Emperor Star, but I need some other things to awaken it. The beautiful woman thought about it and said, No wonder the Six Desires Celestial sect wants to kill you at all costs. So you already have such terrifying potential. Looks like I underestimated you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, That's why I want to stay in the spirit domain, only here can I awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Please help me once, Senior, I will definitely thank Senior in the future. If Senior doesn't want to, please let me leave. If she was willing to help him, he would be happy to accept. If she did not want to, he would not force her. After all, he could not stay here forever, he still had many things to take care of. The beautiful woman in the white dress started to think, even if you want to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, you won't be able to change the dangers here. Even with my help, it won't be of any use. Putting aside everyone else, just those seniors of yours have enmity with over 100 higher beings. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled, over 100 higher beings was simply too terrifying. He had unknowingly been swept into such a terrifying vortex. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, Do you still want to stay here and awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he had to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, so he nodded seriously. A trace of a smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face as she said, Your bloodline's people are indeed incredibly daring. I can help you, but if you encounter danger that even I cannot defend against, I might abandon you at any moment. Do you understand? Having the help of such a powerful person would definitely be better than being alone, so he smiled and said, I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your help. The beautiful woman smiled and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu continued to say, Senior is willing to help me, but I still do not know Senior's name. What is Senior's name, and where are you from? The beautiful woman in the white dress replied, My name is Xianxia, and I'm from the Spirit River sect. What's your name? Zhao Fu replied with a smile, my name is Zhao Fu. The beautiful woman in the white dress smiled as she asked, Zhao Fu, what do you need to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? I can get it for you. There were indeed many benefits and things were easier with this almighty. Zhao Fu smiled and replied, to me, the most important things are the heavenly spirit pearls of various elements and the vast spirit race's providence. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Xianxia thought for a moment and said, the Holy Spirit Orb is an extremely rare treasure. It's useful even for powerful people like me. It's very difficult to obtain it, and I don't have one with me right now. There's also the vast spirit race's providence. I can let you enter the Spirit River sect and become its disciple. The Spirit River sect is a very powerful sect in the spirit domain and should be able to provide you with a large amount of providence. However, once you awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, everyone in the spirit domain will know that you've become a part of the Spirit River sect. When that time comes, everyone in the spirit domain will destroy the Spirit River sect. I can't let my sect die with you. Hearing this, a disappointed look appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He had thought that this matter would be quite easy to resolve and had never thought that it would be so difficult. Zhao Fu thought about it and was about to speak when a pleasant voice suddenly sounded out, Big sis, a sweet-sounding voice suddenly sounded, Big sister. Why are you here? Zhao Fu turned and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman in a white dress with long, black hair and a celestial aura fly over to Xianxia's side. Xianxia glanced at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu understood what she meant and became careful. I didn't have much to do, so I came out for a walk, Xianxia said as she smiled at the woman in front of her, who was her little sister, Qinghe. Qinghe looked at her big sister with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she said, Big sis. I've been your little sister for so many years, you can't lie to me. You must have come here because of the immortal sinner. Seeing that she could not hide it, Qinghe admitted it, I'm here for the celestial bastard. Qinghe's smile faded as she asked worriedly, Big sis, you still can't forget the ninth celestial bastard? He's been dead for so many years. Seeing how worried her little sister was, Qingxiao lightly laughed as she said, I don't have that feeling anymore. I'm here because that person is his legatee, and I'm only here because of him. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and won't get involved. Just as a trace of a smile appeared on Qinghe's face, his expression froze as he looked at Zhao Fu and asked, Who is he? Qingxiao gave an awkward smile as she said, Would you believe me if I told you that he's my new disciple? Qinghe lightly harumphed and said angrily, I definitely can't. He's that celestial evil, right? Qingxiao smiled bitterly and nodded. He is the 12th generation immortal spawn. Qinghe looked at his big sister angrily and said, Big sister. Do you really not know how dangerous it is? Even if you're an almighty being, you might die if you get involved in this. Even our sect might be destroyed. Qingxiao said seriously, I know that, and I told him that if he encountered something dangerous, something that could threaten my sect, I would give up on him and not care about it anymore. Qinghe was still quite displeased and said, Big sis, I feel that we shouldn't have any relationship with this fellow. Everything was done by his bloodline, and they deserve retribution. Qingxiao said, All right. I've already decided not to make any trouble for the sect. Also, he can awaken the spirit race's supreme Emperor Star and will surpass all celestial evils in the future to become the spirit race's sovereign. What? He could awaken the spirit race's supreme Emperor Star. Hearing this, Qinghe looked at Zhao Fu in shock and sized him up. Can he really awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? Big sis, don't lie to me. Qingxiao lightly laughed as she said, Why would I lie to you? Now that the Six Desires Celestial sect wants to kill him at all costs, this shows how threatening he is. Moreover, the Six Desires demonic chi within his body is hundreds of times stronger than the 9th generation immortal spawn. The 9th generation immortal spawn is also a peerless genius, but he's more than 100 times stronger than the 9th generation immortal spawn. Do you think he can't awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? Qinghe nodded in shock. If that's really the case, then he might indeed awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star and become the sovereign of the spirit race. Qingxiao smiled as she said, Are you still against me? If he becomes the sovereign of the spirit race, it will bring unimaginable benefits to our Spirit River sect. A trace of a smile appeared on Qinghe's face as he said, I'm not against it now. Big sis, tell me your next plan. Qingxiao replied, Right now, He only needs various Holy Spirit pearls and a large amount of the spirit race's fate to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. I will help him obtain those things. Hearing this, Xianxia thought for a while before saying, Holy Spirit pearls are very rare, and most factions view them as treasures. As for the spirit race's fate, I feel that it will be quite difficult. Xianxia lightly nodded, it will indeed be quite difficult. Yes, it is a little difficult. Now that everyone is chasing after him, we should be more careful. Xianxia's expression was serious as he looked at Zhao Fu. Boy, you're quite lucky to have met us sisters. If it was anyone else, they would have long since killed you and would not have risked their lives to help you. If you awaken the spirit race's emperor star, remember our kindness towards you. Zhao Fu replied seriously, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future and will not forget it. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face, at least you're tactful. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, Seniors, apart from Holy Spirit pearls, I also need an Earth-type treasure that contains powerful Earth-type energy and spirituality. Xianxia smiled and was about to reply when a cold-looking middle-aged man giving off a powerful aura flew over. A cold-looking middle-aged man giving off a powerful aura quickly flew over and looked at Xianxia as he said emotionally, Xianxia, long time no see. This person was the emperor of the Xianling Empire, and he was called Xianyi. He was the person who had wanted to learn the Six Desires demonic art but had been stopped by the ministers. Looking at Xianyi in front of her, Xianxia felt quite startled. She knew that Xianyi would definitely kill Zhao Fu, but her expression did not change and she said coldly, Long time no see. Xianyi looked at Xianxia and said passionately, Can't we go back to the past? You have a place in my heart, and I've been waiting for you to return to my side. Xianxia looked at Xianyi and slightly frowned, It's been so long, and what happened between us is already in the past. In actuality, even if he did not appear, I would not be with you. Don't be so fixated on these things, it won't be good for either of us. Xianyi looked somewhat angry, Why? Did I not treat you well? Also, don't think that I don't know what you did with that 9th-generation celestial spawn? Are you still thinking about him? Xianxia's face was cold. So what if I did? Boom, a huge force burst out from Xianxia's body, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Xianxia looked at Xianxia angrily. Zhao Fu felt quite startled, this person's body gave off a terrifying power that was even stronger than ordinary higher beings. If he was caught by this person, he would not even have a chance to escape, so he became even more wary. Humph. Xianxia coldly harumphed and exploded out with terrifying power as he said coldly, Xianyi, do you think we sisters are afraid of you? Xianyi quickly came back to his senses and retracted his aura as he said apologetically, Xianxiao, I'm sorry, I couldn't control my emotions. You know that I truly love you. Xianxiao's face was cold. I've already said not to do this. I don't want to say it a second time. Besides, you should have many women in the palace now. You can find them. Xianxia's expression was a little unsightly. He suddenly turned to look at Zhao Fu. He hadn't noticed earlier, but now he realized that there was a young man standing beside Xianxiao. Who are you? Hearing this, Xianxiao and Xianxia felt quite startled. Now that Xianyi had turned to look at Zhao Fu's identity might have been exposed. If Zhao Fu's identity was exposed, he would definitely fight with Xianyi. They were not afraid of Xianyi even if they worked together, but he might not have come alone. Moreover, there might be other experts around who wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Xianxiao's expression did not change as she said coldly, He's my disciple, don't treat him with that attitude. Xianyi looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously. He sensed that Zhao Fu's aura was quite ordinary and there was nothing special about him. Zhao Fu felt quite flustered. Fortunately, he had the celestial concealment token. It would be very difficult for experts below half-step celestial to notice anything different about him. Without the celestial concealment token, his identity might have been exposed. Moreover, only women related to the Six Desires demonic chi would be able to sense the Six Desires demonic chi within Zhao Fu's body. Xianyi retracted his gaze and looked at Xianxiao as he asked, What are you doing here? Is it for the 12th celestial evil? Xianxiao said coldly, I'm not interested in telling you, we're leaving. Xianxiao did not want to waste any time. The longer they stayed here, the more likely it was that Zhao Fu's identity would be exposed, and it was possible that other experts would be drawn over. After speaking, Qin Yao brought Qin He and Zhao Fu and flew away, not giving Xianyi any time to reply. Seeing the three of them fly away, Xianyi once again looked quite furious. He just wanted to capture the 12th celestial evil and torture him to death so that he could learn the 6 desires demonic art and have Qin Yao. After flying for a while, Qin Yao, Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu came to a peaceful valley. Qin Yao sensed the surroundings and said, "This place is quite safe, there's no need to worry about other people disturbing us." Qin He let out a breath as he said, "That was quite dangerous, I almost felt like I was discovered." Qin Yao lightly nodded and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Your background shouldn't be simple, right? If I wasn't related to the celestial evil, I wouldn't have been able to discover your true identity." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I do indeed have a treasure that can hide my identity. Ordinary higher beings will find it difficult to discover my identity." Qin He looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Then tell me your identity. Apart from being the 12th celestial evil, what other identities do you have?" Zhao Fu felt quite troubled as he said, "That's my secret, it's hard to say." Qin He lightly harumphed as he said, "We helped you, but you're not willing to tell us your identity, aren't you going too far?" Qin Yao said to Qin Yao, "Zhao Fu most likely has his own reasons. Since he's not willing to tell us, don't force him." She then looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "We'll be staying together for a period of time, you can call me master from now on." Zhao Fu nodded. Qin He said, "You can also call me second master, understand?" Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he said, "I understand, big master, second master." A trace of a smile appeared on Qin He's face as he said, "That's more like it. You mentioned a treasure containing earth-type spiritual energy, this thing should be useful to you." As he spoke, Qin He took out a piece of soil that was as big as a palm and gave off a faint yellow light as well as an earth-type fragrance. Qin He explained, "This is essence spirit soil, it's a very precious type of soil that contains powerful earth-type spiritual energy. Just a little bit of it can fill the earth with life." Zhao Fu could sense that this Yuan spirit earth was very powerful and should be able to fuse into his body. He smiled as he took the Yuan spirit earth and said, "Thank you, second master." Qin He lightly laughed and asked, "What do you want the Yuan spirit earth for?" Zhao Fu explained, "I already have the yin-yang soul flame, wood spirit god, fire spirit heart, metal spirit bone, and water spirit blood. Now, I only need the earth spirit to obtain the yin-yang 5-element body." Qin He nodded and said, "The yin-yang 5-element body is a very powerful constitution in the spirit domain and will be of great help in awakening the spirit race's emperor star. Fuse this Yuan spirit earth into your body and we'll help you look around." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you, masters." Following this, Zhao Fu sat down cross-legged on a patch of grass and prepared to fuse the Yuan spirit earth into his body. Qin He and Qin Yao stood at the side and looked around for Zhao Fu. After fusing the Yuan spirit earth into his body, Zhao Fu started to use his power to break down the Yuan spirit earth. The Yuan spirit earth slowly turned into dust that fused into Zhao Fu's organs. After absorbing the Yuan spirit earth, his organs gave off a faint yellow light and an earthy aura. Zhao Fu's body also gave off a yellow light. Qin He watched as Zhao Fu fused with the Yuan spirit earth and suddenly turned to look at Qin Yao and asked curiously, "Big sister, you said that his 6 desires demonic chi is 100 times more powerful than the 9th generation celestial sin and that ordinary people would not be able to discover his identity. Are you using your body to sense where he is?" Hearing this, Qin Yao's face became slightly red and she said softly, Seeing his big sister like this, Qin He understood and asked in surprise, "Big sister, don't tell me you have a reaction to him?" Qin Yao's face became even redder as she said softly, "I don't know why, but the feeling he gives me is even stronger than the 9th generation celestial sin. The previous celestial sins did not give me this feeling, and I don't know why." Qin He looked at his big sister and asked, "Were you holding back this entire time?" Qin Yao nodded with a red face, "Don't tell him about this, I don't want to do that with him." Qin He smiled as he said, "Big sis. The 9th generation evildoer has been dead for so long, do you want to continue like this? I think that brat was sent to you by fate. Otherwise, why would you have such a greater reaction to him than the 9th generation immortal? Also, we'll be by his side next. Are you sure you can bear it?" It's that brat's honor to have a beauty like you. He definitely won't reject you. Xianxia said with a red face, Qinghe. Don't say that I don't want to be that kind of woman. Qinghe smiled as he said, all right. I won't say it, but I do want to try that feeling. Xianxia hurriedly reminded him, you can't do that, or you'll be trapped and unable to break free. Hearing his sister's words, Qinghe smiled and replied that he understood. However, he was even more curious about this matter. By now, the origin spirit earth had turned into dust and fused into Xiaofu's organs. His organs gave off countless traces of yellow light, and a layer of dirt appeared on them, making them look as if they were made of dirt. His organs slowly wriggled within his body as massive waves of earth spirit energy spread out within Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's body started to go through changes. In the end, Xiaofu's organs seemed to come to life and wriggled within Xiaofu's body, giving off a faint yellow light. Xiaofu's constitution had become much stronger, and he felt that his body was much more resilient than before. Xiaofu had successfully obtained the earth spirit's filth. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded out as Xiaofu exploded out with a massive aura that spread out. His body gave off 7 lights that illuminated the surroundings. Qinghe and Xianxia looked at Xiaofu. The heaven and earth spirit qi in the surroundings quickly flowed into Xiaofu's body, and the aura that Xiaofu gave off became stronger and stronger. Swish, the sound of the air being torn sounded out as a black and white light shot out from Xiaofu's head and quickly shot into the sky. It then spread out in the sky, and a black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared. This Tai Chi diagram slowly spun as yin and yang energy in the surroundings quickly flowed into it. The Tai Chi diagram absorbed countless traces of yin and yang energy and gradually grew, becoming a 10,000-meter wide Tai Chi diagram that gave off a massive yin and yang aura. Swish. 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 Swish, 5 sounds of the air being torn sounded out as 5 rays of light shot out from Xiaofu's body. They were fiery, blue, golden, yellow, and green, and they shot towards 5 different directions on the Tai Chi diagram. A massive magic formation appeared. This magic formation had the Tai Chi diagram at the center, and there were many lines around it. It was quite complicated and profound, and it gave off 5 colored lights. After the magic formation appeared, the terrifying shockwaves could be felt from very far away. Countless people felt a wave of fear, and their bodies felt cold. The massive magic formation in the sky spun, giving off a massive attractive force, as if all of the world's spirit chi was gathering towards that direction. It was like a gust of wind, and even ordinary people could clearly sense it. The horizon was covered by rainbow-colored light as countless traces of spirit chi gathered like a flood. A gust of wind blew in that direction, sweeping up some dried leaves and branches, and it gave off massive ripples that could cause anyone to feel shocked. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a rainbow-colored light descended from the massive magic formation and landed on Xiaofu's body. A massive wave of spirit chi continuously entered Xiaofu's body, causing massive changes to Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu's yin and yang soul flame, metal spirit bone, wood spirit body, water spirit blood, earth spirit heart, and fire spirit heart all gave off intense lights and fused with each other. Xianxia and Qinghe looked at Xiaofu in shock. The ripples that Xiaofu had caused were quite big, and it was possible that he had attracted the attention of many people. Now, they could only hope that Xiaofu would hurry up and not attract unnecessary people. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The magic formation in the sky continuously sent large amounts of energy into Xiaofu's body, and the rainbow-colored light from before had turned into a pillar of light that stood between the heavens and earth. As the massive amounts of spirit chi entered Xiaofu's body, the spirit energy ripples coming from Xiaofu's body became stronger and stronger. The 7 lights that his body gave off became more and more blinding, and they fused even more deeply. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 7 lights finally fused together. A massive wave of spirit chi exploded out from Xiaofu's body and instantly spread out in all directions. The rainbow-colored pillar of light had already dissipated, and Xiaofu's body slowly rose into the air, giving off a faint rainbow-colored light and powerful spirit energy. The atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to freeze. Xiaofu's cloak had already been shredded into countless pieces, revealing Xiaofu's true appearance. It was a perfect face that did not seem to belong in the mortal world, a pair of eyes with 7 colors, and a head of hair with 7 colors. His figure was tall and slender, and his muscles were well proportioned. He wore black clothes and gave off a noble, domineering, extraordinary, and celestial aura. Qing Yao and Qing He were completely entranced by Zhao Fu. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so perfect, and their hearts were thumping uncontrollably. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the Yin-Yang Five Elements constitution, he had successfully obtained the spirit race's bloodline. This bloodline was called the Yin-Yang Five Elements bloodline, and it could be considered a top-tier bloodline within the spirit race. With this bloodline, Zhao Fu could become a member of the spirit race. This was the foundation for awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. Without the spirit race bloodline, no matter how powerful one was, they would not be able to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. In addition to having a bloodline, Zhao Fu had also grasped the powerful Yin-Yang Five Elements spirit force. His physique had been greatly strengthened, and his bloodline had been upgraded slightly. Finally, there was the celestial mode. Because Zhao Fu had obtained the Yin-Yang Five Elements constitution, he felt that he was many times more powerful than before. He had a greater affinity with heaven and earth, and it was easier for him to control heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The battle power that he could display was also more terrifying. By now, Zhao Fu could sense the spirit race's Emperor Star in the boundless void. Now, he only lacked the Holy Spirit Orb and a large amount of the spirit race's fate to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. The massive magic formation in the sky had already disappeared, and Zhao Fu's body returned to its original form. It flew down from the sky and landed in front of Qing He and Qing Yao. Qing He's beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Fu's face, and she stretched out a hand and stroked Zhao Fu's face as she smiled and said, "I never thought that your face would be so beautiful. No wonder you always wear a cloak, otherwise, just your face alone would make countless women go crazy for you." Zhao Fu felt as if he had been teased, and he felt quite uncomfortable as he said, "Second Master, it's best that we leave here as soon as possible. With such a massive commotion, there will definitely be many experts rushing over." Qing Yao's face became slightly red as she said, "Qing He, let's leave this place first. We can talk later." Qing He thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The three of them quickly left the place. Soon, many experts arrived, and most of them were almighty existences. However, after sensing for a while, they did not find anything, so they quickly left and did not pay too much attention to this matter. Zhao Fu's group of three came to a room in an inn within a city. Zhao Fu had already put on a new cloak, otherwise, with his perfect face, he would attract countless gazes, both men and women. After arriving at the room, Qing He reached out and took off Zhao Fu's cloak, then said with a smile, "Let Second Master take a good look at your face." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't dare to do this, and even if they did, Zhao Fu would definitely resist. However, Qing He was a higher being, so he couldn't resist at all. Qing Yao's face was red, and she could not bear to watch any more as she said, "Qing He, enough. Don't be like this." Hearing this, Qing He stopped and smiled as he said, "You can wear your cloak in front of others, but don't wear it in private. I like to see your face like this, understood?" Zhao Fu said helplessly, "Understood." Qing He lightly laughed as he said, "Now, let's properly discuss what to do next. Now that you've obtained the Yin-Yang Five Elements constitution, are you just missing the Holy Spirit Orb and a large amount of fate?" Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "Qing He thought for a moment before saying, "I know a few places that have Holy Spirit Orbs. Let's first deal with the Holy Spirit Orbs and then deal with the matter of fate." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right." Qing He turned to look at Qing Yao and smiled as he said, "Big sis. Do you have any objections? Or perhaps something else?" Qing Yao looked at Qing He, who was even more proactive than her, and felt quite worried as she said, "I don't have any objections, but you can't fall in love with Zhao Fu. I hope that you can maintain a relationship with him. I don't want you to end up like me." Hearing this, Qing He's smile became faint. She had indeed fallen in love with Zhao Fu, and she understood Qing Yao's worries. She was afraid that Zhao Fu would be killed like the other celestial evils, and she would be affected by Zhao Fu and be lonely like him for so many years. "Do you understand?" Qing Yao looked at Qing He seriously. Zhao Fu stood by the side and did not know what to say. Qing He felt quite displeased and stretched out a hand to pinch Zhao Fu as she said, "What do you want to say?" Zhao Fu felt a pain at his waist and moved to the side, feeling quite innocent. However, after thinking about it, he did not mind as he said, I've lost count of the number of women I've had. If you're willing to become my woman, I definitely won't let you down. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Qinghe stretched out a hand and pinched Zhao Fu as he angrily glared at Zhao Fu and said, You've lost count of the number of women you've had? The pain caused Zhao Fu to gasp and retreat to the side. Looking at the angry Qinghe, he felt that if he said anything, he would be beaten up by Qinghe. Qing Yao cut Qinghe off and said, as the 12th generation celestial evildoer, he definitely has tens of women. Do you understand now that you've been affected by the 6 desires demonic qi? Hearing Qing Yao say that he had tens of women, Zhao Fu felt quite ashamed. Qinghe lightly harumphed, I understand. Let's go back to the Spirit River sect, I know who has a heavenly water spirit pearl. Hearing Qinghe's words, Qing Yao understood what she meant and said earnestly, he does have a heavenly water spirit pearl, but he won't give it to us so easily. It won't be good if he uses other methods, after all, we're from the same sect. Qinghe's expression did not change as she replied, I know. Let's give it a try, if it doesn't work, we'll go somewhere else. Qing Yao gave a trace of a smile and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, then you can come back to the Spirit River sect with us. Remember to hide your aura well and don't seduce any of our female disciples or elders, or else I'll punish you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Master, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Qinghe glanced at Zhao Fu and said, if he dares to seduce us, I'll cut off his thing so that he won't dare to harm other women in the future. Zhao Fu felt a chill run down his back. If Qinghe really wanted to do that to Zhao Fu would not be able to resist at all. Following this, the 3 of them left the city and came to the Spirit River sect. The Spirit River sect was located in the middle of a huge river. The river was very wide, and the water was filled with spiritual energy. It was no ordinary river water. The Spirit River sect looked like a city built on water. It was huge and majestic, and the color was mainly sky blue. After entering the Spirit River sect, Qinghe and Qing Yao brought Zhao Fu to a courtyard, where a cold-looking young man sat on a stone bench and was looking at a piece of jade. Sensing that someone had arrived, he looked at Zhao Fu and the others and said coldly, What is it? The 3 of them came before the young man and Qinghe directly said, I want the heavenly water spirit pearl, I can trade for it. The cold-looking young man lowered his head and did not even look at Qinghe as he coldly refused, No. The heavenly water spirit pearl is useful to me. Qinghe looked somewhat angry. Qing Yao gave a bitter smile. This cold-looking young man had a bad temper and did not have good relationships with anyone. It would be very difficult to obtain the heavenly water spirit pearl from him, which was why Qing Yao had said that. Qinghe's expression was cold as he waved his hand and 3 items floated in the air. One was a white iron stone with fish scales on it, one was a spirit herb that gave off celestial light, and one was a long gray horn with spirals on it. This is the 4 fish iron, 1000 clarity grass, and copper horn. Even though each item cannot compare to the heavenly water spirit pearl, their combined value is definitely more than the heavenly water spirit pearl. I'll trade these 3 items with you. The cold-looking young man looked down at the jade and coldly replied, Not trading. Qinghe said angrily, Then what do you want in exchange? The cold-looking young man looked at Qinghe and said coldly, I already said that I won't trade. If you have nothing else, please leave. Qinghe felt quite angry and wanted to say something. Qing Yao stopped her and gave a trace of a smile as she said, Right now, we really need the heavenly water spirit pearl. We'll try our best to find something to trade with you, we sisters will owe you a favor. The cold-looking young man still said, The heavenly water spirit pearl is also useful to me, so I won't use it to get on your good side. If you want the heavenly water spirit pearl, go somewhere else. Qinghe said angrily, If you weren't from the Spirit River sect, I would have already attacked you. With your abilities, do you think you can keep the heavenly water spirit pearl? The cold-looking young man frowned. Qing Yao smiled awkwardly and advised, Qinghe, please don't say that. We're from the same sect after all. Since he's not willing to trade, let's go somewhere else. Qinghe coldly harumphed. Now that the other party wasn't willing to trade, she had no other choice. After all, she couldn't just take it by force, so she was about to leave. Zhao Fu suddenly opened his mouth and said, I have an item here, I wonder if it can be exchanged for the heavenly water spirit bead. Seeing Xianxia and Xiangyao obtain the heavenly water spirit pearl for him, Zhao Fu felt quite apologetic. He wanted to resolve this matter himself, so he took out a peach. It was about the size of a fist and had a bright red surface. Celestial light swirled around it, and it gave off a faint peach fragrance. With just a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. When the peach fragrance entered one's nose, one's body felt much more comfortable and no longer tired. The peach that Zhao Fu took out was an immortal peach. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary immortal peach. It was a 9,000-year-old purple rune immortal peach that was plucked from the half-immortal world's immortal peach tree. The moment the immortal peach was taken out, Xiangyao and the other two's gazes were attracted over. Xiangyao and Xianxia were slightly astonished. They could sense that this immortal peach contained a massive amount of immortal energy and had unimaginable miraculous effects. Even a half-immortal would need it. It was definitely an extremely rare treasure. They were very tempted. Eating this immortal peach would bring them one step closer to the half-immortal realm. They never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a precious item on him. When the gloomy-looking youth saw this immortal peach, he did not hesitate and said, "I can exchange for it with the heavenly water spirit pearl." Xianxia said unhappily, "This immortal peach is clearly a fruit from a 10,000-year-old immortal peach tree. It contains a massive amount of immortal energy and its value is far higher than the heavenly water spirit pearl. You want to obtain it so easily?" The gloomy-looking youth frowned. "I can add a bottle of water god spiritual pills to exchange for this immortal peach." Xiangyao revealed a smile and asked Zhao Fu, "The water god spiritual pill is a very precious pill that can help a water-type cultivator break through to the higher being realm. Do you think it's worth the exchange?" Zhao Fu did not have any objections. He just wanted to obtain the heavenly water spirit pearl, so he said, "I can exchange." Xiangyao smiled as she took the immortal peach and turned to look at the gloomy-looking youth. The gloomy-looking youth took out a jade bottle and a pearl that was the size of an egg. The pearl was condensed from water and there was flowing water within it. It gave off a faint light as if it had a life of its own and moved in the air. This was the heavenly water spirit pearl. Xiangyao handed the immortal peach to the gloomy-looking youth, and the youth stretched out his hand as the two items flew in front of Xiangyao. The cold-looking young man stretched out a hand and grabbed the celestial peach. After looking at it, he smiled and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "Who are you? How can you take out such a precious treasure?" Xianxia said bluntly, "It's none of your business." The gloomy-looking youth did not mind Xianxia's words and continued, "If you have more immortal peaches, I can use other things to exchange for them." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "This is a 10,000-year immortal peach, and I obtained it by chance. I only have one, so I've been reluctant to use it." The gloomy-looking youth sensed that Zhao Fu's aura was quite ordinary and felt that it was unlikely that Zhao Fu had a second immortal peach, so he did not say anything else. Xiangyao handed the heavenly water spirit pearl and the jade bottle to Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Let's go." Zhao Fu smiled as he accepted the two items. Now that he had obtained the heavenly water spirit pearl, he was one step closer to awakening the spirit race's emperor star. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others left the courtyard and went outside. Xianxia stretched out a hand and pinched Zhao Fu as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Don't tell me you're the holy son of a holy spirit faction? How could you have such a precious immortal peach? And you're not willing to tell me your identity?" Zhao Fu retreated to the side in pain and said, "Do you think I'm like this because I'm a holy son? Also, can you not attack me?" Xianxia glared at Zhao Fu and said, "What, do you have a problem with me pinching you? Do you want to be taught a lesson?" Zhao Fu looked quite helpless as he sighed. He could not defeat this woman at all, or else Zhao Fu would have taken care of her. Xiangyao smiled as she said, "All right, get along well. Also, Xianxia, you really can't pinch Zhao Fu anymore." Xianxia nodded and said, "Oh." Xiangyao smiled as she said, "It's quite late now, so let's rest in the Spirit River sect for the night. Tomorrow, we'll continue to search for other heavenly spirit pearls." Following this, the three of them came to an elegant-looking courtyard. Xiangyao said, "This is where I'll be staying. Zhao Fu, you can sleep in the next room." Zhao Fu nodded and took out two immortal peaches as he said, "These immortal peaches are for you to thank you for helping me. I'm sure these immortal peaches have been of great help to you, right?" Zhao Fu was very grateful towards Qinghe and Xiangyao. They had gone to trade for items for him and had even gone to beg others. In the future, they would definitely help him a lot. Top point: although immortal peaches were rare and precious, Xiaofu felt that it was worth it to give them too. Qinghe and Qingyao were astonished. They didn't expect that Xiaofu really had more immortal peaches. Qingyao smiled and said, "How many more of such precious immortal peaches do you have?" Xiaofu replied with a smile, "About 30. Both Qingyao and Qin Wendian revealed shocked expressions. This kind of immortal peach could be said to be very precious. Even half immortals would have it. However, they did not expect that Xiaofu would have over 30 of them. Qinghe chuckled as he picked up the 2 immortal peaches that Xiaofu handed over and handed one to Qingyao. "Big sister. There's no need to be courteous with him. I knew this guy's identity was far more mysterious than we thought." Qingyao didn't want it at first, but after hearing that Xiaofu had so many more, she accepted it and said to Xiaofu in a gentle voice, "Thank you." Xiaofu said with a smile, "No need." Soon after, the sky turned completely dark. Countless stars decorated the night sky, forming a magnificent star chart. The surroundings became quiet. Xiaofu and the other 2 returned to their respective rooms. Late at night, Xiaofu, who was lying in bed, suddenly felt his body sink. He opened his eyes and saw that Qinghe was sitting on top of him with his hands on either side of his head. His black hair flowed down, and an extremely beautiful face was looking at him with a slight blush. "What's the matter?" Xiaofu looked at Qinghe in surprise. He didn't expect her to be like this. Qinghe said with a red face, "Stop pretending. I want to experience that feeling. Hurry up and give it to me." Xiaofu thought about how he had just been bullied by Qinghe and decided to tease her. He chuckled and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Qinghe looked quite angry and understood that Xiaofu was doing this on purpose. He lowered his head and kissed Xiaofu's lips. Then, indescribable noises rang out in the room. On one side, Qinghe was doing that with Xiaofu. On the other side, Qingyao was lying on the bed. Her body twisted and her face was red. She called out Xiaofu's name and did indescribable things. She had endured for a whole day today, and now she really couldn't hold it in anymore. She said that she wanted to rest for a night to solve this problem. A few hours later, Qinghe collapsed in Xiaofu's arms, his face flushed red as he gasped for breath. Xiaofu chuckled and asked, "How do you feel?" Qinghe had a satisfied smile on his face as he said, "I've never experienced this kind of blissful feeling before. No wonder my sister sank into it. Even though the 9th immortal evil died so long ago, she was unable to break free. Now, I feel like I've been conquered by you." Xiaofu smiled and asked, "Do you still dare to pinch me now?" Qinghe rolled his eyes at Xiaofu. "How would I dare now? You're my man now. Don't bully me in the future." Xiaofu smiled and kissed Qinghe on the cheek. Qinghe sweetly hugged Xiaofu and thought of something. She looked at Xiaofu and said seriously, "Promise me that you won't die. I don't want to be like my big sister and live alone." Xiaofu smiled as he replied, "I'll be responsible for you." Qinghe still did not feel confident and said worriedly, "Every generation of immortal evils like you will die, even if you have half-step celestial cultivation. I'm still worried that something will happen to you." Xiaofu smiled and comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm not like those people." In actuality, Xiaofu was not like those people. Xiaofu was not a celestial evil and had been dragged into this for some reason. This was because Qinghe's power was too terrifying, so Xiaofu did not plan on telling her his true identity. Hearing Xiaofu's words, Qinghe trusted Xiaofu and lightly nodded before saying, "It's best not to let my big sister know about what happened between us. She'll definitely object to us being together, so you can't tell anyone about this. Tomorrow will be the same as before." Xiaofu smiled as he said, Where are we going to obtain the heavenly spirit pearl tomorrow?" Qinghe thought for a moment before replying, "Tomorrow, we'll go to a forbidden area. There's a wood spirit there, and I heard that it has a heavenly wood spirit pearl." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "All right." Following this, because it was going to be daybreak soon, Qinghe rested for a while before putting on his clothes and leaving Xiaofu's room. After the sun rose, Xiaofu put on his clothes and came out feeling refreshed. Qinghe and Qingyao were already waiting for Xiaofu in the living room. Their faces were slightly red and they looked quite unnatural. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Masters, let's go together." Qingyi pouted as she looked at Zhao Fu. Last night, when she had done it with Zhao Fu had been calling her his second master. Even though she had told Zhao Fu to call her that, she felt quite embarrassed. Qingyao's face also became red as she thought about what had happened last night. Another day later, Zhao Fu and the others came to a forest. The trees here were abnormally tall, and they were all 1,000 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. The treetops were like massive clouds and gave off an aura of life. This place was called a forbidden area because there were many wood spirits here. These wood spirits could devour other creatures' flesh and blood to grow, and they were incredibly terrifying. As such, this forbidden area was completely silent. Let alone the cries of birds, there was not even the sound of insects, making people feel quite afraid. Anyone with Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation would have to be careful here, or else their lives would be in danger. However, Qingyi and Qingyao were both higher being experts and were some of the most terrifying people in the world. The terrifying wood spirits within the forest naturally could not threaten them at all. If it was Zhao Fu who entered, the trees would seem to come to life and madly attack Zhao Fu. Qingyao smiled as she said, "This forest forbidden area is quite big. And there might be terrifying things hidden within. We need to be careful." Qingyi lightly nodded and smiled as he said, "Got it." The three of them flew towards the depths of the forest. After reaching the depths, there were many terrifying auras here, and some of the auras they gave off were not any weaker than higher beings. By now, the powerful wood spirits had sensed Qingyao and the others. A massive vine gave off countless green motes of light, which then condensed into an old man with an ancient face and a cane in his hand. His hair was made of vines. If two or more higher beings fought here, they would be able to destroy this place. The wood spirits had been here for countless years and did not want this place to be destroyed. As such, one of the most powerful wood spirits gathered here, and it was that elder who asked, "Why have you three come here?" Qingyao said courteously, "Elder, we want to obtain the heavenly wood spirit pearl. We want to obtain the heavenly wood spirit orb." "How can we obtain it?" The elder frowned. "The heavenly wood spirit pearl is an important treasure here, we won't give it to you." Qingyao lightly laughed as she said, "We won't take it for free, we can trade for it." The elder said apologetically, "That won't do, please understand. It's best if you go elsewhere to obtain the heavenly wood spirit pearl." Qingyi frowned and said coldly, "We must obtain the heavenly wood spirit pearl. If you're not willing, we can only use force to take it." The old man felt a bit of a headache. Only his power had reached the almighty realm. The other wood spirits were at most at the peak of Tao realm. If they fought, not only would they cause great damage here, but they might also lose. The heavenly wood spirit pearl contained powerful spirit energy and could increase the spirit energy and spirituality of the forbidden forest, allowing more wood spirits to be born. Qingyao and Qingyi's expressions were quite serious. If it was not necessary, they did not want to fight either. After all, there were countless wood spirits here, and if they fought, they would be in great danger. As the two sides were in a stalemate, Zhao Fu stood up and said, "Neither side wants to fight intensely, I have a way to resolve this." Qingyao, Qingyi, and the elder all looked at Zhao Fu. The elder asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If anyone of the same cultivation here can defeat me, we'll immediately leave and will not fight over the heavenly wood spirit pearl. If none of you can defeat me, please hand over the heavenly wood spirit pearl." The elder thought about it and sensed Zhao Fu's power. He did not feel that it was very terrifying and felt that this would work. It would prevent higher beings from fighting here, so he smiled and said, "All right." Following this, the elder returned to the forest and discussed this matter with the others. Qingyao looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "Zhao Fu, are you confident?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Qingyi also smiled and said, "Big sis, don't worry. This fellow's power is quite terrifying." Because Qingyi had talked with Zhao Fu the previous night, he understood that Zhao Fu was very powerful, and his power might be even more terrifying than theirs. A while later, the elder brought over a tall young man who gave off a peak Emperor Heaven Realm aura. Zhao Fu had said that as long as he could defeat him at the same cultivation, it would be fine. Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at the Emperor Heaven Realm while the tall young man was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven Realm. In terms of cultivation, the tall young man had the advantage. the old man said with a smile, he can be your opponent and duel with you. Is that okay? No, Zhao Fu said as he smiled and said, he can be your opponent for a duel, right? Seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, the elderly man felt quite confused. Had he sensed wrongly? This person's power, however, the young man he had brought was the most powerful person in the Emperor Heaven Realm and was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven Realm. It was very likely that he would win, so the elderly man believed that the young man would win. Chen Zhaochen would spirit and the young man. Chen the young man had a serious expression and did not become careless even though he had a great advantage. He said, I won't let you obtain the heavenly wood spirit orb. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the young man exploded out with a terrifying power. A massive green aura flame ignited around his body, causing the surrounding air to become heavy. Boom, the young man gave off massive power as he charged at Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast, bringing with him a massive gale. Zhao Fu stood where he was without moving, and a massive wave of power surged out from Zhao Fu's body as a terrifying black aura flame appeared around him. The young man rushed in front of Zhao Fu and punched out with all his might. It was as though he could shatter the void. Zhao Fu's lips curled into a smile. He clenched his right fist and punched out with terrifying power. Bang, the two fists brought with them terrifying power as they collided together. A terrifying energy rippled out, forming a massive gale that blew out. Countless trees vigorously swayed, looking incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu did not move at all, but the young man took a few steps back. The elder felt quite startled. He had sensed wrongly, this person was more terrifying than he had expected. Even a peak Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation did not have an advantage, and ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators would be defeated in a few exchanges. This person was incredibly powerful. It was the first time Qingyao had seen Zhao Fu fight, and she also looked quite shocked. She understood how powerful Zhao Fu was, and it seemed that her little sister had been right. The young man's expression became quite unsightly and he roared in dissatisfaction as he exploded out with even more terrifying power. The green aura became many times brighter and condensed into a green wolf that bit at Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu gave a faint smile and countless traces of black aura flames gathered in his hand, forming a black dragon head that gave off a shocking aura as he vigorously punched out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the green wolf and black dragon head collided, and an even more terrifying power spread out. An even more intense gale was formed, and countless trees started to sway. Zhao Fu did not move, while the young man flew back 10 or so meters, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. It was evident that the young man was not a match for Zhao Fu, and the young man's expression became quite unsightly. He understood this, and even if he did not want to accept this, there was nothing he could do. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Do you want to continue? I'm going to use my full power, don't blame me for being injured." The young man's expression fell as he felt quite dispirited. This person had not even used his full power yet, wasn't he a bit too terrifying? He was the #1 expert in the forbidden area, so how could he seem so weak in front of this person? If he admitted defeat so easily, he would lose face. He exploded out with all of his power and gave off a ferocious aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Bang, in the next second, the young man's body was kicked out by Zhao Fu, and he crashed to the ground like a meteor, opening up a massive crater. Countless rocks flew everywhere and plants were destroyed. The big man lay within the crater and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His aura became quite weak, and it seemed that he was quite heavily injured. There was no need to say anything, the big man had already lost. Zhao Fu turned to look at the elder. The elder's expression was quite unsightly. He had thought that his side would most likely win, but he had never thought that they would lose so easily. He still felt quite unwilling to hand over the wood heavenly spirit orb. Zhao Fu could tell what the elder was thinking, and in order to convince him, he said, "You can send out 10 Emperor Heaven Realm experts to attack together. If they win, we'll immediately leave. If you lose, you must hand over the wood heavenly spirit orb, or else we'll have to take it." The elder helplessly nodded. If even 10 Emperor Heaven Realm experts were not a match for him, he would not have any complaints and could only hand over the wood heavenly spirit orb. Following this, the 10 Emperor Heaven Realm wood spirits stood in the air and surrounded Zhao Fu. There were both men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. Even though the 10 of them could not compare to that young man, they were still the 10 most outstanding people in the younger generation. They all looked quite serious. They had seen how easily Zhao Fu had defeated that young man and understood that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful. They did not dare to be careless. If they lost, they had to hand over the Wood Heavenly Spirit Pearl. However, they were not completely unprepared. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as their bodies exploded out with immense power. A green aura flame appeared around their bodies, and a massive power spread out like a wild gale. Countless plants vigorously swayed, and some gravel was blown away. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to become icy cold, and the countless wood spirits in the surroundings felt quite terrified. Suddenly, the 10 wood spirits started to form seals with their hands, and a powerful green light shone from their hands. Branches formed from the green light grew from their backs, giving off a powerful aura. After forming hand seals, they pushed out with their hands, and a massive wave of power flowed out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a green ring appeared and gave off terrifying power as it quickly shrank. Zhao Fu stood at the center of it. They did not plan to face Zhao Fu head-on and chose to use other methods to trap Zhao Fu. If they could trap Zhao Fu, they would win. The ability that the 10 of them had unleashed was called Azure Wood Prison, and it was one of the most powerful magic techniques in the Forbidden Area. The imprisonment was incredibly terrifying, and ordinary people would not be able to break free. This was how they dealt with Zhao Fu. Boom, the green ring gave off shocking power as it quickly shrank. Zhao Fu exploded out with a massive wave of power to stop the shrinking green ring. The ring continuously gave off powerful power and continuously shrank, but Zhao Fu's powerful power stopped it, and the two sides faced off in the air. Boom, the 10 people's expressions were serious as they pushed out with their hands, causing even more power to flow out. The green ring became much larger and gave off even more terrifying power as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Slowly, the power that Zhao Fu emitted could no longer withstand it and the green ring continued to shrink. Boom. The 10 people were still not satisfied with this speed, and the branches behind them gave off boundless light. An even more powerful spirit force flowed out, forming 2 rings that shrank towards Zhao Fu. One was at Zhao Fu's head and the other was at Zhao Fu's feet. The 2 rings were also blocked by the power that Zhao Fu exuded. However, it was clear that the rings were rapidly shrinking. Zhao Fu would not be able to hold on for long. The 10 of them heaved a sigh of relief and were even a little happy. They would soon be able to imprison Zhao Fu in place. A trace of a smile appeared on the elder's face. He felt that Zhao Fu had been quite arrogant and thought that the people here were easy to bully. Now, it was too late for him to regret it. Xianxia frowned. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that her side would most likely lose. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and did not say anything. Looking at the 3 rings that were continuously shrinking, Zhao Fu did not look worried at all. Instead, he gave a trace of a smile and lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom, a power that reigned over all creatures in the world flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. This terrifying power directly shattered the 3 green rings, which turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. The 10 people around Zhao Fu were also sent flying back. A rainbow-colored aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's eyes and hair became rainbow-colored. A Tai Chi 5 elements diagram appeared on his forehead, and a black and white spirit flame appeared. A terrifying might covered the surroundings, causing all living beings to feel great pressure. The current celestial mode was not the same as before. Because Zhao Fu had obtained the Yin-Yang 5 elements constitution, his celestial mode had become a higher-grade celestial mode, and he had even more powerful celestial energy. Zhao Fu looked at the 10 people who had been sent flying and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of power flowed out, preparing to attack those 10 people. The elder sighed and cut off Zhao Fu. "Enough. I'm willing to give the Heavenly Wood Spirit Orb to you." When Zhao Fu exploded out with this terrifying power, the elder felt quite startled and felt that they were going to lose again. As a higher being, he understood how terrifying this power was, and as expected, they lost. There was no need to continue fighting. The elder understood that Zhao Fu's background was not ordinary, or else he would not have such power. It was most likely that he was a peerless genius of a race. Giving the Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb to him was a favor and could improve their relationship. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and withdrew his power. The 10 Emperor Heaven Realm experts looked quite afraid, even though they were all Emperor Heaven Realm experts, the difference was so great. The elder took out a green orb of light. This orb of light was only as big as an egg and there was a small tree within it. It gave off a powerful aura of life. This was the Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb. The elder tossed out the Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb and it flew in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb and found that he had obtained 2 Wood Heavenly Spirit Orbs. He smiled and said, "Many thanks." The elder also gave a trace of a smile. Even though the Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb is important to the forbidden area, it's best that it's in the hands of an extraordinary person like you. Zhao Fu humbly smiled and said, "Senior, you praise me too much. I'll remember this favor and will definitely repay Senior in the future." The elder gave a trace of a smile. This was exactly what he wanted. He smiled and asked, "Sir, you seem to be quite powerful. May I ask which faction you come from?" Of course, Zhao Fu could not say this, so he lightly laughed and said, "I just come from a remote place and am not from any large faction." Who would believe such a thing? How could someone from a remote place have such terrifying power? How could someone from a remote place have the protection of 2 higher beings? However, since Zhao Fu was unwilling to say, the elder did not force him. After all, this kind of person's potential and identity were quite terrifying, and it would not be a bad thing to befriend him. The elder smiled as he said, "Sir, what else do you need? If you don't have anything else, how about we go to the depths of the forbidden area to have a seat?" Zhao Fu thought about how he still had to find other Wood Heavenly Spirit Orbs, so he smiled and refused, saying, "I'm very sorry, but we have other things to do and will come again in the future." The elder did not insist and smiled as he nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others left the forbidden area and flew in the sky. Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "Second Master, where are we going next?" "Qing," he said, "next, we'll go find the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl." However, the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl is a very important item for a faction, so we can only obtain it by stealing. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain it. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the 3 of them quickly came to a region. This place was quite special. The ground was made of metal, and even the flowers, grass, and trees were made of metal. It was as if they had come to a world of metal. The 3 of them continued onwards and came near a massive city made of metal. The walls and houses here were all made of metal, and they gave off a massive and firm aura as if nothing could destroy them. Qing he reminded him that Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl is in this city. The city lord is also an almighty expert and has a good relationship with a few big powers. Ordinary almighty experts do not dare to offend him. Moreover, he greatly hates celestial evils, and if you appear in front of him, he'll definitely kill you without any hesitation. Zhao Fu understood and said, "How are we going to steal the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl?" "Qing," he said, "my big sister and I will draw out that expert. With that expert present, we won't be able to steal the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl. After we draw out that expert, I'll leave the rest to you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Be careful." Hearing Zhao Fu's words of concern, Qing he happily smiled, "You still know how to care about us. No wonder we sisters have done so much for you." Seeing how close her little sister and Zhao Fu were, Qing Yao felt quite worried. A while later, Qing He and Qing Yao changed into new clothes and covered their faces with veils. They were helping Zhao Fu for their own personal matters, and they did not want their identities to be revealed and cause trouble for the Spirit River sect. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out as Qing He and Qing Yao gave off powerful auras as they flew towards the massive city. The auras that they gave off belonged to higher beings, and they caused the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. A massive pressure weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing them to feel terror. A middle-aged man wearing iron armor and a stiff expression quickly flew out from the city walls, giving off a terrifying aura. The middle-aged man was called Jin San, and he was the city lord of this metal city. His cultivation had reached the almighty realm, and he was much stronger than ordinary almighty beings. This was why Qing He and Qing Yao were so careful. Jin San's expression was cold as he looked at the 2 people who had come with ill intentions. He said, "What business do you 2 have with me?" Qing He said coldly, "We are naturally here to seek revenge. Back then, you killed our loved ones. Now, we want you and your city's people to be buried with us." Actually, Qing He and Jin San did not have any enmity. Qinghe was only pretending to seek revenge to conceal his true identity. As such a powerful person, it was impossible for him to not have enemies, so Jin San did not suspect anything. Instead, his expression became serious because the two people who had come were higher beings, and they would not be easy to deal with. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out. Qinghe raised his hand and a terrifying power burst out from his body. Countless water vapors condensed into spears. It was impossible to count how many there were, and they filled the entire sky. Not only was Jin San within the attack range, but the city was also within the attack range. Swish, 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 Qinghe raised the spears and swung them down vigorously. Spears condensed from water gave off shocking power as they quickly shot towards Jin Sanha and Qing. Jin San's expression slightly fell, and he drew a silver-white saber. A massive saber image gave off a power that seemed to be able to cut through everything as it slashed forwards, and nothing could stop it. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless water spears were destroyed by the massive saber image, and they turned into countless splashes of water, making it seem as if there was a heavy rain. Boom, at that moment, Qingyao also acted. A massive water dragon was condensed, and it gave off ferocious power as it rushed towards Jin San incredibly quickly. Jin San blocked with his saber and sent a shocking wave of power into it, causing the saber to give off boundless saber light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive water dragon slammed into Jin San's saber, turning into countless splashes of water, and Jin San was forced back a few steps. Qingyao was slightly more powerful than Qinghe. Jin San's expression was cold as he gave off a powerful aura and rushed towards Qingyao and Qinghe. Bang! Bang! Massive sounds continuously sounded out as the three of them started an intense battle in the air. Winds and clouds surged, and terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out. The people in the city watched on in shock. The battle between three higher beings was simply too terrifying. Jin San led Qinghe and Qingyao elsewhere. This was his territory, and there were countless people below. If an intense battle erupted here, the city might be destroyed, and who knew how many people would die? There were many things he had to worry about. He did not know that by leading Qinghe and Qingyao elsewhere, he had fallen into Qinghe's trap. The countless people in the city were also attracted by the battle. Even though they trusted their city lords, they were still higher beings. As such, they sent people to watch from afar, and they asked for experts from other factions to come and help. Xiaofu understood that he could not waste time, so he hid his aura and quickly entered the city. Before, Qinghe had told Xiaofu that the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl was the core item of this metal city. The many formations in the city all revolved around the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl. If the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl was lost, it would greatly affect the city. In actuality, if he could use the celestial peaches to exchange for it, Xiaofu would be quite happy to do so. There was no need to go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk. Xiaofu still had 30 or so celestial peaches, so using one was not a problem. However, this Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl was very important to the city, and Jin San might not exchange for it. Moreover, Jin San was much stronger than Qinghe and Qingyao, and it was in his territory. Taking out such a precious item would be a very dangerous thing. Moreover, Qinghe had reminded Xiaofu to keep the matter of the celestial peaches a secret and not leak it out. Otherwise, half-celestial existences might fight over it. As for the cold-looking youth who had first exchanged for the celestial peaches, even though he did not have a good relationship with Qinghe and Qingyao, he was still a member of the sect, so he would not leak this information out. The Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl was in the city lord residence, so Xiaofu directly sneaked in that direction. Because of the battle, there was some chaos in the city, and many people's gazes were drawn over, so it was beneficial for Xiaofu to sneak in. However, Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. Even though there were no higher being experts in the city, there should be spirit realm experts and Dao realm experts. If he was discovered by these experts, Xiaofu would definitely die, and he would not be able to resist at all. Since Qinghe had asked Xiaofu to do such a dangerous thing, he naturally gave Xiaofu something to hide from those spirit realm experts and Dao realm experts. That item was a rainbow-colored talisman called the Invisibility Talisman. It contained immense power, and by sticking it on one's body, it would affect one's body. Those below higher being level would find it very difficult to discover Xiaofu's whereabouts. However, there was only one talisman and it could only be used for a few hours. If it lost its effect, Zhao Fu would be in great danger. Zhao Fu quickly came to the city hall. There were many terrifying people standing guard here, and with Zhao Fu's true cultivation, he would not be able to charge in. With the invisibility talisman, not only could countless people not see Zhao Fu, but they could not sense any information about Zhao Fu either. Zhao Fu walked into the city hall openly, and no one else did anything. Zhao Fu came near a stage that was 4 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. There were magic formations carved on it. At the center was a metallic orb that gave off boundless golden light. It twisted in the air and seemed to have its own life. There were 4 people standing at the 4 corners of the stage. They were all experts at the peak of the Dao realm, and the auras they gave off were quite terrifying. Even though Zhao Fu had the invisibility talisman, he did not dare to directly snatch it. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to leave this place for now. After coming outside, Zhao Fu planned to create some chaos and draw the 4 people's gazes over. Zhao Fu did not want to directly act in the city hall, as the 4 peak Dao realm experts might be able to sense Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu came outside the city hall. He half-squatted on the ground and pressed a hand against the ground. Zhao Fu's eyes once again turned into the evil demon flower eyes, and a massive wave of evil demonic power flowed out from Zhao Fu's hand and spread out in all directions. Traces of black aura flowed into the bodies of the people nearby, causing their bodies to freeze on the spot. Their eyes flashed with a black and blood-red light. These commoners' cultivations were around the 3rd or 4th stage, and Zhao Fu easily controlled them. Then, it started to attack the people around it. The surroundings fell into chaos, and screams, cries, and high-pitched screams could be heard. The shockwaves caused by this place quickly covered the entire city, causing everyone in the city to fall into chaos. The city's higher-ups took this matter quite seriously, believing that it was done by the 2 higher beings who had attacked the city. After all, they had said that they wanted everyone in the city to die with them, and after they left, this had happened. The higher-ups of the city discussed a solution. They did not know why those people suddenly went crazy. He could only ask the people to hide in their rooms and not go out. Zhao Fu snuck into the city lord manor and realized that the 4 peak Dao realm experts were still there. The city was in chaos and they didn't seem like they wanted to care or leave. It seemed that Jin San had given them a strict order to not leave this place no matter what happened. There wasn't much time left, and Zhao Fu thought for a moment before controlling some soldiers to charge. Kill! Dozens of soldiers with black and blood-red eyes roared out and gave off powerful auras as they charged over. Standing in 4 directions were armored generals. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and looking at these madly charging soldiers, they frowned. The one in the lead was a white-skinned young man. His gaze was cold and he didn't show any mercy at all. A powerful power surged out from his body and slammed into the madly charging soldiers' bodies. Those soldiers were blasted into countless bloody mists, and they didn't even have time to cry out. Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he continued to control the dozens of soldiers to charge at the 4 experts. The 4 generals were all quite strong, and without even moving, they killed those madly charging soldiers. Zhao Fu continued to control the soldiers to charge at them while he carefully made his way to the platform. Bang! 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 Loud explosions sounded out as more and more soldiers charged forwards, but they were blasted into bloody mists by powerful waves of power. Zhao Fu carefully came to the platform. A portion of the 4 generals' attention was drawn away by the soldiers, and adding on the invisibility talisman's strength, the 4 generals didn't notice Zhao Fu. Apart from the 4 peak Dao realm experts' gains, there were also many powerful restrictions, and if one tried to force their way in, they might be killed. Zhao Fu had a way to deal with this. He took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. This talisman was a fusion talisman. It could allow one's body to merge into the restrictions without being noticed. This was something that He had given to Zhao Fu. Since she had told Zhao Fu to join the Golden Sky Spirit race, she was naturally prepared not to let Zhao Fu get injured. Zhao Fu walked into the restrictions, and for safety's sake, he waited for a short while before continuing to walk towards the center of the platform. In the end, Zhao Fu came in front of the floating Golden Sky Spirit Pearl. The Golden Sky Spirit Pearl seemed to sense Zhao Fu's existence and slightly trembled a few times, attracting the attention of a general. He looked around but didn't see any direction, and he had a strange expression on his face. Xiaofu was given a big fright and hurriedly hid his aura. The golden sky spirit pearl stopped trembling, and only then did the general not discover Xiaofu. Looking at this golden sky spirit pearl, Xiaofu felt that he couldn't do things slowly. This golden sky spirit pearl might discover him and give off a massive ripple. When that time came, even if Xiaofu stuck a talisman on it, he would be discovered. Kill, kill, kill. Xiaofu controlled a large number of soldiers and gave off a ferocious aura as they charged towards the platform. Looking at the large number of soldiers, the four generals frowned. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they had expected, so many soldiers had gone crazy. The fair-skinned young man in the lead waved his hand and a mass of energy rippled out, causing countless soldiers to explode into a bloody mist. He said, "You three continue to guard here, I'll see what's going on." Just as the three generals were about to nod and speak, Xiaofu stepped forwards and grabbed the golden sky spirit pearl with one hand and put it into his spatial ring before quickly flying to the side. The four generals sensed that the golden sky spirit pearl had disappeared and were greatly shocked. Before they could react, massive explosions sounded out, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. Xiaofu directly threw down a few destruction crystals. After the shockwaves dissipated, the four generals were not injured, but their expressions were quite unsightly because the golden sky spirit pearl had disappeared. Everything had happened in an instant, and they still didn't understand what had happened. They carefully sensed their surroundings and could not find any ripples from the golden sky spirit pearl. Someone had stolen it right in front of them. The four generals felt immense rage in their hearts as they charged in four different directions, wanting to find that damnable and arrogant thief. The golden sky spirit pearl disappeared at any moment and the magic formation was destroyed, causing the powerful aura to quickly weaken. Xiaofu quickly left Metal City and flew very far away. No matter how much Metal City's people searched, they could not find any traces of Xiaofu. Jin San, who was fighting in the distance, sensed the changes in the Metal City and felt quite startled. He understood that he had fallen for a trap, and he immediately exploded out with immense power, sending Qinghe and Qingyao flying as he flew towards the Metal City. Qinghe and Qingyao understood that Xiaofu had succeeded, so in order to prevent Xiaofu from being discovered, the two of them gave off immense power as they continued to attack Jin San. Jin San's face was filled with fury as he fearlessly unleashed terrifying attacks. Qinghe and Qingyao used all of their strength to attack. Bang! Bang! Massive explosions continuously sounded out as terrifying shockwaves spread out. The ground instantly collapsed and countless rocks flew everywhere, as if a disaster had occurred. In the end, Jin San returned to the city with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qinghe and Qingyao were also injured. Qinghe's injuries were not as severe because Qingyao was quite strong. She had been the one to fight Jin San, so her injuries were more severe. Blood flowed out of her mouth, her face was pale, and her aura was quite weak. The two of them returned to the meeting place. Seeing the two of them return injured, Xiaofu felt quite startled and hurriedly went up and asked in concern, "Are you two all right?" Qinghe said, "I'm only lightly injured, but my big sister's injuries are quite severe and need to be treated immediately." "You should have obtained the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl, right?" Xiaofu nodded. Qinghe gave a trace of a smile, "Let's quickly leave this place and find a safe place to treat our injuries." Xiaofu replied, "All right." Following this, the three of them left this place and found a secluded ravine. Xiaofu stood guard by the side while Qinghe and Qingyao sat cross-legged on the ground and treated their injuries. On the other side, Jin San returned to the city and looked at the chaotic city. A look of fury appeared on his face as he exploded out with a terrifying might, locking down the entire city. The chaotic city immediately became deathly silent. Jin San returned to the city hall and looked at the four nervous Peak Dao realm generals and asked, "What's going on? Aren't you guys guarding the Golden Heaven Spirit Pearl?" The four generals told Jin San what had just happened in detail. Hearing that someone had silently stolen the Golden Heaven Spirit Bead, Jin San could more or less guess what had happened. Those two supreme experts had lured him away so that others could come and steal the Golden Heaven Spirit Bead. Their main goal was the Golden Heaven Spirit Bead and not to seek revenge. Who were these people? How dare they set their sights on him, San thought for a while, but he could not guess who it was because that person did not reveal any information. He then heard the soldiers and commoners madly attacking others, and he asked with a serious expression, "What's going on? Have you found the reason?" The fair-skinned young man respectfully replied, "My lord, we discovered that some sort of power invaded their bodies, causing them to go berserk and attack others. This power should be from the person who stole the golden heaven spirit bead. Now that that person has left, the soldiers and civilians who had gone mad have returned to normal, but the power that invaded their bodies is not easy to remove." San felt quite curious and wanted to see what kind of power it was. He said, "Bring a few people who are being controlled here for me to see." Yes, the fair-skinned young man obeyed. Following this, the fair-skinned young man brought a few people who had been controlled. They returned to normal and respectfully bowed to San. "We greet the city lord." San gave a simple and a powerful sensing energy covered them, as if he could see through every part of their bodies. When San sensed the people's power, his expression fell and he stretched out a hand. A wave of power flowed into their bodies, gathering the black and blood-red energy within their bodies. At that moment, San pulled with his hand and the black and blood-red energy floated towards San. It gathered in front of him and formed a black rose-like flower. The fair-skinned young man looked at the black rose-like flower and asked in surprise, "City lord, what kind of power is this?" San replied seriously, "This is the evil spirit abyss flower's power." The fair-skinned young man felt quite startled, so they were controlled by the evil spirit abyss flower's power. No wonder so many people were controlled without being able to resist, and this power is so difficult to get rid of. But City Lord, the evil spirit abyss flower's power is a terrifying power from the demon domain, and it has disappeared for a long time. How could it appear here? San said seriously, "You're wrong, the evil spirit abyss flower's power has long since appeared, and this is something that has shaken the entire Heaven Awakened world." The fair-skinned young man thought about it and asked curiously, "I don't think I've heard of such a thing before." San glanced at him and said, "Have you heard of the demon race's supreme emperor star awakening a few years ago?" The fair-skinned young man replied, "I have. It was the second king of kings, who had 7 emperor stars, who awakened the demon lord star in the demon domain. This shook the entire demon domain and attracted countless higher beings." San continued, "The second king of kings, who had 7 emperor stars, relied on the evil spirit abyss flower's power to unleash the evil flower bewitching world and awaken the demon race's supreme emperor star." The fair-skinned young man thought of something and looked incredibly shocked. "City lord, you're saying that the person who stole the golden heaven spirit pearl is the second king of kings, who has 7 emperor stars?" San nodded solemnly. "It should be him. Right now, he has awakened the supreme emperor stars of 6 races. Right now, he is only missing the spirit race and the water race. This time, he probably came to spirit realm to awaken the spirit race's emperor star." The fair-skinned young man's expression became incredibly serious. "Sir, what should we do now? This matter is incredibly important." San's expression was cold as he said, "Since he dares to set his sights on me, he can't blame me. Send out news that the second king of kings, who has 7 emperor stars, has appeared in the spirit domain." Hearing this, the fair-skinned young man nodded and turned to leave the hall. When this news spread out, the Heaven Awakened world, which had just calmed down, was once again sent into an uproar. It was not just the Heaven Awakened world's 8 domains, the godly world above and underworld below were also greatly shaken. This was especially so for the godly world. Last time, when Xiaofu had awakened his emperor star, they still remembered the terrifying ripples. Even the outer world and alchemy world started to pay attention. Ever since the Haotian mirror had displayed its boundless might, they had placed great importance on Xiaofu and had been collecting information about him. Now, this person had finally appeared. Peak. As for why he had come to the spirit domain, everyone knew without even thinking that it was to awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star. If he awakened the spirit race's emperor star, he would have 8 supreme emperor stars. He would no longer be called the possessor of 7 emperor stars but the possessor of 8 emperor stars. Just hearing that would be shocking. Human domain. I've long since heard of his great name and sensed the ripples from when he awakened his emperor stars. However, I've never personally seen him before, so I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Haha, I'm also going to see what the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world looks like. I want to see if he's really as terrifying as the rumors say. I didn't have a chance to go before, but now I have a chance. I heard that the possessor of 7 Emperor stars is most likely from the human race. If he really is from the human race, our human race will welcome a glorious era and become the leader of the 8 races. I think so too. When that time comes, we won't be afraid of the God race, demon race, or devil race, and we won't be bullied by those 3 races. Let's go and confirm his identity. If he really is from the human race, he's the hope of our human race and can't be harmed at all. We have to do our best to protect him. Outlander domain. Ha, our Outlander king is too powerful. The first king of kings indeed had great vision and foresight to choose him to be the second king of kings. Now, we just have to wait for him to return to our Outlander race and ascend to the supreme throne. No matter what race he is from, since he has the Outlander Emperor star, he definitely has a pure Outlander bloodline. I acknowledge his identity as king. It's a pity. Back then, so many experts attacked the legacy land, but our Outlander race was unable to protect him and was almost killed by the other race's experts. How great of a loss would it have been for our Outlander race? In actuality, we had the power to protect him back then, but it's a pity that the Outlander race's experts were not united. Many of them were not willing to help our Outlander king in such a dangerous situation. That's right. Back then, it was Outlander 10 college's people who helped him, and it was the old dean who stopped the various races' experts. Now, we can only hope that he doesn't hate our Outlander race, or else our hope will be destroyed. Those Outlander experts who didn't act for him most likely feel quite regretful. Who would have thought that he would have such accomplishments today and become the focus of the entire world? Yes. There are only 2 choices for such a terrifying person. Either you try to please him, or you try to kill him. Infernal domain. That brat has finally appeared again. This time, we must kill him at all costs. We can't let him grow any further. Otherwise, we will all die miserably. Yes. That person is simply too terrifying, even a celestial wouldn't be as terrifying as him. If he awakens another Supreme Emperor star, that would be the 8th Supreme Emperor star. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. If I had known that things would turn out like this, I definitely wouldn't have acted against him. I could only endure the matter with the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor. It was because of the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor that I wanted to kill him back then. Now, I feel so regretful. After all, I have enmity with the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor and not with him, yet I have to pay such a heavy price. Alright. There's no point in regretting now. Now that we know that he's in the spirit domain, we definitely can't let him off. Only by killing him will we be safe. That's right, there's no point in regretting. You can't blame us for this. Who told him to be the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor's legatee? He was the one who got involved in this, and my little brother was killed by the evil spirit Abyss Flower Ancestor back then. Divine domain. Even though that person didn't come to our divine domain, I'm sure everyone knows about the things he did in the divine world. Not only does he have the Pantheon Mirror's power, but he also has the strongest divine power in the Heaven Awakened world. I believe that he's from the God race. Back when the Pantheon Mirror descended, it wasn't just our Heaven Awakened world, the outer world and world of refinement were also greatly shaken. Now that he has the Pantheon Mirror's power, he should be the sovereign of the God race. I agree. His God race bloodline is even purer than ours, and he has the strongest divine power in the God race. No one can compare to him in terms of divine power. My daughter is quite sensible. I wanted her to go to the godly world to prove our divine domain strength and obtain the position of the ruler of all gods. Even though she lost to the godly world's son, I'm quite satisfied to have found such a husband. Alright, enough. Can you stop talking? I'm getting annoyed hearing you say things like this. However, that boy's performance was simply too shocking. He's going to awaken his 8th Supreme Emperor star, right? No one can imagine what he'll be like in the future. In actuality, my daughter is much prettier than your daughter. It's a pity that he didn't come to the divine domain, or else he would have been smitten by my daughter. Your daughter is just a bit prettier. Does your daughter have the same potential as my daughter? Does she have the God race's supreme emperor star? She's even more laughable than my daughter. That's why your daughter is a bit better than my daughter. Also, my daughter's talent is quite good, and she might be able to awaken the God race's emperor star in the future. When that time comes, your daughter won't be able to compare to my daughter. Moreover, men always like prettier women. Alright, stop arguing. Now that that person has appeared in the spirit domain, everyone in the Heaven Awakened world knows about it, and they're all hurrying over. Do you think we should go and take a look? I definitely want to go. I've long since heard of his name. Now, I want to personally see just how extraordinary he is and why he has such terrifying potential. I also want to go and see how terrifying my future son-in-law is. The spirit domain is most likely going to become quite lively. Who knows how many experts will go there, and who knows what will happen. Ghost domain. That person is quite terrifying. It's a pity that he's already awakened the Death Race's Supreme Emperor star, so he can't come to our ghost domain. I want to see what he's like, and I can't wait to see what terrifying ripples he'll cause in our ghost domain. Ha ha ha, I also feel that this is quite good. Our ghost domain has always been quite lifeless and lacks vitality. It feels quite boring, so I welcome him here. I heard that this person has 6 paths of reincarnation power, but I wonder if that's true. How can he have the power of the Underworld's Supreme Emperor? I'm quite curious about this. What's so strange about that? Everyone else is about to awaken their 8th Emperor star, so there's nothing strange about it. Let me tell you, not only does he have 6 paths of reincarnation power, but he also has a pure 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. Peak. Is that true? Not only does he have the 6 paths of reincarnation power, but how can he also have the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline? What's his relationship with the Underworld Sovereign? Could he be the son of the 6 paths demon images? Huh? Even I'm given a big fright. However, thinking about it, it might really be possible. It would explain why he has such terrifying potential. Now that you say it like that, is he someone from the death race? Right now, there are 3 types of people heading to the spirit domain: those who want to protect him, those who want to kill him, and those who want to watch the show. What should we do? I can already imagine the intense scenes of battles, but I don't want to get involved. I'll just watch from afar. I also want to see this terrifying person and talk to him about the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. I also want to understand his countless secrets. The alchemy world. That person has finally appeared. We must obtain all of this person's information, and if possible, we must kill him at all costs. This person might threaten the entire alchemy world in the future. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? I admit that he's quite terrifying, but I don't believe that he can really threaten the entire alchemy world. I support what he said. Our world also has alchemy emperor stars, and they're not any weaker than the Heaven Awakened world's emperor stars. We all attach great importance to someone with such an emperor star, as he'll be a sovereign in the future. However, he has 7 sovereign emperor stars, and the power of 7 emperor stars added together is not equivalent to 7 individual sovereign emperor stars. I feel that he's simply too terrifying and must die. I agree with that. Last time, he caused the All-God Mirror to descend, causing our alchemy world's elements to collapse. I still remember that scene. Perhaps he has the ability to use the All-God Mirror and will definitely be able to threaten our alchemy world. I have a plan, which is for our alchemy world's experts to sneak into the Heaven Awakened world and find an opportunity to kill this person. I also want to do that. We can go to the Heaven Awakened world to gain more information. If we can kill him, we'll be able to get rid of our greatest threat and destroy the Heaven Awakened world's morale. This matter is of great importance. We have to make preparations. It would be best if we could invite a half-immortal existence from our gold refiner clan. We can use a sovereign-level gold refiner sacred beast to avoid any accidents. Chaos World. That person has appeared again. We need to go to the Heaven Awakened world to have a look and find a good opportunity to kill that person. We can't let him live, or else who knows what kind of ultimate existence he will become. That's right. Just thinking about him makes me feel a trace of fear. Such a person has never appeared in our outer world before. I wonder what's so special about the heaven-awakened world for it to give birth to such a terrifying person. Yes, I fear him as well. In fact, I have a feeling that the primal chaos world will be destroyed at his hands. I'm in favor of using all sorts of methods to kill him. Actually, I don't care whether I kill him or not. What I care about is his flesh and blood. That is definitely the most precious and terrifying flesh and blood in the world. As long as I can devour it, I will obtain supreme power. I also want to devour his flesh and blood. Even if I can't become as terrifying as him, I can still become a supreme figure in the primal chaos world. This is a heaven-defying treasure. Let's sneak into the heaven-awakened world then. Find that person, kill him, and then split him up so that everyone gets a share. What do you think? Alright. Fudge, if we miss out on such a treasure, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. We definitely have to go to the heaven-awakened world and obtain his flesh and blood, even if it's just a pinky. I'll go as well. I'm so thirsty and want to devour his flesh and blood. Because the card world had just collided with the heaven-awakened world, there were many things that they did not know. However, they had gathered information from various places in the heaven-awakened world, so they immediately heard about this. Who is that person? How did he cause such a commotion? It's not just the entire heaven-awakened world, but even the outer world and alchemy world are paying so much attention to him. He's simply too terrifying. We need to properly investigate this person. We just got here and don't know anything, so we have to be careful. This person definitely isn't simple. I'm quite curious as to who this person is, what abilities does he have, and how terrifying he is. Why is he causing such a commotion? Now that everyone is paying so much attention to this person, why don't we sneak into the heaven-awakened world and take a look? They're all participating in this, so we can't fall behind. Alright. I'm going to sneak in and take a look. I'm quite curious about the heaven-awakened world and have wanted to take a look for a long time. After hearing about this, Xianxia and Lan Yu frowned, feeling quite surprised. How had news of Zhao Fu being in the spirit domain been leaked? Moreover, the speed at which this news spread was simply terrifying. It was as if everyone knew about it in an instant. Now that the situation had become quite complicated, they could not predict what would happen. If they were dragged in, their lives might be in danger. Lan Yu seriously thought about it and made the decision to continue searching. She felt that Zhao Fu was the only person she liked, so even if it was incredibly dangerous, she could accept it. Xianxia and Xianxia sighed. They knew that once this news was leaked, it would cause such a huge commotion, so they did not reveal information about Zhao Fu. Now, they knew that all of the higher beings were searching for Zhao Fu, and facing countless higher beings, they would not be able to resist at all. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said seriously, "Big sis. Should we continue?" Xianxia thought about it and said seriously, "I've already followed him to the spirit domain, and I don't want to give up. I have to obtain that sword intent." "Yue, it's too dangerous, you should go back." Xianxia shook her head and said seriously, "Big sis, I want to stay by your side and don't want to give up halfway." A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she said, "Let's go then." Xianxia did not hesitate and continued to search for Zhao Fu. She did not want to endure the pain of missing him anymore. After hearing about this, Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the second king of kings, who had 7 emperor stars, would come to the spirit domain. They had long since heard about how terrifying this person was, and now that they were in the spirit domain, they felt incredibly excited and wanted to personally see this legendary figure. What they did not know was that the Zhao Fu they had been searching for was the second king of kings, the person with 7 emperor stars, and the number 1 person in the heaven-awakened world. Peak. Zhao Fu did not know about these things, and he looked around warily as he waited for Qinghe and Qingyao to recover. Half a day later, they had recovered. Qinghe did not look injured at all, but Qingyao's face was still slightly pale. Zhao Fu asked caringly, "How are you?" Qingyao smiled as she said, "I'm fine, I'm just a bit weak." Qinghe looked at his big sister and said, "Let's rest for a day. After you've recovered, I'll go gather some information. I only know where the 3 heavenly spirit pearls are, but I don't know where to find the other elements." Qingyao thought about it and lightly nodded, "All right." Xiaofu was not in a rush. He was already quite satisfied with obtaining the water, metal, and wood heavenly spirit pearls so quickly. He smiled as he asked, "What should we do next?" Xianxia replied, "Let's go to the spirit city first. It's one of the largest cities nearby, and we should be able to obtain the information we want there." Following this, the three of them flew towards the spirit city. Halfway there, Xianxia and Xinghe frowned because they could sense many people giving off terrifying auras. None of them were weak, and some were even stronger than them. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many experts? Xianxia and Xinghe looked quite confused and did not know what was going on. However, they felt that it was not simple and that something incredibly terrifying had happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many experts to appear here. Xinghe thought about it. Could it be that they had stolen the heavenly spirit pearls? However, that was not quite possible. Even though Jin San had good relations with the large factions, he could not invite so many experts. Xianxia said seriously, "Xinghe, something terrifying must have happened here. Something terrible might have happened here. Should we go to other places to collect information?" Xinghe also felt that this place was quite dangerous and that they did not have the ability to protect themselves. He said, "We'll go somewhere else to gather information, there's no need for us to participate in this." Following this, the three of them flew towards another place. Not too long later, they stopped and their expressions became serious. This was because they could sense many terrifying auras here. Just what was going on? Putting aside the previous place, why were there so many terrifying experts gathered here as well? They realized that what was happening was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Xinghe asked solemnly, "Big sis, are we going anywhere else? Let's find out what happened first. Why did so many terrifying people appear?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Let's find out what happened first. I feel that this might be something big that has shaken spirit realm." Xinghe replied, "All right. Let's continue flying in this direction." Xiaofu also frowned. He didn't know what had happened. He didn't expect that his identity would be exposed. Boom, as Xinghe's team of three was about to continue flying forward, a powerful stream of light shot over from afar to block their path. After the light spread out, a seductive woman with short, black hair and a pair of cat ears appeared. She wore tight clothes and gave off a powerful aura. She was most likely a higher being expert. Xinghe did not know this woman, and seeing her standing in front of him, he said unhappily, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The woman chuckled. "My name is Yumao. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm here for him." Yumao's gaze fell on Xiaofu's body. Xianxia understood who she was and said, "You're someone related to the celestial evil? You relied on your senses to come here?" Yumao smiled and nodded, "I used to be the 8th generation celestial evil's woman." Xianxia continued to ask, "What do you want?" Yumao smiled as she said, "I heard that he appeared, so I came here. He's my man's successor, so I don't want anything to happen to him." Xianxia said, "Now that we're taking care of him, you can see that he's fine, so you don't have to worry." Yumao smiled as she said, "But I want to take him away. The situation here is too dangerous, and someone as weak as him could easily die." Hearing that Yumao wanted to take Xiaofu away, Xinghe immediately said, "No." Yumao gave an alluring smile, "Why not? Could it be that you sisters have tasted him and can't bear to let him go with me?" Hearing this, Xinghe and Xingyao's faces became slightly red. Xinghe looked at Yumao with her beautiful eyes and said, "Now that he's one of us, do you think you can take him away just because you want to?" Yumao looked at Xinghe and Xingyao. With her strength, it was not quite possible for her to forcefully take Xiaofu away, so she took a step back and said, "I can use something to get on his good side, what do you think?" Xinghe said with certainty, "No, you don't need to say anything, we definitely won't hand him over." Yumao was also feeling a little awkward. Boom. Boom, two massive explosions sounded out as two powerful auras descended. One was a cold-looking woman with long, icy hair and a graceful figure, and she wore a light red dress and gave off a flirtatious aura. The auras they gave off were quite terrifying, and they were both higher being experts. Seeing them appear, Qingyao's expression became serious. The situation was quite unfavorable, and she asked, "Are you two women related to the celestial evil?" Did you come for the man next to me? The cold-looking woman lightly nodded. I'm related to the 7th-generation celestial evil, and I want to take him to my place. That way, he won't be in any danger, and you won't be able to protect him. The flirtatious woman coquettishly laughed as she said, I'm also a woman of the 9th-generation celestial evil, and we both have his power within us, so we're related. This time, I also want to take him away from the spirit domain and have some fun in a remote place. Xianxia's expression was cold as she said, whether you're his woman or not has nothing to do with me, but I won't let you take him away. Yuma lightly laughed, you sisters don't have much of an advantage. I'd advise you to give up on him, or else the three of us will work together to steal him. Qinghe's expression was quite unsightly because the three people in front of them were not any weaker than them. If they fought, they would not have much of an advantage, and it was possible that Zhao Fu would be taken away by them. The flirtatious woman's beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Fu seductively as she said, the aura you give off is even more intense than the 9th-generation celestial evils, and I'm so excited that I want to do it with you. Come over and we can do it. These shameful words made Xianxia feel quite angry. No matter what, you're still his woman, how can you be so lewd? The flirtatious woman coquettishly laughed as she said, he's been dead for so long, why can't I find another man? You all know that apart from people who cultivate the 6 desires demonic art, we are not interested in anyone else. I tried to find the 10th-generation celestial bastard, but that fellow was completely useless and could not move me at all. Now that I've met someone who is even more exciting than the 9th-generation celestial bastard, how could I give up? Lastly, I think everyone here, who doesn't want to have sex with him at least once. Hearing this, the women's faces became slightly red, including the cold-looking woman. Xianxia could not retort, she had been holding it in, she had been fantasizing about it a few days ago. The flirtatious woman laughed as she said, in actuality, we don't need to fight over him. We just need to do it with him, and whoever lasts the longest will have him. What do you all think? Yuma licked her lips and smiled as she said, I have no objections. The cold-looking woman looked a bit embarrassed as she said, I have no objections either. The three of them then looked at Xianxia and Qinghe. Xianxia's face became red and her heart rate sped up. She wanted to agree, but the shame in her heart made her want to refuse. Qinghe looked quite angry, she naturally did not want to share what belonged to her with others. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless, in front of such powerful people, he did not have the right to speak and was treated like a toy for them to vent their desires. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as people giving off powerful auras descended, causing terrifying ripples to spread out. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to dim, causing people to feel intense despair. Sensing this immense power, Qinghe's people's expressions became quite unsightly as they looked at the people around them. There were men and women, young and old, and there were 30 or so people in total. They sensed that there were a few higher beings gathered here and thought that they had discovered the second King of Kings, so they hurried over. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Clear River's people at the center, feeling as if they had discovered the second King of Kings and were arguing with each other. The bald elder gave off a powerful aura as he said, What are you all doing here? The flirtatious woman smiled as she said, Nothing much, just some private matters. A young man said angrily, Don't gather together if you don't have anything to do. We were excited for nothing and thought that you found the second King of Kings. Qinghe asked curiously, Are you all here for the second King of Kings, the possessor of the 7 Emperor Stars? When did he come to Spirit Realm? Yutomi smiled and explained, Don't you guys know? The second King of Kings has appeared in the Spirit Realm, and his goal is most likely to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Many experts have gathered in the Spirit Realm, which is why there are so many experts here. Qinghe and Xianxia finally understood what had happened. No wonder so many experts had come to Spirit Realm when such a terrifying person had appeared. Zhao Fu felt incredibly nervous. He was now surrounded by 30 or so higher beings, and if his identity was revealed, he would die at any moment. This was simply too terrifying. At the same time, he was very surprised. When did his identity get exposed? Why didn't he know? Seeing that Qinghe and the others did not know about this, the higher beings did not want to waste time here and flew away. Some people glanced at Zhao Fu and felt that he was quite ordinary, so they did not pay him much mind. In the end, a man and a woman stayed here. The man was the gentle-looking middle-aged man who had said that he wanted to kill the 12th celestial bastard, and his name was Su Fei. The woman was the sweet-tempered beautiful woman who was related to the 9th celestial bastard, and she was called Bai Dandan. At that moment, Bai Dandan's beautiful eyes were looking at them. Qing Yao and the flirtatious woman looked at Bai Dandan and felt quite nervous. They could sense the 9th celestial bastard's power within Bai Dandan's body, so she was most likely his woman. She most likely sensed that Zhao Fu was the 12th celestial bastard. If she revealed this, Zhao Fu would definitely die, and they would not be able to protect Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu could not compare to the second king of kings and had 7 emperor stars, there were still too many people who wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Moreover, because of the second king of kings, they had gathered together. Once they discovered Zhao Fu's identity, they would not come one by one but in groups. How could they stop them? Su Fei looked at his wife and asked warmly, "Wife, do you know them? Do you know them?" Bai Dandan nodded, "They're people I knew in the past, and I want to talk to them alone. Can you go back first?" Su Fei thought about it and said, "I'll wait for you in the spirit city. Also, don't worry about the celestial bastard, you don't want such a person to continue harming women." Bai Dandan replied, Su Fei gave a trace of a smile and flew to the side before disappearing. Now that only those related to the celestial bastard were left, everyone let out a sigh of relief and were not as nervous as before. The flirtatious woman lightly laughed as she said, "Thank you for not revealing his identity, or else he would have died." Bai Dandan looked at Zhao Fu with a cold expression as she replied, "No need. I don't want him to die." Being stared at by her, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable. Bai Dandan walked over to Zhao Fu and raised a hand as she slapped Zhao Fu's face, causing a clear sound to ring out. Zhao Fu felt quite confused and could not understand why she had suddenly slapped him. Bai Dandan looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "This is because of what happened in the past. Even though the 9th celestial bastard has died, as his legatee, you should bear the consequences." Zhao Fu did not know what to say, he was not the 12th celestial bastard. However, these celestial bastards had caused too much trouble, causing so many people to want to kill them. None of them had a good ending, and they were all killed by others. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been slapped, Qing He angrily went up in front of Zhao Fu to stop Bai Dandan from harming Zhao Fu. Bai Dandan was a higher being, and Zhao Fu would not be able to withstand her attacks. However, Qing Yao suddenly stretched out a hand and stopped Qing He, saying, "Don't go." Qing He turned and looked at his big sister strangely as he asked, "Why? Big sister, how can you see Zhao Fu being hit by her?" Just as he spoke, Qing He heard a sobbing sound. He turned and saw that Bai Dandan was crying as she looked at Zhao Fu. Tears continuously flowed out of her eyes and slid down her white face. Qing He stopped and did not say anything. The flirtatious woman deeply sighed as she said, "Another woman who has been harmed by a celestial bastard. Sometimes, I really want all of those celestial bastards to die. I don't want them to harm women like this." Yumel also nodded somewhat sorrowfully and said, "Sometimes, I also wish that all celestial evils would die so that they would be women like us." Qing Yao looked at her little sister Qing He seriously and said, "Now you've seen it. This is the fate of women related to celestial evils. I hope that you won't participate in this and can go back now." Qing He looked at Bai Dandan and fell silent. In the future, if Zhao Fu died like the other celestial evils, she would be like Bai Dandan and herself. She would always miss him and be alone until she died. Even though Zhao Fu had promised that he would not die like the other celestial evils, no one knew what would happen in the future. However, it was too late. She could not pull herself out and said, "Big sis, I've already done it with him. I've already slept with him. I'm his woman now." Qing Yao looked quite confused and had never thought that things would turn out like this. However, a trace of anger appeared on her face as she walked over to Zhao Fu. She wanted to settle the score with Zhao Fu. Qing He hurriedly stopped Qing Yao and pleaded, "Big sis, I did it willingly. I volunteered, so don't blame Zhao Fu." Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was continuously crying, and he could not bear to see her like this, so he went up and hugged her. Bai Dandan's body froze, but in the next moment, she tightly hugged Zhao Fu and started to cry, releasing all of the emotions that she had suppressed for many years. Zhao Fu said softly, "Don't cry, I'll take good care of you in the future." Bai Dandan looked up at Zhao Fu with a teary face and said as she sobbed, "Who needs you to take care of me?" Bai Dandan was just venting her emotions from the ninth celestial evils and did not want to do anything with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Bai Dandan immediately started to struggle, but in her panic, she forgot that she was a higher being realm expert and could not break free from Zhao Fu. The desire within the depths of her body exploded out. Bai Dandan was immersed in it, doing it with Zhao Fu in a frenzy. After a while, Zhao Fu let go of Bai Dandan. Bai Dandan's face was red and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She hugged Zhao Fu and gasped for breath. Zhao Fu hugged her and flew down to the ground. They landed on a patch of green grass, and then it was indescribable. Su Fei, who was waiting in the spirit city, could not imagine that his wife was having an intense affair with a man that he had not paid much attention to previously. Her face was slutty and happy, something that he had never seen before. Seeing the intense scene on the ground, the flirtatious woman gave a trace of a smile and flew up to join in. Yumio and the ice-cold woman also flew down. In the end, only Qinghe and Qingyao were left in the air. Qinghe angrily looked at Zhao Fu and the other women doing this. Qingyao blushed. Why did Zhao Fu look so serious? How could he do such a thing in front of others? Qinghe looked at his big sister and said, "Big sis, let's go down as well." "I know you want to as well, but we can't let that fellow be taken away by another woman." Qingyao's face was red as she shook her head. "I think I'll pass. I'll help you guys watch and prevent others from disturbing you." Qinghe pulled Qingyao and said, "Big sis, don't be so stubborn. Don't persist anymore. Look at yourself now." "I don't mind at all." Hearing this, Qingyao did not insist. She was pulled to the ground by Qinghe and joined in. Xianxia, who had been chasing after the 12th generation celestial evil, would never have thought that the woman he had begged was doing it with another man. She was sitting on a man's body like a slut. This was because they had been suppressing themselves for a long time and were now venting. This continued until the next night, and there were indescribable marks all over the grass. A bright moon hung in the deep blue sky, giving off gentle moonlight that shined on the ground. A light breeze blew past, causing the grass to ripple. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The other women lay on either side of Zhao Fu, and the ones closest to him were Bai Dandan and Qingyao. They lay on Zhao Fu's shoulder as they panted. The cold woman and the flirtatious woman, Zhao Fu knew their names, one was Bing Qing and the other was Lu Qianqian. Bai Dandan looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "What are your plans now? You can't stay here anymore because the matter with the second king of kings will attract countless higher beings, and you might be dragged in." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Are you feeling better now? Don't cry, you're worried about me." Bai Dandan's face became red as she said coquettishly, "I'm talking to you nicely, can you be more serious? Also, you made fun of me after doing this, I should have sent you flying with a palm." Zhao Fu laughed. Qingyao said, "We were helping Zhao Fu collect heavenly spirit pearls so that he could awaken the spirit race's emperor star, but we never thought that something like this would happen. Now that the second king of kings has appeared in the spirit domain, things have become quite difficult." Lying on the other side, Yu Mao said in shock, "Wait. You're saying that you're helping Zhao Fu awaken the spirit race's emperor star? In other words, Zhao Fu has the potential to awaken the sovereign of the spirit race's emperor star?" Bai Dandan and the others also looked at Qingyao in shock. Qingyao smiled as she said, If Zhao Fu did not have such great potential, the Six Desires Celestial Sect would not be willing to pay any price to kill him, and the other factions would not be so desperate to kill him either. After all, Zhao Fu is already a great threat to them." Bai Dandan looked at Zhao Fu and lightly laughed as she said, "Looks like I underestimated you, the future sovereign." Lu Qianqian happily laughed as she said, "With Zhao Fu's terrifying potential, once he becomes a sovereign, it will be very difficult for anyone in the world to kill him. When that time comes, we won't have to worry about him dying." A trace of a smile appeared on Bing Qing's cold face as she said, "Right now, the most important thing is to help Zhao Fu awaken the spirit race's emperor star." Yu Mao said worriedly, "But things are quite difficult right now because the second king of kings has appeared in the spirit domain. Countless higher beings have gathered in the spirit domain, and it's simply too dangerous. If we're not careful, we might be discovered." Moreover, I'm worried that Zhao Fu's chance of awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star will be taken away by the second King of Kings. Awakening an Emperor Star is a matter that concerns a race, and it consumes a large amount of the race's fate. After awakening one, it will be very difficult to awaken another within 10 years. Qinghe also started to worry. I'm also worried about this. Even if we can hide from countless experts, it's possible that Zhao Fu will not be able to defeat the second King of Kings, and the chance of awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star will be taken away by him. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the women around him. Higher beings were lofty existences with world-destroying power, and even Zhao Fu had to treat them with respect. He had never thought that he would be able to enjoy the treatment of so many higher beings today. However, because their cultivations were much higher than Zhao Fu's, the six desires' demonic qi could not control them, and Zhao Fu did not dare to reveal his true identity. Qingyao thought about it and said, "There's only one way, which is for Zhao Fu to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star as soon as possible. If the second King of Kings awakens the spirit race's Emperor Star, Zhao Fu will not have a chance." Yumao said worriedly, "Is the second King of Kings really that terrifying? Awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star is incredibly easy, can we beat him?" Bing Qinglin nodded. Perhaps the second King of Kings has already started to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Even though Zhao Fu has exceptional talent and will become a sovereign in the future, he's still a bit weaker than the second King of Kings. Facing an existence like that, even sovereigns have to lower their heads. Lu Qianxian said dissatisfiedly, "Zhao Fu is our man, so don't underestimate him. Even if the second King of Kings awakens the spirit race's Emperor Star, it's fine. At most, we'll find a place with Zhao Fu to live happily for 10 years. After 10 years, Zhao Fu will definitely awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Moreover, it's quite dangerous now, and the various factions of the spirit domain are searching for Zhao Fu to kill him. We can use this opportunity to hide from them." A trace of a smile appeared on Yumao's face as she said, "I feel that this is a good idea. Let's choose a place and live like this every day." "How happy would that be?" Bai Dandan's face became red as she said, "I'll listen to Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu wants to do this, I'll accompany him." Bai Dandan had never thought that things would turn out like this. She had just come to take a look and might not even stop others from killing the 12th celestial bastard. However, when she saw Zhao Fu, her heart once again started to beat, and she wanted Zhao Fu's love and comfort. Now, her body and soul had been taken over by Zhao Fu. Not even the 9th celestial bastard had given her such a feeling, much less her husband. Qingyao looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "Zhao Fu, what do you plan to do? If you want to avoid the second King of Kings, we won't look down on you. We'll choose a place to stay with you for 10 years. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. He was the second King of Kings, and he could not compare to him. But he couldn't reveal his identity. "I don't want to hide for 10 years, I want to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star now. I don't think I'll be any weaker than the second King of Kings." Qinghe happily laughed as he said, "Indeed, I was not wrong about you. I believe that my man will not be inferior to the second King of Kings. Let's continue to collect Holy Spirit Pearls. We must awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star before the second King of Kings." Qingyao chuckled. "I don't have any objections either. I also think that we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll choose the second option." Bai Dandan looked at Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "I respect Zhao Fu's choice." Lu Qianxian giggled. "I don't have any objections, as long as it's like this every day." Bing Qing asked coldly, "How many heavenly spirit orbs have you collected? How many more do you need?" Zhao Fu replied, "Right now, we've only collected 3 heavenly spirit orbs, which are the Golden Heavenly Spirit Orb, Wood Heavenly Spirit Orb, and Water Heavenly Spirit Orb. We must collect the most basic heavenly spirit orbs of the 7 elements. Next are the Wind, Thunder, and Ice Heavenly Spirit Orbs. We also need the other elements, the more, the better." A trace of a smile appeared on Bing Qing's face as she said, "There's a heavenly spirit orb in the ice plains that I'm at. We can go there and obtain it now." Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. They had wanted to find out where the other heavenly spirit orbs were and had never thought that they would be able to obtain them so easily. "Let's go now then," Zhao Fu said as he smiled. Following this, everyone put on their clothes and flew over. After 2 days of traveling, they arrived at the ice plains. This place was completely white, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. There were some ice-type plants growing there, and the temperature here was quite low. It was quite cold, and ordinary people could freeze to death here. There were very few people here, and there were no signs of living creatures. There was only the sound of the wind. Bingqing said calmly, "There are very few people here. If the plan fails, we can hide here and wait for 10 years. Yuemi looked around and said, "Your place is too cold, and there's nothing here. It's better to go to my place." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "We can talk about these things later." "Where is the heavenly ice spirit orb?" Bingqing replied, "It's in the depths of the ice plains. It's extremely cold there, and even a higher being might be frozen there." Qinghe laughed as he said, "Now that we have 6 higher beings, it shouldn't be too difficult for us." Following this, everyone flew towards the depths of the ice plains. A few hours later, they arrived before a massive crack in the ice, and the heavenly ice spirit orb was at the depths of the crack. The crack gave off an extremely cold white aura, and if a world realm expert were to enter it, they would be frozen in just a short while. The women stood around Zhao Fu and stretched out a hand, causing powerful waves of power to flow out, forming a rainbow-colored defensive barrier that gave off an incredibly terrifying power. The extreme cold aura did not affect it at all. This was a defensive barrier condensed by 6 higher beings, and it was incredibly tough and powerful. It could block a full-powered attack from a higher being. Zhao Fu stayed at the center of the defensive barrier and did not have to do anything. The group flew towards the crack, and the terrifying cold aura gave off the power to freeze everything as it rushed towards them. The defensive barrier blocked out all of the cold aura, and they did not feel any coldness within the barrier. They continued to fly towards the crack. As they went deeper and deeper, the surroundings became colder and colder, and a layer of white frost formed on the powerful defensive barrier. In the end, the group landed at the bottom of the crack in the ice, and they felt as if they had entered a world of ice. There was thick ice everywhere, and it could reflect people's appearances. It was incredibly cold here, and the defensive barrier seemed to have been frozen, with a layer of ice forming on its surface. If they stayed here and did not unleash the defensive barrier, it was possible that even Zhao Fu would be frozen. The group continued onwards. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive roars sounded out as massive ice bears gave off terrifying auras as they rushed at the group. Facing so many terrifying ice beasts, the group looked quite relaxed and did not seem to be making any progress. Bing Qingling stretched out a hand, and a powerful wave of ice energy spread out as she vigorously grabbed out. Bang, bang! Bang! Massive icicles shot out from the ground very quickly, piercing through the ice bears' bodies. The ice bears howled miserably as their bodies turned into countless chunks of ice and scattered. Bing Qingling had powerful ice spiritual energy, and she had a great advantage here. The group continued onwards, and even more ice beasts ran out. However, they did not affect Zhao Fu and the others at all, and they were all killed by them. Zhao Fu did not have to do anything at all. Finally, the group came to a platform. At this moment, the platform was made of ice, and it was 2 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. The ground was like an ice mirror, and at the center of the platform floated an egg-sized ball of ice. There was a white cold air inside that moved irregularly. Bing Qingling said, "This is an ownerless heavenly ice spirit pearl, and it has a very strong spirituality. If you directly go and grab it, it will immediately turn into cold air and disappear, making it very difficult to catch it." Zhao Fu asked, "What method should we use to catch it now?" Bing Qingling said, "We will use our spiritual perception to seal it, making it unable to escape. I don't have full confidence that I can do it alone, so I will need the help of the other sisters." Qingyao lightly laughed and said, "We will listen to whatever you say now." Following this, the others followed Bing Qingling's words and stood in 6 different directions on the platform. They closed their eyes, and a powerful wave of spiritual perception spread out, forming an invisible square that wrapped around the ice platform. The 6 of them controlled their spiritual perception, and the invisible square became smaller and smaller. When it was a few meters away from the heavenly ice spirit pearl, the heavenly ice spirit pearl released a large amount of cold air that rushed towards the ground. However, the cold air seemed to hit something and bounced back. The invisible square was formed from spiritual perception. Before, it was said that spiritual perception was a kind of spiritual energy that could restrain spirituality. The heavenly ice spirit pearl had a powerful spirituality, which was why it was trapped by the square. The heavenly ice spirit pearl panicked, and it turned into countless cold air that rushed to the right, but it hit the square's wall and bounced back. Boom, an explosion sounded out, and the heavenly ice spirit pearl released a powerful cold air that continuously ran around, hitting the square, making muffled sounds as it tried to rush out. However, the invisible square was condensed from the spiritual perception of the 6 powerhouses, and it was extremely sturdy. No matter how much the heavenly ice spirit pearl hit it, it did not cause any damage. The invisible square became smaller and smaller until it became the size of a fist, and the heavenly ice spirit pearl was trapped within it, unable to move at all. Bing Qingling's face revealed a smile, and she reached out with her hand, causing the invisible square to fly into her hand. An icy flame gushed out from her palm and wrapped around the incorporeal cube. The icy flame invaded the cube and eroded the heavenly ice spirit pearl. Right now, Bing Qingling was refining the heavenly ice spirit bead. If she did not refine the heavenly ice spirit bead, the next bead in her hand would turn into countless cold qi and dissipate. This kind of refinement would also weaken the spirituality of the heavenly ice spirit orb. Finally, the invisible square body dispersed, and the heavenly ice spirit pearl quietly floated above Bing Qing's cold palm. Bing Qingling walked in front of Zhao Fu and handed the heavenly ice pearl to Zhao Fu. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he carefully examined the heavenly ice spirit orb and put it away. He now had a 4th heavenly spirit orb. Without their help, it would have been very difficult for Zhao Fu to obtain these holy spirit pearls with his own abilities. He would not have been able to obtain them so easily. Qingyao smiled at the others and said, "You guys know where the sky spirit pearl is?" The women all started to think about the information regarding the heavenly spirit pearl. Bai Dandan thought of something and said seriously, "I remember that there is a faction that has 2 heavenly spirit pearls, the Yin spirit pearl and the Yang spirit pearl." Zhao Fu was quite surprised. The Yin Yang heaven spirit pearl was a must-have, and he would be able to obtain 2 of them at once. As long as he obtained these 2 Yin Yang heaven spirit pearls, along with the metal, wood, and water heavenly spirit pearls, he would be able to obtain them. Finally, he would need the Yin Yang 5 elemental spirit pearls, and only the earth heavenly spirit pearl and the water heavenly spirit pearl. Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "Which faction is it?" "Let's go now." Bai Dandan reminded, that faction is called the Yin Yang spirit sect, and it is one of the top 10 factions of the spirit realm. It might be very difficult to obtain their Yin Yang spirit pearl, and it might even be life-threatening. Yucat said, "I also thought that the Yin Yang spirit sect definitely has Yin Yang spirit pearls, but the Yin Yang spirit sect is not to be trifled with. It said that there might be a half-celestial hidden there, and ordinary higher beings don't dare to invade. Let's go somewhere else and try." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "Let's go and have a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll go somewhere else and collect information about other heavenly spirit pearls." Qingyao smiled and nodded, "Let's continue then." The group left the ice plains and spent a few days before teleporting to a city near the Yin Yang spirit sect. They first found an inn and asked for a room. Bai Dandan suddenly thought of something and said apologetically, "Zhao Fu, I need to leave for a while." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Bai Dandan said worriedly, "I need to send a message to my ex-husband to tell him not to wait for me and to make things clear. Do you mind?" Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and lifted her snow-white chin as he smiled and said, "It's fine, I don't mind. I quite like your identity as a wife." A blush appeared on Bai Dandan's face as she said coquettishly, "You only know how to bully me. I'll take care of you when I come back." Zhao Fu lightly nodded in agreement. Bai Dandan then left with a smile, like a little girl in love. Qingyao said, "Let's split into 2 groups. One group will collect information about the Yin Yang spirit sect, while the other will collect information about the Yin Yang spirit sect." Lu Qianxian went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said happily, "I want to be in the same group as Zhao Fu." Yucat also went up and hugged Zhao Fu. "I also want to be in the same group as Zhao Fu." Qing He snorted unhappily, "Everyone wants to be in the same group as Zhao Fu. What should we do?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll go and collect information about the Yin Yang spirit sect by myself." You guys go and collect information about the other heavenly spirit pearls, the more, the better. He thought about it and felt that this was the best solution. No one was by Zhao Fu's side, so he replied, all right. He then looked at Yucat and Lu Qianqian, who were hugging Zhao Fu. Yucat and Lu Qianqian looked quite unhappy and let go of Zhao Fu. Lu Qianqian kissed Zhao Fu and said, hurry up. We'll take good care of you tonight. Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Following this, everyone left the room. The women separated from Zhao Fu and went to collect information about the heavenly spirit pearls. They might not be in this city, but somewhere far away. Zhao Fu would collect information near the Yin-Yang spirit sect to see if he could obtain Yin-Yang spirit pearls. Because this place was near the Yin-Yang spirit sect, Zhao Fu was able to easily collect a large amount of information about the sect. The Yin-Yang spirit sect's strength was quite terrifying, and they had 9 higher beings. As for the legendary half-immortal, Zhao Fu could not be sure as the information was quite vague. After hearing about the Yin-Yang spirit sect, Zhao Fu started to prepare to sneak into the Yin-Yang spirit sect. Bam! A muffled sound sounded out as an ordinary-looking young man was kicked away and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. A brutal-looking young man said disdainfully, Lu San. I already said that you're not a match for me. Be obedient and hand over that thing, or else I'll be heavy-handed. Don't ask for trouble. Lu San was the young man who had been kicked away, and he looked at the brutal-looking young man furiously. He had just exchanged for a treasure from the sect, and that brutal-looking young man had come to steal it. He knew that the brutal-looking young man was called Xianxia, and he often bullied others with his strength. He had been bullied by Xianxia many times, and he really wanted to kill Xianxia, but he was not a match for him. Even though the treasure was important, his safety was more important. Even if he did not hand it over, it would be taken away in the end. In the end, Lu San could only take out the milky white jade. This jade was called the spiritual jade, and it could increase one's cultivation speed. He had saved up points for a long time to exchange for it. Now that he had handed it over, Lu San felt incredibly furious, but he had no choice but to hand it over. Xianxia looked at the white jade and smiled as he stretched out his hand and grabbed at it. The white jade automatically flew into his hand, and he did not even look at Lu San as he walked to the side. To him, Lu San was weak and had poor talent. Even if he cultivated, he would not be a match for him, so he did not take him seriously. Looking at Xianxia leave, Lu San thought to himself furiously that he would definitely become stronger than him in the future and return all the humiliation he had suffered 100 times over. Following this, Lu San took a mission and left the sect. Suddenly, a person wearing a black cloak blocked in front of him. Lu San could sense that his aura was very weak, and he was very angry, so he said impolitely, "Why are you blocking in front of me? If you have nothing to do, scram." Zhao Fu did not dare to sneak into the Yin-Yang spirit sect with his real body, as it was too dangerous. Once he was discovered, Zhao Fu would not be able to escape. Therefore, Zhao Fu wanted to find a Yin-Yang spirit sect disciple to control him and then use him to sneak into the Yin-Yang spirit bead to see if he could obtain it. Now that Zhao Fu had encountered this person, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. There was no need for him to say anything, and a powerful wave of demonic energy flowed out. Sensing that terrifying dark aura, Lu San's body became icy cold, and his face became pale as he ran away in fear. A massive pale white vine quickly flew out from the ground and wrapped around Lu San's body. Lu San continuously struggled in terror but was unable to break free, and a massive wave of demonic qi entered him. Soon, Lu San's body stopped struggling, and his fearful expression became dull. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered his brain and got all the information about Lu San. After that, Zhao Fu hid in a secluded corner and controlled Lu San's body to return to the Yin-Yang immortal sect. According to the information, the Yin-Yang spirit sect's Yin-Yang spirit bead was placed in a Yin-Yang tower. This Yin-Yang tower was 1,000 meters tall and had 33 levels. It was where the Yin-Yang spirit sect disciples cultivated, and each level corresponded to a different cultivation speed. The first level had the slowest cultivation speed, and the highest level, the 33rd level, had the fastest cultivation speed. The Yin-Yang spirit bead was placed at the top, and it was the core item of the Yin-Yang tower. It absorbed heaven and earth spirit qi and helped countless disciples cultivate. Entering the place required points, and Zhao Fu took out a command token. He saw that he still had some points, which was enough to enter the place. Zhao Fu controlled Lu San's body and walked towards the Yinyang Tower. A while later, Zhao Fu arrived in front of the Yinyang Tower. The Yinyang Tower was on a small hill, and there was a Tai Chi diagram at the top. It slowly spun and absorbed heaven and earth spirit chi, and it was surrounded by lush green grass. It was like a carpet covering the ground. There did not seem to be any danger around, but it was filled with powerful restrictions. Anyone who entered would definitely be blasted to pieces. Zhao Fu held the command token and continued to walk forward. The Yinyang Tower shot out a ray of light and landed on Zhao Fu. The points on Zhao Fu's command token quickly disappeared, and a ray of light covered his body. Zhao Fu continued to walk towards the Yinyang Tower. Because of the light on his body, Zhao Fu was not attacked by the restrictions. He entered the first level of the Yinyang Tower, and there were many people sitting cross-legged around. There could be tens of thousands of them, and they were cultivating with their eyes closed. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and sensed it. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was quickly entering everyone's body, which could increase the speed of cultivation. However, it was too slow for Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu was not here to cultivate, so he did not pay too much attention to these things and walked towards the second level. There was a layer of barrier on the stairs to the second level. If he wanted to enter the second level, he had to shatter this barrier. This was not difficult for Zhao Fu. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. The barrier in front of him was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Zhao Fu stepped onto the stairs to the second level. When he arrived at the second level, there were fewer people cultivating here. However, there were still many people, and the speed of cultivation increased again. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to it. He walked towards the stairs to the third level and casually waved his hand. The barrier in front of him shattered. Then, Zhao Fu arrived at the third level. There were fewer people on the third level, and the speed of cultivation increased. Xiaochen continued to walk towards the fourth level. When he arrived at the fourth level, he was about to head there when a surprised voice rang out, 6-3, how did you come to the fourth level? Zhao Fu turned his head to the side and saw a rude youth looking at him in surprise. Zhao Fu searched through 6-3's memories and found out his identity. This person was Xiangmi, who had just snatched 6-3's psychic jade. Because the psychic jade could increase the speed of cultivation, after he snatched it, he could not help but come to the Yinyang Tower to see how effective it was. He was very satisfied with the result. With the psychic jade and in the Yinyang Tower, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He believed that he would be able to break through to the next stage soon. Just as he was feeling happy, he realized that 6-3, who he had just snatched, had come to the fourth level. How did he have the strength to come to the fourth level? With his strength, he could only be on the third level at most. It was impossible for him to come to the fourth level, which was why he was so surprised. At the same time, he felt threatened because those who came to the fourth level had the strength to fight with him. However, he could not understand why the person he had easily defeated and humiliated had become so strong in the blink of an eye. This was too fast. Zhao Fu had not erased 6-3's consciousness. He looked at Xiangmi in anger. Zhao Fu controlled 6-3's lips to curl up, revealing a domineering smile. Do you have a problem with me coming to the fourth level? Xiangmi's expression changed. He felt that 6-3 was like a different person. He was domineering and dangerous. In the past, he would not have dared to speak to him like this. Just what was going on? In just the blink of an eye, not only had Lu San become stronger, but his aura had also changed, making him seem like a completely different person. Hearing Lu San's provocative words, Xiangmi, who was used to being arrogant, felt quite unconvinced and said coldly, don't think that you can defeat me just because you can reach the fourth level. I advise you to behave, or else I won't let you off so easily. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said provocatively, you can try. Xiangmi was infuriated and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed up and punched towards Zhao Fu's head with enough power to shatter mountains. Zhao Fu stood there with a condescending gaze and slowly stretched out a finger. Bang! An explosion sounded out as a powerful gale blew out in all directions. Xiangmi's ferocious punch had been blocked by Zhao Fu's finger, and Xiangmi looked quite disbelieving. The others who had been cultivating with their eyes closed were affected by the gale and opened their eyes. Seeing this scene, they could not help but exclaim, "So powerful." Seeing this scene, Lusan's consciousness said excitedly, "Sir, I don't know why you've taken over my body, but as long as you can help me teach this person a lesson, I'm willing to give my body to you." Seeing how powerful Zhao Fu was, Lusan wanted to take revenge. Even though he would not be able to do it himself, he would be able to use his body to teach Xiangmi a lesson. Zhao Fu did not care too much about Lusan's words because Lusan could not resist at all. Zhao Fu could kill his consciousness at any time, and he looked at Xiangmi facing Zhao Fu's gaze. Xiangmi instinctively felt afraid and retracted his fist as he retreated a few steps. Zhao Fu gave a teasing smile as he walked over and asked, "Why aren't you continuing?" Xiangmi said fearfully, "I was wrong, I want to apologize to you." Xiangmi knew that he could not defeat Lusan, and he felt immense fear towards Lusan. He had never thought that Lusan would become so terrifying. Zhao Fu chuckled. "An apology must be sincere. Kneel down now." Hearing this, Xiangmi said angrily, "Don't go too far." Zhao Fu ignored Xiangmi's words and stared at him. "I'll give you one more chance. Kneel." Xiangmi had an awkward expression on his face. On one hand, he didn't want to kneel, on the other hand, he was afraid of Zhao Fu's terrifying power. Zhao Fu did not want to waste any more time. He stretched out a hand and made a flicking motion, and a powerful wave of energy gathered in his hand. Boom, with a flick of his finger, a loud explosion rang out and a powerful force ferociously shot towards Xiangmi. Xiangmi was shocked and put his hands in front of him. Bang, Xiangmi's body was sent flying by that massive power, and he crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His hands were covered with gashes, from which blood continuously flowed out. He looked quite wretched. Lusan felt incredibly happy, he had always wanted to take revenge on Xiangmi. The others looked quite nervous and serious, not daring to say anything. They understood that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than them, and they were afraid that they would accidentally anger Zhao Fu and end up like Xiangmi. Xiangmi lay on the ground and looked at Zhao Fu in fear. He took out a few things and said, "These are all your things, I'll give them back to you. Please let me off this time." Zhao Fu glanced at the things in his hands and naturally did not care for them. He waved his hand disinterestedly, and a wave of energy once again blasted Xiangmi away, causing him to cough up blood. The things in his hands fell to the ground. After suffering this attack, Xiangmi's face looked quite pale, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. Zhao Fu did not continue and planned to head to the 5th level. At that moment, a strong-looking young man came down from the 5th level and coldly looked at Zhao Fu. "I heard that someone bullied my junior apprentice brother, it was you." Looking at the strong-looking young man, Xiangmi cried out in delight, "Senior apprentice brother, you have to help me take revenge. He beat me to this state and even knelt down for me, this is an insult to you and master." The strong-looking young man's expression became even colder, and a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Is what my junior apprentice brother said true?" Zhao Fu said disdainfully, "Scram now. I don't want to waste time." Hearing this, everyone present felt quite startled and understood that this battle was unavoidable. They knew that expert young man, and he was quite powerful. They did not dare to offend him while cultivating on the 7th level. The strong-looking young man said ferociously, "Looking at you, you're just a low-level disciple, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. If I don't cripple your arms and legs today, you really won't know your place." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the strong-looking young man's body, causing the atmosphere to become quite heavy. Everyone felt a trace of fear in their hearts. The strong-looking young man gave off a terrifying aura and charged at Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast, making it seem as if no one could stop him. Pa! A clear sound rang out as Zhao Fu faced the strong-looking young man charging at him. With a simple wave, a terrifying power slapped the young man's face, sending him flying and crashing into the crowd, causing everyone to cry out. The strong-looking young man fell to the ground, and the left side of his face was already swollen and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xiangmi looked terrified, what was going on? He was only at 63%, how could he have such terrifying power? Everyone in the surroundings looked terrified, they had underestimated Zhao Fu and had never thought that he would be able to injure the strong-looking young man so badly with a single slap. Zhao Fu looked at the strong-looking young man lying on the ground and said disdainfully, "A piece of trash dares to speak to me like this?" The strong-looking young man felt incredibly humiliated and roared as he crawled up from the ground. He released all of his power and a massive black aura flame appeared around his body as he rushed at Zhao Fu with a terrifying aura. "Pa!" A clear sound rang out as Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a massive wave of power slapped the other side of the strong-looking young man's face. The strong-looking young man was sent flying far away and crashed into a wall. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Everyone looked shocked. They felt that this person had completely suppressed the strong-looking young man. They were not on the same level at all. Xiangmi looked quite afraid and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Zhao Fu did not continue to waste time here and headed to the 5th level. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear into the 4th level, everyone inwardly let out a sigh of relief before bursting into an uproar. They started to discuss what had just happened and tried to find out who that person was. They were filled with curiosity towards that person. News quickly spread that a low-grade disciple had brutally beaten up a low-grade disciple and that his power was unfathomable. Zhao Fu directly went to the 5th floor and did not waste any time. He walked past the 6th floor and came to the 7th floor. There were much fewer people here, and the cultivation speed was much faster. As soon as Zhao Fu arrived, a group of people looked at Zhao Fu. Some looked unfriendly, some looked serious, and some looked like they were watching a show. Facing these people, Zhao Fu did not do much and continued to walk towards the 8th floor. At that moment, a bearded young man said with a displeased expression, "As a low-grade disciple, why didn't you pay your respects to us? Also, the person you beat up on the 4th floor was someone from our faction." Zhao Fu stopped and turned to look at the bearded young man. "Oh? So what? If you want to die, then hurry up, I don't have time to talk to you." The bearded young man said furiously, "Don't be too arrogant, there are many people stronger than you in the Yin Yang Tower." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Is that so? But so what?" The bearded young man looked quite angry, but he did not make a move because he did not have the confidence to defeat Zhao Fu. Seeing how arrogant Zhao Fu was, he could not help but speak up. A tall and beautiful woman in a blue dress with an outstanding aura stood up and said, "I want to spar with you." Zhao Fu continued to walk towards the 8th floor and said, "I'm not interested." The woman's expression became serious and she waved her hand. A massive wave of power turned into a white bird that quickly flew towards Zhao Fu, looking quite terrifying. Just as the white bird was about to pierce through Zhao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the woman. The woman was greatly shocked and hurriedly tried to retreat to the side. However, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pulled the woman into his embrace. The woman frantically struggled but could not break free from Zhao Fu's grasp. The woman furiously cried out, "Bastard! Let go of me!" Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pinched the woman's chin as he smiled and said, "It seems like you attacked me first. Why does it seem like I'm in the wrong now?" The woman glared at Zhao Fu and said angrily, "I want to compete with you, not be teased by you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and lightly sniffed the woman. Looking at the woman's pretty face, he said in her ear, "I'm going to tease you now." The woman blushed and struggled angrily, "This is the Yin Yang Tower. If you dare to do anything, the elder will not let you off." Everyone else also looked furious as they watched this woman being teased in front of them. Some of them knew this woman and had a good relationship with her. Some people were still afraid of Zhao Fu's power and did not dare to say anything to offend Zhao Fu. However, some people could not take it anymore. A beautiful woman was being teased by an extremely vulgar person. He stood up and said angrily, "Let go of her. You're powerful by yourself, but don't forget that we don't have many people here. We're all high-level disciples, even if we cripple you, we won't be punished. However, a low-level disciple like you has already broken the sex rules. I advise you to be more obedient." Zhao Fu looked at them and provocatively kissed the woman's cheek. The woman cried out in embarrassment and anger, "I'll definitely kill you." A few of the people who stood up to speak felt furious and gave off their auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and disdainfully waved it, and a massive wave of power blasted out, giving off an unstoppable aura as it flew towards them. Bang! Bang! A few muffled sounds sounded out as the people who had rushed over were sent flying and crashed to the ground. They coughed up a large mouthful of blood and their faces became pale. The people in the surroundings felt quite shocked. Now that they had personally seen how terrifying this person was, they did not dare to say anything. A trace of fear appeared on the woman's face. This sort of power was not something that she could defend against. Zhao Fu hugged the woman with one hand and pinched her chin with the other as he smiled and said, "Be more obedient next time, or else I won't let you off." Following this, Zhao Fu let go of the woman and walked towards the 8th level. The woman stood there and angrily looked at Zhao Fu, not daring to say anything. At the same time, she felt quite curious, just who was this person? She did not care. Zhao Fu was just a low-level disciple. How could a low-level disciple have such great power? Zhao Fu walked to the 8th level, and the people here opened their eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. They already knew what had happened below. They just looked at Zhao Fu and did not do anything. They felt quite wary of Zhao Fu and did not want to have any conflict with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu glanced at them and continued to walk towards the 9th level. After coming to the 9th level, Zhao Fu saw a few people furiously glaring at him as if they had enmity with him. It was most likely related to the people below. Zhao Fu looked at those people and said condescendingly, "What? Do you have any complaints about me?" The white-clothed young man said furiously, "You hit our people and took liberties with our junior apprentice sister. Do you think we have any complaints about you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Hurry up and take revenge for your junior apprentice sister, she's quite fragrant." The white-clothed young man was extremely furious and glared at Zhao Fu as he said, "I know I'm not a match for you, but the higher-ups will take care of you. When that time comes, I'll make you kneel and apologize to the others." Pa! A clear sound rang out as Zhao Fu waved his hand and a wave of energy slapped the white-clothed young man's face, sending him flying. Zhao Fu condescendingly laughed as he said, "You know you can't beat me and yet you dare to speak to me like this?" The others could not take it anymore and roared as they exploded out with powerful energy and charged at Zhao Fu from different directions. For them to be able to stay on the 9th level, it meant that they were not weak and were much stronger than Xianxia. However, to Zhao Fu, they were still a bit weak. The first person charged at Zhao Fu and sent a powerful energy into his palm, causing it to give off a black light and look like a sharp knife. That person rushed in front of Zhao Fu and stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat with his knife-like hand. He was incredibly fast, drawing out a gash in the air. That person felt quite confident in this attack. Even if he could not injure Zhao Fu, he would be able to suppress his arrogance and not think that he was invincible. In the next second, he looked at Zhao Fu's cold eyes and felt quite startled. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed that person's arm. He forcefully squeezed, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Arg! That person felt an intense pain and let out a mournful scream. The expression of one of the people who had rushed over fell, and his palm gave off a powerful force as he slapped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu wanted to save that person. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he grabbed that person's arm and vigorously swung, sending that person flying and crashing into another person who was about to attack. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the two people were sent flying and heavily crashed to the ground, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths. The third person appeared behind Zhao Fu and had a savage look on his face as he vigorously kicked towards Zhao Fu. The fourth and fifth person grasped this opportunity and rushed in different directions, attacking Zhao Fu together. Their attacks were incredibly ferocious. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not move at all. Just as the three people were about to attack Zhao Fu, boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. It gave off an unstoppable aura and sent the three people flying back. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. That terrifying aura enveloped the entire 9th level, causing countless people to feel an intense fear in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely unsightly to behold. This person was too terrifying, unimaginably terrifying. Zhao Fu condescendingly looked at the people around him and said, "Do any of you have any objections?" Everyone did not dare to face Zhao Fu's gaze, and they obediently lowered their heads and submitted to Zhao Fu. The expressions of the people who had been knocked to the ground were quite unsightly. They had greatly underestimated Zhao Fu's strength and did not dare to say anything else. Seeing this scene, Lu San's consciousness felt incredibly good. He was filled with excitement and joy, and he could not even speak. Now, he could do whatever he wanted. In the past, he had not dared to get close to those beautiful women, but now, he could take liberties with them. Those who he had respected and feared were now trampled underfoot by him. This was what he had been pursuing all this time, and he had finally achieved it. After experiencing this once, he could accept it even if his body was taken over by someone else. He didn't know who the person controlling him was. He was really powerful, and his identity was definitely not simple. Also, he couldn't figure out what his goal was. Xiaofu did not mind those people and came to the 9th level's barrier. The 9th level's barrier was not weak and gave off a tough aura. Boom, Xiaofu casually punched out, instantly shattering the defensive barrier. Countless fragments flew out, and the barrier in front of Xiaofu disappeared. The terrifying aura emanating from Xiaofu also surged up the stairs to the 10th floor. Everyone who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating with their eyes closed opened their eyes and looked at the staircase. Their faces revealed a trace of fear, as if someone extremely dangerous was about to come up. Dong. Dong. Dong, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and everyone's hearts tensed up as they stared at the staircase. Some people didn't know what was going on and said in horror. What's going on? This aura is so terrifying. It's filled with darkness and evil. This is the first time I've felt such a terrifying aura. Now that I feel this terrifying aura, my body is trembling, and I instinctively fear this terrifying power. I wonder who gave off such terrifying power. I don't remember anyone in the Yin-Yang spirit sect being this terrifying. I'm also curious about what happened. That's right. This feeling is even more evil and dark than ordinary demonic qi. If it wasn't for the fact that it contained a lot of spirit qi, I would definitely think that a ferocious demon was about to come up. A few people who knew about this matter said, I just heard that there is a disciple who, for some reason, suddenly obtained a very terrifying power and beat up a group of high-grade disciples. Moreover, he is extremely arrogant and domineering. Hearing this, some people looked shocked. What? A low-grade disciple? That can't be. How could a low-grade disciple suddenly have such terrifying power? The person who spoke replied, I just heard about it and don't know what happened. I haven't seen that low-grade disciple before, but he's about to go up to the 10th level. We'll be able to see this terrifying person soon. Dong, 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 the sound of footsteps rang out incessantly. It was as if the footsteps were ringing in everyone's mind. Everyone's heart tensed up. After a while, Xiaofu walked to the 10th floor and saw that everyone was staring at him. When everyone saw Xiaofu, they all looked quite surprised. He was simply too ordinary looking. He didn't seem like someone who emitted such a terrifying aura. Now, Xiaofu was controlling Lu San's body, and Lu San's body was very ordinary. If it was Xiaofu's real body, they would definitely feel inferior. Xiaofu looked at the pairs of eyes staring at him. He said coldly, What do you want? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. They did not want to fight with such a person. Even if a battle broke out, their side would definitely be the side that would be completely oppressed. Xiaofu didn't say anything else and walked towards the 11th floor. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the barrier to the 11th floor was shattered by a punch from Xiaofu, and Xiaofu arrived at the 11th floor. The people here also looked at Xiaofu nervously and fearfully, but Xiaofu didn't care too much and continued to walk upwards. The people on the lower floors also heard about this. A young man looked shocked and said in admiration, So powerful. That person has already reached the 13th floor and is still continuing. I wonder what floor he will reach. A skinny young man next to him said, No matter what floor he reaches. His current strength is already greater than that of an ordinary inner court disciple. I don't even know his identity, nor do I know how he obtained such great strength. The ordinary-looking young man said, I know him. He's called Lu San, and his strength is very ordinary. I met him yesterday, but he seems to have become a different person. He's terrifyingly powerful. I'm so envious. A decent-looking woman in a green dress said, I want to know more about him. Even though he looks quite ordinary, he has such great strength. Perhaps he'll become a core disciple in a while. If we can become friends with him, there will be many benefits. A cold-looking woman in a white dress said, I don't like people like him, he's too arrogant and overbearing. He's also shameless and takes liberties with women. I just hope that someone will teach him a lesson. A middle-aged man giving off a mature aura said, "Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. I don't think that person will go far, and I don't like his arrogant and overbearing personality." A fair-skinned young man nodded. "There are so many terrifying experts in the sect cultivating in the Yin-Yang building, there will definitely be someone who can defeat that person. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant." The gloomy-looking young man said in agreement, "No matter how powerful he is, he's just a low-grade disciple. There's a big difference between him and those truly high-grade disciples. I don't believe that he can go far. At most, he'll be able to reach the 20th level." An elder sighed as he said, "This child is too arrogant and domineering, and he doesn't know how to be humble and cautious. He'll definitely make countless enemies, and I don't think he'll live for long. It's a pity that he lost that power." Xiang Mi's expression was quite unsightly. He did not know how far Lu San could go, but he knew that Lu San was not someone he could afford to offend in the future. He was still wondering how Lu San had become so powerful in the blink of an eye and what sort of opportunity he had obtained. Now, he felt quite regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bullied Lu San, and his future days would have been quite miserable. The woman who had been taken advantage of by Zhao Fu looked furious. She still remembered the scene of Zhao Fu taking advantage of her, and her reputation had been ruined by that fellow. She wanted to kill that fellow, but she understood that she could not do much with her strength. She just hoped that someone could help her take revenge and teach that fellow a lesson. By now, Zhao Fu had reached the 15th level. As soon as he entered, he saw a tall and handsome young man who seemed to be waiting for him. "Are you that arrogant low-grade disciple?" the tall young man asked as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu remembered that someone had said that someone would teach him a lesson on the previous levels, and it seemed that it was this young man. This young man was indeed very powerful and had reached the world realm. If it was his real body, Zhao Fu could easily defeat him, but right now, Zhao Fu was only using his consciousness to control Lu San's body, so he could not unleash his full power. However, Zhao Fu did not feel much fear and smiled as he said, "I am." The tall young man said with a cold expression, "I won't waste any words, I'm going to teach you a lesson. You can choose to apologize, and I'll let you off this time." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Hurry up and attack. My time is limited." Boom, the tall young man's expression became cold and he gave off a massive aura as he rushed at Zhao Fu. He arrived in front of Zhao Fu and vigorously slammed his palm towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it an intense gale. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful demonic energy surged out, forming a black defensive barrier. Bang, a loud sound rang out as the palm slammed into the black barrier. The barrier only cracked a few times, but it did not shatter. The tall young man looked quite startled. Following this, a wave of energy flowed into his other hand, and a Taiji diagram appeared on his hand, giving off a powerful yin and yang energy. The tall youth continued to slap Zhao Fu with his palm. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out. The barrier was shattered by the palm, and countless fragments flew in all directions. A smile appeared on the tall young man's face as he continued to send a palm strike towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression didn't change as he punched out with all his might. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the fist and palm collided with great power, causing a powerful gale to spread out. The people on the 15th level were no longer cultivating and were watching this battle from afar. Seeing that Zhao Fu had blocked his attack, the tall young man sent some energy into his other hand. A Taiji diagram appeared, and it gave off powerful yin and yang energy as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu gathered a large amount of demonic energy into his other fist. Countless traces of black and blood-red aura gathered, and Zhao Fu's fist was like a blooming flower. Bang, the Taiji diagram and the black and blood-red flower collided, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Fortunately, the yin-yang building had powerful restrictions. If it was the ground, it would have long since collapsed. Zhao Fu did not move, but the tall young man took a few steps back with a serious expression. Zhao Fu looked at him and smirked as he said, "Now that you're done, it's my turn." In the next moment, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and he instantly appeared before the tall young man, punching towards him. The tall young man felt quite startled and used his arm to blocking Zhao Fu's attack. Boom, a massive black and blood-red aura flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's power quickly rose, and the aura he gave off became more and more terrifying. Boom, the tall young man did not hesitate, and a black and white aura flame appeared around his body, giving off an even more intense aura. On one side was a black and white aura flame, while on the other was a black and blood-red aura flame. The two aura flames continuously clashed, creating wild gales. Roar! The aura flames around Zhao Fu's body continuously condensed, forming a monster with a tiger's head and a human's body, giving off a terrifying demonic power. The tall young man controlled the aura flames to continuously change, forming a black and white snake that gave off massive yin and yang power. Zhao Fu pushed his fist forwards, and the tiger-headed monster gave off immense power as it ferociously punched towards the tall young man. The tall young man controlled the black and white snakes, and they gave off immense power as they ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive sound rang out as countless rays of light shot out, and a powerful aura spread out. Everyone on the 15th level sensed this and felt a wave of fear in their hearts. After the light dissipated, the tall young man lay 10 or so meters away, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips and his face pale. However, Zhao Fu stood there unscathed. The tall young man's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that he would lose to this low-grade disciple. He felt quite resigned, but the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Zhao Fu looked at him and smiled as he said, "Do you want to continue?" The tall young man's expression softened as he said, "No need, you're stronger than me. I admit defeat." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and continued to walk towards the 16th level. The tall young man could not help but ask, "Just who are you? Why do you have such evil power?" Zhao Fu turned and looked at him as he said, "I definitely won't tell you that." The tall young man continued to say, "Then what's your goal?" Zhao Fu walked towards the staircase as he said, "You're so stupid, can't you tell what I want to do?" The tall young man felt quite startled before feeling quite shocked. Seeing that Zhao Fu continuously went up, he wondered how far this person could go. After thinking about it, the tall young man felt that Zhao Fu would definitely surpass the 20th level. His power was simply too shocking. By now, the woman who had been harassed by Zhao Fu and the people who had been beaten up by Zhao Fu knew that the tall young man had been defeated by Zhao Fu, and their expressions became even more unsightly. The tall young man was the person they had hoped to teach a lesson to, but he had still lost. This meant that this person was not someone they could offend. Soon, Zhao Fu came to the 16th level. Everyone was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and their eyes were wide open as they looked at Zhao Fu seriously. They could sense how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to these people, but as he looked around, he found that there was someone he knew, and there was some enmity between them. It was a tall and slim woman wearing a red dress, and she looked quite shrewd-looking. This woman was the person who had mistaken him for the 12th generation celestial spawn and had caused him to be hunted down by countless people. Seeing that Zhao Fu was looking at her, the shrewd-looking woman frowned. She did not recognize this man at all. Zhao Fu thought about it, he only had the evil demon power, so she most likely would not be able to discover his identity. As such, he smiled and walked over to the woman. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, the woman in the red dress frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want you to become my female attendant." The woman said coldly, "Keep dreaming." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Then you can't blame me, who told you to offend me first?" The woman looked quite confused. She did not even recognize this man. When had she offended him? She said, "You found the wrong person. We don't know each other." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I don't care, you only have one choice, become my female attendant and listen to my orders in the future." The woman got up from the ground and said somewhat angrily, "You're quite powerful, but don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you anger me, I'll still teach you a lesson." Zhao Fu gave a provocative smile as he said, "You can give it a try." The woman looked furious and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of power to flow out and form a black whip. Pa! The woman in red flicked her hand, and the black whip gave off immense power as it lashed towards Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode. Zhao Fu did not move, and his body gave off countless rays of black light that formed a black energy barrier that covered Zhao Fu's body. The black whip lashed against the barrier with great force, causing a loud sound to ring out. However, it did not cause any damage to the barrier. The woman in the red dress was in disbelief. She waved the whip in her hand and lashed at Zhao Fu. However, she was still unable to harm Zhao Fu. Pa pa pa, the woman in red looked furious as she continuously swung the whip in her hand. The whip left behind afterimages as it continuously lashed against the defensive barrier, causing sounds and gusts of wind to blow. Bang, a cracking sound rang out. Under the relentless attacks of the woman in red, the defensive barrier was finally shattered. The woman in red gave a delighted smile and immediately swung the whip in her hand. The black whip gave off a terrifying power as it quickly lashed towards Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu's arm had already become a plant, and he stretched out a hand to grab the whip. The woman in red looked quite surprised and tried to pull the whip back, but Zhao Fu's strength was simply too great and she was unable to do so. Zhao Fu disdainfully lightly laughed and pulled, causing the woman in red's body to leap towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and hugged the woman in red as he said, "You won't be able to run away now." The woman in red looked furious as she struggled and said, "Let go of me, you bastard." Seeing this scene, the people in the surroundings looked furious. Some of them had heard that Zhao Fu had taken liberties with a female disciple downstairs, and now that they had personally witnessed it, they felt even more furious. He was simply domineering to the extreme and was completely unbridled. Seeing a beautiful woman, he had taken liberties with her and did not care about the sex rules at all. They had never seen a low-grade disciple do such a thing before. "You can't do this." A gentle-looking young man mustered up his courage and stood out from the crowd as he said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hugged the struggling woman in red and said, "It's best that you take back what you said, or else I'll break all of your bones. When that time comes, it'll be too late for you to regret it." The gentle-looking young man looked quite afraid and said nervously, "The sect has sex rules. If you do this, you'll definitely be punished. I'm just trying to persuade you out of goodwill." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm not afraid of the sex rules." The woman in red said angrily, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a bit of power. When this matter is reported to the elders, you'll know that you're in the wrong. I won't let you off, I'll cut off your hands." Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out a hand and pinched the woman's face as he said, "Do you believe that I won't strip you naked and violate you?" The woman in red angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Seeing how arrogant and domineering Zhao Fu was, it seemed that he really might violate her here. The woman in red felt quite afraid. She did not know when she had offended such a terrifying person. The surrounding people all looked furious and clenched their fists. This scene was simply too infuriating, and no one could continue watching it. Zhao Fu started to pour demonic qi into the woman in red's body. Now that she had caused Zhao Fu to be in such a state, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to let her off. The woman in red felt that power corroding her body and started to struggle in panic. "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I already said that I want you to be my maidservant." The woman in red was so angry that her face turned red. "Who wants to be your maidservant? You bastard scum, I'm going to kill you." Seeing this, some people in the surroundings could not hold it in and wanted to act. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, spreading out like a flood and instantly inundating the 16th level. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into icy water and could not help but tremble. The people who had wanted to act looked at Zhao Fu in fear and did not dare to act. They had underestimated how powerful this man was. Sensing the power that Zhao Fu's body gave off, the woman in red felt a wave of terror and did not dare to continue struggling. Zhao Fu coldly looked at them and said, "You still dare to act against me?" Everyone felt quite afraid and did not dare to say anything. This person was simply too powerful and could completely suppress them. What big words! It's the first time I've seen someone be so domineering. A graceful, androgynous-looking woman wearing white robes came down from the upper level and looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of displeasure. Seeing this white-clothed woman, everyone felt quite delighted. This white-clothed woman was called by Yunyun and was a core disciple of the sect. She was quite powerful and was currently cultivating on the 19th level. With her strength, perhaps she would be able to stop this bastard. Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "It's best if you know what's good for you and don't meddle in other people's business." The white-clothed woman did not show any fear as she replied, "Oh? What can you do if I want to interfere?" Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "You're asking for trouble." Boom, a massive wave of demonic power flowed out of Xiao Fu's body and one of Xiao Fu's eyes became a blood-red rose. A few massive pale white roots grew out of the air and shot towards the white-cloaked woman. The white-cloaked woman's expression fell and she grabbed with her hand, causing a massive wave of black and white power to flow out and instantly form a black and white sword. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as the white-clothed woman swung her sword and a sword light slashed out, cutting apart the pale white roots. Xiao Fu looked quite serious, this woman was quite powerful. After thinking about it, he let go of the woman in red. The woman in red immediately ran to the side, not wanting to stay by Xiao Fu's side. She still felt quite fearful. Boom, Xiao Fu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the woman in red. He punched out, giving off massive amounts of demonic power. A black blood-red flower seemed to grow out of Xiao Fu's fist, and it gave off immense power as it slammed towards the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman sent a massive amount of power into her sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a black and white sword light containing shocking power towards Xiao Fu. Bang, the two terrifying powers clashed together, resulting in an intense explosion and a shockwave rippled out. Just as the light dissipated, pale white roots grew out from the ground and shot towards the white-clothed woman. They were incredibly fast, wanting to bind her. The white-clothed woman once again vigorously slashed out with her sword and a sword light flashed out, cutting apart the countless large roots. By now, Xiao Fu had appeared in the sky and punched downwards, giving off terrifying power as he slammed towards the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman felt quite startled and her body gave off boundless black and white light as a Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of her. It slowly spun and gave off a tough yin and yang aura. Boom, Xiao Fu's fist slammed against the Tai Chi diagram, causing it to shatter into pieces and the woman in white was forced back a few steps. The woman in white's expression was serious and a powerful wave of yin and yang energy flowed out, forming tens of 1.5-meter-long swords of light, one black and one white, around her, giving off powerful sword auras. Xiao, the black and white swords of light gave off sharp power as they quickly shot towards Xiao Fu, leaving behind streaks of light. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand, which turned into countless pale white tendrils that gave off a ferocious aura as they shot towards the woman in white. Puff puff puff, the swords of light shot forward, cutting down the pale tendrils. However, there were too many tendrils, and they wrapped around the swords of light before shattering them. Countless pale tendrils continued to shoot towards the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman's expression fell and she raised her sword, sending a massive amount of power into it. The sword gave off an intense black and white sword light as a shocking sword aura spread out. Xiao Fu also sent a massive amount of power into his arm, causing the countless pale tendrils to give off demonic aura. They ferociously shot towards the white-clothed woman as if they wanted to inundate her. Shing, the white-clothed woman raised her sword and slashed out, sending out a massive sword light that gave off a power that seemed to be able to cleave apart everything. The countless pale tendrils were instantly destroyed by the black and white sword light, causing their fragments to shoot everywhere. However, even more of the pale tendrils ferociously shot towards the white-clothed woman. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the white-clothed woman was sent flying by the countless pale tendrils. She crashed to the ground and a trace of blood leaked out of her lips. The countless pale tendrils ferociously shot towards the white-clothed woman, and all of them became sharp and gave off a cold light. They gave off immense power as if they wanted to pierce through the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman dodged to the side, avoiding the countless pale tendrils. Clang clang clang, the ground was also abnormally hard. Sparks flew everywhere when the pale white roots shot out, but not a single mark was left on the ground. Xiao Fu looked at the white-clothed woman, and the countless pale white tendrils immediately changed direction and shot towards the white-clothed woman. The woman in white sent a massive amount of power into her sword, causing it to give off an intense black and white light. She vigorously slashed out, and a black and white flood dragon gave off terrifying power as it smashed towards the countless roots. Bang, countless pale roots collided with the black and white flood dragon. Countless pale roots were smashed into pieces, and countless fragments flew everywhere. Even more pale roots pierced through the black and white flood dragon's body, shattering it. Suddenly, the white-clothed woman appeared in front of Xiao Fu and her sword gave off terrifying power as she quickly stabbed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu stood where he was and gave a cold smile. His body suddenly flowed out, turning into a tiger-headed, human-bodied monster that gave off massive power as it charged towards the woman in white. The woman in white had yet to react. Her body was sent flying by a massive force, and she crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "You asked for it, I already told you not to cause trouble." Swish, 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 countless pale white tendrils gave off powerful auras as they continued to shoot towards the woman in white incredibly quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed danger and stretched out a hand to the side, grabbing the incoming whip. He turned to look at the woman in red. Seeing that the woman in white had been injured because of her, the woman in red could not help but act, wanting to help the woman in white. However, Zhao Fu was simply too powerful and she could not do much. Now, the whip was easily caught by Zhao Fu. The countless pale white tendrils did not slow down and quickly shot towards the woman in white, covering her body. Only then did Zhao Fu say to the woman in red, "Are you still going to resist?" The woman in red looked quite angry and did not know what to say. She did not want to become this man's maid, but this man's power was terrifying and she could not resist at all. She did not know when she had offended such a terrifying person. The people in the surroundings were also quite shocked, even a powerful core disciple had been defeated by him. This person was simply too powerful, and it was fortunate that they had not acted, or else they would have been beaten up. The woman in white, who was bound by the tendrils, said, "You'd best let go of me, my master is Yin Baiyue." Zhao Fu naturally did not know Yin Baiyue, but when the others heard this name, they felt quite startled. 6-3's consciousness hurriedly reminded him, "Lord, Yin Baiyue is our sect master's daughter, and now that she has become her disciple, it's best not to offend her." Zhao Fu looked at the woman in white and said, "So what? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" If Zhao Fu came here and took the Yin Yang spirit pearl, then he would leave. Putting aside the fact that she was the sect master's daughter's disciple, even if she was the sect master's disciple, Zhao Fu was not afraid at all. However, everyone else gasped. He wasn't even afraid of the sect master's daughter, who gave him such courage. If he dared to offend the sect master's daughter, even a higher being would not be able to protect him. The white-clothed woman had never thought that. This person would not even be afraid of the sect master's daughter. She did not know what to say, and she felt a trace of fear in her heart. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Now, how should I deal with the two of you?" The red-cloaked woman said, "I don't know when I offended you, but I can apologize to you right now. Please let me off this once." Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "Do you think an apology will work?" The red-cloaked woman's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "What do you want me to do then? I don't want to become anyone's female attendant unless you can prove that you're more outstanding than those legacy disciples." In front of Zhao Fu's immense power, the woman in red did not have much of a choice. If Zhao Fu was more outstanding than the Yin Yang spirit sect's legacy disciple, becoming his female attendant would bring her many benefits. That would make her feel slightly better. Of course, what she wanted the most was for someone to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "That's not a problem, I'll prove it later." Following this, Zhao Fu turned and looked at the white-cloaked woman, "How do you want me to deal with you?" The white-cloaked woman lightly harumphed, "How do you want me to deal with you? Do you want me to become your female attendant?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, That's what I'm thinking." The white-cloaked woman said angrily, "Stop dreaming. If you want me to become your female attendant, when my master finds out about this, you're dead." Zhao Fu did not say anything else, and massive amounts of demonic qi flowed into her body. The white-clothed woman felt that her business was spiraling out of control, and she said anxiously, "What are you doing to me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You'll know when you get there." The white-clothed woman's expression was quite unsightly and she sent out a great amount of power to resist. However, she was unable to resist and in the end, her body was controlled by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released the countless pale roots. The white-clothed woman's face was pale. She now understood that her body was being controlled by Zhao Fu. She glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and didn't say anything as he walked towards the 17th floor. The woman in the red dress stood where she was and did not follow Zhao Fu up. This was because every person who went up would be blocked by a barrier. Zhao Fu had broken a barrier by himself, so he could only go up by himself. The next person to go up would have to break the barrier again. She wanted to stay here and see if Zhao Fu had the ability to prove that he was stronger than those direct disciples. The white-robed woman angrily followed Zhao Fu up. "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Fu punched the barrier to the 17th floor and said, "You'll know later." The white-clothed woman did not say anything else and followed Zhao Fu to the 17th floor. They came to the 17th floor. The people here looked at Zhao Fu seriously. They knew about Zhao Fu's situation. Zhao Fu glanced at them and continued to walk towards the 18th floor. Finally, he came to the 19th floor. There were only 100 or so people on the 19th floor, and seeing Zhao Fu and the white-clothed woman come up together, they looked quite surprised. One of the handsome-looking young men said, "Xiaoli, did you really lose at this person's hands? You shouldn't be so weak." Xiaoli, the white-clothed woman, glared at the handsome-looking young man and said, "You can try. If you can defeat him, I'll give you anything you want." The handsome-looking young man lightly laughed and stood up as he said to Zhao Fu, "I want to spar with you, sir." Zhao Fu glanced at him and said, "I'm not interested in you, and you're not a match for me. I don't want to waste time with you." The handsome-looking young man looked quite awkward. Xiaoli lightly laughed. "He's quite domineering and arrogant, the kind that can anger you to death. Have you seen it now?" The handsome-looking young man smiled and nodded as he said, "Then I'll have to force my way through." Boom! An explosion sounded out as the handsome-looking young man's body burned with a black and white aura flame and he quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and avoided the attack. The handsome-looking young man smiled. He felt that Zhao Fu was quite strong and could be his opponent. Boom! The handsome-looking young man punched out, causing the air to explode and giving off a massive sound that seemed to be able to shatter boulders. Zhao Fu once again dodged, dodging the young man's attack. The handsome-looking young man's expression became serious. Zhao Fu had already dodged 2 of his attacks, which showed that he was quite extraordinary. Boom! The handsome-looking young man gave off a powerful aura, and his fists burned with 2 orbs of flames, giving off shocking power. The handsome-looking young man prepared to attack Zhao Fu. Bang! However, at that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly acted and kicked the handsome-looking young man's waist, sending him flying. The handsome-looking young man twisted his body and landed on the ground, his expression becoming quite unsightly. Xiaoli lightly laughed as he said, "Do you understand his power now?" The handsome-looking young man's expression became serious as he earnestly nodded. Zhao Fu walked towards the handsome-looking young man and disappeared in the next moment, appearing in front of the handsome-looking young man and punching out with a black aura flame. The handsome-looking young man was not convinced and also punched out with great power. Bang! The 2 fists collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The handsome-looking young man's body was forced back a few steps, while Zhao Fu's body did not move at all. In the next moment, Zhao Fu stepped forwards and ferociously punched out. The handsome-looking young man used his hand to blocking Zhao Fu's attack. However, Zhao Fu once again punched out with great power towards the handsome-looking young man. Bang! Zhao Fu's punch landed on the handsome-looking young man's chest, sending him flying. The handsome-looking young man crashed to the ground, a few of his ribs broken, and blood leaked out of his mouth. Xiaoli called out, "Enough. Don't continue, he's already lost." The handsome-looking young man's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Now that he had lost so easily, he felt quite humiliated. Zhao Fu turned and looked at her before stopping and walking towards the stairs, preparing to head to the 20th level. Xiaoli said, "If you can reach the top level, I'll be your female attendant." Hearing this, everyone felt quite shocked. The top level of the Yin Yang Tower was the most terrifying level, and even ordinary geniuses could not reach it. Right now, the most terrifying people in the Yin Yang spirit sect were only on the 32nd level. Everyone could not believe that this person was powerful enough to go to the 13th level. It had been a long time since anyone had gone to the 33rd level. Xiaoli did not think that Zhao Fu would be able to go up, as even the geniuses of the Yin Yang spirit sect could not do it. They were all incredibly famous in the spirit domain, and if they could not do it, how could this person do it? Zhao Fu's goal was to go to the 33rd level and obtain the Yin Yang spirit pearl, and he smiled as he said, just wait then. Just you wait, and remember what you said." Li lightly harumphed, I'll remember. If you can't go up, you have to remove the restriction within my body. Xiaofu nodded and walked towards the 20th level. The barrier was now incredibly thick, and it was almost as thick as a wall. Xiaofu gripped his fist and punched out, shattering the barrier with a single punch, and he went up to the 20th level. After Xiaofu's body disappeared from the 19th level, everyone started to talk. Who is that low-grade disciple? I wouldn't be surprised if he's a legacy disciple, he's much more powerful than us. I don't believe that he's a low-grade disciple either. A disciple would not be so powerful, he definitely has some other identity. I feel like he's a disciple that an expert in the sect has been secretly nurturing. He's been hiding his identity and only revealed it now to shock everyone. That's possible. That person is simply too powerful, but it's a pity that almost all of the higher beings in the sect have gone to kill that person. The 12th immortal bastard did not stay in the sect, or else we would be able to find out which higher being's disciple he is. The spirit domain is quite chaotic right now. Not only has the 12th immortal bastard appeared, but I heard that the legendary second king of kings, the possessor of 7 emperor stars, has also come to the spirit domain. All sorts of higher beings are looking for them. Yes, the sect has already given the order to forbid us disciples from leaving the sect in case we get into trouble. It's been a while, but those 2 people are quite good at hiding. So many higher beings are looking for them, but they haven't been discovered. Let me ask you, who do you think is more terrifying, the 12th immortal bastard or the second king of kings? Haha. Was there even a need to compete? The second king of kings is definitely terrifying. Now, the experts of the Heaven Awakened world's various domains have gathered in spirit realm, and even many experts from the God world and underworld have come. Even though immortal evils might be afraid, they can't compare to the second king of kings. That terrifying existence can shake the entire world. Sigh. It's a pity that the sect told us to stay in the sect, or else I would really like to see the second king of kings. Everyone's attention was on the immortal bastard and the second king of kings, and no one was talking about whether or not Zhao Fu could reach the 33rd level. They did not know that the immortal bastard and second king of kings who had caused such a stir was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu came to the 20th floor, and the people on the 20th floor looked at Zhao Fu. Ignoring them, Zhao Fu shattered the barrier leading to the 21st floor and exited the 21st floor. A well-built man walked out and looked at Zhao Fu as he condescendingly laughed and said, I heard that you're quite arrogant, I want to see just how strong you are. Zhao Fu stopped and looked at him coldly as he said provocatively, if you want to be beaten up, then hurry up. My time is limited. Boom, the well-built man's expression became furious and a black and white aura flame appeared around his body. His muscles bulged as a black and white ferocious tiger appeared behind him and attached to his back, giving off a shocking aura. Boom, another explosion sounded out as the well-built man charged at Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast that had gone out of control, making people feel immense terror. Swish, 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 in that instant, Zhao Fu's eyes became blood-red roses and a powerful demonic power spread out. Massive pale white roots grew out of the ground and shot towards the well-built man with immense power. Bang, 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 facing these ferocious pale roots, the burly man continuously punched out. Waves of powerful fist energy shot out, directly shattering the pale roots. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a powerful demonic power flowed out. A few massive pale white roots grew out, forming a massive arm that gave off shocking power as it slammed towards the well-built man. The well-built man roared and gave off a powerful aura as he vigorously punched towards the arm. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the massive arm formed from roots was blasted apart by the punch, and the well-built man took a few steps back. Boom, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and gave off a massive wave of demonic power. Countless pale white roots continuously flowed out, forming 3 pale white arms that gave off shocking power as they slammed towards the well-built man. The well-built man's expression became serious and his body gave off a black and white aura flame. The black and white ferocious tiger attached to his back fused into his body, causing him to become even more powerful. His appearance also continued to change, and his body became like that of a tiger. Bang, 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 3 pale white arms continuously lashed out at the beefy man. The beefy man also continuously punched out. Fists and arms collided, resulting in loud booms and strong winds spreading out. Bang! The massive pale white palm gave off immense power as it slammed towards the well-built man. The well-built man vigorously punched out, and the fist and palm collided. The palm was sent back a few meters, and the well-built man also took a few steps back. Boom! Another pale white arm gave off immense power as it slammed towards the well-built man from the other side. The well-built man quickly dodged to the side, avoiding this terrifying attack. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the well-built man's body was hit by the palm, and he was sent flying back. He crashed against a wall and fell to the ground, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. Seeing this, the people in the surroundings thought to themselves in shock. This person was indeed so powerful, the rumors were not false at all. The well-built man crawled up from the ground and wiped away the blood at his lips as he said with a cold expression, "You're indeed very powerful, but don't think that I'll lose to you so easily." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the muscular man exploded out with an even more stable and terrifying power. An enormous black and white aura flame appeared around his body, and the aura flame continuously changed, forming a massive tiger with 2 tiger heads and giving off a powerful aura. Xiaofu coldly looked at the well-built man and controlled the 3 arms to give off immense power as they slammed towards the well-built man. Roar! A massive tiger's roar sounded out as the massive tiger gave off a massive roar. Black and white ripples of light containing terrifying power quickly spread out. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the 3 massive pale white arms were blasted apart by the ripples of light, turning into countless fragments. The terrifying ripples of light gave off immense power as they quickly rushed towards Xiaofu. Many pale white tendrils grew out in front of Xiaofu, forming a semicircular barrier that gave off a powerful demonic power. Bang! The ripples of light slammed into the semicircular barrier, causing it to crack. However, it was still able to block the terrifying ripples of light. Boom! The black and white tiger suddenly appeared in front of Xiaofu and slashed out with its claws, sending out 5 sharp arcs of light that tore apart the semicircular barrier made of countless tendrils. The black and white tiger opened its mouth and ferociously leapt at Xiaofu. Xiaofu dodged to the side, avoiding the tiger's attack. He opened his eyes and an even greater amount of demonic power flowed out. Countless tendrils grew out from the ground and quickly wrapped around the black and white tiger. Bang! The sound of the air being torn could be heard as the valiant-looking man rushed in front of Xiaofu. His fist was covered with countless black and white aura flames, and his punch contained terrifying power as it slammed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a wave of demonic power flowed out, forming a massive black flower bud. The flower bud then slowly bloomed, revealing blood-red flower buds that gave off devilish and evil light. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the powerful punch slammed into the center of the blood-red flower, causing it to turn into countless petals and scatter. The valiant-looking man's attack was blocked. At that moment, Xiaofu vigorously kicked out, hitting the valiant-looking man's abdomen and sending him flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Roar! The black and white tiger let out a roar and struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the countless pale roots. Xiaofu didn't even look at it. He stretched out a hand and grabbed. Countless pale roots quickly tightened, directly strangling the black and white tiger, causing it to explode. It turned into countless black and white auras and dissipated. When the black and white tiger exploded, the burly man's body trembled and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Xiaofu walked over and stood in front of him as he said coldly, "Do you want to continue?" The burly man said with a pale face, "No more. I admit that you are very strong." Xiaofu snorted. "Your voice is too soft. Speak louder." The fierce-looking man's expression was quite unsightly and felt quite humiliated. However, looking at Xiaofu's appearance, he knew that if he did not speak, he would definitely be beaten up. As such, he said loudly in fear, "I admit that you're very powerful, but don't continue." Xiaofu did not continue. He turned around and walked towards the 22nd floor. Then, Xiaofu stepped onto the 22nd floor, the 23rd floor, the 24th floor, and finally the 25th floor. The news spread in the lower levels. "This person is so terrifying. I thought that he would at most reach the 20th floor, but he has reached the 25th floor. He is far more powerful than I imagined." I thought that he would only reach the 10th floor or so. With how arrogant and domineering he was, he would most likely be beaten into a cripple and thrown out. However, I heard that he repaid quite a few core disciples in the upper levels. Even though I don't like his character, I can't help but admire and respect him. As a low-level disciple, his performance is so terrifying. He has made us low-level disciples proud. That's right. In the future, those high-level disciples won't dare to look down on us. I wonder what floor he can reach. I feel that he might be a bit weaker than those peerless geniuses and might reach the 31st floor. However, even if he can't compare to those peerless geniuses, I think that those legacy disciples might not be able to defeat him. Yes, I think so too. Even if he isn't as powerful as those peerless geniuses, he can still shake the yin-yang spirit region. What a pity. I knew him before, but our relationship was very ordinary. If I knew that he would have such a day, I would definitely try to please him and become good friends and brothers with him. Lu San's consciousness was incredibly excited. He had never experienced the feeling of being the center of attention and stepping on countless geniuses. Right now, he just wanted Zhao Fu to perform even more outstandingly and make countless people revere him. Zhao Fu came to the 25th floor, and there were only 30 or so people here. A beautiful-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, "Sir, it's not a big deal." "What is your name?" Zhao Fu replied, "Lu San." The woman smiled as she said, "I'm Baigu. It's my honor to meet Sir today." Zhao Fu calmly replied, "Mem. Is there anything else? If there is, I can continue upstairs." The woman smiled as she said, "There's nothing else. We've all heard about Sir's power. What floor are you confident in reaching?" Zhao Fu replied, "The top floor." Hearing this, everyone felt quite surprised, and a handsome-looking young man could not help but say, "You really don't know your place. No one has been able to reach the bottom floor for many years, and even the peerless geniuses of the yin-yang spirit sect cannot reach there." "How can you do it?" Zhao Fu said confidently, "They are them, and I am me. Do you think I can't do what they can't?" The handsome-looking young man's expression was cold as he said, "Don't be too confident. Those peerless geniuses are not something you can imagine, you'll understand when you see them." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "All right, I don't have time to chat with you. When you see them, you'll understand whether or not I have the ability to reach the top floor." The handsome-looking young man said in disbelief, "I'll be waiting for you. However, don't lose too badly or else you'll lose too much face. I'll give you one last piece of advice, be low-key, or else you won't live for long." As the second-generation king of kings and someone with 7 emperor stars, Zhao Fu naturally had confidence. However, Zhao Fu would not say that to them. After coming to the 26th floor, the barrier here had become corporeal and gave off a very firm power. It seemed that even extreme divine realm experts would find it difficult to break through. Zhao Fu gathered some power in his hand, and his arm started to turn into a plant as roots grew out of it. Boom! Zhao Fu's fist slammed against the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. However, only a few cracks appeared on the barrier and it did not shatter. The people on the 26th floor felt quite shocked. They had not broken through the barrier, which was why they had stayed on the 26th floor. Seeing that Zhao Fu had broken through the barrier with a single punch, it seemed that Zhao Fu was definitely stronger than them. The handsome-looking young man became serious and no longer looked down on Zhao Fu. However, he still did not believe that Zhao Fu was as terrifying as a peerless genius. Bang! A massive sound once again sounded out as Zhao Fu once again punched against the barrier. More cracks appeared on the barrier, but it was still not broken. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he sent even more power into his arm. Black flower buds grew on his arm, and his entire arm gave off a powerful evil power. Bang! A massive sound once again sounded out as Zhao Fu's fist slammed against the barrier, causing it to shatter. It was unable to withstand this terrifying power. Zhao Fu walked forwards and stepped onto the stairs to the 26th level. Level 32. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man said, "I heard that there's an ignorant fellow continuously going up and has already reached the 26th level." The gloomy-looking young man next to him said disdainfully, "Why do you care about such an unremarkable person? He might have had some fortuitous encounters, but to us, he's too weak and not worth our attention. The beautiful woman in the long silver dress also nodded. Our opponents are not in the Yin-Yang spirit sect, but outside of the sect. Next time, we can try to defeat the top few geniuses of the spirit realm. If we can defeat them, we'll be able to take their place and make the Yin-Yang spirit sect famous. We might even be able to challenge the second King of Kings. A handsome-looking young man lightly laughed as he said, "My goal is to become the second King of Kings. He's the most terrifying person in the heaven-awakened world, and defeating him is my greatest dream." The cold-looking young man said seriously, "That might be quite difficult. Perhaps we'll have a chance if we challenge the top geniuses, but against someone like the second King of Kings, it'll be almost impossible. For example, we don't even have the most basic spirit race Supreme Emperor star. How will we be able to resist his 7 Emperor stars?" Hearing this, the young man sighed, seeming to have taken a heavy blow. The beautiful woman said, "I went too far. Right now, the most important thing for us is to continue cultivating and try to awaken the spirit race Supreme Emperor star. Only with the spirit race's Emperor star will we have the right to fight with that person." The young man smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know. Also, what level do you think that person can reach?" The gloomy-looking young man said coldly, "At most, the 30th level. I don't believe that he can make it here. However, I am quite curious about his identity." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I, on the other hand, hope that he can make it here. I want to personally see how arrogant he is and if he still has the guts to tease me. At that time, I will let him know the power of a peak genius of the Yin-Yang spirit sect." The young man smiled and said, "I also want to try his power. I heard that his power is very evil and dark. It doesn't seem to be the cultivation technique of the Yin-Yang spirit sect. It is a very terrifying power." The cold-looking young man said, "If you want to attack, you should be a bit more intimate. Don't be too heavy-handed. Suppress his arrogance and make him behave." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Of course I know that. He's also a disciple of our Yin-Yang spirit sect. Although he's not as good as us, he's stronger than the other direct disciples. Who knows, he might even be able to reach our level." The gloomy-looking young man said, "Don't think too much about it. Right now, it's still unknown whether or not he can make it here." The young man smiled and nodded, "That's right. If we wait for him here and he stops at the 20th level, wouldn't it be too awkward for us?" By now, Zhaofu had reached the 27th level. There were only 10 or so people here, and each of them gave off a very powerful aura. They sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Zhaofu, who was walking up. These people looked at Zhaofu with serious expressions and did not have any intention of talking to Zhaofu. Zhaofu also did not want to pay attention to them. After walking up, he came to the staircase leading to the 28th level. Boom, a massive sound rang out as Zhaofu punched the barrier. The barrier slightly trembled, but there were no cracks at all. The barrier was already very terrifying, and it was even more difficult to break. Boom, Zhaofu once again punched the barrier, but there was still no mark on the barrier, and it looked as if it could not be broken at all. The people sitting cross-legged on the 27th level looked quite disdainful and mocking. They had thought that this person was incredibly powerful, but it turned out that he was the same as them, unable to break the barrier and could only stay here and cultivate. These people were too much. A person who was not much weaker than them had bragged about how terrifying he was, making them worry for nothing. Zhaofu frowned as he looked at the barrier in front of him and retreated. Seeing this, everyone felt quite surprised. Was this person going to give up? Zhaofu retreated 5 or 6 meters away and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of demonic energy continuously flowed out, and Zhaofu's arm turned into countless pale white tendrils. The pale white tendrils became incredibly sharp and gave off immense power, and there were 30 or so of them. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhaofu controlled the 30 or so massive roots, which seemed to be able to pierce through anything, and ferociously charged forwards. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the pale white roots slammed against the barrier, causing it to tremble, and a few centimeters of the sharp roots pierced through. Boom, Zhaofu sent a massive wave of demonic power into the roots and vigorously stretched them forwards, causing the countless roots to give off even greater power as they smashed forwards. Bang, the sturdy defensive barrier was broken, turning into countless fragments that flew out, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this person would actually be able to break through the barrier. Xiaofu controlled the countless pale white roots to shrink back into an arm, which looked like a normal person's arm. Everyone could not help but say to themselves, as expected, he's a monster. Xiaofu ignored these people and continued to head to the 28th level. When he came to the 28th level, there were only 8 people here, and they all looked at Xiaofu in shock. The terrifying ripples that Xiaofu had given off after breaking through the barrier had caused them to wake up from their cultivation. Looking at Xiaofu, their expressions became serious. This person is incredibly dangerous. They did not look for Xiaofu, and Xiaofu did not have time to pay attention to them. He went to the staircase to the 29th level, and the barrier became even more powerful. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds continuously sounded out as strong winds spread out, and everyone looked at this scene in shock. Bang, a massive sound rang out as Xiaofu continuously attacked 14 times. On the 15th attack, he successfully broke through the barrier. Following this, Xiaofu went up the stairs to the 29th level and came to the 30th level. There were only 5 people here, and they looked at Xiaofu seriously and did not say anything. They were waiting to see if Xiaofu had the ability to break through the barrier to the 30th level. This barrier was incredibly tough, and even a high-grade attack would not be able to affect it at all. With their strength, they definitely would not be able to break through this barrier, as only those geniuses could do so. Boom, Xiaofu came before the barrier and vigorously punched out, resulting in a massive explosion. However, the barrier did not budge at all, and Xiaofu was forced back a step. By now, Xiaofu's expression became serious. This barrier was not simple at all. Xiaofu once again retreated a few meters, and his arm turned into countless pale white tendrils. The tips of the tendrils became sharp, and they gave off terrifying power as they slammed towards the barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds continuously sounded out as Xiaofu controlled the countless sharp pale white tendrils to continuously attack the barrier. However, in the end, the barrier was not damaged at all, and it was as tough as steel. Xiaofu stopped and frowned as he looked at the barrier. The people on the 29th level looked quite disappointed, and one of them said, "Don't waste any more time, stay on this level and cultivate." Xiaofu turned to look at him but did not reply. Instead, he focused his gaze on the barrier, and the countless tendrils started to retract. In the end, they were only a bit longer than an arm, and they were not as long as before. Boom, Xiaofu sent all of his demonic power into the pale white tendrils, and they started to twist as if they had their own minds, giving off traces of demonic aura. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as Xiaofu gripped the pale white tendrils. Massive amounts of demonic power condensed, and a blood-red orb appeared at the center of the tendrils, giving off an extremely terrifying power. The people on the 29th level sensed this terrifying power, and their expressions changed as they stared at the orb of blood. Xiaofu continued to pour a massive amount of nefarious demon power into the ball of blood, causing it to grow bigger and bigger. The aura it gave off also grew more and more terrifying, causing the space around it to blur. In the next moment, Xiaofu rushed forward and pressed the terrifying ball of blood in his hand forward. The ball of blood collided with the barrier. Boom, the ball of blood exploded, and a world-destroying power instantly spread out. The blood-red light devoured everything, and a huge explosion sounded throughout the entire Yin Tower. Everyone on the 1st and 32nd floors heard this loud sound. The people on the various floors looked incredibly shocked, feeling that this power was incredibly terrifying. At first, they didn't know what was going on, but they soon realized that Xiaofu was going up the stairs, so the loud noise must have been caused by him. Everyone felt that they had somewhat underestimated that person. After all, causing such terrifying shockwaves was something that ordinary experts would not be able to do, yet that person had done it. Today, that person would definitely shake the Yin spirit sect. The 4 geniuses on the 32nd level felt this shockwave, and their expressions became solemn. They were no longer as relaxed as before, and they could faintly feel a threat. Turning to the 29th level, the countless blood-red lights dissipated, and a large hole had been blasted open in the powerful barrier by Xiaofu. The people on this level stared at this scene with wide eyes, filled with shock. This person had still managed to break the barrier. When the ball of blood exploded, they were unable to defend against that power at all. They felt that it was a power that could easily kill them, and now, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and his arm returned to normal. He walked into the large hole and headed to the 30th level. When he came to the 30th level, there was not a single person here. The cultivation speed was much faster than on the 29th level, but it was a pity that no one could come here. Now, he was on the 30th level, and the highest level was the 33rd level. There were only 3 more levels, and he would be able to obtain the Yin-Yang Spirit Pearl. Zhao Fu continued forward and came to the barrier of the 31st level. This layer of barrier was no longer the same as the previous one. It had undergone a huge change. Firstly, the shape was not circular like before, but a corporeal Tai Chi diagram. It floated in the air and gave off a black and white light. Secondly, the power was very different. Before, the barrier was mainly made up of barrier energy, but now, the Tai Chi diagram gave off massive yin and yang energy, giving off the feeling that it was a yin-yang vortex that could devour everything. Thirdly, the toughness of this barrier was many times stronger than before, and it seemed quite impossible to break it. The last 3 barriers could be said to be the most powerful 3 barriers. They contained a huge amount of yin and yang energy. For an ordinary person, breaking them was more difficult than ascending to the heavens, so these 3 barriers were called the Heavenly Defense 3 barriers. As the geniuses of the Yin-Yang Spirit sect, they understood how powerful this barrier was, which was why they were confident that Zhao Fu would only be able to reach the 30th level at most. Now, everyone knew that Zhao Fu had reached the 30th level, and they all felt quite nervous. They did not know if Zhao Fu would be able to break the barrier and reach the 31st level. However, even if he could not reach the 31st level, with his terrifying power at the 30th level, he would be the most powerful person below the geniuses, and no one else could compare to him. Xianxia's face was pale, and he was filled with regret. How could he have offended such a terrifying person? His senior apprentice brother's expression was also quite unsightly, and he felt incredibly regretful. If he had known that that person was so terrifying, he definitely would not have cared about Xianxia's life or death. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not have offended Zhao Fu. There were also a few people who had wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson, and their expressions were quite unsightly. Zhao Fu had already surpassed what they could accept, and they were waiting for Zhao Fu to come down so that they could properly apologize. Otherwise, they would not have a good time in the future. The woman in the white dress who had been taken advantage of by Zhao Fu was called Luo Mingyan, and she felt quite fearful. She had wanted someone to come out and teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. However, she had never thought that none of the higher-ups would be a match for him. Even though someone had come out to teach him a lesson, they had been beaten up by him. Now, he had become the most powerful person below the peerless geniuses, and apart from peerless geniuses, no one could suppress him. If he took advantage of her again in the future, she would not be able to resist at all. Thinking to there, Luo Mingyan started to worry. If Zhao Fu was not so arrogant and lecherous, Luo Mingyan would have quite admired such a powerful person. The woman in the red dress was called Xianxia, and she had told Zhao Fu that as long as Zhao Fu proved that he was stronger than a legacy disciple, she would become his female attendant. Now, Zhao Fu had done it. Not only had he done it, but he had also surpassed her expectations. He had become the most powerful expert below geniuses and was far more outstanding than those legacy disciples. At that moment, Xianxia felt half happy and half worried. She was worried that with her personality, she would not become someone's attendant. In the future, she would have to take care of a man and even use her body to serve that person. Even if she was not willing, there was nothing she could do. Facing that person's power, she could not resist at all. She was happy that Zhao Fu had such terrifying power, and becoming his attendant would bring her countless benefits. She would have an even higher status and even more power, and no one would dare to offend her in the future. This made her feel quite happy. Finally, it was Zhou Li, the androgynous woman. Her expression became serious. Now that Zhao Fu had reached the 30th level, she was quite shocked. Zhao Fu had proven how outstanding and powerful he was. She was not too sure if Zhao Fu would be able to reach the top. It had been many years since anyone had reached the top, and Zhou Li understood that it would be quite difficult. If Xiaofu could not reach the top, she could accept it. As long as Xiaofu proved that he was not weaker than other geniuses, she would not mind becoming Xiaofu's attendant. Xiaofu looked at the Tai Chi diagram in front of him and gripped his fist. He sent a large wave of power into it and punched out. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xiaofu's punch slammed into the Tai Chi diagram, causing a gale to spread out. However, in the next moment, the Tai Chi diagram quickly spun and gave off a massive suction force that devoured Xiaofu's power. Xiaofu's expression fell and he took a step back. This barrier seemed to be even more difficult to break than he had expected. After thinking about it, Xiaofu's arm once again turned into countless pale white vines and a large wave of demonic power flowed into them. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive demonic power once again condensed into a blood-red orb, giving off an extremely terrifying aura and causing the surroundings to become quite oppressive. Xiaofu stepped forwards and pressed the blood-red orb against the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram sensed danger and quickly spun, giving off an intense light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out and a terrifying destructive power spread out. Blood-red light shot out in all directions, but when the shockwaves dissipated, the Tai Chi diagram was still the same as before and had not been damaged at all. Xiaofu frowned and felt quite surprised that this attack had not been able to deal any damage to Great Qin. This barrier was truly powerful. Xiaofu did not intend to give up. He thought for a moment and decided to try an even more powerful move. One of Xiaofu's hands turned into more pale roots and grew out. However, the countless pale roots grew in 5 directions, finally forming the shape of a tree with 5 roots. It looked very strange and terrifying. Xiaofu started to pour a massive amount of power into it, and the pale white roots gave off a powerful demonic power. The powerful demonic energy gathered at the center of the stem, forming 5 blood-red orbs. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to twist and the surroundings to become incredibly cold. The Tai Chi diagram sensed this terrifying power and slowly spun, giving off an intense black light and a massive wave of yin and yang energy. Xiaofu rushed forwards and stretched out his arm, giving off a ferocious aura as he pressed the 5 blood-red orbs against the Tai Chi diagram. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the 5 blood-red spheres exploded at the same time. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it quickly spread out in an unstoppable manner, covering everything in an instant. The entire yin-yang building slightly trembled, and the terrifying aura spread to every level. Countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and they could not help but tremble. So terrifying. Sensing this terrifying power, countless people looked up and muttered to themselves. That person was already attacking the barrier to the 31st level, which was why he was giving off such terrifying ripples. They wondered if that person could break through the 31st level's powerful barrier. The expressions of the 4 geniuses on the 32nd level became even more serious and they started to feel nervous. If Xiaofu broke through the 31st level's defenses and came to the 31st level, he would only need to break through one more barrier to reach them. After the ripples dissipated, Xiaofu was still unable to break through the Tai Chi diagram. However, the Tai Chi diagram was now covered with cracks and was incredibly weak. With a certain amount of power, he would be able to shatter it. The effects of Xiaofu's attack were quite terrifying, and the incredibly tough ground started to crack. Bang! Xiaofu gripped his fist and punched the Tai Chi diagram, causing it to shatter and dissipate into motes of light. Xiaofu walked towards the stairs to the 31st level. He really broke through the 31st level's barrier. At that moment, countless people sensed that aura and said in shock. The scene immediately became quite lively. Wow, that person is so powerful to be able to break through the 3 heavenly defense barriers. Just thinking about it makes me feel so excited. I'm going to worship that person from now on. I really didn't think that he would be able to break through the 3 heavenly defense barriers. I really admire him now, and I really like him. I really hope that he can break through the next layer of defense. I also hope that he can break through the next layer of defense. If he can break through the next layer of defense, it means that he has power comparable to a peerless genius, and our yin-yang spirit sect will have a 5th peerless genius. Ha ha ha, I'm also very excited right now. I personally witnessed the birth of the 5th peerless genius, and the overall strength of our yin-yang spirit sect has increased. Don't be too happy yet. The 3 heavenly defense barriers' power is more terrifying with each layer. He might not be able to break through this barrier, so don't be too confident. Actually, I don't like this person, mainly because he's too arrogant and domineering, and he even took liberties with female disciples in public. I really can't tolerate it, and if he becomes a peerless genius of the Yin-Yang spirit sect, many people will suffer. I don't want him to become a peerless genius. Just you wait. Whether or not he can become a peerless genius, we'll know soon. The 4 peerless geniuses on the 32nd level all looked serious. That person had already come to the 31st level, and they were only separated by a barrier. They were not sure if that person really had the ability to come here, and they felt an indescribable nervousness. Zhao Fu came to the 31st level, and there was no one here. Zhao Fu came to the barrier that led to the 32nd level, and the barrier in front of him was still a Tai Chi diagram, but the terrifying aura it gave off was many times more powerful than the previous one. This barrier would be even more difficult to break, so Zhao Fu did not hesitate and stretched out a hand, which turned into countless pale roots that grew in 9 directions, forming 9 pale roots. Zhao Fu sent all of his power into the 9 roots, and the 9 pale white roots gave off powerful demonic aura. Blood-red orbs condensed, giving off terrifying auras that could cause people to feel despair. This move used up most of Zhao Fu's power. Boom, Zhao Fu rushed up and vigorously pushed forwards, giving off a ferocious aura as he pressed the 9 blood-red orbs at 9 different locations on the Tai Chi diagram. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the blood-red orbs exploded, causing terrifying power to spread out. It seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and earth, and no one could stop it. However, in the next moment, the Tai Chi diagram quickly spun like a disc, forming a massive vortex that devoured all of the power from the explosion. Following this, a massive wave of power flowed out and slammed into Zhao Fu's body. Bang, this wave of power was incredibly terrifying, and Zhao Fu's body flew backwards. He only stopped after crashing into a distant wall, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. The second heavenly defense barrier was truly terrifying. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and wiped the blood from his lips as he once again walked in front of the Tai Chi diagram. This time, Zhao Fu did not rashly attack and instead closed his eyes. Boom, Zhao Fu gathered all of the demonic energy in his body, and a black and blood-red aura flooded out, covering the 31st level. Zhao Fu's body started to turn into a plant, and his hair became thin, pale roots. His eyes became blood-red roses, looking quite terrifying and giving off a powerful evil power. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and gently placed it on the Tai Chi diagram. All of the demonic energy gathered in front of Zhao Fu's palm, forming a round seed that was as big as a fingernail. It gave off immense power and floated out of Zhao Fu's palm. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lightly pressed down, and the round seed slowly fused into the Tai Chi diagram. Following this, a wave of demonic power spread out as countless pale white roots grew from the seed, covering the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi emitted a powerful yin and yang energy, resisting the corrosion of the evil demonic energy. However, the evil demonic energy devoured a large amount of yin and yang energy. The round seed absorbed a large amount of yin and yang energy and slowly grew larger. In the end, the seed formed a 1-meter wide flower bud that slowly bloomed, giving off a demonic blood-red light. A blood-red rose-like flower appeared before Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the center of the flower. A formless energy spread out and the flower started to wither. As the petals fell, the yin-yang symbol also shattered, and Zhao Fu successfully broke through the barrier to the 32nd level. At that moment, countless people sensed this ripple and could not help but excitedly cry out, creating quite a ruckus. Oh my god! That person really broke through the 32nd level's barrier. He's now the 5th peerless genius of the Yin-Yang spirit sect. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited and happy to personally witness the appearance of the 5th peerless genius. Moreover, I've seen him before. Even though he looks quite ordinary, he's just too charismatic. Forgive me for underestimating him. I never thought that he would be able to reach this stage. Now, he's the 5th genius of the Yin-Yang spirit sect, we should all be proud of him. I like him too much. I like how domineering he is. I really want to become his woman, that would be the same as becoming a genius woman. Now, this person is truly terrifying. Now that he's a peerless genius, no one will dare to offend him anymore. I'm quite curious as to why he has the power of a peerless genius and why he's only a low-grade disciple. Could it be that he's an expert that some higher being has secretly nurtured? That's definitely true. That's the only way to explain how a low-grade disciple could have such great power. He's so arrogant because he has someone backing him up. Luo Mingyan's face was incredibly pale. She had never thought that she would be teased by a peerless genius. Now that he had become such a terrifying person, almost no one dared to offend him. She could only endure it. Now that Zhao Fu's identity was too terrifying, she did not dare to offend him. She could only hope that Zhao Fu would let her off and not care about this matter. Yang Saran gave a trace of a smile. Now that Zhao Fu had become a peerless genius, she now had a peerless genius as her backer. In the future, there would be many benefits. Qiuli let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He felt that he had underestimated Zhao Fu. The young man who had challenged Zhao Fu before said in shock, "I never thought that he would have the power of a peerless genius. We've really misjudged him. Later, we'll go and curry favor with him. Qiuli, you should help out too." Qiuli smiled as he looked at him. "We'll see how you perform later." The expressions of the four peerless geniuses on the 32nd level were quite unsightly, and the cold-looking young man said, "He's coming up soon." The cold-looking young man said, "The four of us have underestimated him. He actually has such terrifying power. Now, I'm even more curious about what kind of person he is." The beautiful woman said solemnly, I didn't expect that a low-level disciple would be able to reach here. This has never happened in the Yinyang spirit sect before. I can feel a strong threat from him." The young man said, "Do you think that he not only has the power to come here, but he's even more powerful than us?" "I definitely don't believe that. How can a low-grade disciple compare to us? It's most likely that he was very lucky to come here." The cold-looking young man frowned and said, "Since he can come here, it means that he has the power to fight with us. Even though I don't want him to be more powerful than us, this fellow's origins are too mysterious, and I can't be sure of his power." Dong, 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 the footsteps came closer and closer, and the four peerless geniuses did not say anything. They all looked towards the staircase, waiting for that person to appear. They felt quite nervous, wanting to know just what kind of person had such terrifying power. However, when Zhao Fu walked up, the four of them looked at the young man in front of them in confusion. He looked too ordinary. Did he really have such great power? This made the four of them feel quite uncertain. They could sense an evil and dark aura coming from his body, and only then could they confirm that this ordinary-looking young man was that terrifying low-grade disciple. The four of them quickly sensed this ordinary-looking young man's power, wanting to see if he was as strong as they were. The results caused them to feel quite shocked. This young man's power was not as great as theirs, and he was at most on the 3rd level. How had he come up here? Zhao Fu walked up and looked at the four peerless geniuses. He did not pay too much attention to them and was about to head towards the final level. The cold-looking young man said in displeasure, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu stopped and turned to look at the cold-looking young man as he coldly replied, "What does who I am have to do with you?" The cold-looking young man laughed in anger, "A low-grade disciple like you dares to talk to me? Do you know who we are? Don't think that you're the same as us. If you offend us, none of us will be able to protect you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "The four of you are just four peerless geniuses in the sect, but so what?" The cold-looking young man's expression was cold. This person knew who they were and still dared to speak to them like this. He was simply too bold. However, this meant that this person's identity was not simple, or else he would not dare to speak to them like this. The cold-looking young man said, "Just who are you? You shouldn't be a low-grade disciple. I've never heard of that higher being secretly nurturing anyone." The beautiful woman said, "Your identity is suspicious. If you don't explain yourself, don't blame us." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as his gaze was filled with disdain. "Oh? In other words, the four of you want to attack me?" The beautiful woman coldly harumphed, "If you don't explain yourself, we'll definitely subdue you. Also, put away that arrogant tone of yours. We're not from downstairs. If you continue to speak like this, we'll kill you." Zhao Fu domineeringly laughed as he said, "Then hurry up and attack. One. Or all four at once?" Zhao Fu's words caused the four of them to look furious. no one dared to speak to them like this. This person was just as arrogant and domineering as the rumors said, making them feel disgusted. Just as the beautiful woman was about to stand up, the young man beside her suddenly said, "Let me test his power first. If he can't even defeat me, he has no right for you to attack." Hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded in agreement. The young man stood up and looked at Zhao Fu as he stretched his muscles and laughed as he said, "I hope you have the strength to speak like this, otherwise, you might die." Xiao, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and the young man disappeared on the spot. In the next second, he appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and with a palm that could shatter a mountain, he slammed towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu was already prepared. He quickly dodged to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages as he dodged the youth's attack. There was a smile on the young man's face, and he was not surprised at all. He twisted his body and kicked out, and the terrifying power caused the air to explode. Zhao Fu somersaulted into the air, and in that instant, his eyes turned into a blood-red rose, and a huge amount of demonic power surged out. The young man immediately sensed this huge evil force and looked up at Zhao Fu in midair. By now, Zhao Fu had already started to attack. The pale white roots on the ground became sharp and gave off a powerful force as they stabbed towards the young man from all directions, seeming as if they wanted to stab through the young man's body. The young man's expression became serious. He stomped the ground with one foot, and a powerful force turned into a shockwave that spread out, shattering the many roots that shot over, turning them into countless fragments that flew out. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, which turned into countless roots and twisted, forming a sharp claw that gave off shocking power as it grabbed towards the young man. The young man sent some power into his palm, and a yin-yang diagram appeared on his palm, giving off powerful yin and yang power as he slammed upwards. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the claw and palm collided, resulting in a wild gale. The young man took a few steps back, and Zhao Fu landed stably on the ground. The three people next to him looked quite serious. From the looks of it, that person might be slightly stronger than the young man. What was most noteworthy was the evil and dark power that flowed out from that person's body. This was not the power of the yin-yang spirit sect, and it was incredibly terrifying. It was most likely the power of a top-tier demon race. However, his body gave off the aura and ripples of the yin-yang spirit sect's cultivation technique. If it was not for this, they would have treated him as someone from outside the sect. In this aspect, the sect did not forbid anyone from cultivating outside the sect. Now that this power had been unleashed, that person's power became incredibly terrifying. That person had most likely used this power to come here. There were many suspicious points about this person, and they could not understand his identity. The people downstairs were still in an uproar, but there were many people who were looking forward to that person's shocking performance, which was to reach the top floor. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. That person most likely would not be able to reach the top floor, as even the peerless geniuses could not reach the top floor. For that person to reach the 32nd floor was already quite good. However, they soon received news that that person might have fought with the peerless geniuses on the 32nd floor. The people on the upper floors could feel intense battle ripples. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They had thought that that person had the ability to rival the peerless geniuses and could become the sect's newest peerless genius. However, they had never thought that he would be able to fight with a peerless genius. Now, no one knew who would win. A battle between peerless geniuses would definitely be intense and exciting, but it was a pity that they would not be able to see it. Now, the people were split into two factions. One faction supported a few peerless geniuses, telling them to teach that person a lesson and suppress his arrogance. The other faction supported that person, wanting to see that person fearlessly become the strongest person in the yin-yang spirit sect. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the young man exploded out with a massive yin and yang power. The yin-yang diagram appeared behind him, and the young man's aura also became extremely powerful. At this moment, the young man had already used all of his strength. If he did not use all of his strength, he knew that he might not be able to defeat this person. Zhao Fu stood at the side with a faint smile, and one of his hands turned into countless roots. Boom! The young man stepped out and gave off a powerful aura as he quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu. Swish, swish. Swish, Xiaofu gave off a massive demonic aura as countless pale white roots grew around him. They gave off immense power as they shot towards the young man like a flood. Bang, the young man vigorously slapped out with his palm, and a black and white energy shot out. An explosion suddenly sounded out as the countless roots exploded, turning into countless shards. In that instant, the young man quickly rushed in front of Xiaofu, and the yin-yang diagram behind him started to spin. Massive yin and yang power entered his palm, causing it to give off an intense black and white light as it slammed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu sent a large amount of demonic energy into the countless pale white roots, causing traces of black and blood-red demonic aura to rise up. Xiaofu vigorously clenched his fist, and a large amount of demonic energy quickly gathered, forming a blood-red orb. Xiaofu raised his arm and gave off a powerful aura as he pressed the blood-red orb towards the incoming young man. Bang, an intense explosion sounded out as the black and white palm collided with the blood-red sphere, resulting in an intense explosion. Countless blinding lights shot out in all directions, and a terrifying power instantly spread out, causing the ground to crack in that instant. Shockwaves spread out, and the young man's body was forced back 10 or so meters, while Xiaofu took 2 steps back. The difference in strength was quite evident. Xiaofu smirked as he said, "You're not a match for me, hurry up and admit defeat." The young man looked furious as he roared, and a massive aura spread out. The Tai Chi diagram behind him quickly spun, and a massive amount of spirit energy from the surroundings poured into it like a flood. The Tai Chi diagram gave off a terrifying aura, and it split into 2 rays of light, one black and one white, and formed 2 bulls, one male and one female. Boom! Boom! The 2 bulls gave off powerful auras as they ferociously charged at Xiaofu, seeming as if nothing could stop them. Xiaofu's expression did not change, and the countless tendrils quickly grew to the sides, forming 2 pale white tendrils. He then gripped them, and massive amounts of demonic energy quickly gathered, forming 2 blood-red orbs. The 2 bulls charged over incredibly quickly, and in that instant, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and pressed the 2 blood-red orbs against the bulls' heads. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 blood-red orbs exploded, and the terrifying power blasted the 2 bulls apart, causing them to turn into motes of light. Suddenly, the young man appeared behind Xiaofu and sent out a palm strike towards Xiaofu's back, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Xiaofu looked to the side and a condescending smile appeared on his face. Countless tendrils quickly grew and formed a massive arm. Bang, Xiaofu turned and swung his arm, which contained immense power as it slammed into the young man's body. The young man's body flew backwards and only stopped after crashing into a wall. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other 3's expressions were unsightly. This person's strength was truly terrifying, and the 3 of them did not have the confidence to defeat him. Xiaofu looked at the 3 of them and said with a provocative smile, "Your strength is only so. Do you still want to continue? If not, I can go to the top floor." The beautiful woman was enraged and was about to step forward. The cold-looking young man said, "You're not a match for him. It's best if you don't go over. I'll see how strong he is." The beautiful woman nodded in response. The cold-looking young man walked over and looked at Xiaofu. "I've underestimated your strength. I won't be careless anymore. I hope you'll use your full strength and have a direct battle between experts." With a confident smile, Xiaofu said, "Go ahead then." Boom, the cold-looking young man's pupils constricted as he quickly rushed in front of Xiaofu and grabbed out with his hand. A massive wave of yin and yang energy flowed out and quickly condensed into a black and white saber, which he vigorously slashed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's arm, which was formed from countless roots, gave off massive power as it slammed towards the young man. Shing, a saber hum sounded out as the massive pale arm was slashed apart, causing Xiaofu to feel quite startled. The cold-looking young man slashed out with his saber, sending out a sharp saber light towards Xiaofu's chest. Countless pale roots grew out of Xiaofu's chest, forming a shield that gave off demonic power. Bang, the terrifying saber light slashed apart the pale roots, and Xiaofu was forced back 4 or 5 steps before stopping. Xiaofu's expression became serious. This cold-looking young man was incredibly powerful. The cold-looking young man pointed his saber at Xiaofu and said, "I've already warned you to use your full strength." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "You're indeed very powerful, but this body of mine cannot use my true power. However, I'll use all of my demonic power to deal with you." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of demonic power spread out from Xiao Fu's body. Countless pale roots grew out of Xiao Fu's arms and his body turned into a plant. His blood-red rose-like eyes gave off a devilish blood-red light, looking quite terrifying. The cold-looking young man's expression became even more serious as a black and white aura flame appeared around his body. Xiao Fu gave off a massive aura as he ferociously charged at the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man also gave off immense power as he charged at Xiao Fu. The two of them were incredibly fast and arrived before each other in an instant. Xiao Fu sent a massive wave of power into his arm, causing the pale roots to become sharper and tougher. He then controlled the countless pale roots to stab towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man also sent some power into his saber and vigorously swung it, causing an intense saber light to slash towards Xiao Fu. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the saber light was abnormally sharp and cut apart the countless pale roots. However, Xiao Fu stretched out a hand, and the countless roots formed a massive arm that slammed towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man hurriedly blocked with his saber, but he was still forced back a step by Xiao Fu's arm. Countless pale roots once again grew out of Xiao Fu's arm, and they gave off shocking power as they ferociously shot towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man sent a massive wave of power into his saber and vigorously swung it, sending out a massive saber light that contained immense power that cut apart the countless incoming roots. Bang, Xiao Fu's other massive root arm ferociously pressed against the ground, causing a massive wave of evil demonic power to flow out. The countless roots formed a pillar that shot out from the ground and slammed into the cold-looking young man. Looking at the cold-looking young man in the air, Xiao Fu once again pressed down on the ground, causing countless pale roots to grow out from the ground. They were all straight like spears. Swish, 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 the countless roots gave off immense power as they shot towards the cold-looking young man in the air, seeming to be able to pierce through steel. They were incredibly fast. Boom, in that moment, a massive wave of power exploded out from the cold-looking young man's body. A white light and a black light flowed out from his body, forming a black and white ball. Bang, bang. Bang, the sharp rhizomes stabbed into the ball and broke off, countless broken rhizomes fell to the ground. After the black ball dissipated, the cold-looking young man raised his saber and slashed towards Xiao Fu from the sky, seeming to be able to split apart the earth. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive amount of demonic energy flowed out. A black flower bud grew out of his hand and slowly blossomed, giving off a devilish light as a blood-red rose-like flower appeared. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the saber slashed against the flower. The terrifying saber energy and blood-red light clashed, and after a few seconds, the blood-red rose withered and turned into petals. However, in the next second, a figure with a tiger's head and a human's body rushed out from Xiao Fu's chest and slammed towards the cold-looking young man with great power. Bang, because they were too close, the cold-looking young man was unable to dodge at all and was sent flying 10 or so meters before stopping. The cold-looking young man got up from the ground and looked at Xiao Fu seriously. He once again exploded out with a terrifying yin and yang power, and countless traces of spirit energy gathered towards him. On his left and right, 2 discs that were 1 meter wide appeared, one black and one white. Swish! Swish, the 2 discs shot out a black and white ray of light, giving off terrifying yin and yang power as they quickly shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu dodged to the side and avoided this attack. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 rays of light hit where Xiao Fu had been standing, resulting in a massive explosion. Xiao Fu's expression was cold as a massive amount of demonic energy spread out. Countless tendrils grew out of the ground, forming massive arms that gave off immense power as they slammed towards the cold-looking young man. Bang, bang. Bang, the 2 discs beside the cold-looking young man continuously shot out black and white rays of light. The rays of light hit the arms and caused intense explosions, causing the arms to explode. Using the countless arms as cover, Xiao Fu appeared behind the cold-looking young man. The countless tendrils formed a blood-red orb and gave off terrifying power as it shot towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man was quite startled and his body gave off a black and white defensive barrier. Bang, the blood-red orb slammed into the defensive barrier and exploded, causing countless rays of blood-red light to spread out. The cold-looking young man was sent flying and crashed to the ground as blood leaked out of his lips. Boom! The cold-looking young man furiously started fighting and a massive wave of yin and yang energy flowed out. A massive yin-yang diagram appeared on the ground and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into it, giving off an intense black and white light. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and countless pale roots containing immense power shot towards the cold-looking young man. Bang! Countless roots shot into the Taiji diagram, and a huge wave of yin and yang energy smashed into the pale roots, causing them to all collapse. Xiaofu frowned and once again gave off massive amounts of yin and yang energy. Pale white roots grew up from the ground and gave off terrifying power as they shot towards the cold-looking young man from all directions. Bang bang bang, countless roots shot into the Taiji diagram, and a massive wave of yin and yang power struck it. All the roots shattered, but they did not harm the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man's expression was cold as he raised his saber and sent massive amounts of yin and yang energy into it. The saber continuously grew until it was 10 or so meters long, and he vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive saber light towards Xiaofu. Countless pale white roots grew out and blocked in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and a black defensive barrier appeared. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the countless pale white roots were slashed apart, and Xiaofu was sent flying back. He crashed to the ground and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. The cold-looking young man was expressionless as he once again slashed out with his saber. An enormous black saber light containing destructive power flooded towards Xiaofu. There was no power that could stop it. Xiaofu hurriedly got up and pressed his hands against the ground. A row of massive roots grew up from the ground, each of them 3 meters tall. There were blood-red flowers growing on top of them, giving off blood-red light. Bang! The terrifying saber light clashed with the blood-red light, and a terrifying power blasted out. The countless roots were destroyed, but the powerful saber light also dissipated. The cold-looking young man frowned and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of yin and yang energy flowed out, and sabers of light appeared in the surroundings, giving off terrifying energy as a sharp saber aura spread out. Xiaofu's gaze became cold, and an even greater wave of evil demonic power flowed into the ground. Countless roots grew out of the ground, and blood-red flowers grew on top of them, giving off boundless blood-red light. The cold-looking young man stretched out his hand and pushed forwards. Boom! The countless sabers of light in the surroundings gave off power that seemed to be able to slash apart the heavens and earth. They were incredibly fast, bringing with them rays of light as they slashed towards Xiaofu. Bang! 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 The sabers of light slashed onto the flowers, resulting in intense explosions. Countless rays of light spread out, devouring everything, and terrifying gusts of wind ferociously blew out in all directions. After the shockwaves dissipated, the ground was covered with shattered roots. Only a few were still standing, but they were covered with wounds. However, Xiaofu had disappeared. Suddenly, the cold-looking young man sensed something, and his expression fell as he looked up. He saw Xiaofu rushing towards him, and 12 massive pale white roots grew out of one of his arms. There was a blood-red orb between each root, giving off an evil blood-red light and an extremely terrifying power. The cold-looking young man's expression fell, and the surrounding spirit energy quickly flowed into his body as the saber in his hand gave off boundless saber light. Xiaofu arrived before the cold-looking young man and stretched out his hand, giving off a ferocious aura as he sent the 12 blood-red orbs flying towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man vigorously slashed towards the sky, and an enormous saber light containing power that seemed to be able to destroy everything slashed towards the sky, bringing with it a massive saber wind. Bang! The saber light and orbs collided, resulting in an intense explosion. The terrifying power instantly devoured everything, and a massive explosion sounded out throughout the Yin-Yang Tower, causing the entire Yin-Yang Tower to violently tremble. A terrifying aura rippled out, and countless people sensed this ripple. They felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, and they felt immense terror as their bodies uncontrollably trembled. So terrifying. Just what sort of battle is going on above? Countless people looked at the top of the tower in terror. The other 3 geniuses on the 32nd level were also affected, and they sent out energy barriers to defend against the shockwaves as they looked quite terrified. By now, the shockwaves had spread out, and the entire 32nd level was covered with cracks. Zhao Fu stood on the ground while the cold-looking young man lay on the ground, bleeding and with a pale face. The victor of this battle was Zhao Fu. The other three geniuses stared at this scene in shock. The cold-looking young man was the strongest out of the four of them, but he had been defeated by a low-grade disciple? They could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. The low-grade disciple also sensed that the evil power had defeated another power, and the person with the evil power was Lu San. This meant that Lu San had defeated the Yin-Yang spirit sect's strongest genius. My heavens! Is this true? Is it true? That Lu San is too scary, he thought. Even the Yin-Yang spirit sect's strongest genius lost to him, so he's the strongest in the sect. That's right. He's too powerful. I never thought that he would be so powerful. Even the Yin-Yang spirit sect's strongest genius lost to him. Didn't someone say that he could only reach level 20 at most? Now he's at level 32 and is the Yin-Yang spirit sect's strongest genius. You still have the guts to say that? Enough. Now that he's the strongest in the Yin-Yang spirit sect, who would dare to offend him? Isn't that the same as seeking death? Ha ha ha, as a low-grade disciple, I've always supported him, and he hasn't disappointed me. This is the first time a genius has appeared among the low-grade disciples. From now on, he'll be the person I admire the most. I never thought that such a big thing would happen in the Yin-Yang spirit sect in just one day. It's a pity that the higher beings are all outside hunting down celestial evils and searching for the second king of kings, or else they would have long since been alerted. I feel that the spirit realm's genius rankings need to be changed. Lung Mei was the strongest in the Yin-Yang spirit sect and was ranked 5th. Now, that Lu San will definitely be in the top 3. Our Yin-Yang spirit sect will have too much face. Those who had fought with Zhao Fu before became even paler. Things had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to defeat Ling Meng and become the Yin-Yang spirit sect's strongest genius. Now, they were filled with regret. Others could be so arrogant and domineering when they had the strength, but they didn't. Now, he had offended such a terrifying person. Luo Mingyan, Yang Saran, and Qiu Li were shocked as well. Zhao Fu's performance was truly frightening, instantly becoming the strongest in the Yin-Yang spirit sect. They thought that Zhao Fu would be defeated by Ling Meng. Not only had he become a genius, he had also become the strongest genius in the sect. He could be said to be the most respected person in the Yin-Yang spirit sect, and there was practically no one who would dare to offend him. On the 32nd level, the consciousness of 6-3 in Zhao Fu's body was so happy that he was about to go crazy. He had never thought that his body would become the scariest person in Yin-Yang spirit sect and be respected, feared, and fawned upon by countless people. Zhao Fu had now returned to his normal appearance, his eyes looking at the cold light lying on the ground. You've lost now. Lung Meng's face was pale as he nodded and said, I've lost. You're really strong, but who are you? I don't believe that you're really a low-level disciple. Zhao Fu chuckled. Why should I tell you? Lung Meng's expression was a bit awkward as he continued to ask, then what's your purpose for coming here? Zhao Fu said, you'll know soon. After speaking, Zhao Fu walked towards the final level. Seeing his actions, the others were shocked. Was this person going to the final level? Did he have the ability to do so? If it was before, they definitely wouldn't believe that Zhao Fu could reach the final level. However, he had already proven that he was stronger than them, and it was possible that he could reach the final level that they could not. Zhao Fu came in front of the barrier. This was definitely the most powerful barrier, and the power that it gave off was extremely powerful. Moreover, it also had a strong spirituality. Facing this powerful barrier, Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he stood on the spot and recovered some of his strength. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands, which turned into countless pale white tendrils that spread out in all directions. The tendrils continuously expanded, forming 24 pale white tendrils that spread out, looking like the crown of a tree. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of demonic energy flowed into the rhizome. The rhizome tightened its grip and the massive demonic energy condensed into 24 blood-red orbs, which gave off a powerful gale that spread out in all directions. The other 4 geniuses looked at the 24 blood orbs in front of them and looked quite fearful. If they were hit by them, they would most likely be heavily injured. Zhao Fu looked at the barrier in front of him seriously and controlled the 24 roots. They gave off ferocious auras as they pressed the 24 blood orbs towards the Taiji symbol in 24 different locations. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 24 blood orbs exploded, causing boundless blood-red light to shoot out, and a world-destroying power spread out. However, in the next moment, the Taiji symbol started to spin, forming a black and white hole that gave off a massive suction force that sucked in the terrifying explosive power. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he hurriedly used the countless pale white roots to block in front of him, giving off demonic energy. Bang! A massive ray of blood-red light shot out from the black and white hole, seeming to be able to destroy everything. It landed on the countless roots, causing them to explode, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying far away. He only stopped after crashing into a wall and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The four geniuses looked incredibly shocked. This barrier felt incredibly powerful, and even though they had tried it before, they had never suffered such a terrifying backlash. Zhao Fu furiously climbed up from the ground and walked in front of the barrier. Countless pale white roots once again grew out of his hands, and the countless pale white roots twined together. A massive wave of demonic power gathered and formed a fist-sized seed. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. The pale white roots spread out, and Zhao Fu lightly fused the seed into the center of the Taiji symbol. A massive wave of demonic energy spread out, and the seed grew countless roots and covered the Taiji symbol. However, a massive wave of yin and yang energy flowed into the seed through the roots, causing it to become black and white. The seed started to quickly grow until it became a black and white flower that gave off black and white light, as well as a massive wave of yin and yang energy. Zhao Fu felt a headache. This method still did not work, and the demonic energy was instead absorbed by the Taiji symbol, causing the yin and yang flower to bloom. The four geniuses let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Fu would not be able to break through the final barrier and was just a bit stronger than them. Zhao Fu stood there and thought to himself, he could not use forceful methods, because the harder he hit it, the more powerful the backlash would be. Unless he had enough power to shatter the Taiji symbol, he would be able to do so. Zhao Fu thought about it and his hands turned into even more tendrils that stretched forwards and lightly covered the Tai Chi diagram. They then continued to grow until they covered the entire staircase. The evil spirit abyss flower had a powerful devouring ability, and Zhao Fu wanted to see if he could use this method to break through this barrier. Boom! Zhao Fu controlled the countless pale white tendrils and started to absorb the massive yin and yang energy, creating a massive suction force. The massive yin and yang energy flooded into Zhao Fu's body. Seeing that he could absorb the massive yin and yang energy, Zhao Fu smiled. He could use this ability to break through the barrier. However, in the next second, Zhao Fu's expression fell as the massive yin and yang energy once again flowed out, taking away a portion of his power. Zhao Fu hurriedly tried to stop this, but the Tai Chi diagram started to slowly spin, creating a massive suction force that started to devour Zhao Fu's power. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to become quite unsightly, and he quickly withdrew the countless pale white tendrils, or else he would be sucked dry by the Tai Chi diagram. He was still unable to break through this barrier. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to reach the top floor and obtain the yin-yang spirit pearl. The cold-looking young man said, "Don't waste your energy. This barrier is the yin-yang tower's strongest barrier, and it hasn't been broken through in over 1,000 years. You won't be able to break through it." The beautiful woman lightly smiled as she said, "You're stronger than us, but we're on the same level. It's best for you to obediently cultivate here. The sect will soon find out about you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu wanted to break through this barrier even more quickly, or else if many people came to the yin-yang tower, it would be difficult for him to leave. However, the crux of the matter was that Zhao Fu could not break through this Tai Chi diagram. The people downstairs were quite lively, and they were quite curious about what was happening on the 32nd floor. There had been no movement for a while now. Some people thought that Zhao Fu could not break through the final barrier and was cultivating on the 32nd floor. Some people thought that Zhao Fu was trying to break through the final barrier. Most people were looking forward to this, because that person was stronger than the four exceptional geniuses, and it was possible for him to break through the final layer of defense. The last layer of the barrier had not been broken for many years. If that person broke it, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Actually, by this time, the upper echelons of the Yin-Yang spirit sect had already heard about this matter. A low-level disciple came to the 32nd level and even defeated the strongest genius of the Yin-Yang spirit sect. This incident caused a huge sensation in the Yin-Yang spirit sect. Countless people had never thought that there would be such a terrifying low-level disciple. They had never heard of him before. But for such a low-level disciple to be able to come to the 32nd level, where only peerless geniuses could enter, countless of the higher-ups were extremely excited. It was a joyous occasion for the Yin-Yang spirit sect to have another genius, as it would be able to strengthen the sect's foundation. When they found out that Ling Meng, the strongest expert of the Yin-Yang spirit sect, was defeated by that man, they were even more excited. This person was even stronger than Ling Meng, and his potential was even greater. He might even become a supreme figure of spirit realm in the future. No matter which sect it was, they would definitely be overjoyed to suddenly have a disciple with supreme potential. Now, everyone excitedly came to the vicinity of the Yin-Yang Tower. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the Yin-Yang Tower. Now, they were not in a hurry to enter the Yin-Yang Tower to find that strong low-level disciple. Firstly, the things that managed the Yin-Yang Tower were in the hands of a supreme expert. The Yin-Yang Tower was surrounded by terrifying restrictions. As people of the same sect, it would be very dangerous if they barged in. Secondly, they also wanted to see if that person could break through the last layer of the barrier. If he could break through the last layer of the barrier, then he really had the potential to become a sovereign, not a possibility to become a sovereign. This was because as the highest level, only those with supreme potential could enter. Moreover, there was a huge Yin-Yang legacy that was specially prepared for those who could reach the top. It was a pity that no one had brought it in for the past 1,000 years. Now, that person was the most likely person, so they were filled with anticipation. On the 32nd level, Xiaofu frowned. Looking at the strong Tai Chi diagram in front of him, he felt a headache. He tried a few methods but still couldn't break it. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought of something. This Tai Chi diagram was formed by huge Yin and Yang power. If he used Yin and Yang power, he might be able to break it. The Tai Chi diagram originally belonged to the Yin-Yang spirit sect. Yin and Yang power was present in his body. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang spirit sect, he cultivated Yin and Yang techniques. However, his Yin and Yang power was relatively weak, so he definitely wouldn't be able to break the barrier in front of him. Xiaofu thought about it. His main body had Yin-Yang soul fire, which meant that Xiaofu's mental energy had Yin and Yang attributes. After thinking about it, Xiaofu thought of an idea. Countless tendrils grew out of Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's hands and feet turned into countless tendrils, forming a hollow sphere made of pale white tendrils. The four geniuses looked at Xiaofu in shock. They didn't know what Xiaofu was going to do. They felt that he didn't plan to give up after trying so many times. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the hollow ball gave off a suction force, and the Yin and Yang power in the surroundings flooded into it. The hollow ball absorbed large amounts of Yin and Yang power, and the evil power it gave off quickly decreased. Right now, Xiaofu didn't convert the absorbed Yin and Yang power into demonic power. Instead, he temporarily suppressed the demonic power and allowed the roots to absorb Yin and Yang power. Xiaofu needed massive amounts of Yin and Yang power. Yin and Yang power continuously flowed into it, and the countless pale roots gradually contained Yin and Yang power. As time passed, the Yin and Yang power within the roots became more and more powerful. Black and white flowers bloomed on the roots. Each flower was as big as a watermelon and gave off a faint light. Now, the flowers no longer had the evil and demonic aura from before. Instead, they gave off an elegant and refreshing feeling. Xiaofu closed his eyes and used his mental energy. A yin-yang soul fire appeared on his forehead, and a powerful mental energy spread out. The massive mental energy easily merged with the massive yin and yang power within the roots. Two streams of air, one black and one white, revolved around Xiaofu, and the black and white streams of air became larger and larger. Following this, the two black and white streams of air started to condense, slowly forming two 3-meter-long dragons, one black and one white. One dragon gave off powerful pure yin energy, while the other gave off powerful pure yang energy. A massive might spread out. Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaofu, and Xiaofu's eyes lit up. The four geniuses looked shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly unleash such powerful yin and yang power. At first, they thought that Zhao Fu wouldn't use it. Lord's armaments conquering the world, long time no see, the book has been unlocked. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Zhao Fu looked at the Tai Chi diagram in front of him, and the yin-yang flower roots spread out. He stretched out a hand and pressed against the Tai Chi diagram. Roar! Roar! The two dragons around Zhao Fu, one black and one white, gave off massive roars and twisted their bodies, giving off massive yin and yang power as they ferociously smashed towards the Tai Chi diagram. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two dragons slammed against the Tai Chi diagram, causing light to shoot everywhere. A massive gale continuously blew out, and it was incredibly powerful, as if it could blow people away. The four geniuses looked at this scene in shock and released a barrier to defend against the ferocious wind. Crack! A clear cracking sound rang out as a crack appeared on the Tai Chi diagram. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted, and the roots around him absorbed large amounts of yin and yang power, sending them into the two dragons. The two dragons gave off even more yin and yang power as they continued to slam against the Tai Chi diagram. Crack, 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 more and more cracks appeared on the Tai Chi diagram, and with a bang, it shattered. In the end, the first layer of the barrier was destroyed. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out as the Tai Chi diagram at the top of the yin-yang tower gave off massive yin and yang power. Countless traces of black and white light shot out, covering the entire world as massive yin and yang power continuously gathered like a flood. Whether it was inside or outside the yin-yang tower, countless people looked incredibly shocked because they understood that that person had successfully destroyed the final barrier. He really did it. This is simply too shocking. In the future, the yin-yang spirit sect will have another sovereign, and perhaps he will lead the yin-yang spirit sect to an even more prosperous and powerful path. That's right. It's been a long time since such a terrifying figure has appeared in our yin-yang spirit sect. With someone like this who has the potential to become a sovereign, our yin-yang spirit sect's foundation has been greatly strengthened. Ha ha ha, our yin-yang spirit sect will definitely nurture him with all of our strength and have him challenge the top 3 of the spirit domain rankings. When that time comes, we'll have a disciple in the top 3 of the spirit domain rankings. That'll be too great. Now that he has the potential to become a sovereign, it's also possible for him to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. I hope that he awakens the spirit race's emperor star. This is simply too important to our sect. We still don't have an emperor star. I wonder what his identity is. I've never heard of such a low-level disciple before. His performance right now is simply too shocking. I've already received news that that person's name is Lu San. He used to be a very ordinary low-level disciple. I don't know what happened to him, but he has such terrifying power. I feel that it is quite suspicious. It's indeed, but only people from the yin-yang spirit sect can enter the yang-yang tower can enter, so there shouldn't be any problems. I don't think we should pay attention to this matter right now. The most important thing is that he has the potential of a supreme being. No matter who he is, we have to make him stay in the yin-yang spirit sect. He is like a treasure to us. The people in the yin-yang tower looked up in shock and fell into a deathly silence. They had personally witnessed a person become a terrifying person who was as powerful as a sovereign. Right now, his status was even more prestigious than the 4 supreme geniuses. Apart from the supreme beings, everyone in the yin-yang spirit sect had to be polite to him. In the future, he would be the sovereign of the yin-yang spirit sect, and he would become a powerful figure whose name would shake the spirit domain. Countless people would kneel at his feet, fear him, worship him, like him, and respect him. Those who had fought with Zhao Fu before felt incredibly pale and powerless, and they felt incredibly regretful. Xianxia even wanted to commit suicide. He had been incredibly unlucky to have offended such a person. Luo Mingyan looked incredibly shocked, and she felt immense fear. Now that that person had become the most powerful person in the yin-yang spirit sect, she would not have the chance to teach him a lesson. She could only hope that that person would not continue to bully her, or else she would have to submit. Yang Saran felt incredibly happy and did not resist anymore. Anyone would be moved to have a sovereign like this, and this meant that there would be massive benefits. Qiuli looked incredibly shocked. She had only said that as long as Zhao Fu reached the top, she would become Zhao Fu's female attendant. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would actually reach the top and become the sovereign of the Yin-Yang spirit sect. Even she could only look up to such a person and could not reach him. The difference between their statuses was simply too great. On the 32nd level, the four geniuses also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. This person had really broken through the final barrier, and they felt ashamed of their inferiority. They could not help but admire Zhao Fu's strength. It was laughable that they had been so high and mighty before, looking down on such a low-grade disciple. However, he had used his power to defeat them and break through the barrier that they could not break. Zhao Fu did not mind their expressions and stepped onto the stairs to the top. Step by step, Zhao Fu finally came to the top. This place was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it was very spacious. There was nothing here, but at the center were two pearls, one black and one white, that gave off immense spirit energy. These were what Zhao Fu had been looking for, the Yin-Yang spirit pearl. Looking at the Yin-Yang spirit pearl, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The Yin-Yang spirit pearl was such an important thing, but there were no restrictions around it at all. What was going on? Zhao Fu did not dare to rashly go up, as it could be very dangerous. However, after Zhao Fu looked around, he did not find any danger, so Zhao Fu started to feel uncertain. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu slowly went up and touched the two Yin-Yang spirit pearls. Swish, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the two Yin-Yang spirit pearls turned into two rays of light and quickly shot into Zhao Fu's body. Before Zhao Fu could react, boom, a massive explosion sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind as a massive Yin-Yang energy spread out from his body. Countless rays of light shot out from his body, and Zhao Fu's body floated in the air. The massive Tai Chi diagram at the top of the tower gave off a massive aura as it started to spin. Countless traces of Yin-Yang energy flowed into it like wild gales, and the aura was world-shaking. Countless people felt incredibly small and powerless. It was said that the top floor of the Yin-Yang tower had a massive Yin-Yang legacy power, and the terrifying shockwaves were caused by this legacy power. The Tai Chi diagram continuously absorbed massive amounts of Yin-Yang energy, and the might it gave off became more and more terrifying. It was as if the sky was weighing down on countless people's bodies, making them feel very uncomfortable. A white stream of air and a black stream of air flowed out from the Tai Chi diagram and floated towards the top floor of the Yin-Yang tower. This was not Zhao Fu's body, but Lu San's body. After absorbing the two massive auras, his body started to go through massive changes. Lu San felt a massive wave of power continuously flow into his body. This wave of power was incredibly powerful, and he understood that he had obtained a heaven-defying legacy power, causing him to be delirious with joy. If he could obtain this power even without relying on Zhao Fu, he would be able to become a very powerful person. Lu San's body lay in the air, giving off boundless black and white light that covered the entire top floor of the Yin-Yang building. Traces of impurities floated out of his body. Lu San's constitution, bloodline, and power were all going through massive changes, and he had an even more powerful constitution and bloodline than before. However, Zhao Fu had stopped this transformation because only Lu San would be able to obtain benefits like this. To Zhao Fu, Lu San was just a tool that he could casually take and would be thrown away at any moment. It was impossible for such a simple song tool to gain a lot of benefits without gaining anything from it. This Yin-Yang legacy power was a very powerful Yin-Yang spirit energy that could help Zhao Fu awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Moreover, because it was a legacy, it came with a massive wave of the Yin-Yang spirit sect's fate. Now, Zhao Fu was using the spirit race's fate to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, and this massive wave of legacy fate would be of great help to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu controlled his consciousness to form an orb in Lu San's mind and started to absorb this massive wave of Yin-Yang legacy power. Lu San's consciousness did not dare to object because he knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was. He had relied on his own power to reach this top floor, which meant that he had the potential to become a sovereign. Even though Lu San did not know who he was, such a person was not someone he could come into contact with. In front of such a person, he was like a lowly ant. Moreover, he could not resist at all. Zhao Fu only needed to think about it to easily kill him. Finally, his constitution and bloodline had gone through massive changes, and he had obtained massive benefits. Even though he could not become a peerless genius, becoming an expert would not be a problem. That sphere was formed from Zhao Fu's soul power, and the yin and yang power that poured into it directly entered Zhao Fu's body. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body was sitting cross-legged beneath a large rock. A massive yin-yang power surged out from his body and his body shone with black and white light. As Zhao Fu's body was filled with this massive yin and yang energy, he started to go through massive changes. The one with the biggest reaction was the yin-yang soul fire in Zhao Fu's mind, because they themselves were of the yin and yang attribute. After absorbing this yin-yang power, Zhao Fu's sea of consciousness began to burn fiercely. A clump of yin-yang soul fire appeared between Zhao Fu's eyebrows. A taiji symbol appeared on his palms, soles, and chest. Zhao Fu's body now had a stronger yin and yang attribute, and he also had a stronger spirituality. His understanding of the power of yin and yang had also become deeper. 32nd level. The sphere formed by Zhao Fu's consciousness continued to devour large amounts of yin and yang spiritual power in Lu San's body. The yin and yang power was actually even more excited and agitated. They wanted to rush into Zhao Fu's body even more. Lu San's body was too weak for them, and Zhao Fu's body was where they should go. The taiji symbol in the sky was also constantly spinning, producing a massive suction force and absorbing the vast yin and yang power. This continued for a while. The taiji symbol in space continued to spin and absorb large amounts of yin and yang power. This made countless yin-yang spirit sect experts feel very strange. This was because it lasted for too long. In the past, it would only last for half the time before stopping. They didn't know what was going on, so they could only continue to wait. What shocked them even more was that the huge taiji symbol didn't stop. Instead, it became bigger and bigger, producing a massive suction force that grew stronger and stronger. Countless yin and yang power crazily surged into it. The last taiji symbol covered the entire yin-yang spirit sect. A massive pressure enveloped the entire yin-yang spirit sect, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Now, everyone in the yin-yang spirit sect looked up at the sky in shock. Even if they didn't want to know about Zhao Fu's situation, it was extremely difficult. The nearby powerful sects also sensed this massive yin and yang aura and hurriedly went outside. They saw a massive Tai Chi diagram on the horizon, and the surroundings of the Tai Chi diagram seemed to be primal chaos. There was only yin and yang qi. What was happening in the yin-yang spirit sect? Why were there such terrifying ripples? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Qing Yao, Qing He, and the others, who had been asking around for information, felt this massive aura. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly flew towards the yin-yang spirit sect. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive taiji symbol gave off an unimaginable suction force. It was as if the entire world's energy was going to be sucked into it, and the terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth. Countless people felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Intense fear surged in their hearts, and their bodies could not help but tremble. The higher-ups of the yin-yang spirit sect said in shock, "Hurry and send the order for those higher beings to return. Something shocking has happened in the yin-yang spirit sect." Everyone else hurriedly left as well. They understood how important this matter was. The taiji symbol in the sky absorbed boundless energy, and the black and white streams of energy were massive as well. They flowed into the top floor of the yin-yang tower like two massive rivers. Lu San's body absorbed this massive yin and yang energy, and this yin and yang energy was absorbed by the orb in his mind. Right now, Lu San was very excited and moved because such a massive amount of yin and yang energy flowing through his body was very beneficial to him. His bloodline and constitution had undergone a powerful evolution. As the massive yin and yang energy flowed into the building, the entire building started to tremble as if it could not withstand this massive power. The people in the yin-yang tower could feel how terrifying the yin and yang energy was. They felt as if they were going to die, and they did not dare to stay in the yin-yang tower any longer, so they all left. After countless people came outside, they looked at the changes outside in shock. Only now did they know that that person had caused such a massive ripple. They turned their gazes to Zhao Fu's body. A massive yin and yang energy surged out of his mind, and the black and white yin and yang soul fire burned even more ferociously. It had already surged out of Zhao Fu's head, causing a yin and yang fire to burn in Zhao Fu's head. One side of Zhao Fu's hair turned white and burned with a white aura flame, while the other side was black and burned with a black aura flame. The yin and yang fire between Zhao Fu's eyebrows turned into a ball, and it continuously condensed into a taiji symbol. Following this, Zhao Fu's body went through even more shocking changes. A pair of taiji symbols appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes, and half of his body became white and the other half became black. A taiji symbol appeared on his arms, wrists, hands, calves, thighs, chest, and back. Countless traces of yin and yang energy flowed out, forming a 2-meter-wide taiji symbol behind Zhao Fu, and a terrifying wave of yin and yang energy spread out. By now, Zhao Fu felt that his body had become a yin and yang body, and he had powerful spirituality, as if he was a pure spirit race. The reason why the Tai Chi diagram had changed so much was because Zhao Fu's bloodline was too high grade, and it required a large amount of yin and yang energy to cause Zhao Fu to go through changes. That was why the Tai Chi diagram had changed so much. Right now, Zhao Fu looked like a pure spirit race with a top-tier yin and yang bloodline. This was because Zhao Fu's bloodline was the origin bloodline, and adding on Zhao Fu's massive spirituality, a single drop of Zhao Fu's blood could cause something to have its own consciousness. For example, if Zhao Fu's blood fell on a blade of grass, that blade of grass would absorb a massive amount of energy and gain its own consciousness, becoming a grass spirit. If a drop of blood fell on a stone, because the stone was dead and did not have any life, it would take some time to absorb the blood, and it would use its own consciousness and life force to become a stone spirit. If Zhao Fu cut his palm and scattered his blood, many spirit items would appear on the ground. Because these spirit items had absorbed Zhao Fu's blood, they were incredibly high-grade spirit items and had terrifying power. Of course, Zhao Fu was not stupid enough to scatter a large amount of blood, as losing a large amount of blood would cause his body to become incredibly weak. The transformation was not over yet, and Zhao Fu still needed to go through the final step of the transformation. He sat cross-legged on the ground and put his palms together. The taiji symbol in Zhao Fu's eyes gave off an intense light, and the taiji symbols on his body started to spin. The 2-meter-wide taiji symbol behind him also started to spin. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to fuse the power of yin and yang into one kind of power, which was the power of primal chaos and nothingness. This was the final step of the transformation. The two great powers within Zhao Fu's body fused together. The chaotic power of nothingness slowly condensed in Zhao Fu's chest, forming a colorless round crystal. At first, it was only the size of a soybean, but it continued to grow until it was the size of a walnut. It gave off a wave of primal chaos and nothingness power. Now, Zhao Fu's aura was slightly different. It gave off massive yin and yang energy, as well as primal chaos and nothingness energy. Zhao Fu completed his transformation and a wave of primal chaos nothingness power surged into the bead in Lu San's body. The bead shot out a ray of light towards the gigantic taiji diagram in the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out in all directions, and the Tai Chi diagram gave off a heaven-toppling aura that swept through everything. No one could stop it, and their bodies became icy cold. The gigantic taiji diagram, one black and one white, slowly split apart and continuously condensed. The white Magatama continuously changed and formed a massive divine dragon. This divine dragon was long and slim, and its scales, horns, and claws were all pure white. Its eyes were black Magatama. The white divine dragon gave off an elegant and classical aura and gave off a massive wave of extreme yang energy that covered half the sky. On the other side, the black Magatama was also constantly changing, forming a huge divine dragon. This divine dragon was slender, with dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon horns, and dragon whiskers all pure black, and a pair of white Magatama eyes. The black divine dragon gave off an elegant and dignified aura and gave off a massive wave of extreme yin energy that covered half the sky. The two massive divine dragons circled in the sky, forming a circle, and a massive wave of yin and yang energy spread out. The heavens and earth suddenly went through massive changes as countless traces of spirit chi gathered and gave off boundless spirit light. White and black lotus flowers floated down from the sky like snow, creating a beautiful scene. Countless people looked at the descending black and white lotus flowers in shock, and some people could not help but stretch out their hands and remove the lotus flowers, causing them to fuse into their bodies. Powerful waves of yin and yang energy flowed into their bodies, and everyone looked delighted. The black and white lotus flowers were very useful to them. Their strength had greatly increased, and their constitutions had also become much stronger. The higher-ups looked incredibly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a commotion. This person could be the person with the most potential in the history of the Yin-Yang spirit sect, and the Yin-Yang spirit sect might go through massive changes in the future. For the Yin-Yang spirit sect to have such a person was the Yin-Yang spirit sect's blessing and greatest opportunity. Roar! Roar! Two massive dragon roars sounded out as the two divine dragons gave off massive auras as they flew towards the top floor of the Yin-Yang Tower and into the Yin-Yang Tower. They entered Lu San's body through the orb and entered Zhao Fu's body. Two divine dragons appeared in Zhao Fu's mind, one black and one white, and they surrounded Zhao Fu's Yin-Yang soul fire. The abnormal signs in the sky disappeared as the countless black and white lotus flowers disappeared, and the heavens and earth returned to normal. Zhao Fu regained control of Lu San's body, and there were still two Yin-Yang spirit pearls within his body. Zhao Fu still needed to take the Yin-Yang spirit pearls away from the Yin-Yang spirit sect. However, Zhao Fu felt a headache because he found that the Yin-Yang spirit sect was filled with people, and all of them were staring at the Yin-Yang tower. Zhao Fu could not leave at all. A while later, a Peak Dao realm expert stood at the front and gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Sir, please come out. We can promise that we will not harm you. Now that you have obtained the Yin-Yang spirit sect's most powerful legacy and the Yin-Yang spirit sect's great fate, you are already one of us. The Yin-Yang spirit sect will support your cultivation, and with your potential, you will definitely become the most powerful person in the spirit domain and shake the entire spirit domain." Zhao Fu did not believe his words. If he knew that he was the second king of kings and a celestial spawn, he might directly attack him. However, even if Zhao Fu did not want to go out, there was nothing he could do. He could not stay here forever, and this would not solve the problem. Zhao Fu was not worried about his safety at all, as only his consciousness was controlling Lu San's body and he could leave at any time. Zhao Fu was worried about the Yin-Yang spirit pearls within his body. They could help awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained powerful Yin-Yang energy and a Yin-Yang spirit body, adding on the Yin-Yang spirit sect's massive fate, his connection to the spirit race's Emperor Star became stronger and stronger. Book has been unsealed and has been updated. Lords. Army conquering the world has something to say. It has been unlocked and updated. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to leave Yin-Yang Tower. Even if he refused to leave, everyone else could still come in. Zhao Fu walked back to the 32nd floor. The geniuses of the Yin-Yang sect looked at Zhao Fu with complicated expressions. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so strong. Most importantly, he had reached the 33rd floor and obtained the most precious Yin-Yang inheritance of the Yin-Yang sect. Zhao Fu ignored them and walked back to the 31st floor. The geniuses looked at each other and were not in the mood to continue cultivating. They also left the 32nd floor. Zhao Fu walked all the way down. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock and fear. They now understood just how terrifying this person in front of them was. His potential far surpassed those geniuses, and in the future, he would be a terrifying figure that they would never be able to come into contact with. He would definitely shake the spirit domain. They did not continue to cultivate in the Yin-Yang Tower, and they all followed behind Zhao Fu. Qiuli gave a trace of a smile as she looked at Zhao Fu. The man in front of her was simply too shocking, and thinking about what had happened between them, her face became slightly red. Luo Mingyan looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated expression. She did not know what to say. She just followed Zhao Fu obediently. Yang Saran also had a smile on her face. As Zhao Fu's maid, she was Zhao Fu's woman. Zhao Fu had such terrifying potential. She was filled with joy. Those who had fought with Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu nervously. With Zhao Fu's power, he could kill them easily without any punishment. No one dared to punish him now. The one who regretted the most was Shangmi. He wanted to die. Why did the person he bullied suddenly become so terrifying and become the most respected person in the Yin-Yang sect? Zhao Fu walked out of Yin-Yang Tower. Everyone followed behind him. No one dared to walk in front of Zhao Fu. The Yin-Yang Tower was also surrounded by countless people. The expert looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "You're the person who obtained the Yin-Yang sect's most powerful legacy?" Zhao Fu lightly nodded. The powerhouse said with a smile, "I've said it before. We don't care who you are. You're the successor of our Yin-Yang sect now. We'll do our best to nurture you. Right now, the powerful figures of our sect are out. When they come back, they'll personally receive you and tell you everything in detail." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before smiling and saying, I understand." Now that there were countless experts here, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to escape. As such, he could only agree for now and see if he could escape from the Yin-Yang sect. Also, he had caused such a huge commotion. The higher beings of the Yin-Yang sect should have received the news and were rushing back. If they came back, his identity would be exposed. Zhao Fu only had 60% of his body, so it would be easy for him to be discovered. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the expert to a private room and prepared to wait for the higher beings to return. Zhao Fu sat in the room and felt a slight headache. There were still countless experts outside and he could not leave. The Yin-Yang sect's people naturally could not let Zhao Fu leave. Firstly, this matter was too important and was important to the Yin-Yang sect. Secondly, they did not know Zhao Fu's true identity and did not know anything about Zhao Fu. At this moment, Qiu Li, Xianxia, and Luo Mingyan walked in. Zhao Fu looked at the three of them and asked, "Why are the three of you here?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Didn't you say that I'm your female attendant? If I don't follow you, who else can I follow?" Zhao Fu was slightly startled. He had wanted to bully Xianxia to take revenge for being chased down and not make her his female attendant. Now that she was here, thinking about how shrewish she was, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm a bit tired, come and help me massage my shoulders." Xianxia lightly harumphed and obediently walked behind Zhao Fu and helped Zhao Fu massage his shoulders. Zhao Fu then looked at the other two people. Qiu Li lightly laughed as she said, "We've both been teased by you, so we're already yours. Naturally, we have to come here as well." Luo Mingyan stood there and did not say anything. Zhao Fu said softly, "All right. Sit down." Qiu Li and Luo Mingyan sat next to Zhao Fu. Qiu Li looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Now that we're all yours, can you tell us your true identity?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm just 6'3", I don't have any identity." Qiu Li smiled and said, "Who would believe your nonsense now? Everyone outside is talking about you. 6'3" is just an ordinary person, how could he suddenly be more powerful than the peerless geniuses of the Yin-Yang sect?" Zhao Fu smiled and did not say anything. Qiu Li continued to speak, "Although we're not clear about your identity, we're sure that you're definitely not 6'3". Can you tell us who you are?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's not good for you guys if I tell you." Qiu Li's eyes flashed with light as she said, "Then your identity is not ordinary? Let me guess who you are. You used the identity of 6'3" to sneak into the Yin-Yang sect. There must be something wrong with your identity. Otherwise, you could have come in openly. I'm guessing that you're either from an enemy force of the Yin-Yang sect or someone with a bad reputation in the spirit realm. Do you think I'm right?" Zhao Fu said, "You're right." Qiu Li chuckled, "But I really can't think of anyone with such a terrifying aptitude like you. Do you know? You've already caused a huge commotion. All the major forces have sent people to the Yin-Yang sect. Now, we're just waiting for the powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect to return." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a headache. The powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect were about to return. Once they return, his identity might be exposed. He would not be in any danger. He could leave 6'3's body with his consciousness, but he could not bring the Yin-Yang spirit pearl out. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu looked at Qiu Li and the other two. Zhao Fu had placed a restriction on their bodies. Zhao Fu could control their bodies. Zhao Fu revealed a smile, "I need you guys to do me a favor." Qiu Li asked curiously, "What favor?" Zhao Fu stretched out his hand. A white and a black ball appeared on Zhao Fu's palm. They gave off a black and white radiance. "Help me bring this out of the Yin-Yang sect." Feeling the vast Yin-Yang energy, Qiu Li and the other two revealed a shocked expression. "This is the Yin-Yang spirit pearl of the Yin-Yang sect." Zhao Fu said. N. Luo Mingyan asked doubtfully, "Why do you want us to bring them out?" Zhao Fu said, "You guys just need to bring them out. You don't have to worry about anything else. You have my power in your bodies. I can control your bodies at any time. Xianxia hammered Zhao Fu's shoulder. You're just so overbearing. Is really full of misfortunes. It has been unlocked and updated. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Zhao Fu chuckled. I'll have to trouble you guys to help me with this. Xianxia's expression softened and she nodded. It didn't seem like a big deal to just take something away. Moreover, the yin-yang pearl already belonged to Zhao Fu. Qiuli was still curious. Why do you want us to take such an important thing out? Zhao Fu smiled. You'll know in the future. Seeing that Zhao Fu wasn't willing to say anything, Qiuli didn't ask anymore and said, give us the yin-yang spirit pearl and we'll help you take it out. Zhao Fu handed the yin-yang spirit pearl over to Qiuli. Just as Qiuli was about to take the pearl, a massive yin-yang energy exploded out and bounced her hand away. Zhao Fu looked at the yin-yang spirit pearl in shock. Its spirituality and strength were 10 times stronger than normal spirit pearls and it actually didn't want others to touch it. Qiuli had just stretched out her hand to take it. If she tried to forcefully take it, the yin-yang spirit pearl might injure her. Zhao Fu frowned. Now that no one could touch the yin-yang spirit pearl besides him, how could he let others take it out? Thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to forcefully seal the pearl. That way, it wouldn't have any power and could be taken out of the yin-yang sect. Suddenly, the door opened, and a beautiful woman in a white dress with a stiff expression walked in. Zhao Fu was shocked. He felt that the woman's aura was that of an almighty being. The almighty being of the yin-yang spirit sect had returned so quickly. Zhao Fu didn't dare to move and he couldn't escape because he couldn't. What should he do now? Zhao Fu didn't know. Seeing the woman, Qiuli called out happily, Master, you're here. She was the daughter of the yin-yang sect master, Yin Baiyue, and also Qiuli's master. Zhao Fu looked at Yin Baiyue. Although she was Qiuli's master, Zhao Fu didn't think that she would let him go. Yin Baiyue nodded and looked straight at Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite nervous. Zhao Fu was about to speak. Yin Baiyue spoke first. You are really bold. You even dared to come to the yin-yang spirit sect and cause such a big incident. Zhao Fu was stunned. Why did Yin Baiyue seem to know him? The other 3 women were also surprised. They were very curious about Zhao Fu's identity, but Zhao Fu refused to tell them. Why did Yin Baiyue seem to know his identity? Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he said, Senior, I don't know what you're talking about. Yin Baiyue's expression stiffened. There is no need for you to continue hiding. I know you are the 12th generation immortal bastard. Hearing this, Qiuli and the other 2 were shocked. Qiuli didn't think that the scum of spirit realm that everyone wanted to beat up and bullied women was the person in front of him. Luo Mingyan's face was pale. She had long heard about how scoundrels the immortal evils were, how hateful they were, how even women would hate scum like him. Xianxia also understood why Zhao Fu would find trouble with him in the yin-yang house. So he was the immortal evils from before. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xianxia shouted angrily. Even if she died, she wouldn't become the servant of this immortal evils. Xianxia raised her hand and circulated her power, wanting to attack Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not move at all. Xianxia's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Her body was sealed by Zhao Fu, so it was impossible for her to harm Zhao Fu. Xianxia, who had fallen to the ground, glared at Zhao Fu angrily. Zhao Fu ignored her. He looked at Yin Baiyue and asked, Since Senior knows my identity, why didn't you do anything? Yin Baiyue replied coldly, I won't hurt you. Don't worry. Zhao Fu was somewhat confused. With the identity of the immortal evils, countless people should have killed him. Why didn't Yin Baiyue do anything? Could it be? Thinking about this, Zhao Fu revealed a trace of a smile and his body gave off a massive wave of 6 desires demonic qi. Yin Baiyue's face immediately became red. Zhao Fu also confirmed why Yin Baiyue didn't kill him. It turned out that she was also the woman of those immortal evils. Those immortal evils were truly scourges, they had actually bullied so many women. However, Zhao Fu had to thank them. Without them, Zhao Fu would not have been able to obtain all sorts of spirit pearls and awaken the yin-yang 5 bodies so easily. The first person he met, Qingyao, was the woman of the immortal evils. Then, there were Yu Mao, Lu Qianxian, Bai Dandan, and Bing Qingling. They were all terrifying existences at the almighty realm. Moreover, they were all beautiful and moving. Zhao Fu could only help those immortal evils take care of him. Those immortal evils would never have thought that the women they loved would become another man's woman. The most pitiful person was Zhao Yi. He might not be able to obtain these women, but they could provide him with all sorts of help, allowing him to become a peerless expert. It was a pity that everything now belonged to Zhao Fu. Now that he found out that Yin Baiwei was the woman of those immortal evils, Zhao Fu felt at ease and was no longer afraid. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What should I call you? Master's wife or senior?" Yin Baiwei glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Quickly retract your power." Zhao Fu smiled and put away the 6 desires demonic qi. Yin Baiwei's expression returned to normal and she stared at Zhao Fu and said, "You are indeed a shocking genius. You have such a massive amount of 6 desires demonic qi. You are many times stronger than your masters." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Senior, I want to leave the Yin Yang sect. I wonder if you can help me." Yin Baiwei was the sect master's daughter and a powerful expert. With her help, he should be able to leave the Yin Yang sect easily. Hearing this, Yin Baiwei thought for a moment and said, "You have obtained the strongest inheritance of the Yin Yang spirit sect. Everyone in the sect is looking at you. There are also a few other major powers watching you. I can't take you away. Moreover, I can't guarantee your safety even if you leave the Yin Yang spirit sect. You should stay in the Yin Yang spirit sect." Zhao Fu was naturally unwilling. He had come to the Yin Yang spirit sect for the Yin Yang pearl. He couldn't stay in the Yin Yang spirit sect forever. Zhao Fu was about to say that he had to leave. However, he realized that he didn't have to leave. He only needed someone to take the Yin Yang spirit pearl away and his consciousness would leave Lu San's body. Looking at Qiu Li, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Now that you know my identity, it's up to you whether you want to be my woman or not. However, you have to help me take the Yin Yang spirit pearl out of the Yin Yang sect." Qiu Li's expression was complicated. She originally had some feelings for Zhao Fu. However, she didn't expect that Zhao Fu was that hateful evil immortal. In the end, Zhao Fu asked them to choose whether they wanted to be his woman or not. This made her heave a sigh of relief. They still had the right to choose. Qiu Li nodded, "I promise you." Yin Baiwei said, "The Yin Yang spirit pearl is an inheritance. No one can take it out of the Yin Yang spirit sect. Once it leaves your body, it will return to the Yin Yang tower." Things had become troublesome, and the Yin Yang spirit pearl could only be taken out by himself. However, he could not leave now. In the end, Zhao Fu had no choice and looked at Yin Baiwei and said, "I have to leave this place." Yin Baiwei replied, "Why?" Zhao Fu said, "I came to the Yin Yang sect for the Yin Yang spirit pearl. I want to collect all kinds of Yin Yang spirit pearls to awaken the spirit pearl's emperor star." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, including Yin Baiwei, who was an almighty. The spirit race's supreme emperor star was the rarest and hardest to awaken. Many geniuses had not been able to awaken it, and now that this person wanted to awaken it, they could not help but feel shocked. Qiu Li said, "You're not joking, right? You know that only a few people in the entire spirit realm are blessed by the heavens to awaken the spirit race's emperor star, and each of them is a peerless person." Yang Saran and Luo Mingyan looked shocked and did not say anything. This person was an immortal bastard, a scum who liked to bully women. If he awakened the spirit race's emperor star, things would be too terrifying. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Do you think I don't have the potential to awaken it now?" Hearing this, Qiu Li came back to his senses. This person had not only obtained the Yin Yang spirit sect's strongest legacy, but he had also caused such a commotion. Perhaps he really could awaken it. Yin Baiwei looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "I believe you have potential. If you can awaken the spirit pearl's emperor star, you'll be the most terrifying immortal bastard in history. I can help you, but you have to agree to a few conditions." Zhao Fu asked, "What conditions?" Yin Baiwei said, "First, don't think about taking revenge for your teachers. They offended too many people and made many mistakes." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No problem." Yin Baiyu looked quite startled. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would agree so quickly. She had been worried that Zhao Fu would start a bloodbath in the spirit realm. She did not know that Zhao Fu was not a true immortal bastard and did not have any feelings for those immortal bastards. How could he take revenge for them? Zhao Fu smiled and asked, what other conditions? Yin Baiyu thought for a moment. Also, you can't force yourself on other women. You can't use your cultivation technique to control and torture them. Zhao Fu glanced at Yin Baiyu's slender figure and said with a smile, I will try my best. Feeling Zhao Fu's gaze, Yin Baiyu frowned, finally, don't have any ideas about me. I'm not such a casual woman. You'd better put away your dirty thoughts. Zhao Fu explained with a smile, don't misunderstand, I don't have that thought. Yin Baiyu said coldly, I know that every generation of immortal evildoers is the most despicable kind of silver thief. You don't have to pretend to be pure. Zhao Fu looked embarrassed. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me out of here. Yin Baiyu nodded, follow me and leave with me. After that, Yin Baiyu opened the door and walked out, followed by Zhao Fu and the others. There were so many people around that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Yin Baiyu said in a cold voice, leave now. Hearing this, everyone left nervously in fear. Yin Baiyu was an almighty powerhouse and the daughter of the sect master. They did not dare to offend her. At this time, a few elders walked in front of Yin Baiyu and saluted, Spiritual Venerable, where do you want to take him? Yin Baiyu replied, this matter is not under your control. A tall and thin youth smiled and said, he has obtained our Yin Yang sect's inheritance and is already considered the successor of our Yin Yang sect. Spiritual Venerable, you can't take him to other places. Let's wait for the other venerables to come back. Yin Baiyu frowned, then what if I take him away? The youth replied humbly, then we can only use the power of the Yin Yang spirit sect to stop you. A trace of anger appeared on Yin Baiyu's face. Zhao Fu sighed in his heart. Yin Baiyu actually had no way to take him away from here. Boom boom boom, loud explosions sounded, and a group of people exuding incomparable power appeared. There were 8 of them. The almighty powerhouses of the Yin Yang spirit sect had returned. Zhao Fu's expression became somewhat unsightly. He had never thought that he would be so unlucky to meet almighty powerhouses as soon as he left. At this moment, the situation was very bad. Zhao Fu's ending would be very miserable. A middle-aged man with a mustache smiled and asked, what happened? Those people had told him what had happened. The almighty powerhouse's gazes all focused on Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu felt immense pressure. Everyone revealed astonished and shocked expressions. The middle-aged man was called Zhao Fei, and he said with a trace of a surprised smile, who are you? You actually obtained our Yin Yang spirit sect's strongest inheritance by occupying our disciple's body. Only then did Qiuli and the other 2 react. The person in front of them was not Zhao Fu's original body, but someone controlled by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had been seen through by them. If this went on, his identity would definitely be exposed. Right now, his life was the most important, so Zhao Fu immediately left Lu San's body. However, something strange happened. Zhao Fu's consciousness could not leave Lu San's body. Zhao Fei lightly laughed as he said, now that the Yin Yang spirit sect's defensive formation has been activated, your consciousness will not be able to escape. Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly. If this part of his consciousness was heavily injured or even destroyed, Zhao Fu's original body's soul would also be heavily injured. Even though he would not die, the situation would be quite serious. Zhao Fei smiled as he said, we don't want to harm you. As long as you tell us who you are, the Yin Yang spirit sect will do its best to nurture you. Zhao Fu did not believe his words. If his true identity was exposed, they would definitely attack him. Just as Zhao Fu did not know how to reply, Yin Baiyu said, he is the legendary second-generation king of kings, the possessor of 7 emperor stars, and the #1 person in the heaven-awakened world. Hearing this, the higher beings all looked incredibly shocked. They all knew how terrifying someone with 7 emperor stars was. The entire world was madly searching for him, and the chaos in the spirit realm was caused by him. Thinking about how the possessor of 7 emperor stars had appeared in front of them, they stared at Zhao Fu, their hearts beating rapidly. Zhao Fu also looked quite shocked. He had never thought that Yin Baiyu would discover his true identity. How had she discovered his identity? It seemed that he had not leaked any information. Suddenly, Yin Baiyue's voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind, right now, you can only pretend to be that possessor of 7 emperor stars to survive. If they find out that you're the 12th celestial bastard, you'll definitely die. Hearing this, Zhao Fu wanted to laugh. It turned out that Yin Baiyue had not discovered his true identity and wanted him to pretend to be himself. However, now that he thought about it, there was nothing he could do. This identity could make them feel wary, but the celestial bastard would make them feel disgusted. Zhao Fu nodded and took a step forwards. An emperor's aura spread out, causing the higher beings to take a step back. Zhao Fu nodded in agreement and stepped forwards. That's right, I'm the possessor of 7 emperor stars. Hearing this, Zhao Fei hurriedly waved his hand and a massive barrier spread out, covering everyone. If news of the possessor of 7 emperor stars appearing in the Yin-Yang sect was leaked, the Yin-Yang sect would be doomed. They would not be able to protect Zhao Fu at all, as that would mean becoming enemies with the entire Heaven Awakened world. Yin Baiyue looked at Zhao Fu and thought to himself, this fellow's acting is quite good, he looks a bit like the possessor of 7 emperor stars. Zhao Fei said seriously, then how can we prove your identity? Zhao Fu could obtain the Yin-Yang sect's legacy by taking over a person's body. Just this alone made Zhao Fu's words somewhat believable, but this matter was too important, so they had to confirm Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu asked, then how can we prove it? Do I summon 7 emperor stars for you to see? As he spoke, Zhao Fu raised a hand. This gave Zhao Fei a big fright, and he hurriedly said, don't. If Zhao Fu summoned 7 emperor stars, wouldn't that draw countless terrifying experts to the Yin-Yang sect? No matter how powerful the Yin-Yang sect was, they would not be able to stop them. Yin Baiyue said, now that you know who he is, do you still plan on keeping him? The Yin-Yang sect will not be able to protect him, and there will be all sorts of disasters. Zhao Fei said, this matter is too important, I think we should wait for the higher-ups of the Yin-Yang sect to return before discussing it. Now, everyone was searching for Zhao Fu. They not only wanted to obtain Zhao Fu's power but also Zhao Fu's secrets, such as why he could awaken so many terrifying emperor stars. Now that Zhao Fu had appeared before them, they did not want to let Zhao Fu off so easily. Letting Zhao Fu off was equivalent to letting go of a massive opportunity. Yin Baiyue frowned. Zhao Fu did not have 7 emperor stars. If he stayed here for too long, his identity as an immortal bastard would definitely be exposed, and he would definitely die here. No, our Yin-Yang sect can't afford to offend or keep such a person. It's better to let him go. It's also considered as forming a good relationship with him. Zhao Fei insisted, he has to stay in the Yin-Yang sect. Also, as the daughter of the sect leader, why don't you think about the sect? Why do you always want to take him away from the Yin-Yang sect? Yin Baiyue's face was cold. He didn't know how to answer. If he accidentally said something wrong, it would kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt that there was nothing he could do, so he said, today, I have obtained the Yin-Yang sect's legacy. I will remember this kindness, so please allow me to leave. If you force me to stay, I can only give up a portion of my consciousness, even if there is enmity between me and the Yin-Yang sect. Zhao Fei's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening us? Zhao Fu said calmly, I don't want to be hostile to Yin-Yang sect either, but don't force me. Zhao Fei and the others looked solemnly at Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Yin-Yang sect gave off boundless light. Zhao Fei looked and said, someone is attacking the sect's formation. Go and see who has the guts to do so. A few people immediately left and soon returned, saying, it's a few masked women, they're most likely here for the possessor of the 7 emperor stars. Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately thought of Qingyao and the others. Seeing that he had not come out, they knew that something must have happened, so they had immediately come to find him. However, the Yin-Yang sect was a large sect in the spirit domain and had terrifying strength. They were not a match for them. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite touched. Zhao Fei said coldly, they dared to attack our sect's formation. Let's go and deal with them first before dealing with him. The others nodded and left together. Outside the sect, Qing Yao, Qing He, Yu Mao, Bing Qingling, and Lu Qianxian all gave off powerful auras as they stood in front of the Yin-Yang sect. They knew that this was very dangerous, but in order to save Zhao Fu, they had to try. They did not want to lose their man again. Zhao Fei led his group out and looked at Qingyao and the others as he coldly laughed and said, "You dared to charge into the Yin Yang sect, don't regret it now." Qingyao said, "We don't want to become enemies with the Yin Yang sect, we just want to take him and leave." Zhao Fei said, "He must stay in the Yin Yang sect, don't even think about taking him away." Qingyao said, "This is our fault, we can apologize and pay any price. Please let him off this time." By now, Qingyao and the others did not know what had happened and thought that Zhao Fu had been caught stealing the Yin Yang spirit pearl, so they wanted to use this method to save Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fei could not help but loudly laugh, "Don't treat us like fools, we've discovered his true identity." Qingyao and the other women's expressions fell. What they had been worried about had happened. The Yin Yang spirit sect's people had discovered that Zhao Fu was a celestial bastard. What could they do to save him? Qingyao thought about it and said, "What his masters did has nothing to do with him, so don't vent your anger on him. You can raise any conditions, but I only ask that you let him off this time. I promise that he definitely won't harm anyone from the Yin Yang sect." Hearing this, the Yin Yang sect's people felt quite confused and did not understand. Zhao Fei coldly laughed as he said, "We can't let him off so easily. With his terrifying and prestigious identity, whoever obtains him will benefit greatly. No matter what price you pay, it won't be worth a single cent to him." Now, it was Qingyao and the others' turn to look quite confused. Wasn't Zhao Fu a celestial bastard that everyone hated? Why would obtaining him be a great benefit? Neither side dared to directly say Zhao Fu's identity, as the gel was at the sect's entrance. Once they said it, others would immediately know. Zhao Fei was afraid that if others found out that there was a person with 7 emperor stars in the Yin Yang spirit sect, countless terrifying experts would rush to the Yin Yang sect to capture Zhao Fu. Qingyao was afraid that if others found out that Zhao Fu was a celestial bastard, countless experts would gather to kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fei did not want to say anything else. "Let's attack." At that moment, they gave off massive power and prepared to attack Qingyao and the others. At that moment, Zhao Fu and Yin Baiyue walked out and said, "Hurry up and go back." Seeing that Zhao Fu was fine, Qingyao let out a sigh of relief and found that Zhao Fu had only taken over someone else's body. The ones in danger were them, so she said, "Let's go." Zhao Fei said coldly, "Do you think you can leave just because you want to?" They gave off massive auras and surrounded Qingyao and the others. For daring to charge into the Yin Yang sect, they had to make Qingyao and the others pay a price. Now, not only did the Yin Yang sect have the advantage in numbers, but they could also borrow the power of the formation. Qingyao and the others were not a match for them, and they were in quite a dangerous situation. Zhao Fu hurriedly called out, "I want you to immediately let them off, or else I'll summon the Emperor Star and fight you to the death. The Emperor Star has been unsealed." Zhao Fei stopped. If Zhao Fu really did this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would the various experts rush over, but they would also not be able to capture Zhao Fu's main body. With Zhao Fu's monstrous talent, his future accomplishments would be terrifying. If Zhao Fu fought to the death with them, the situation would be dire. Zhao Fei and the others felt quite wary and could only stop. Zhao Fei said, "We can let her off, but you have to obediently stay in the Yin Yang sect. We can also promise not to harm you." There was no other choice, so Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Even though Zhao Fu was weak, they were still quite wary of him. Boom! Yin Baiyue suddenly stretched out a hand, and a white energy flowed out and covered Zhao Fu's body, forming a sphere. She vigorously pushed with her hand, sending the sphere flying. If Zhao Fu stayed here, he would definitely expose his identity as a celestial bastard and not the terrifying possessor of 7 emperor stars. When that time came, the various higher beings of the Yin Yang sect might use some strange methods, and Zhao Fu's life would be in danger. As such, she wanted to take this opportunity to send Zhao Fu out. Zhao Fu's body was quickly pushed out of the sect, and Zhao Fu did not even have time to react. Zhao Fei and the others' expressions fell, and they hurriedly rushed towards Zhao Fu. Qingyao and the other women immediately blocked in front of them. This was the best opportunity for Zhao Fu to escape, and they did not want to miss it. After flying out of the sect, Zhao Fu's body continued to fly forwards, and Zhao Fu immediately planned to retreat from Lu San's body. Zhao Fei coldly harumphed and raised a hand, and a black and white light appeared on his palm. Boom! Boom! Two massive explosions sounded out as two spheres, one black and one white, appeared above the Yin-Yang sect, giving off boundless light that covered the surroundings, giving off an incredibly massive feeling. The black and white light covered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu felt a powerful force binding him. Qing Yao and the others were also suppressed by this light, and their strength was greatly reduced. Zhao Fei said coldly, "Now, none of you can escape." Then, Zhao Fei turned his head and looked at Yin Baiyue with a trace of anger. "You are the daughter of the sect master, yet you have done such a thing. Wait for the sect master to come back and punish you." Hua, a massive splashing sound rang out as Qing Yao released all of her power. A massive and calm river appeared around everyone, giving off massive amounts of water spirit energy. Zhao Fei's expression changed as he called out, "So you're from the Spirit River sect?" Qing Yao did not answer his question. Instead, she said, "Hurry up and leave with Zhao Fu. I'll try my best to stall them." The clear river also gave off massive power, and another massive river appeared in the surroundings, giving off a massive aura. "Sister, you can't hold them back by yourself. Let me help you." Zhao Fei said angrily, "Your Spirit River sect dares to snatch people from us? Aren't you afraid that our Yin-Yang sect will destroy you?" Qing Yao said, "This has nothing to do with the Spirit River sect. This is a private matter between us sisters." Zhao Fei said angrily, "I don't care. If you dare to take him away today, we'll go to the Spirit River sect tomorrow to get him back." Qing Yao felt troubled. They had covered their faces because they did not want to cause trouble for the sect. The Yin-Yang Spirit sect was one of the top 10 sects of the spirit realm. The Spirit River sect was not a match for them. Zhao Fei called out, "Attack!" 8 or 9 higher beings directly attacked, and waves of powerful energy blasted towards Qing Yao and Yin Baiyue. The massive river trembled violently, and its aura weakened by half. A trace of blood flowed out of Qing Yao and Yin Baiyue's mouths. Bing Qing's gaze became cold, and a massive cold wind blew towards Zhao Fei and the others. The temperature was extremely low, and it could instantly freeze people. Zhao Fei and the others unleashed their respective powers and easily blocked the cold wind. Yumao appeared beside Zhao Fu like a black shadow, and it brought Zhao Fu and quickly flew to the side. Zhao Fei and the others also rushed over, blocking in front of Yumao. This forced Yumao to stop, and it coldly looked at the other party. Yin Baiyue rushed towards those people. Their expressions changed. "Yin Baiyue, we don't want to attack you. Why are you helping others to become enemies with us?" Yin Baiyue calmly said, "I don't want to either, but I have to make him leave." Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out, and countless shockwaves blew out. Zhao Fei and the others broke through the Spirit River, and Qing Yao and the others were forced back a few steps. Yumao hurriedly brought Zhao Fu and flew to the other side. Zhao Fei and the others did not have the time to care about Qing Yao and the others, and they directly rushed towards Yumao. They definitely could not let Zhao Fu escape. Qing Yao and the others hurriedly acted to stop them, and they started to fight, causing massive shockwaves to spread out. Yumao did not care about anything else, and she quickly brought Zhao Fu and escaped. Zhao Fu felt very uncomfortable seeing the women put themselves in danger for him. However, he was too weak and could not help at all. Boom, another massive aura descended, causing the wind and clouds to change. 3 people came, and they blocked Yumao. One of them gave off a scholarly aura and wore white clothes. He was not a savior, he was the Yin-Yang sect master, Yin Hao. The 3 of them gave off auras that were even more terrifying than ordinary higher beings. When Yin Hao heard that someone had obtained the Yin-Yang sect's strongest legacy, he had hurriedly rushed back, but he had never thought that such a thing would happen. When Qing Yao saw Yin Hao and the others, her face became somewhat pale. They were not a match for the Yin-Yang sect to begin with, and now that the Yin-Yang sect master had returned, they were even more powerless. Yin Hao asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Fei looked delighted, reporting to sect master, that person obtained the Yin-Yang sect's strongest legacy, and he obtained it by occupying someone else's body. Yin Hao and the others looked quite surprised. Yin Hao knew how difficult it was to obtain the strongest legacy, as he was the last person who had obtained it. That was why he could become the Yin-Yang sect master. Yin Hao asked curiously, "Since he obtained our Yin-Yang sect's strongest legacy, we should treat him with the best treatment. Why did you attack him?" Zhao Fei said, "Sect Master, this person might be the person we were looking for." Hearing this, Yin Hao and the others looked incredibly shocked and stared at Zhao Fu. They had gone out to find the person with 7 emperor stars, the number 1 person in the Heaven Awakened world. Was this person the person in front of them? This matter was incredibly important. This was not a good place to talk, so Yin Hao said, "All of you, come back with me." Qing Yao and the others looked quite troubled. If they entered the Yin Yang spirit sect, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, if they did not go in, they would not be a match for Yin Hao. Yin Baiyue said, "Father, he's actually not the person with 7 emperor stars you're looking for, I can guarantee that." Hearing this, Zhao Fei looked at Yin Baiyue with a complicated expression. She had just said that Zhao Fu was the person with 7 emperor stars, so why was she saying that he wasn't? However, he was not completely sure. It was possible that Zhao Fu was the person who had shaken the entire Heaven Awakened world. Yin Hao looked at Yin Baiyue and asked, "Who is he?" Yin Baiyue did not reply. At that moment, Zhao Fei said, "Sect Master, it was your daughter who said that he has 7 emperor stars and attacked us for him." A trace of anger appeared on Yin Hao's face as he said, "I'll ask again, who is he?" Yin Baiyue said coldly, "He's nothing." Yin Hao said angrily, "He's nothing, yet you're fighting against your own sect for him?" Yin Baiyue did not reply. Yin Hao looked at Qing Yao and the other women before his gaze fell on Zhao Fu. Something flashed in his mind and he immediately called out furiously, "He's the 12th celestial bastard?" Hearing this, Qing Yao and the others felt quite startled. They had discovered Zhao Fu's true identity. Looking at the women's expressions, Yin Hao felt quite certain and said to Zhao Fu angrily, "Since you're an celestial bastard, you must die." Boom, Yin Hao stretched out a hand and a massive black and white aura flowed out, forming a massive arm that grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Yu Mao clenched her hand into a claw and vigorously waved it, sending out 5 rays of cold light containing terrifying power that grabbed towards the massive arm. Bang! Bang! The 5 rays of cold light shattered on contact with the massive arm, but the arm's power was only slightly weakened and it continued to grab towards Zhao Fu. Yin Hao had a good character and was not willing to do evil things, so he could get along well with others. However, facing a celestial bastard, he had to kill him because his daughter had become like this because of that celestial bastard. It could be said that the person he hated the most was that celestial bastard. Yin Baiyue hurriedly blocked in front of Zhao Fu and begged, "Father, I beg you to let him go one last time. I promise that I won't have any contact with your bloodline in the future." Seeing that his daughter was blocking in front of him, Yin Hao could only stop and furiously say, "No, he'll be a scourge if left alive. His bloodline must die." Zhao Fu felt quite innocent, he was not a celestial bastard. Yet, he was treated like this. However, looking at how everyone hated the immortal evils along the way, it seemed like the immortal evils in the past had really committed great sins. Yin Baiyue begged again, "Dad, I beg you, please let him go this time. Just this once. If you want to kill him in the future, I will never stop you. I will never have any contact with him. I will always stay in Yin Yang sect to cultivate." Yin Hao's attitude was firm. "No, I still haven't forgotten what happened in the past. Immortal evils must die, there is no room for discussion. Get out of my way now, otherwise, don't blame me." Yin Baiyue said with a cold face, "If you want to kill him, then kill me first." Yin Hao's expression became furious as he said angrily, "You." Zhao Fu sighed and said, "That's enough, I've only taken over this body with my consciousness. Even though I'll be heavily injured if this body dies, I won't truly die. If you want to kill me, then kill me. They have nothing to do with this matter. Please let them go." Zhao Fei shouted coldly, "They dared to barge into the Yin Yang sect. How can we let them off so easily? We have to make them pay the price." Zhao Fu felt quite angry and said, "I'll tell you the truth, I have 7 emperor stars and I'm not some immortal evildoer. The immortal evildoer that you want to kill has nothing to do with me. They're my women. If you dare to harm them, I'll make the Yin Yang sect have millions of corpses and rivers of blood." Yin Baiyue turned and patted Zhao Fu's head, "You can't harm my Yin Yang sect's people. Also, who would believe your lies?" Zhao Fu was speechless. He was not hiding his identity and had told them the truth. Why was it that he had lied? Xianxia said coldly, you're not an immortal evildoer. Then the 6 desires demonic chi in your body is fake? Also, you said you have 7 emperor stars, so summon 7 emperor stars for me to see. Xiaofu replied, I do indeed have 6 desires demonic chi in my body, but that has nothing to do with being an immortal evildoer. You want to see me summon 7 emperor stars? Fine, I'll summon them for you to see. Xianxia said coldly, if you really do have 7 emperor stars, not only will I not kill you, but I'll also treat you as an esteemed guest of the Yin-Yang sect. However, if you can't summon them, don't blame me. Xiaofu called out, all right. Xiaofu raised a hand and a massive power spread out. Everyone's gazes fell on Xiaofu's body, wanting to see if Xiaofu could summon 7 emperor stars. Most people did not believe him, including Qingyao and the others. They felt that Xiaofu's words were quite strange. He said that he was not an immortal evildoer and that he had 7 emperor stars. How was that possible? They were already familiar with Xiaofu and knew that Xiaofu was definitely an immortal evildoer and not someone who had 7 emperor stars. That sort of terrifying existence was something that even higher beings like them could not touch. Just as everyone was waiting for Xiaofu to summon 7 emperor stars, something unexpected happened. A black-robed elder with 1 black eye and 1 white eye soundlessly appeared in the air, giving off a power that reigned above the world. Old Sect Master. Seeing him appear, the Yin-Yang sect's people all called out respectfully, including Xianxia. He was the Yin-Yang sect's strongest expert and a half-step celestial. Facing such an existence, Qingyao and the others respectfully bowed and called him senior. After the old sect master appeared, he looked at Xiaofu with a deep gaze as if he could instantly see through Xiaofu. Xiaofu felt quite nervous and stopped as he called out, Senior. The old sect master said, leave the Yin-Yang sect as soon as possible. I hope that the Yin-Yang sect's legacy will be of some help to you. Xiaofu felt quite surprised, he had never thought that the old sect master would let him off so easily. He felt delighted and once again bowed, thank you, Senior. Xianxia called out, old sect master is an immortal evildoer. The old sect master's tone was calm as he said, let him go and don't talk about this in the future. Xianxia wanted to say something, he did not want to let Xiaofu off, but looking at the old sect master, he could only nod and agree. Qingyao and the others let out sighs of relief, the old sect master's appearance had given them an aura of death, and they had never thought that he would be willing to let them off. The women thanked the old sect master gratefully. Qingyao smiled and prepared to leave with Xiaofu. Now that Xiaofu's identity had been exposed, people who wanted to kill the immortal evildoer would definitely come like a swarm of bees. This place was incredibly dangerous. Baiwe looked at the people who were about to leave and decided to return to the Yin-Yang sect. This was the last time she would help the immortal evildoer bloodline and would not care about the immortal evildoer's matters in the future. Her fate with the immortal evildoer bloodline would end here. However, the old sect master suddenly said, Baiwe, leave with him. Everyone present felt quite startled and looked at the old sect master, not understanding why he had said this. At that moment, Xianxia immediately said, old sect master, he's an immortal evildoer, I won't allow my daughter to follow him. The old sect master replied, Baiwe will be better with him than in the Yin-Yang sect, this is an opportunity for her. Hearing this, Xianxia looked quite confused. Baiwe looked at Xiaofu and hesitated, she had never thought about leaving the Yin-Yang sect with Xiaofu. However, the sect master wanted her to leave with Xiaofu, which was a great opportunity for her. Xiaofu looked at Baiwe and smiled as he said, leave with me. It's quite boring for you to stay in the Yin-Yang sect anyway. Baiwe thought about it and nodded. Following this, Xiaofu and the others left the Yin-Yang sect, taking Qiuli and the other 2 women with them. After returning to where Xiaofu's main body was hiding, Xiaofu's consciousness returned to his main body, and Lu San's consciousness regained control of his body. Although most of the Yin-Yang sect's power had been obtained by Xiaofu, because it had passed through Lu San's body, Lu San had also obtained a small part of the legacy. Although it was only a small part of the legacy, it was still a great benefit to Lu San. Now that he had grasped powerful Yin-Yang power, his body had become a Yin-Yang body, and his bloodline had become a top-tier bloodline. With Lu San's talent, he could not compare to those peerless geniuses, but he was more powerful than ordinary geniuses. It was all thanks to Xiaofu that he had such a great opportunity. He was afraid that Zhao Fu would kill him, so he hurriedly knelt in front of Zhao Fu and said, "Thank you for your gift, sir. It's my honor to have you use my body." Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Lu San. Zhao Fu had planned to kill him, but thinking about how the Yin Yang sect had let him go, Zhao Fu did not plan to kill him. He said, "I can let you go, but I want to erase some memories." Lu San felt relieved and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu waved his hand and a ray of light shot into Lu San's head, causing him to faint. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the women and gave a sincere smile as he said, "Thank you." Ching harumphed, "What's there to thank? We're all your women, of course, we don't want you to die." Lu Xianxia stepped forward and hugged Zhao Fu. She smiled charmingly and said, "Instead of thanking us, you might as well do something practical." Zhao Fu understood and smiled. Qing Yao looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and suddenly said, "Zhao Fu, was what you said before true? You're not a celestial bastard but someone with 7 emperor stars?" Zhao Fu stared blankly at Qing Yao, not knowing how to reply. He had relied on his identity as an immortal bastard to obtain their help and concern. He had been deceiving them all along. Qing He explained for Zhao Fu, "Elder sister, Zhao Fu must have lied to threaten the people of Yin Yang spirit sect so that he could save us. We have been with him for so long, how could we not know him? He only bullies us and bullies us. Moreover, the 6 desires demonic chi within his body is real, and most importantly, we've already become his women." Hearing this, Qing Yao thought about it. She could confirm that Zhao Fu's 6 desires demonic chi was real, and regardless of whether Zhao Fu was really an immortal bastard, she was now Zhao Fu's woman. As such, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Zhao Fu looked quite awkward and said, "It's fine." Lu Qianqian smiled as she said, "All right, let's not waste time." Elsewhere, the people of the Yin Yang spirit sect had already returned to the sect. The others did not know why the old sect master had done this and did not dare to ask. Yin Hao, who was following the old sect master, could not help but ask, "Old sect master, why did you let that immortal bastard off? You should know that keeping such a person alive is a disaster, and we do not fear the 6 desires celestial sect." The old sect master said softly, "He's not an immortal bastard, he has 7 emperor stars." Yin Hao immediately looked quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu's words would be true. Now that he thought about why the old sect master had spared him and had allowed his daughter to follow him, everything became clear. Yin Hao laughed self-mockingly. He had not been able to see through Zhao Fu's identity and had taken him to be an immortal bastard. Fortunately, things had not become bad, and his daughter following him was indeed a great opportunity. Following this, Yin Hao thought of something and said, "Old sect master, all sorts of experts are searching for him, should we provide some help?" The old sect master said, "Yes, the Yin Yang spirit sect has formed a relationship with him, and he will be of great help in the future." Yin Hao smiled and nodded, "I understand." However, news of the immortal bastard appearing in the Yin Yang spirit sect quickly spread, and countless people who wanted to kill him quickly rushed over. The Yin Yang spirit sect did not reveal Zhao Fu's identity and instead said that Zhao Fu was an immortal bastard. After all, someone with 7 emperor stars was much more terrifying than an immortal bastard. After hearing that the immortal bastard had obtained the Yin Yang spirit sect's most powerful legacy, countless people's expressions became serious. This immortal bastard was even more terrifying than the previous generations of immortal bastards. As a true immortal bastard, Yao Yi looked furious. He had looked down on that impostor for using his name to cause trouble everywhere. What he paid attention to was different from others. He heard that Yin Baiyue had left with that impostor. Yin Baiyue had been his grandmaster's woman and could help him. The Yin Yang spirit sect's legacy had most likely been obtained through Yin Baiyue, so it had belonged to him. However, that impostor had obtained it. How could he not be angry? He had heard that Yin Baiyue was not only extremely beautiful but was also a higher being. Now that she had left with that impostor, he felt even more angry. He felt that Yin Baiyue had most likely become that impostor's woman, and he felt that both his master and himself had been cheated on. Yao Yi had wanted to immediately find that impostor and kill him, but he had thought that if that impostor could obtain his master's woman, why couldn't he? Those women either had prestigious statuses or were powerful, and they would be of great help to him. He could not let that impostor take advantage of them, so Yao Yi decided to find his master's women first. By now, Zhao Fu had left and was flying in another direction, and the women's faces were all quite red. This included Yin Baiyue, Qiu Li, and the other women. Just as Yao Yi had expected, Yin Baiyue would not be able to escape from Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu had obtained the Yin Yang Heavenly Spirit Pearl, Water Heavenly Spirit Pearl, Wood Heavenly Spirit Pearl, Metal Heavenly Spirit Pearl, and Ice Heavenly Spirit Pearl. Yin Yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice spirit pearls, and he was still missing fire, earth, and flying lightning. If he could find them, he would be able to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, and this mission would be completed perfectly. By now, Zhao Fu and the others were going to return to the city because they still had to wait for Bai Dandan and continue to collect information on the other spirit pearls. After waiting for a while in the city's inn, Bai Dandan came. Seeing that Zhao Fu and the others were fine, she felt at ease. She had heard about what had happened to Zhao Fu in the Yin Yang sect. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Bai Dandan went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she lightly smiled and nodded. "My ex-husband was a good person and respected my choice. We parted ways peacefully. In the future, you'll be my husband, don't let me down." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I won't let you down." "That's right, husband, I also heard about the fiery heavenly spirit pearl," Bai Dandan said to Zhao Fu with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled, "Where is the fiery heavenly spirit pearl?" Bai Dandan said, "I heard that the mountain burning sect has a fiery heavenly spirit pearl, but their sect master has a great enmity with the immortal evildoer and has participated in hunting the immortal evildoer many times. Right now, he's still searching for you and wants to kill you." Zhao Fu asked, "What kind of sect is the mountain burning sect?" Bai Dandan replied, "The mountain burning sect is located on a volcano that burns with raging flames all year round. There are millions of people in the sect, and the strongest person is the sect master. He has a fire spirit body and is much stronger than ordinary supreme beings." Zhao Fu said, "Let's go to the mountain burning sect now. The strongest sect master isn't here, so there shouldn't be anyone who can stop us from obtaining the fiery heavenly spirit pearl." Bai Dandan smiled and nodded. In actuality, even if the mountain burning sect's sect master was here, Zhao Fu would not be afraid. Now that Zhao Fu had gathered 6 supreme beings, he naturally did not need to be afraid of the mountain burning sect's sect master. On the other side, Yao Yi said to the beautiful women around him, "Let's go to the mountain burning sect. I remember that the mountain burning sect's sect master's mother was once master's woman and helped her a few times. She should be very grateful to us." The mountain burning sect's sect master was a fiery man called Fan Lin. His mother was the beautiful woman called Huolin Lin. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the others arrived in front of a massive volcano. The mountain burning sect was located there, and there were flames everywhere. The temperature was extremely high, and the sky was dyed red. It was said that the fiery heavenly spirit pearl was in the deepest part of the volcano. The mountain burning sect was protected by a powerful barrier, so Zhao Fu and the others did not barge in. They planned to sneak in quietly and not cause too much of a commotion. As the mountain burning sect did not have many experts, Zhao Fu went in by himself while the others guarded the surroundings to prevent any experts or Fan Lin from entering the mountain burning sect. Yao Yi also arrived a few hours ago, and directly asked someone to deliver a letter to Huolin Lin, telling her that he was the immortal bastard, and asking her to help him. Looking at the letter, Huolin Lin's emotions were very complicated. Even though that immortal evil had forcefully taken her back then, he had treated her very well and helped her with many things. In fact, the reason she and her son were in this situation today was because of celestial evil. However, her son hated celestial evil. She had advised him several times not to continue hunting celestial evil, but her son did not listen and had even heavily injured celestial evil once. Huolin Lin felt quite guilty towards Yao Yi. After reading the letter, she decided to help Yao Yi. At this time, Zhao Fu had sneaked into the burning mountain sect and was walking towards the volcano. Zhao Fu did not encounter any obstacles on the way. Even though Zhao Fu was only at the Emperor Heaven Realm, it was not too much of a problem for him to avoid the senses of a Void Realm expert. The ones who threatened Zhao Fu were the Spirit Realm and Dao Realm, and finally the Almighty Realm. Just as he spoke to there, Zhao Fu's expression changed as he saw a voluptuous, beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a fiery red dress walk out from the side. She gave off the aura of a higher being. Zhao Fu immediately hid his aura and walked to the side. If he chose to hide now, he would seem quite strange, and a higher being would be able to tell at a glance. However, before Zhao Fu had taken a few steps, the beautiful middle-aged woman hurriedly came before him and asked nervously, "Why are you here?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled and could not react in time. Why does it seem like she knows me? Something flashed in Zhao Fu's mind, and he probingly released a wave of 6 desires demonic qi. Huolinlin's face immediately became red, and Zhao Fu immediately understood that this was another woman related to that celestial evil. Sensing the 6 desires demonic qi that Zhao Fu gave off, Huolinlin rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt at ease and smiled as he said, "Why can't I be here?" Huolinlin said angrily, "If your identity is revealed, you will definitely die here. Why can't you be more careful?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern." Huolinlin's expression softened, "I promise you that I will do my best to help you." Zhao Fu could not help but smile and say, "I want the Fire Heavenly Spirit Pearl." Huolinlin asked, "What do you want that for?" Zhao Fu did not say anything and only said, "It's very important to me, and I need it." Huolinlin thought about it. Although the Fire Heavenly Spirit Pearl was a rare treasure, it was not very important to the mountain burning sect, so she nodded, "Wait here for a while, I'll get it for you." Zhao Fu smiled in surprise and nodded. He had never thought that it would be so easy to obtain the Fire Heavenly Spirit Pearl. Following this, Huolinlin left and Zhao Fu waited. 10 minutes later, Huolinlin came in front of Zhao Fu and handed a pearl that gave off powerful fire spiritual energy to Zhao Fu. "Here. This is the Fire Heavenly Spirit Pearl that you wanted." Zhao Fu received the pearl and said with a grateful smile, "Thank you." Huolinlin said softly, "You're welcome, your master has helped me a lot in the past." Zhao Fu sized up Huolinlin, "How about you leave this place with me?" Huolinlin charmingly glared at Zhao Fu, "Brat, don't have any ideas about me, or else I won't help you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Is that so?" As he spoke, Zhao Fu released a massive amount of 6 desires demonic qi, which spread out in all directions like a tide. Huolinlin's face turned red as she scolded, "Your bloodline's people are all bastards." On the other side, Yao Yi was waiting in a remote area, but he did not see Huolinlin for a long time. He was very anxious, not knowing what had happened. Could it be that she did not receive the letter? Or that Fen Lin had returned? Yao Yi understood that he could not stay here forever, so he decided to wait a bit longer. If he could not wait any longer, he would contact Huolinlin in a few days. A few hours later, Yao Yi left in disappointment. He was certain that something had happened, so he could only go back and contact Huolinlin in a few days. If he could obtain her help, she would be of great help to him. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu had already left the Burning Mountain sect with Huolinlin in his arms. Seeing Huolinlin's expression and sensing the 6 desires demonic qi on her body, the women immediately understood what had happened. They were not surprised, so they did not say anything. Huolinlin rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, thinking that she was Zhao Fu's only one. Zhao Fu smiled and left with the women, continuing to search for information about the Holy Spirit Pearl. Now, he only lacked 3 more to awaken the Spirit Pearl Emperor Star. Yao Yi did not know about this, and one day later, he sent someone to deliver a letter to the Burning Mountain sect. By now, the Burning Mountain sect was frantically searching for Huolinlin, and after seeing this letter, they immediately targeted Yao Yi and sent a large number of people to the rendezvous point. Yao Yi sensed danger and immediately escaped. At the same time, he felt quite confused about what had happened. After Zhao Fu obtained the Fire Sky Spirit Pearl, he immediately continued to search for the remaining 3 Spirit Pearls. With these 3, Zhao Fu would be able to start obtaining the Spirit Race's Emperor Star. When that time came, Zhao Fu would have 8 Emperor Stars and could be called the owner of 8 Emperor Stars. On the other side, Yao Yi had no choice but to leave the place and continue to search for his master's women. Although he was his master, as a 12th generation immortal bastard, he had never seen an 11th generation immortal bastard, let alone a 10th generation immortal bastard. Their bloodline's legacy was very special, and no one understood it. That was why the 6 Desires demonic arts legacy had been able to continue despite being hunted down by countless people. Yao Yi could only rely on external sources to find out who the immortal evil's woman was. Fen Lin, who was chasing after the celestial evil, was furious when he found out that his mother might have been taken away by the celestial evil. He rushed back angrily and left with a murderous aura. Now, he wanted to kill the celestial evil even more. At the same time, he was angry with his mother. Fen Lin also realized that the Fire Heaven Spirit Pearl had disappeared. He did not need to think to know that his mother had taken it. Huolin naturally did not need the Fire Heaven Spirit Pearl, so it could only be used by the Celestial Sinner. However, why would the Celestial Sinner want the Fire Heaven Spirit Pearl? Suddenly, Fen Lin thought about the Yin Yang sect. The evil immortal had obtained the powerful inheritance of the Yin Yang sect and the Yin Yang Pearl. He had even abducted Yin Baiyue. Fen Lin suddenly understood the evil immortal's motive. He immediately spread the news, saying that the celestial evil was also collecting heaven spirit beads to learn the second king of kings art heartbeat emperor star. Now, the fire heaven spirit bead and Yin Yang heaven bead had been taken away. Also, he will hook up with the women of the previous celestial sins and have them help him become stronger and leave. Everyone, please take note that his next target is the heavenly spirit pearl and the celestial sins women. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard the news. What? Celestial evildoers had also awakened the spirit race's emperor star like those with 7 emperor stars? Isn't this too shocking? The awakening of the spirit race's supreme emperor star is a major event in the spirit domain, and it consumes a large amount of the spirit race's fate. As such, only 1 emperor star can awaken within a certain period of time. Does that mean this immortal bastard wants to fight with the possessor of the 7 emperor stars to awaken the spirit race's emperor star? Isn't this immortal vile spawn a little too confident? Who dares to compete with the owner of 7 emperor stars? What a joke. Even though immortal evils are disgusting, compared to the 2nd generation king of 10,000 toys, he's much weaker. If he awakens the Soul Pearl Imperial Star, I'll change my name in the future. I feel that there might really be a possibility. I heard from the people of the 6 Desires Immortal sect that this generation's immortal spawn is the most terrifying one in the history of the 6 Desires Immortal sect. Hence, the people of the 6 Desires Immortal sect want to kill him no matter what, all for the sake of preventing him from growing stronger. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. I feel the same way. This generation's celestial bastard is indeed extraordinary, and he has obtained the Yin Yang sect's most powerful legacy. With the Yin Yang sect's massive fate and power, it is possible for this celestial bastard to awaken his spirit pearl emperor star. Oh my god, isn't that too scary? If the celestial sinner awakens the spirit race's imperial star, who will be able to suppress him? At that time, all the women of the spirit realm will suffer, especially those who have grudges against the celestial sinner. It's scary just thinking about it. In the future, no women will dare to go out on Spirit Domain Street. Men will stay at home to protect their wives and daughters. We can't let these bastards awaken. Everyone madly searched for the celestial sinner, and the news spread more and more. Many experts who had come to search for the 7 emperor stars also heard about this. The women related to the celestial sinner and the factions with the heavenly spirit pearls were the focus of everyone's attention. This made things very difficult for Zhao Fu and Yao Yi, and they did not dare to openly search for the heavenly spirit pearls and those women. Within an inn, Zhao Fu felt a headache. He had heard that there was a faction with an earth heavenly spirit pearl and was about to go and obtain it. However, countless experts flew over, forcing Zhao Fu to retreat. Yao Yi looked quite furious and inwardly cursed at that impostor. All of this was caused by that impostor, and it was too difficult for him to find his master's women. The women related to the celestial sinner started to move stealthily. There was a long time between each generation of celestial sinners, and the women related to the celestial sinner had either become terrifying experts or had died of old age. As such, those who were related to the celestial sinner were all powerful people. At that moment, Zhao Fu and Yao Yi heard about a piece of news. It was said that the Spectre Spirit Palace had a heavenly wind spirit pearl and a few women related to the celestial sinner. They were waiting for the celestial sinner to go there, and they were willing to become the celestial sinner's women. They were willing to give the heavenly wind spirit pearl to the celestial sinner and help him awaken his emperor star. Zhao Fu did not completely believe this news and was worried that it was a trap. Moreover, with how widespread this news was, it would definitely attract other people's attention. If they went there, it would be quite dangerous. Yao Yi felt the same way. However, the Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl and the Celestial Sinner's women were attracting them, so they had no choice but to go to the Spectre Spirit Palace. The Spectre Spirit Palace was located in a forbidden region that was covered by baleful qi all year round. There were countless spirits within, and they were quite strange. Ordinary attacks could not harm them, and they could devour souls. Ordinary higher beings did not dare to enter this place. Some people heard about this, so they stealthily waited near the forbidden region, waiting for the Celestial Sinner to appear. Some people felt that the Celestial Sinner was not stupid, and with such a dangerous place guarded by countless experts, he definitely would not go there. As such, they did not wait there and chose to go somewhere else. Zhao Fu and Yao Yi also came here. Looking at the people waiting nearby, they were not in a hurry to enter the forbidden region. Zhao Fu decided to wait a bit longer. If these people did not leave, he would not take the risk to go in. Apart from facing the threat of them, he would also face the threat of the forbidden region. In the end, he did not know the situation within the forbidden region. In the past, Zhao Fu had gathered information about the Spectre Spirit Palace and found that the Spectre Spirit Palace's palace lord was indeed related to the Celestial Sinner, and she was the Celestial Sinner's wife on the surface. The power she controlled was quite strange, and because she stayed in the forbidden region, most people did not want to offend her. If it really was a woman related to the Celestial Sinner, Zhao Fu would not have to worry. However, it would be quite dangerous if he did not know the situation inside. It was possible that someone else had used her name to capture the Celestial Sinner. Zhao Fu waited where he was and did not do anything. After waiting for a while, those people understood that the Celestial Sinner would not come here, so they did not want to wait any longer and left. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and planned to stealthily sneak into the forbidden region. In order to be more secretive, Zhao Fu went in by himself while the others waited outside to receive Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu did not come out for a while, they would also enter the forbidden region. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to enter the forbidden area, he found that many people were planning to enter as well. What surprised Zhao Fu was that these people all gave off 6 desires demonic qi. What was going on? Zhao Fu hid by the side and observed, and he found that these people had fervent expressions and blood-red eyes that were filled with lust. These people were not very powerful, and the most powerful one was not even at the Emperor Heaven realm. However, there were over 1,000 of them. These people were not in much danger and were able to successfully enter the forbidden area. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to follow behind these people. Yao Yi was currently within a magic formation with his eyes tightly closed. Those people were all under his control, and he had sent the 6 desires demonic qi into their bodies. Those people were not ordinary people, and they were all lustful people. The reason he used them was because they were easily controlled by lust, and the auras they gave off were quite similar to celestial sins. Yao Yi was worried that there would be danger, so he planned to have these people scout ahead so that he would not have to go in. As they advanced, they found that it was quite strange. There should have been many ghosts in the forbidden area, but these people did not see a single one. Yao Yi, who was controlling everyone, and Zhao Fu, who was following behind him, became serious because the situation had become quite bad. They continued onwards. Everyone saw a massive and quiet palace. The walls were grayish-white, and the tiles were grayish-black. The pillars were wrapped in white cloth, and there was a black fog around it. It looked quite terrifying, and most people would not dare to get close to it. Yao Yi had everyone stop where they were, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to continue onwards. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, but with so many people blocking the way, he did not hesitate and continued onwards. Arg, just as everyone was about to reach the palace, something unexpected happened. Numerous shriveled, illusory arms stretched out from the void and pierced through the chests of everyone present. Those people held in pain as their bodies quickly lost all moisture and became dried-up corpses. Yao Ye's expression fell, and he controlled the remaining people to quickly run. This was indeed a trap. A woman in a white dress with a graceful figure and a cold expression walked out of the palace and said coldly, "Since you've come, you want to leave?" More and more arms stretched out from the void and shot towards the escaping people. They were so fast that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their bodies were pierced by the arms and turned into dried corpses. Within the magic formation, Yao Yi opened his eyes, and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He looked quite angry. He had spent so much effort to enter, but it was indeed a trap. Fortunately, his real body had not entered, or else he would not have been able to escape. The woman in the white dress looked like she was also a mighty figure. At this time, Zhao Fu also quickly escaped. He was following behind the others. The moment the accident happened, he immediately escaped. The wrinkled arms did not attack him. At this time, Zhao Fu was still a distance away from the forbidden area. The woman in the white dress discovered Zhao Fu and turned into an afterimage as she quickly chased after Zhao Fu. Just as Zhao Fu was about to run out of the forbidden area, the woman in the white dress blocked in front of Zhao Fu and coldly looked at Zhao Fu. "You won't be able to escape." Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly. This woman in front of him was truly a higher being. More importantly, Zhao Fu could not sense the six desires demonic qi within her body, so she was not a celestial bastard. Facing such a powerful existence, with Zhao Fu's strength, he would not be able to escape. The woman in the white dress looked quite confused. "You didn't control those people?" Zhao Fu nervously nodded. "I followed them in." The woman in the white dress said coldly, "Then you're not a celestial bastard?" Zhao Fu was not stupid and did not dare to say that he was a celestial bastard. He said, "Senior, I saw that the others were quite strange, so I followed them in to see what was going on. I never thought that I would meet Senior." At this moment, Zhao Fu's celestial concealment token was once again very effective. A higher being would not be able to see through his bottom line. Last time, Zhao Fu's identity had been exposed because Yin Hao had guessed it correctly. Otherwise, he would have been able to confirm Zhao Fu's identity. The woman in the white dress continued to ask, "Then where were you watching over these people?" Zhao Fu replied honestly, "It's just outside the forbidden area." The woman in the white dress coldly harumphed, "This celestial bastard is indeed cunning and will not be caught so easily." Zhao Fu now understood that this woman had set up a trap, and her goal was evidently to kill this celestial bastard. The woman in the white dress coldly said, "Since you're not a celestial bastard, I'll let you off this time. Immediately leave this place." Zhao Fu had been feeling quite troubled about how to escape, but he had never thought that the woman in the white dress would be willing to let him off. He felt quite delighted and said, "Thank you, Senior." The woman in the white dress did not pay any mind to Zhao Fu and flew towards the depths of the forbidden area. The celestial bastard had controlled the others to enter, so her trap had failed. She could only find another way to find the celestial bastard. However, she had made some gains this time. As long as there was a woman within celestial bastard and a heavenly spirit pearl, the celestial bastard would definitely be attracted over. Zhao Fu did not stay here for even a second and immediately left. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, everyone asked curiously, "What happened? Did you obtain a heavenly wind spirit pearl?" Zhao Fu let out a breath and said, "This was a trap. Fortunately, that higher being did not discover my identity, or else I would not have been able to return." "Qing," he said somewhat angrily, "I already told you that you wouldn't be in danger if you brought one of us in, but you didn't listen." Zhao Fu laughed. Qing Yao said, "That's not too good either. Even if we brought one in, there would definitely be a fight between the two of you. When that time comes, it would attract many people. It's best that we don't go to places like this in the future, many of them might be traps set by others." Zhao Fu nodded, "I thought that we were lucky this time, but it won't be like this next time." Back at the depths of the forbidden area, the beautiful woman sitting on the chair asked, "How is our daughter? Did the celestial bastard come to the forbidden area?" "Mother has been waiting for him for a few days. For him, I even contacted a few sisters and spent a lot of money to exchange for a heavenly wind spirit pearl." The beautiful woman was the Spectre Spirit Palace's palace lord, and she was called Yubalan. Her daughter was the woman in the white dress, and she was called Yuhun. Yuhun calmly replied, "No, those who came in are all villains. I don't think he will come. Mother, too many people know about the news that you released." Yubalan said helplessly, "I don't have a way either. I don't know how to find him, and I really hope that he can come here earlier. That way, I won't have to think about your father." Yuhun calmly said, "I will find him." Volume 1, Chapter 1. After leaving that place, Zhao Fu continued to search for information about heavenly spirit beads, but he found that it was incredibly difficult. Places with heavenly spirit beads were guarded by many experts, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to obtain heavenly spirit beads. Now, he was only missing 3. Yao Yi was also quite annoyed because there were many people watching the women related to the celestial evil, forbidding them from having any contact with him. If he went to look for them, he would definitely be captured. Zhao Fu and Yao Yi both fell into a difficult situation. Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue, who had been following behind Zhao Fu, met. Long Qingqing's expression was cold as she asked, "Why are you following the esteemed dragon sovereign?" Feng Baixue lightly laughed as she said, "Who I follow is none of your business." Long Qingqing said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. I believe that the dragon sovereign will destroy your Phoenix clan." Feng Baixue was not angry and smiled as she said, "I don't think so. Lord Dragon Sovereign isn't interested in your dragon sovereign at all. Our Phoenix clan's women are all incredibly beautiful, so the dragon sovereign will most likely like us. Who knows, he might even help our Phoenix clan destroy your dragon clan." Evil 9 said in a low voice, "Big Sis Qingqing is right. That big scoundrel Zhao Fu likes to capture all sorts of women to enjoy. Who knows how many women he has in his harem." Hearing this, Long Qingqing frowned. According to Evil 9's words, the dragon sovereign might be seduced by the Phoenix clan's women and become a member of the Phoenix clan. Within the devil race, the Phoenix clan's women were indeed very attractive, and there were even people who were proud of marrying a Phoenix clan woman. Long Qingqing did not want to admit defeat as she said, "Our dragon clan's women aren't bad either, all of them can fight, unlike your Phoenix clan's women who are so delicate." Feng Baixue laughed as she said, "Then we'll see who the dragon sovereign likes when we meet." Long Qingqing coldly harumphed and did not say anything. "Elsa," she said to Evil 9, "let's continue and ignore her." Feng Baixue laughed as she said, "Since we've met, let's go together." Long Qingqing said, "Don't even think about it, I know you want to follow us to find the dragon sovereign." Bai Fengxue smiled as she said, "As members of the dragon race, your senses are stronger than mine. However, there are benefits if we search together. The spirit realm is currently in chaos, and the immortal evil and the second king of kings have both appeared here. Countless experts are searching for them, and as members of the devil race, we might encounter many troubles in the spirit realm." Evil 9 urged, "Sister Qingqing, why don't we agree to their request? Look at how dangerous the spirit realm is. We often encounter terrifying existences at the almighty realm. If we meet someone who has a grudge against the dragon race, we will be in great danger. If you don Qingqing, Qingqing, I Long will be, 1, 9, and San, 9, will be, I, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 9, and 1, 1. Feng, Bai, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, Tian, Feng, Fu, Feng, 2, 2, 1. Right now, Feng Baixue really wanted to stay with Long Qingqing and the others. The first reason was to find that revered dragon faster, and the second was that spirit realm was extremely dangerous right now. Long Qingqing nodded. The two of them did not know that the second king of kings and immortal evil who had caused such a commotion was the dragon sovereign they were looking for. Zhao Fu simply had too many identities. Clang, a sword hum sounded out as Jiani Yue killed a person with a single slash. Blood splattered everywhere as that person's corpse was split in half. Jian Luiyue came up and said, "Big sis, let's go back. Right now, spirit realm is too chaotic. With our cultivation, staying here will be very dangerous." Jiani Yue's gaze was firm. "I want to pursue a supreme sword Dao. This bit of danger is nothing. If you are afraid, you can go back first." Jian Luiyue said, "Sis, that person is causing such chaos in spirit realm all by himself. With our strength, it's useless even if we find him. It's impossible for us to obtain the supreme sword Dao from him. I think we should go back and tell father about this. He might have a way." Jiani Yue replied, "That's even more impossible. He will continue to hide from places with higher beings, and we won't be able to find him. Only with our current cultivation will he not be wary when we get close to him. He already has 7 emperor stars and has many supreme powers. We can pay a price to obtain that supreme sword Dao. Jian Luiyue said, Big sis, I feel that that fellow is not a good person. When he saw me before, he took liberties with me and wanted me to be his woman. If it wasn't for the fact that I ran quickly, I might have been bullied by him. Jian Yue said calmly, he's taking revenge for what happened in the past. Back then, I was careless and let him escape. Who would have thought that such a weak person would be the second king of kings? This is a grievance between us, and I will personally take care of it. Jian Yue sighed and said, Big sis, let's go together then. I have no objections. The two of them turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared over the horizon. Lan Yu lightly smiled as she walked forwards. After hearing about the things that Zhao Fu had done, she felt incredibly delighted. This was the man she had set her eyes on, and he should be extraordinary. She gradually started to worship Zhao Fu. Lan Yu's senses towards Zhao Fu were quite hazy and she could only sense his general direction. However, she believed that she would be able to find Zhao Fu. She felt that there was a great deal of fate between her and Zhao Fu. Finally, it was the weakest Xianxia. By now, Xianxia's senses towards Zhao Fu were quite weak, and she advanced quite slowly. Because the spirit domain was in chaos, there were many evil people who wanted to do something to her. Some people even offered to give her all sorts of treasures and make her their woman. Xianxia naturally refused, she just wanted to find that man and did not want to miss him again. Suddenly, a few men blocked her up on a barren mountain and evilly smiled at her. A muscular man disdainfully smiled and said, I can tell that you're a slut, and you're still pretending to be pure. Be a bit more obedient and we might spare your life. Hearing this, Xianxia looked furious and said, I'm the young mistress of the Myriad Desire Palace, it's best that you leave now. The people blocking Xianxia all had higher cultivations than her, and if they fought, she would not be a match for them. As such, she could only endure and use her identity as the young mistress to see if she could force them to leave. A skinny man evilly smiled and said, We don't care who you are, you just have to obediently serve us. Xianxia's gaze was cold as she immediately turned and flew backwards. Boom, the people simultaneously attacked, and a powerful force blasted Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia crashed onto the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The muscular man evilly smiled and said, I already said that you won't be able to escape if you behave. Book 1, Chapter 2. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. She really couldn't escape now. The men smirked as they walked towards Xianxia and surrounded her, looking at her wantonly. An ugly man said in surprise, It's really rare to see such a beauty. If I can get her, dying would be worth it. The skinny man laughed and said, Since you like her so much, we'll give her to you after we enjoy ourselves. You can do whatever you want with her. The ugly man said gratefully. Thank you. Xianxia looked at the ugly man's disgusting appearance and thought about how she felt about Zhao Fu, and she said coldly, Stop dreaming, even if I die, I won't give it to you. Countless traces of pink aura flowed out of Xianxia's body, giving off a terrifying power and giving off a dangerous feeling. The burly man was shocked. Quickly stop her. The others quickly acted and a few rays of light shot out from their hands into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body trembled and she coughed up another mouthful of blood and the pink aura she gave off disappeared. The big man sneered, You want to drag us down with you? Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. Now, we'll let you know that it's worse than death. The few of them walked towards Xianxia, who looked at them with a pale face. Xiao. At that moment, a few beams of light containing immense power quickly shot towards those men. The men hurriedly dodged and looked up at the sky. There were 5 women in the sky, and they were all extremely beautiful and had alluring figures. The one with an otherworldly aura was called Ming Yufei, the one with a bewitching appearance was called Xiang Weiwei, the one with a charming face was called Suqian, the one with a voluptuous figure was called Xianxia, and the one with a noble aura was called Li Qiushui. Xianxia looked at the 5 of them and cried out in delight, Senior apprentice sisters. Ming Yufei chuckled and spoke, Junior apprentice sister, why are you here? You almost got bullied by those disgusting fellows? Xianxia smiled and said, I'll tell senior sister about this later. Now, please help me kill them. Ming Yufei smiled and said, no problem. Anyone who dares to bully our junior apprentice sister must die. The men sensed the powerful auras of the 5 women and understood that they were no match for them, so they hurriedly scattered in all directions. The 5 women quickly rushed over. After fighting for a while, the men's bodies were covered in blood. Their faces were pale and they lay weakly on the ground. The big man begged in fear, everyone, please let us off this time. We definitely won't dare to do this again. The skinny young man said, we were blind and offended your young master. Now, we apologize. Please don't kill us. Li Qiushui smiled and said, do you think it's possible? After saying this, Li Qiushui stretched out a hand and a pink energy flowed out, covering the skinny young man. The skinny young man held in pain as he struggled and shrank until he became a dried-up corpse. The pink power that had wrapped around the skinny young man once again flowed into Li Qiushui's body. A smile appeared on Li Qiushui's face as the aura around his body grew slightly stronger. The others stretched out their hands and waves of pink energy flowed out, covering their bodies. Those people held in pain before turning into desiccated corpses. They walked to Xianxia's side. Ming Yufei smiled and asked, Junior apprentice sister, are your injuries better? Xianxia smiled as she replied, I'm much better. Thank you, senior apprentice sisters. Ming Yufei said, that's right, junior apprentice sister, shouldn't you be by your husband's side? Why did you come to the spirit domain? The spirit domain is quite chaotic right now. Xianxia thought for a moment before saying, I don't want to be his wife anymore. I want to find my true love, the man who moves me the most. Everyone looked quite confused. Ming Yufei said, Junior apprentice sister, are you sure? Do you know what you're saying? If the sect master finds out, he'll definitely be furious and might even cause conflict between the 2 factions. Xianxia nodded confidently, this time, I secretly came to the spirit domain and did not tell anyone, just to find that man. Xiang Weiwei smiled as she said, who is that man? Who is he that made our junior apprentice sister willing to give up everything to find him? Xianxia smiled as she said, you've all heard of that person. Everyone felt quite confused and thought about it but could not guess who it was. Xianxia said, Junior apprentice sister, hurry up and tell us who it is. Xianxia said embarrassedly, that person is the 2nd king of kings, the person with 7 emperor stars. What? Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. They would never have thought that the man was the 2nd king of kings, and that the chaos in the spirit domain was caused by the 2nd king of kings. Ming Yufei asked curiously, Junior apprentice sister, how did you fall for him? You can see the truth, he's a terrifying existence, and he's not something people like us can come into contact with. Xianxia smiled as she said, in actuality, something happened between me and the 2nd king of kings, and we even know each other. I didn't fall for him after hearing about him. Ming Yufei said in shock, something happened between you and him? Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing earlier? If the sect master knew about this, he would definitely support you 100%. To be able to become the woman of such an existence is a great honor and an unimaginable opportunity. Xianxia said, back then, I did not know that he was the 2nd king of kings, and I only found out later. Moreover, with so many higher beings searching for him, I did not dare to reveal this matter, so I hid it. Li Qiushui said, Junior apprentice sister, come with us to see the sect master. Now that the sect master has come to the spirit domain, we followed her here. Ming Yufei also said, the spirit domain is too chaotic right now, and with your strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. It's best if you come with us, with the sect master here, you won't be in any danger. Perhaps you'll be able to find the 2nd king of kings even faster. Xianxia hesitated and asked, why did my mother come to the spirit domain? Was she here to find him or kill him? Ming Yufei replied, I'm not sure yet. The sect master does not know about you and the 2nd king of kings, and she just wants to join in on the fun. After all, almost everyone with status has come to the spirit domain. Xianxia thought about it and said, I'll go with you. Ming Yufei smiled and nodded before feeling curious about what had happened between Xianxia and Zhao Fu. They were also quite curious about the 2nd king of kings, they had only heard about Zhao Fu from rumors. Xianxia told them about what had happened back then. Book 1, Chapter 3. Zhao Fu and the others searched for information about Holy Spirit pearls for a few days, but almost all of them were guarded, so Zhao Fu could only search for some secret information. Only then would he be able to obtain Holy Spirit pearls. A day or so later, Zhao Fu obtained some information about Holy Spirit pearls. However, this Holy Spirit pearl was not a nature attribute Holy Spirit pearl but a blood attribute Holy Spirit pearl. Zhao Fu only needed nature attribute Holy Spirit pearls, and he did not know if blood spirit pearls would be useful to him. This blood spirit pearl was in a dangerous region, and very few people knew about it, so there were not many people guarding it. Moreover, this place was related to the celestial bastard. It had been mentioned that an extremely powerful Eros demon had been sealed by the 6 Desires celestial sex experts. Now that so many years had passed, that Eros demon had most likely died. Zhao Fu wondered if he should go. Perhaps this blood spirit pearl would be useful to him, or perhaps it would be useless to him. Zhao Fu looked at the others and asked, "Do you think we should go there?" "Qing," he said, "don't forget that you're not the only one collecting Holy Spirit pearls to awaken Emperor stars. There's an even more terrifying person with 7 Emperor stars. If you want to defeat him, you'll need even more Holy Spirit pearls." Bai Dandan also said, "Let's go. That place is related to the celestial bastard, perhaps you'll be able to obtain many benefits there." Hearing their words, Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Let's go there." Yao Yi also heard about this. He was not very interested in Holy Spirit pearls and was instead interested in that extremely powerful Eros demon. Eros demons were quite licentious, and it would be quite easy for him to obtain her. That Eros demon's strength was incredibly terrifying, and she was much more powerful than ordinary higher beings. She would be of great help to him. Right now, the most important thing was that the Eros demon had been sealed for so long, and no one knew how she was doing. Yao Yi did not know if she was still alive or dead, so he decided to go and take a look. It would be best if she was still alive. Zhao Fu and the others first arrived at the danger zone. Here, a black baleful aura covered the sky, and the light was dim. There were plants with sharp thorns growing on the ground. Some looked like vines, and some looked like pointy cacti. There was a terrifying aura spreading all around. At that moment, Zhao Fu brought Qinghe's women here. Even though this place felt quite dangerous, Zhao Fu had many people on his side, so he wasn't afraid at all. Everyone directly entered this dangerous land. Swish swish swish, countless humanoid plants rushed out. These humanoid plants had deformed bodies and dark green skin. They did not have any facial features and only had large mouths filled with spikes. They looked quite terrifying and they quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu and the others. Boom, everyone from Qinghe gave off the aura of a higher being. It was like a giant rock that pressed down on the countless human-shaped plants. These humanoid plants did not seem to have their own consciousness and only had the instinct to attack. Despite being suppressed by that terrifying might, they still struggled to stand up and attack Zhao Fu and the others. Qinghe's expression was calm as he stretched out a hand and pressed down. Chi, 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 the pressure on the humanoid plants suddenly increased by more than 10 times, crushing the humanoid plants. Countless amounts of green liquid splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground green. It looked somewhat disgusting. Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards. They once again encountered many humanoid plants. Even though there were many of them, they did not pose much of a threat to Zhao Fu and the others, and they were all easily killed. In the end, they came to the depths of the danger zone. This place was a little strange. The surroundings were very normal, and the plants were all ordinary. Some places even had flowers blooming, unlike the thorny plants outside. The area was a few miles wide, and at the very center were 6 stone statues that were 100 meters tall, occupying 6 different positions. The 6 stone statues looked the same as the 6 stone statues from the 6 Desires celestial sect, but they were a bit smaller and gave off powerful might. Zhao Fu immediately felt quite uncomfortable because the 6 stone statues gave off 6 Desires celestial qi, which countered the 6 Desires demonic qi within his body. This was because Zhao Fu's 6 Desires demonic qi was only mid-grade 6 Desires demonic qi, while the 6 Desires celestial qi from the stone statues was high-grade. If Zhao Fu's 6 Desires demonic qi was that high-grade, he would not have to be afraid. However, he was completely suppressed by the 6 Desires celestial qi. Qinghe's women also had 6 desires demonic qi within their bodies, so they felt quite uncomfortable facing the stone statues. Bai Dandan said in shock, back then, that person from the 6 desires celestial sect was quite powerful. After so many years, the seal he left behind is still so powerful. Xianxia nodded seriously, that person's cultivation was at least at the half-celestial realm, and he might have even become a legendary celestial. Lu Qianqian asked, should we still go and destroy that seal? Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and said, do you think we should destroy this seal? It might alert the person who set up the seal back then. Perhaps nothing will happen, and there will be no signs of anyone coming here after so many years. Zhao Fu looked at the 6 stone statues seriously and thought to himself. Rumble, a massive explosion sounded out as the 6 stone statues sensed the 6 desires demonic qi within Zhao Fu and the others' bodies and started to move, giving off powerful energy. Clang, 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 the 6 stone statues raised a hand towards Zhao Fu and the others, and a terrifying power flowed out, forming swords of light that shot towards Zhao Fu and the others. There were so many of them that it seemed as if they could turn a mountain into a hornet's nest. Qin Yao and the others gave off a wave of power, forming a protective barrier that blocked the countless swords of light. Now, they had no choice but to fight even if they did not want to. Zhao Fu could not participate in this battle, and he could only watch from the side. The 6 stone statues had already been split up. When the 6 of them attacked together, their power was quite terrifying, but when they were split up, their power was greatly reduced. Even though their 6 desires celestial qi suppressed Qinghe's people, they had more people. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Qinghe and Qingyao unleashed their powerful abilities, gathering countless traces of water to form 2 massive water ropes around one of the stone statues. They then forcefully tightened, causing the stone statue and the water ropes to instantly shatter and fall to the ground. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Bing Qinglong was sent flying by a sword strike from the stone statue. She was slightly injured, and Qinghe and Qingyao immediately went to help. Soon, the 3 of them destroyed the stone statue. The final 4 stone statues were also destroyed by Qingyao and the others soon. A massive magic formation appeared where the 6 stone statues had been standing before turning into motes of light and dissipating. After destroying the 6 stone statues, they had successfully destroyed the seal. The instant that the seal was broken, the experts within the 6 Desire Celestial sect sensed it, and their expressions fell as they hurriedly flew over. Book 1, Chapter 4. After the seal was broken, the ground caved in, revealing a large hole. It was pitch black and looked very deep, as if light had been devoured. The blood spirit pearl should be inside. Zhao Fu was afraid of alerting the person who had set up the seal, so he did not hesitate and brought Qingyao and the other women out of the hole. Everyone continuously flew downwards and came to a massive space. This space was 10 kilometers wide, and there were all sorts of corpses around. There were humans, beasts, and birds. There was a huge pile of corpses, and at the center was a 1,000-meter-wide pool of blood. A blood-red orb floated above the pool of blood, giving off an intense spirit light. That was most likely the blood spirit pearl. Zhao Fu looked around and did not find any danger. Moreover, he was worried that people would arrive soon, so Zhao Fu did not think too much and flew up to take the blood spirit pearl. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red hands stretched out from the bottom of the blood pool, grabbing Zhao Fu's body and dragging him into the blood pool, causing water to splash everywhere. Qingyao and the others were shocked and hurriedly rushed up, but they saw an indescribable scene. Everyone felt quite speechless. Qing had glared at Zhao Fu. Qingyao said, let's go out and watch in case there's any danger. Lu Qianqian smiled and said, why don't we join in? Qingyao said, you guys go, I'll watch for you. Lu Qianqian happily smiled and said, thank you, I'll recognize you as big sister in the future. Yumao smiled and said, thank you as well. In the end, only Qingyao and Qinghe left and went to the entrance of the cave to guard while the others stayed in the space. Half a day later, Qingyao sensed something and said, little sister, go in and tell them to stop. Someone is quickly approaching. Qinghe was quite dissatisfied but still went in. Lu Qianqian and the other women also walked out unhappily. Seeing their expressions, Qingyao felt quite surprised and asked, what's wrong? Lu Qianqian said angrily, that succubus is too crazy, we waited there for half a day. Qingyao frowned and said, someone is quickly approaching. If we don't leave quickly, it'll be very dangerous. Yin Baiyue said, wait. Everyone looked at Yin Baiyue in confusion. Yin Baiyue closed her eyes and countless moonlight radiated from her body, making her look holy and beautiful. Yin Baiyue was using the sun and moon vision ability. He could use the sun and moon to sense his enemies. The range was very wide, and it was much stronger than ordinary detection methods. A minute later, Yin Baiyue said, it's fine. Only one person is rushing over and his strength is only at the Almighty Realm. Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried about the person who set up the seal the most. Now that they heard that it was just one person with the same level of cultivation as them, they no longer had to be afraid. After all, there were so many of them. An hour or so later, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a green palace dress arrived. She was one of the 6 higher beings from the 6 Desire Celestial sect, and her name was Zhu Lily. The other higher beings were still searching for the celestial evildoer, and she had returned to the 6 Desire Celestial sect. However, she found that the seal that their Grandmaster had set up had been destroyed. This seal had been there for too long, and ordinary people might not remember it. Zhu Lily felt that it was quite strange, so she came to take a look. Zhu Lily looked at the shattered statues and her expression became serious. These statues were destroyed by someone, not because the seal's power disappeared. Moreover, there were many people who came. What was sealed here? It had been too long, and Zhu Lily had forgotten what her Grandmaster had sealed here. After thinking for a moment, she was shocked and remembered that there was a powerful succubus sealed here. That succubus power was incredibly terrifying. Back then, she had been a celestial evildoer, and in order to seal her Grandmaster, she had expended a lot of power. After such a long time, Zhu Lily did not know if the succubus was dead or not. If it was not dead, it would pose a great threat to the 6 Desire Celestial sect. Zhu Lily looked at the large hole and hurriedly flew over, arriving in that space. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lily's face became red, but then she looked confused. She found that the celestial evildoer they had been searching for was right in front of them. They had used all sorts of methods to find him, but now he had appeared in front of them. Wasn't this too easy? Thinking about that, Zhu Lily felt that something was off and hurriedly tried to escape. However, a few people blocked her. Zhu Lily's expression became quite unsightly as she asked, "You're all celestial evildoers women?" Xianxia lightly nodded. Zhu Lily said, "The 6 Desire Celestial sect's target is just the celestial evildoer, please don't get involved." Xianxia said, "Do you feel that we haven't gotten involved yet? We're already that bastard's women." Zhu Lily's expression was quite unsightly. She had hoped that others would not get involved, but these people were already the celestial evildoers' women and there were many of them. Zhu Lily was not a match for them at all, so she said, "What do you want then?" Xianxia said, "I want your 6 Desire Celestial sect to give up on hunting down the celestial evildoer. After this, we'll leave the heaven-awakened world with the celestial evildoer and head to the boundless void. That way, you won't have to worry about the celestial evildoer in the future." With the celestial evildoer's infamy, even if he left the spirit domain, others would still want to kill him. Going to the boundless void to find a peaceful place to live was the best choice, and no one would be able to disturb them. This was what Xianxia was thinking. Regardless of whether Zhao Fu had the ability to awaken the Emperor Star or not, she would take Zhao Fu and leave, regardless of whether Zhao Fu agreed or not. She wanted to sever the countless years of entanglement between the celestial evildoer and the 6 Desire Celestial sect. In the future, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. Zhu Lily said coldly, "No, the celestial evildoer must die. You don't even know that his existence is a threat to the 6 Desire Celestial sect. His fate is bound to the 6 Desire Celestial sect, and if we don't fight to the death with him, we'll fuse together." Xianxia felt quite confused. Just what is going on between the 6 Desire Celestial sect and the celestial evildoer? Zhu Lily said, "It's fine to tell you. In actuality, the 6 Desire Celestial art that our ancestor obtained was an incomplete cultivation technique. In order to repair it, the genius young sect master fell into the demonic path and created the 6 Desires demonic art. It can be said that the 6 Desire Celestial sect and the celestial evildoer are one, and the celestial evildoer's purpose is to repair the 6 Desire Celestial art. It's a pity that no one has been able to repair the six desires celestial art after so many years. We've decided to give up on this plan, so we must kill the celestial evildoer. I can also tell you that as long as the six desires celestial sect kills the celestial evildoer, the celestial evildoer will forever disappear and will never appear in this world again. Book 1, Chapter 5. Xianxia asked with a serious expression, "What's the reason?" Zhu Lili said, "Because immortal evils have to be dealt with by people from our six desires celestial sect. Only then will their legacies disappear. Their six desires demonic art and six desires celestial sect's legacies are one, so no matter how many times immortal evils are killed, their legacies will not be severed." Xianxia said coldly, "Your six desires celestial sect has harmed spirit realm for so many years in order to repair your art. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Zhu Lili said calmly, "This decision wasn't made by us. It was made by the ancestors of the six desires celestial sect. We also want to stop this plan, so we have to kill the immortal evil. You should help us kill the immortal evil. That way, the immortal evil won't harm spirit realm in the future." Xianxia and the others looked at Zhao Fu. Kill Zhao Fu and end the immortal bastard's inheritance? Of course, they didn't want to agree. Is there any other way? Xianxia asked. Zhu Lili said, "No, even if you take him away from the Heaven Awaken world, once he dies, a new celestial bastard will appear in the Heaven Awaken world. Unless the six desires celestial sect is destroyed, this celestial bastard's legacy will disappear." He coldly harumphed as he said, "We believe in his potential and that he'll become a peerless expert in the future. As long as he lives until your six desires celestial sect is destroyed, this legacy will disappear and we won't have to kill him." Zhu Lili looked at He and thought about the rumors from before. Are you really helping him find the Holy Spirit Orb to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star? Yumao smiled as she said, "It's true, he has the potential to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star." Zhu Lili's expression became quite unsightly. Before, he had said that it would either be the celestial bastard dying or devouring the six desires celestial sect. If the celestial bastard really awakened the spirit race's Emperor Star, he would definitely become a peerless expert in the future, and the six desires celestial sect might be destroyed at his hands. Who says no one can repair the six desires immortal art? At this moment, a seductive voice rang out. It was the voice of the succubus. She had a fiery figure and two horns on her head. She had long violet hair, violet eyes, and two canine teeth. Her appearance was extremely perfect. She had a pair of small demonic wings on her back and a tail. Everyone looked over. No one had expected her to speak at this moment. Zhu Lili said, "What I'm saying is that the immortal vial plan has been going on for so many years and no one has been able to repair the six desires celestial art. This already proves that this method is impossible." The succubus laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, is that so? Right now, this kid is cultivating the complete six desires immortal art. He's already completed the six desires immortal art." Hearing this, Zhu Lili's face was filled with shock. The celestial art of desires that hadn't been repaired for countless years had really been repaired. The women were also shocked. Repairing the six desires celestial art was the lifelong mission of the immortal bastards. Now, it was finally repaired by the 12th generation immortal bastard. Zhu Lili nervously said, "Is it true? You're not lying to me, right?" Repairing the six desires immortal scripture was something that the six desires immortal sect had always wanted to accomplish. If the six desires immortal sect had a complete cultivation technique, their strength would reach a whole new peak. It could even allow the six desires immortal sect to produce countless immortal level existences. Back then, because of the flaws in the immortal scripture, many people were stuck in the half-immortal mirror world. Zhu Lili had to confirm such an important matter. The succubus smiled and said, "Would I lie to you? The six desires demonic chi in his body is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary immortal bastards. Moreover, it's also more than 100 times more attractive to women. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested in this kid." Everyone then looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled helplessly. He wasn't an immortal bastard and didn't know about the six desires immortal art being repaired. However, the six desires immortal art that he cultivated was a complete cultivation technique that came from the golden dragon in his body. Zhao Fu didn't want to tell them, so he said, I've already repaired the cultivation technique. After hearing Zhao Fu's reply, everyone completely believed that the Six Desires immortal art had been repaired. Zhu Lili looked at Zhao Fu in excitement. The others also understood why Zhao Fu's body had such powerful Six Desires demonic qi and why they couldn't resist Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu looked at the succubus above him and said, "Can you let go of me now?" The succubus glanced at Zhao Fu and said, "Call me madam, I'm the woman of an immortal bastard. Back then, we loved each other so much. It's a pity that he didn't live for long." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless towards what she was doing. "Madam, can you let go of me now?" The succubus smiled flirtatiously as she said, "No." Zhao Fu was speechless. At that moment, Zhu Lili said, "Immortal bastard, since you've repaired the Six Desires immortal art, the Six Desires celestial sect won't harm you at all. In fact, we'll even make you the next sect master. You can come back with me now." Everyone looked quite surprised. This change was too great. Why did she insist on killing Zhao Fu? Qingyao said, "If he returns to the Six Desires celestial sect, will your Six Desires celestial sect be able to protect him? The immortal bastard has offended too many people." Zhu Lili said, "Not many people have seen him, so we'll have him change to a different legend and help him turn the Six Desires demonic qi into Six Desires celestial qi. The immortal bastard's legacy will disappear and fuse with the Six Desires celestial sect's legacy to repair the Six Desires celestial art." Qingyao felt that this was a good idea. It would protect Zhao Fu and make the immortal bastard's legacy disappear. As such, she asked, "Zhao Fu, do you want to go to the Six Desires celestial sect with her? We'll respect your decision." Zhao Fu definitely would not agree. He was not a true immortal bastard and could not repair the Six Desires celestial art. He replied, "I don't want to go to the Six Desires celestial sect. Who knows if she's telling the truth or not?" The succubus smiled as she said, I also agree that you don't want to go, or else we won't be able to experience this joy." The women's faces became slightly red. Zhu Lili said, "I can promise that the Six Desires celestial sect will not harm you at all. We'll also fully nurture you and help you become an immortal." Zhao Fu wanted to continue to refuse, but his expression suddenly changed. Boom, a massive wave of Six Desires demonic qi exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, spreading out like a flood. Zhao Fu's body gave off a strange light and he felt intense pain. Zhao Fu had been in spirit realm for a long time, but he had forgotten another reason for coming here, and that was the mutation of his body. Now, his body had finally mutated. Zhao Fu's appearance and body were changing, becoming gentler and more beautiful. He was no longer as masculine as before, and his aura was also greatly changing. Thinking about turning into a woman, Zhao Fu felt extremely disgusted. He looked towards Zhu Lili. He needed the Six Desires celestial qi to harmonize the Six Desires demonic qi in his body. Book 1, Chapter 6. A few days later, Zhao Fu felt quite refreshed as he brought the women and flew away. The Eros demon was called the succubus concubine, and her face was red as she hugged Zhao Fu's arm. Her cultivation was not very high, and she barely had the power of a higher being. Because she had been sealed for so long, her power had become much weaker, and it would take a long time for her to recover. However, after being sealed for so long, it was already quite good that she had survived. The reason she had survived was because she had used those sharp plants to drag countless creatures into the seal and absorb a large amount of blood. In order to preserve her power, she had been sleeping within the blood lake this entire time, and she had only woken up after sensing Zhao Fu's existence. As for the blood spirit pearl, even though it had powerful spirit energy, it was useless to Zhao Fu. Awakening a spirit pearl emperor star required a nature attribute, and blood was not a nature attribute. Apart from the succubus concubine, Zhu Lili's face was also red as she followed behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had taken her and used the Six Desires celestial qi within her body to stop the changes in her body. As a higher being from the Six Desires celestial sect, she had an immense amount of Six Desires celestial qi within her body. Now, Zhao Fu was just a bit away from completely resolving the changes in her body. Zhao Fu was currently flying towards the Six Desires celestial sect, and his goal was to completely resolve the changes in his body. Zhao Fu did not agree to become a member of the Six Desires celestial sect, but in order to obtain a lot of Six Desires celestial qi and for Zhu Lili to become his woman, Zhao Fu agreed to one condition, which was to repair the 6 desires celestial art. Zhao Fu did not know if he would be able to do this, so he agreed to give it a try. If he could not do it, then he would forget about it. Elsewhere, Yao Yi brought the women to the sealed region. Looking at the ground covered with plant fragments and green liquid, his expression became quite unsightly. Someone had opened this place before them. Yao Yi hurriedly flew towards the depths of the sealed area and saw the shattered stone statues and large holes. Yao Yi once again fell to the bottom of the valley. The seal had already been destroyed, and the succubus had disappeared. His plan had failed again. That bastard came here? That bastard will always go against him? There was only one person in Yao Yi's heart, and that was that imposter. Right now, Yao Yi hated that bastard so much that he wanted to eat that bastard up for taking away everything that originally belonged to him. Zhao Fu and the others arrived near the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. Right now, Zhao Fu could not directly enter the 6 Desires Celestial Sect because the 6 Desires Celestial Sect had set up countless magic formations that could detect celestial sins. The goal was to prevent celestial sins from sneaking in, so Zhao Fu could not force his way in. After returning to the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, Zhu Lili closed all of the magic formations. She was the only higher being in the sect, and everything was up to her, so she did not encounter any obstacles. Following this, Zhao Fu led everyone into the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. The people from the 6 Desires Celestial Sect would never have thought that the celestial evil they had been searching for and killing would come to their sect. Zhu Lili brought Zhao Fu to the front of the 6 stone statues. The people from the 6 Desires Celestial Sect surrounded them, looking quite curious as to who Zhao Fu was and why Zhu Lili had personally brought him here. The 6 Desires Celestial Sect's legacy was within the 6 stone statues and had been suppressed by Zhu Lili. Otherwise, if they sensed the 6 Desires demonic qi within Zhao Fu's body, they might directly attack Zhao Fu, and they would not stop until one of them was dead. Boom! Zhao Fu pressed a hand against the ground and a massive wave of 6 Desires demonic qi flowed out. It split into 6 portions and shot towards the 6 stone statues, entering them. The 6 stone statues trembled and 6 heaven-toppling auras exploded out, covering the surrounding few worlds. The 6 Desires Celestial Sect's countless disciples cultivated the 6 Desires Celestial art, so they immediately sensed that the power that Zhao Fu gave off was the 6 Desires demonic qi. They cried out in terror, "He's the celestial sin." Countless people retreated in fear, and some were furious and wanted to attack. Zhu Lili said, "Everyone, don't panic. Stay where you are and don't move." Hearing Zhu Lili's voice, everyone felt much more at ease. This celestial sin had been brought in by their elder, so he most likely would not harm them. They became even more curious as to why their elder had brought this celestial sin here. Weren't they chasing after this celestial sin? Sensing these ripples, the people in the distance felt quite startled and their expressions became serious. They felt as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on them, and that feeling was quite suffocating. The 5 higher beings who had gone out felt quite startled and sensed that something massive was happening to the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, so they hurriedly flew over. Back at the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, Zhao Fu closed his eyes and started to circulate the complete 6 Desires Celestial art. 6 waves of 6 Desires demonic qi continuously entered the 6 stone statues, and as the 6 stone statues absorbed the 6 Desires demonic qi, black runes appeared on their bodies and covered their bodies. The 6 stone statues slowly raised their hands towards the sky and a massive wave of power flowed out and ferociously shot towards the sky. Boom! 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 6 massive explosions sounded out in all directions as clouds swirled and the heavens and earth dimmed. Boundless spirit qi madly gathered towards the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, forming corporeal gales. The countless 6 Desires Celestial Sect disciples felt as if they were swimming in a boundless ocean. They felt incredibly weak and powerless, and their bodies felt icy cold and their minds went blank. Sensing these changes, the various experts felt quite startled and looked in the direction of the 6 Desires Celestial Sect as they wondered what had happened to the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. The faces of the 5 higher beings heading towards the 6 Desires Celestial Sect became pale. They could sense shocking changes happening to the 6 stone statues. They were the foundation of the Six Desires Celestial Sect, and if something happened to them, the Six Desires Celestial Sect could be destroyed. They felt incredibly worried and quickly flew towards the Six Desires Celestial Sect. Countless traces of spirit chi gathered above the Six Desires Celestial Sect, forming an enormous whirlpool. This whirlpool continuously spun and gathered even more spirit chi, and a massive might spread out, making it difficult for countless people to breathe. Julie, Li Qingyao, and the others looked at the sky solemnly. As for Zhao Fu, he continuously circulated the complete Six Desires immortal art, sending the Six Desires demonic chi into the six stone statues. As time passed, the vortex above them grew larger and larger, and the pressure it emitted also grew stronger. By now, they had reached a critical point. Zhao Fu pressed down on the ground and an even more massive wave of Six Desires demonic chi flowed out, and the cultivation technique within his body quickly circulated. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as even more Six Desires demonic chi entered the stone statue, causing it to give off an even more powerful aura. Its eyes gave off boundless black light as it vigorously grabbed at the air. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out, seeming to shake the entire world. Countless beasts ran on the ground in fright, and countless birds flew into the sky. The massive vortex split into six streams and gave off a massive aura as they slowly flew downwards and entered the six stone statues. Book 1, Chapter 7 Boom. 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 Boom, six massive explosions sounded out as the six stone statues absorbed the six waves of spirit chi and gave off boundless celestial light that covered the entire world. The six stone statues seemed to come to life and gave off powerful auras as the black runes and light on their bodies disappeared. The five higher beings arrived at that moment and looked at the six stone statues in shock. They had never thought that the Six Desires Celestial Sect's art had been repaired. This was something that no one from the Six Desires Celestial Sect had been able to do in the past, and after so many years, someone had finally done it. They felt incredibly excited. Boom, the six stone statues retracted their hands and pointed at Zhao Fu below. Six powerful rays of celestial light shot towards Zhao Fu, and a massive wave of Six Desires celestial power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to give off boundless celestial light, and his body seemed to go through changes. Only now did the five higher beings notice Zhao Fu below, and they immediately sensed that Zhao Fu was that celestial bastard. One of the higher beings did not even think about dealing with him. Their goal for coming out this time was to deal with that celestial bastard. However, another person immediately stopped him, saying, "He's the benefactor of the Six Desires Celestial Sect." The higher being came back to his senses and understood that it was the celestial bastard who had repaired the Six Desires Celestial Sect's art. They no longer attacked Zhao Fu. The celestial light from the six stone statues disappeared, and their terrifying auras started to weaken. The celestial light around Zhao Fu's body also gradually faded. Now that the side effects of cultivating the Six Desires demonic art had disappeared, Zhao Fu's body would no longer go through changes. The Six Desires demonic chi within his body absorbed the Six Desires celestial power and became even more powerful. At the same time, Zhao Fu had obtained a large amount of the Six Desires Celestial Sect's fate, which would help Zhao Fu awaken the spirit race's Supreme Emperor star more easily. He had also obtained benefits from repairing the Six Desires Celestial art, and it was a win-win situation for both sides. However, Zhao Fu had only fixed a portion of the Six Desires Celestial art and had not fixed the Six Desires demonic art. After all, the Six Desires Celestial art could only be passed down from generation to generation and could not be used as a sex art. Right now, the Six Desires Celestial Sect's complete cultivation technique was only half of the Six Desires Celestial art's celestial art, and the other half was incomplete. It was very different from the Six Desires Celestial art that Zhao Fu cultivated. However, the Six Desires Celestial Sect's complete cultivation technique was many times better than before. The sect master of the Six Desires Celestial Sect and the others came before Zhao Fu and gratefully bowed to Zhao Fu as he said solemnly, "Many thanks." The disciples were all stunned. The sect master and elders of the Six Desires Celestial Sect were thanking the celestial evildoer like this. Zhao Fu said calmly, "You're welcome." The Six Desires Celestial Sect's sect master said apologetically, "I also apologize for our rashness. We chased after you everywhere, But you still remembered your bloodline's mission and helped us fix the 6 Desires celestial sex art. We feel that we've let you down. Xiaofu did not mind too much, there were many people chasing after him. Moreover, he had come because of the trade with Zhu Lily, and he had obtained many benefits. As such, he said, don't mention these things again, I don't mind. I'll be leaving now. The 6 Desires celestial sex sect master felt ashamed as he said. How about you stay in the 6 Desires celestial sect and get a new identity? We'll fully nurture you and make you the next sect master of the 6 Desires celestial sect. The disciples could not believe their ears. Why was the celestial evildoer the next sect master? Had the world gone mad? Xiaofu said, there's no need, I'm not interested in these things. Following this, Xiaofu looked at Zhu Lily and said, now that I've done what I promised you, you can come with me and leave. A few higher beings looked at Zhu Lily in confusion, they did not know about Xiaofu and Zhu Lily's relationship. Zhu Lily gave a trace of a smile. Now that the 6 Desires celestial sex art had been repaired, she was willing to stay by Xiaofu's side as she replied, Following this, everyone left the 6 Desires celestial sect. The commotion this time was quite great, and if they did not leave quickly, they might not be able to leave. News quickly spread, and after countless people heard about this, they looked quite confused. They had never thought that the celestial evildoer would return to the 6 Desires celestial sect, which was the most dangerous place. The 6 Desires celestial sect immediately announced that they would no longer hunt down the celestial evildoer. They also told everyone that the celestial evildoer's legacy had been broken and that no celestial evildoer would appear in the future. Hearing this, everyone felt even more confused. Just what was going on? Why was the 6 Desires celestial sect, which hated celestial evildoers, protecting the celestial evildoer? Also, did the celestial evildoer's legacy really disappear so easily? If the celestial evildoer's legacy really disappeared, it would be great news for the spirit domain. In the future, they would not have to worry about the celestial evildoer harming others. The unluckiest person was Xiao Yi. Now that the 6 Desires immortal art had been completely repaired, the strength of his body was rapidly weakening. Yao Yi did not know what was going on, and he panicked as he tried to stop his power from disappearing. However, it was to no avail. In the end, Yao Yi's power completely disappeared, and he became an ordinary person without any power at all. He lay on the ground in disbelief, unable to accept this result. The women around him suddenly felt that Yao Yi was no longer attractive to them, and they felt that this was quite strange. However, they didn't immediately leave Yao Yi's side. One of them asked concernedly, husband. What happened? Yao Yi was like a block of wood, he didn't answer her. Another woman coldly said, it's most likely because there's a problem with the 6 Desires art that he cultivates. Now, all of his power has disappeared, and he's like a cripple. The power that controls us has also disappeared. This bastard forcefully took me back then, but after so long, I have some feelings for him, so I won't kill him. However, I want to leave this place. A beautiful woman cried and said, now that he has become like this, he doesn't even have the power to protect us. What should we do? There's no turning back now. All of the women's expressions became quite unsightly. The woman who had been concerned about Yao Yi said angrily, husband treated you all quite well, why are you all like this now that husband has lost his power? A woman with a shrewish aura called out, what do you want us to do? He's a celestial evildoer, and countless higher beings are chasing after him. Now that he's become a cripple, we'll die if we stay by his side. He can't protect us, nor can he give us the happiness we had before. Why don't we leave him? A gentle-looking woman sighed, I don't want this to happen either. He's our man, and I have some feelings for him. If he has the power to return to his former state, I'll always stay by his side. The woman who was concerned about Yao Yi hurriedly asked, husband, hurry and say something. Just what happened? How did your power disappear? Book 1, Chapter 8. Yao Yi was still in a daze, the 6 Desires demonic art that he relied on the most had disappeared, and he did not know what to do. He felt as if he had fallen from the sky to the ground. Before, he was a celestial bastard that countless higher beings feared, but now he was nothing. Even though he could continue cultivating, without the 6 Desires demonic art, he would not be able to become a peerless expert. Seeing that he was not saying anything, the shrewd-looking woman coldly harumphed and said, "I'm leaving." The gentle-looking woman said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. If we leave his side, it'll be easy for us to be exposed as the celestial bastards' women, and we'll be discovered. We're not as powerful as those celestial bastards from before, even a Dao realm expert can kill us." The shrewd-looking woman said angrily, "What do you think we should do? With so many higher beings chasing after celestial bastards, if we fall into their hands, our fates will be worse than death." The gentle-looking woman said, "Let's find a place to rest and see what's going on." Hearing this, the others also nodded. Following this, they helped up the powerless Xiaoyi and came to a large city nearby to gather information. In the end, they received news that they could not accept. They understood why Yaoyi had lost all of his power. It turned out that the Six Desires demonic arts legacy had been severed. Yaoyi would not be able to recover, and he would not have any more celestial bastards. There were 30 or so women in the room, and all of them were beautiful with graceful figures and decent talent. They had been obtained by Yaoyi through various methods. Now that they stood there with unsightly expressions, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. Yaoyi was now crippled, and their fates would not be good. The gentle-looking woman asked in confusion, "I heard that the 12th celestial bastard voluntarily destroyed the Six Desires demonic arts legacy to repair the Six Desires celestial sex cultivation technique. Who was the one who voluntarily destroyed the legacy? How did he obtain the Six Desires demonic arts legacy?" A woman with a mature aura looked at Yaoyi and said, "Could it be that you're the fake? Who's the true legatee of the Six Desires demonic art? You've been lying to us this entire time?" The shrewd-looking woman angrily glared at Yaoyi and said, "That's definitely the case." In order to thank that person for repairing the Six Desires celestial sex technique, the Six Desires celestial sex sect master personally thanked him. "We've never seen the real celestial bastard and only heard him say that." The cold-looking woman said calmly, "I think that Yaoyi is just a pawn set up by the true immortal bastard to attract everyone's attention so that the true immortal bastard's legatee can work hard to grow. Yaoyi might not know about this and thinks that he is the true immortal bastard's legatee." Yaoyi, the gentle-looking woman with Yao desires Yi, I'm Ili 4 is desires and said I Yao, I is celestial as he I Yao desires Yao to Yao Yao 4, as said, he Wi Yao Yao Long Yi Yao, I Yao Yao Yen as Yao as he. He I Yao Demas, a Yao Li Yao as he Yao celestial, the gentle-looking woman said calmly, "I think that Yaoyi is just a pawn set up by the real celestial bastard to attract everyone's attention so that the real legatee can work hard to grow. Yaoyi might not know about this and thinks that he's the real legatee." The gentle-looking woman sighed and said, "I can help you get through these difficult times as a friend, but I'm no longer your woman. After you recover, I'll immediately leave." The woman who had been worried about Yaoyi fell silent. She had never thought that Yaoyi would be such a person. He was a fake and kept calling someone else a fake. Yaoyi coldly looked at the women in the room and said, "Hurry up and scram, I don't want to see you. I thought that you would always love me and stay by my side. It was all my wishful thinking." The beautiful woman with the cold aura said coldly, "Think about how you obtained me. Are you sincere to me, or are you lusting after my beauty? If it weren't for my past feelings, I would have killed you right now." Yaoyi furiously called out, "Slut, you want to kill me? Do you have the ability to?" The beautiful woman's gaze became cold and she raised her hand but could not bring herself to do it. She could only swallow her anger and turn her head away, not wanting to see Yaoyi again. The woman who cared about Yaoyi said, "All right, don't be like this, Yaoyi." Yaoyi said furiously, "I don't need you to care about my matters. If you want to scram, scram. I don't want to see you again." The woman who cared about Yaoyi lowered her head and fell silent. In actuality, she was Xianxia, the woman who had been harmed by the celestial Yaoyi. Even though she had not been with Yaoyi for long, their relationship was quite deep. Hearing his words, the women in the room felt quite angry. Some of them even planned to leave, but they were held back by the people next to them. The gentle-looking woman asked, "What should we do now?" This was what they were most concerned about. What they should do now would decide their future and whether they lived or died. They naturally would not stay by Yao Ye's side. The gentle-looking woman said, "How about we leave the spirit domain and live somewhere else? Other people should not be able to find us, and we can help each other if we go there. A woman with a weak aura said worriedly, but can we go somewhere else with our power? The spirit domain is so dangerous right now, we might be caught on the way there. The woman with a cold aura said, this is our only option. As his women, we definitely cannot stay in the spirit domain, we can only leave and go to another place. The gentle-looking woman frowned. For some reason, the 6 desires demonic chi in Xiaoyi's body disappeared, but the 6 desires demonic chi he left in our bodies did not disappear. If the 6 desires demonic chi in our bodies disappeared, no one would be able to find out that we're his women. The gentle-looking woman said curiously, that's quite strange. Is it related to the true celestial Xiaoyi? Did the 6 desires demonic chi in our bodies originate from him? The shrewd-looking woman laughed as she said, it should be. How about we go and find him? After all, we have his 6 desires demonic chi in our bodies and cannot escape from him. We're his women. Someone like him is a true genius, he shouldn't be like Xiaoyi. A woman with a flirtatious aura also laughed happily as she said, I don't object, I also want to be as happy as before. As a true celestial Xiaoyi, he should be more powerful than Xiaoyi. Hearing this, Xiaoyi was so angry that his face turned green, and he roared furiously, if you dare to do such a thing, I definitely won't let you off. Book 1, Chapter 9, Revenge. The shrewd-looking woman said disdainfully, with your current appearance? If you go too far, don't blame me for not giving you face and killing you right now. Xiaoyi glared at her furiously. Right now, he was completely powerless and was a cripple. He could not defeat any of them, and if they wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist at all. As such, he could only suppress his anger and remain silent. However, he had made a mental note that he would definitely take revenge in the future. Seeing that he had become more obedient, the shrewd-looking woman asked, do you think we can find the true celestial bastard? The gentle-looking woman said hesitantly, isn't it a bit degrading for us to find him like this? Moreover, we're already Xiaoyi's women, will he still accept us? Hearing this, everyone fell silent, this was what they were most worried about. The shrewd-looking woman said confidently, with our looks, no man can refuse us. Moreover, putting aside our talent, will be beneficial to him when we grow up. Moreover, the 6 desires demonic chi in our bodies belongs to him, so he should take responsibility for us. The cold-looking woman said, didn't you say that he used the celestial bastard's legacy to repair the 6 desires celestial sex cultivation technique? Will his legacy disappear? If we find him, will we end up like Xiaoyi and become powerless cripples? The gentle-looking woman said, most likely not, or else the 6 desires demonic chi in our bodies would disappear. Moreover, the true celestial bastard is extremely shocking. Back then, he most likely shocked the entire 6 desires celestial sect. Even without the celestial bastard's legacy, he would still be a shocking genius. The shrewd-looking woman said, right now, we only have 2 choices. The first is to leave the spirit domain and live in another domain, and the second is to find the true celestial bastard. I'll choose the second option, so hurry up and make your decision. I don't want to stay here. Everyone started to discuss. Most people chose to leave with the shrewd-looking woman and find the true celestial bastard. There were too few of them, and they did not have the ability to cross a domain, so they did not choose the first option and decided to stay by Xiaoyi's side. The gentle-looking woman looked at Xiaoyi and sighed, you can all go. I said that I'll wait for Xiaoyi to recover some power before leaving. The shrewd-looking woman nodded, I'll wait for Xiaoyi to recover some power before leaving. The shrewd-looking woman did not mind and said, do as you wish, we'll be going now. Following this, the shrewd-looking woman led 20 or so people and left the room to find the true celestial bastard. In the end, there were 6 people left in the room. Xiaoyi looked at the 6 people who were willing to stay and his attitude softened. If you are willing to stay, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Yao celestial god, I celestial demon, I, and celestial, 1. I Yao Yi Yao Chen Yi, I Chen. Yao Yi, hearing these, he said, he yi. Yao read, and he, and he, and he, and, too. Yao. No matter what, he hated that celestial bastard to death. He just wanted to cut that person into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Fu led his group and flew over. He had heard about the other lightning heaven spirit pearl from the Six Desires celestial sect master. Only he knew about this, and Zhao Fu and his group were flying towards that place. Zhu Lily asked curiously, Zhao Fu, after repairing the Six Desires celestial art, didn't your celestial evil legacy disappear? Why don't I sense that your Six Desires demonic chi has disappeared? Instead, it seems to have become even more powerful. The succubus demon concubine lightly laughed as she said, I'm also quite curious. Disciple, hurry and tell madam. The other women all looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not know how to reply, he was not a true celestial evil. Even though he had repaired the Six Desires celestial art, because he cultivated the complete cultivation technique, the Six Desires demonic chi could not have disappeared. Zhao Fu had also absorbed a portion of the celestial evil legacy's power and fate. He did not know how badly he had harmed a true celestial evil. Zhao Fu thought about it and said jokingly, in actuality, I'm not a celestial evil, I cultivated the complete Six Desires celestial art, so the Six Desires demonic chi did not disappear. The succubus demon concubine lightly pinched Zhao Fu and coquettishly smiled. As she said, what's our relationship now? You dare to lie to madam? Zhu Lily did not believe it either. After all, the Six Desires celestial art was a legacy from the Six Desires celestial from an ancient, world-shaking world. Back then, her grandmaster had risked his life to bring back an incomplete cultivation technique. How could a mere Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator like Zhao Fu obtain the complete cultivation technique? Moreover, in the Heaven Awakened world, she had only heard of the Six Desires celestial sect having the Six Desires celestial art, she had never heard of anyone else having it. Zhao Fu smiled and did not explain. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the others came to a scorched land. The ground was pitch black and there were no plants or animals. It was deathly silent all around, and there was a pungent smell of smoke. According to the Six Desires celestial sect master, there was a lightning heaven spirit pearl here. He had found it when he had gone out to train, and it had not yet taken form. Now that so many years had passed, the lightning heaven spirit pearl had most likely taken form, and he had left behind a few restrictions to protect it. Zhao Fu took out a jade medallion that the sect master had given him and threw it into the sky. The jade medallion turned into a ray of light and flew forwards, and Zhao Fu and the others followed behind it. In the end, the ray of light entered the ground, and a large hole appeared. Everyone entered the hole and flew downwards. They came to a region and saw an orb floating in the sky, giving off countless bolts of lightning. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. This lightning heaven spirit pearl had already taken form, and the powerful lightning spiritual energy that it gave off satisfied his requirements. He stretched out his hand and the lightning heaven spirit pearl automatically flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Now, he was only missing 2 more heavenly spirit pearls before he could go to the spirit race's emperor star. After obtaining the lightning heaven spirit pearl, Zhao Fu and the others immediately left, planning to continue gathering information about the heavenly spirit pearl. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others came to a massive city. Zhao Fu, a familiar voice sounded out, and Zhao Fu looked over in confusion. He saw Evil 9 happily waving at him, with Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue beside him. Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue also smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu. After searching for so long, they had finally found Zhao Fu. Because Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, they did not pay much attention to Zhao Fu. However, Evil 9 immediately recognized Zhao Fu, so he immediately called out. Apex Book 1, Chapter 10. Evil 9 and the others walked in front of Zhao Fu and bowed towards Zhao Fu, Lord Dragon Sovereign. When Qing Yao and the others heard this, they looked strangely at Zhao Fu. They could tell at a glance that these people were from the demon race, and from the auras they gave off, they seemed to be people of noble status. However, why did noble people of the demon race call Zhao Fu Lord Dragon Sovereign respectfully? Zhao Fu smiled and said, Why did you come to Spirit Realm? Long Qingqing said, When Lord Dragon Sovereign left, we decided to follow him. We only met him now. Feng Baixue's eyes were filled with love as she said, Dragon Sovereign, I have long been subdued by your aura, and my heart belongs to you. We went through so much trouble to find you, so you can't abandon us now. Long Qingqing glared at Feng Baixue. This woman was trying to charm the Dragon Sovereign again. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Since you found me, it can be considered fate. Come with me. Following this, the group came to an inn. Xianxia immediately asked, "Why did you let the people of the demon race call you Dragon Sovereign? I remember that only the noblest people of the dragon race can call you that." Long Qingqing also said strangely, "Don't you know? He is the 9th dragon sovereign of our dragon race, and will be a noble person who will lead the entire dragon sovereign in the future." Qinghe and the other women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had been with Zhao Fu for so long, but they had never thought that Zhao Fu had such a noble background. The dragon race was the strongest race in the demon race. If he led the entire dragon race, he would be the most noble person in the demon race. This identity was much more terrifying than an immortal spawn. Most importantly, they had always felt that Zhao Fu was of the human race, they had never realized that he was of the demon race. Qinghe said angrily, "Zhao Fu, you bastard, why didn't you tell us such an important thing?" Qingyao smiled in surprise and said, "I thought you were just an ordinary person who obtained the immortal bastard's inheritance. I didn't expect you to have an even more noble background than us." The succubus concubine charmingly smiled as she said, "Good disciple, you've really made me look at you in a different light. Tell me, is there anything else you're busy with? If you don't, I'll make you pay." Zhao Fu felt a bit helpless as he smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you can't be angry." Qinghe snorted, "Say it. We try not to be angry." Zhao Fu had a faint smile on his face as he said, "Actually, I'm really not an evil immortal." "What?" Before Zhao Fu finished speaking, everyone in Clear River City shrieked. They were 100% sure that Zhao Fu was a celestial bastard, and many of them had helped Zhao Fu in the beginning because he was a celestial bastard. Even though they had become Zhao Fu's women in the end, the celestial bastard identity was still very useful. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would hide such an important matter and lie to them for so long. The women in Clear River City were quite angry and glared at Zhao Fu. Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue looked quite confused. They did not know that Zhao Fu was a fake celestial bastard, nor did they know that the recent matters regarding celestial bastards had been caused by Zhao Fu. Zhu Lili said in shock, "That's impossible. If you're not a celestial bastard, how could you have the 6 desires demonic chi? How could you repair the 6 desires celestial sex cultivation technique?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. This was the most important thing. They were certain that Zhao Fu was a celestial bastard because he had the 6 desires demonic chi, so they wanted to hear what Zhao Fu had to say. Zhao Fu said, "Do you remember what I said before? I cultivate either the incomplete 6 desires demonic art or the complete cultivation technique. Moreover, it's related to the creator of this cultivation technique, 6 desires celestial. As long as I want to, I can see her." Everyone looked incredibly shocked and their hearts violently thumped. 6 desires celestial was a supreme existence even in ancient times and had ascended to the celestial world for countless years. If she still existed, her power would be unimaginable, yet Zhao Fu could see her whenever he wanted to. Zhao Fu had not lied. With the token from the King of Kings Sword Spirit, he could go to the half-immortal world and contact 6 desires celestial. Now that Qin had the half-immortal world, he could contact 6 desires celestial at any time. However, because 6 desires celestial was too powerful and because Zhao Fu cultivated the 6 desires demonic art, it would be very troublesome for Zhao Fu to contact 6 desires celestial. Since Zhu Lili heard that Zhao Fu had a connection with 6 desires celestial, it would not be a problem for Zhao Fu to cultivate the complete 6 desires celestial art. It was even possible that 6 desires celestial had personally taught it to him. If that was the case, Zhao Fu's seniority would be even higher than their Grandmaster. However, who was Zhao Fu? How could he have a connection with such an ancient existence? Hearing that Zhao Fu was the sovereign dragon was shocking enough because that was an existence that was even more noble than them. Now that they heard this, they realized that they had underestimated Zhao Fu. Now, they felt that Zhao Fu was unfathomable and that the information Zhao Fu had revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. This made them feel quite fearful. Even the succubus concubine became serious as she asked, "Just who are you?" Everyone stared at Zhao Fu. Long Qingqing and Bai Fengxue also looked at Zhao Fu. They found that Zhao Fu was not as simple as they had thought. Just as Zhao Fu was about to speak, the door was pushed open and 3 people walked in. At that moment, the door was pushed open and 3 people walked in. They were Jian Yue, Jian Luyue, and Lan Yu. Jiani Yue coldly replied, he's the second king of kings, the person with 7 emperor stars, and the number 1 person in the heaven awakened world. Everyone uncontrollably took a step back and looked at Zhao Fu in shock, massive waves crashing in their hearts. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was the second king of kings. They had been with Zhao Fu for so long, but they had not sensed this at all. Qing Yao asked, is what Zhao Fu said true? Zhao Fu lightly nodded, and the scene fell silent. Zhao Fu's terrifying background had given them a massive shock. However, if Zhao Fu was the second king of kings, it would explain why Zhao Fu was so terrifying. Zhao Fu looked at the 3 of them and said, you still dare to appear in front of me? Jiani Yue and Jian Luiyue both had grievances with Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu felt that Lan Yu was quite familiar. Thinking about it, her aura was quite similar to Sir Ziyan's, and Jiani Yue was able to confirm his identity. Lan Yu asked in surprise, you can tell who I am? Zhao Fu nodded, even though your appearance and aura have completely changed, your aura cannot change Sir Ziyan. Jiani Yue felt quite surprised. When she had met Lan Yu, she had felt that he was quite familiar, but she had never thought that he was Sir Ziyan. Lan Yu smiled as she said, since I've become like this, can I become your woman? Zhao Fu said, no, even though you're quite alluring now, I don't want to. I'll say it one last time, it's impossible between us. Lan Yu's eyes became wet as she said in pain, do you know what I've done for you? I can't change back anymore. I gave up everything for you just to be with you. Book 1, Chapter 11 translated by, Hypersheep 325 edited by, Meiker. Zhao Fu did not reply and looked at Jiani Yue and Jiani Yue, why did you take the risk to find me? Jiani Yue said seriously, we want to obtain that supreme sword intent. Zhao Fu asked, what makes you think you can obtain it? I'm not the same as I was back then, you're no longer a match for me. Jiani Yue said, I know we can't compare to you, the second king of kings, but we can use everything to exchange for that supreme sword intent. Use everything to exchange for sword intent? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Qing He was quite familiar with Zhao Fu by now, and he angrily went up and pinched Zhao Fu, saying, you bastard, you still haven't explained why you lied to us, and now you want to harm others? Zhao Fu bitterly laughed in pain, saying, I had no choice. You were too powerful and could easily kill me, so I could only lie to you. Zhu Lili said, you're a fake celestial evil, where is the real celestial evil? Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, I'm not sure, but according to what you said, he has lost all of his power and is like a cripple. He most likely won't dare to make any big movements. Xianxia said, so you really didn't bully my friend. I thought you were lying to me, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her and said, I was chased by various higher beings because of you. Xianxia pouted, I've already apologized and was taken by you, what more do you want? Zhao Fu thought about it and did not mind. At that moment, another group of people flooded in, and one of them leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and sobbed as she said, I finally found you, this time, I definitely won't be separated from you. It was Xianxia, her 5 senior apprentice sisters, and a beautiful and mature woman. She was Xianxia's mother and was called Xianxia. Zhao Fu's expression froze. He remembered that Xianxia was related to him, but he had never thought that she would appear here. What a coincidence. However, Zhao Fu didn't know that this wasn't a coincidence. They had been chasing Zhao Fu for a long time and had finally caught up to him. A few days later, everyone left the inn. All of the women's faces were quite red and they gave off bewitching auras. Everyone's matters had been resolved. Although the women of Qinghe were angry that Zhao Fu had lied to them for so long, they had already become Zhao Fu's women. They couldn't do anything to Zhao Fu, so they could only let go of Zhao Fu and not pursue the matter. The succubus concubine still told Zhao Fu to call her mistress. Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue also successfully stayed by Zhao Fu's side, making them extremely happy. Long Qingqing firmly believed that Zhao Fu would definitely be able to unify the devil race. After all, Zhao Fu was not only the 9th dragon sovereign but also the even more terrifying second king of kings. Feng Baixue was certain that she had made the right choice, Zhao Fu would become an expert that surpassed her expectations in the future. By staying by Zhao Fu's side, not only would she be able to obtain countless opportunities, but she would also be able to obtain some benefits for the Phoenix race. As such, she was even happier than Long Qingqing. Jianyue and Jianluiyue also obtained the sword intent that they wanted. Zhao Fu gave them 2 traces of sword intent source energy. Zhao Fu had too much top-tier power and was not an expert in the way of the sword, so the 2 traces of sword intent source energy would not be very useful to him. However, Jianyue and Jianluiyue would be able to use their sword intent. Losing 2 traces of sword intent source energy did not affect Zhao Fu at all, so giving them a few more would not be a problem. Lan Yu obtained what she wanted and became a true woman, choosing to forget about the past. In the end, Xianxia's wish was fulfilled and she could follow by Zhao Fu's side. Her 5 senior apprentice sisters and her mother were the same. At the same time, the confusion that had been lingering in the past was resolved. Why could the Myriad Desire Palace's art cause Zhao Fu's art to become chaotic? This was because the Myriad Desire Palace's art was related to the 6 Desires celestial art. The Myriad Desire Palace's Grandmaster had obtained a small portion of the 6 Desires celestial art, which was related to the 6 Desires demonic art's demonic seed. She had used this portion of the 6 Desires celestial art to create the Myriad Desire Palace's art. As such, the Myriad Desire Palace's people and the 6 Desires celestial sex people could help people who cultivated the 6 Desires demonic art become stronger. Xianxia and her 5 senior apprentice sisters understood why Xianxia was so infatuated with Zhao Fu. They were the same. Finally, Xianxia gave Zhao Fu an Earth Heavenly Spirit Pearl, making it so that Zhao Fu only lacked a Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl. Moreover, Xianxia also brought news regarding the Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl. If Zhao Fu could obtain this Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl, he would be able to directly awaken the Spirit Pearl Emperor Star. Now, Zhao Fu had obtained a massive amount of fate from the Yin-Yang sect and 6 Desires Celestial sect. These 2 sects were extremely powerful sects in the spirit domain, and they satisfied the spirit race's fate that Zhao Fu needed. Zhao Fu's body became a Yin-Yang 5 elements constitution, and he obtained the spirit race's bloodline and had the foundation to awaken a spirit pearl. Finally, the changes to his body were resolved, and Zhao Fu would not have any problems awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. It could be said that Zhao Fu only lacked that Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl. If he could obtain that Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl, everything would be resolved. The location of that Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl surprised Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu had been there before. That place was the Spectre Palace. Hearing Xianxia say that the Spectre Palace had a Heavenly Wind Spirit Pearl, Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Isn't that place a trap? I went there before and was almost caught by a higher being." Xianxia also felt quite surprised and said, "It's not a trap, I went there before, and the palace lord there is my friend. She's been waiting for you there this entire time." Zhao Fu felt quite curious and told her what had happened. Xianxia thought about it and said, "That's most likely something that her daughter did behind her back. We can go and find her, she's still waiting for you." Zhao Fu thought about how they only had 1 Holy Spirit orb left, so he nodded and said, "Let's go there now." Following this, Zhao Fu and the others flew towards the Spectre Palace. This time, Zhao Fu only brought higher beings with him, while the others waited for Zhao Fu. There were simply too many people, so it was not convenient to go together. A few hours later, Zhao Fu sensed something and descended from the sky. He saw 20 or so beautiful women. Zhao Fu looked at them and felt quite surprised. They also have 6 Desires demonic chi within their bodies, but they are not very powerful. However, the Celestial Bastard and the others are either very powerful or dead. What's going on with them? The shrewd-looking woman and the others had wanted to go to the Spectre Palace because they might be able to find the Celestial Bastard there. Even if they could not find him, they would be protected. However, they had never thought that they would meet a true Celestial Bastard on the way. The women bowed in delight and said, "We greet Lord Celestial Bastard." Zhao Fu asked in confusion, Why do you have 6 Desires demonic chi within your bodies?" Apex Book 1, Chapter 12. The shrewd-looking woman looked quite pitiful and said with grievance, "We were harmed by a fake celestial evil and gained this power." Zhao Fu looked quite startled. Qing Yao and the other women looked at each other. Zhao Fu was the fake celestial evil, and the celestial evil that the shrewd-looking woman was talking about was most likely the real celestial evil. The women all revealed different expressions. Some were delighted, some were complicated, and some were curious. Qing Yao immediately said, "Take us to him right now." Zhao Fu looked at Qing Yao and did not say anything. The shrewd-looking woman said, no problem. Also, Lord Celestial Evil, we have nowhere to go. Whether we can follow by your side in the future, will serve you well. Zhao Fu turned to look at Qingyao, and Qingyao did not hesitate to say, sure. The shrewd-looking woman and the others once again bowed in gratitude. Following this, everyone followed the shrewd-looking woman and the others and flew in a certain direction. Qingyao looked at Zhao Fu and asked softly, Zhao Fu, do you mind this? Zhao Fu replied calmly, no. Qingyao felt quite wronged as she explained, he's a true celestial evil and we have to settle things with him. I came to find him because of this. Qinghe angrily hammered Zhao Fu and said, you can't treat my big sister like this. My big sister and I have done so much for you, do you still not understand my big sister's feelings? Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable after seeing Qingyao like this. He turned to look at Qingyao, who had tears in her eyes, and said softly, I'm sorry, don't think too much about it. I understand your feelings. You can do whatever you want with the celestial evil, I won't interfere. Qingyao felt a bit better and lightly nodded. The succubus concubine lightly laughed and said, all right, everyone be happy. Even though he's the true legatee of the celestial evil, you all know who your man is. In Baiwei calmly said, you can rest assured. I have seen the previous generation's immortal spawn, but I don't have any feelings for him. Although you are a bastard, I have already acknowledged you. Huo Linlin also nodded. That's right. Although Zhao Fu is a jerk, with his perfect looks, noble temperament, and extraordinary potential, no woman will reject him. Now that I've become his woman, I won't acknowledge anyone else. Qinghe hammered Zhao Fu again, I'm not the woman of an immortal evildoer. Why did I fall for a bastard like you back then? I'm starting to regret it now. Zhao Fu let out a breath and said with a smile, there's no need to say anything. This is my problem and it has nothing to do with you. I should apologize to you. Qinghe snorted, it's good that you know. Qingyao went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said in a gentle voice, I was also in the wrong earlier. I apologize to you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's all right. A smile also appeared on Qingyao's face as she responded softly. Afterward, the group arrived at Yao Yi's courtyard. After several days of recovery, although Yao Yi did not have much energy left in his body, his strength and mental power had already recovered. Seeing that the women had returned, Yao Yi said coldly, why did you come back? Did he come back because he had nowhere else to go? You're not welcome here. The gentle-looking woman and the others looked at the shrewd-looking woman and the others in confusion, not understanding why they had returned. The shrewish woman was a bit angry. Yao Yi, I've endured you many times. Don't think that I won't take action against you. Right now, I brought a true immortal evil. Just from his aura alone, he is more than 10,000 times stronger than you. Moreover, Sir Immortal Evil has already taken us in. Yao Yi was startled, and his face paled as he looked at Zhao Fu. He had never thought that the person he hated so much would appear in front of him. The gentlewoman and the others were also shocked. They never thought that they would really find an immortal evil and bring it to them. Qinghe glanced at Yao Yi with some disdain, he is the true immortal spawn? The gentlewoman and the shrewish woman were both confused. Yao Yi wasn't a fake immortal spawn? Why did she say that it was a true immortal sin? The shrewd-looking woman said, Sir. Isn't he a fake immortal spawn? Qinghe said, he's a true immortal spawn, but he's not even 1,000th of the man beside me. The shrewd-looking woman and the others looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Yao Yi was a real immortal spawn and had thought that he was a fake. However, they could sense that Zhao Fu's 6 desires demonic qi was indeed many times stronger than Yao Ye's. So he was a fake immortal spawn? How could a fake immortal spawn be more powerful than a real one? Everyone could not understand. The succubus demon concubine dissatisfiedly harumphed, why did the immortal spawn legacy choose him? If it was him, I wouldn't even want to let him touch me. Lu Qianxian smiled as she said, looks like it was a blessing in disguise. Back then, we found Zhao Fu and not him. Perhaps this is fate. Hearing this, Yao Yi felt both furious and afraid. His looks and talent were quite good, but he was not as bad as they said. However, he did not dare to say anything because these women gave off the auras of higher beings. They were most likely the women of the previous immortal spawn. Xianxia looked at Yao Yi and said, now that the immortal spawn legacy has disappeared, you're the last immortal spawn. We can give you some help, but in the future, we'll have nothing to do with you immortal spawns. Yao Yi inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily they were not here to kill him, or else he would have died for sure. Xianxia stretched out a hand and a spatial ring flew over to Yao Yi as she said, there are all sorts of treasures inside that will be very useful to you. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourself. Yao Yi took the spatial ring and said gratefully, thank you. I will remember this favor. Yao Yi greatly hated Zhao Fu because these beautiful and powerful women all belonged to him, but they had been snatched away by that bastard Zhao Fu. Thinking about being with these women and not having to fear anything and not lacking anything, Yao Yi felt incredibly happy. Yao Yi was currently thinking about Xianxia and the other women, but he did not dare to say anything or reveal his thoughts. From the looks of it, these women would not be willing to be with him just because he was a true immortal spawn. Xianxia ignored him and said gently to Zhao Fu, let's go together. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The shrewd-looking woman looked at the gentle-looking woman and the others and said, do you all want to leave together? Now that Yao Yi has these treasures, he should be able to protect himself. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Yao Yi looked at the gentle-looking woman and the others and did not want them to leave. After all, if they left with him, they would be agreeing to become that bastard's women. However, the gentle-looking woman and the others thought about it and nodded, agreeing to leave with the shrewd-looking woman and the others. This included the pure-looking woman, who cared about Yao Yi the most. Yao Yi felt quite furious, but he endured it and smiled. Book 1, Chapter 13. Zhao Fu led the group to where Jiani Yue and the others were. There were more than 30 of them and it was impossible to bring them to the Spirit Palace. Everyone continued to fly toward the Spirit Palace. At this moment, an evil-looking young man was leading two beautiful women in a certain direction. He suddenly sensed something and hurriedly flew into the sky. His name was Xianmiao Ming, and he was the 10th generation immortal bastard's best friend. He was also one of the 10th generation immortal bastards, and he was the one who leaked the news to the various sects to kill the 10th immortal bastard in order to obtain the powerful immortal bastard's inheritance. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the immortal bastard's inheritance and the Six Desires celestial sect's inheritance were one. The immortal bastard's inheritance would automatically choose its master, so he didn't get it. His goal this time was the celestial bastard's legacy. He had thought that the celestial bastard's legacy would disappear, but at that moment, he felt the celestial bastard's existence. As long as the celestial bastard still existed, the Six Desires demonic art would definitely exist, so he quickly flew over. His senses were much stronger than ordinary people, and he was relying on the ability created by the 10th generation immortal bastard. Back then, the 10th generation immortal bastard had died rather miserably. However, after flying for a while, Xianmiao Ming stopped and his expression became quite unsightly because he found that there were many higher being experts by the celestial evil side. If he ran over now, he would be courting death. Xianmiao Ming's expression was cold as he looked in the direction the immortal bastards had left. After thinking for a bit, he left with the two women. Zhao Fu and the others quickly arrived at the Nether Palace, and this time, Zhao Fu led them in. Sensing a massive power entering her territory, Yu Han immediately sensed it and quickly flew out. Yu Han looked at them sternly. What are you here for? Zhao Fu smiled and said, don't say any more. We're here to look for your mother. Yu Han also recognized Zhao Fu. Are you here for revenge? You can look for me directly if you need anything. Don't look for my mother. Zhao Fu said, at that time, you let me go. There is no grudge between us. We came to find your mother because she was looking for me. Yu Han's expression changed, you are that immortal evil. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Han's expression turned cold. If Zhao Fu had come alone, she would have definitely killed Zhao Fu. However, there were too many experts around Zhao Fu. She was not a match for them alone. Yu Han thought for a moment, my mother isn't in the Nether Palace, go look for her somewhere else. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I know your goal, and I don't want any unnecessary conflict. Let your mother come out. Yu Han's face was cold. There's no answer. Zhao Fu said, then let's go in directly. Yu Han stood there and didn't say anything. She didn't want her mother to see Zhao Fu, but she couldn't change anything now. Zhao Fu and the others flew towards the spirit palace and Yu Hunter did not stop them. In the end, the group arrived at the spirit palace. Yu Bailin, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Fu and the others who walked in. She revealed a charming smile. "You're finally here. Do you know how long I've waited for you?" Xianxia said, "You have to ask your precious daughter. Zhao Fu came here once before and was almost killed by your daughter. If I didn't tell him, he wouldn't have come here." Yu Bailin looked at Yu Hunter and smiled. "My daughter doesn't know any better, sorry. Also, how did you find him so quickly? He must have enjoyed a lot, right?" Succubus concubine smiled and said, "Of course, you should be more proactive. Don't waste time." Yu Bailin smiled movingly. "I know." Half a day later, Yu Bailin smiled and said, "Then in the future, we can always be with Zhao Fu and don't have to worry about dying like the other immortal evil." Succubus concubine smiled as she said, "That's for sure. Hurry up and take out the heavenly wind spirit pearl." Yu Bailin happily nodded his head and took out a cyan bead that was wrapped in countless whirlwinds. "I heard that you needed this and spent a lot of money to exchange for it. You have to be in a hurry to treat me well. Don't let us mother and daughter down." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he stretched out his hand and took the heavenly wind spirit pearl. Yu Hunter's face was red and she did not say anything. Zhao Fu looked at the heavenly wind spirit pearl in his hand and smiled, feeling quite delighted. He had finally gathered the 10 heavenly spirit pearls of yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. Now, it was time to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. Zhao Fu had been waiting for this day for a long time. The awakening of the spirit race's emperor star was a very big matter and would cause the heavens and earth to change and the spirit chi to become chaotic. It was best to find a hidden place. Now that the Spectre Palace was within the Forbidden Region, it would most likely be a good place to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. However, Zhao Fu still planned to find a more hidden place. There were many other people in the Spectre Palace, and if he awakened the spirit race's emperor star here, it would bring Yu Bailin a lot of trouble. Moreover, because of the news that Yu Bailin had sent out, many experts were paying attention to this place. If anything unexpected happened, they would quickly come here. After Xian Miaoming left, he planned to carry out his plan. Looking at where Zhao Fu and the others were heading, he could tell that they were most likely going to the Spectre Palace. He definitely would not be able to subdue the celestial bastard by himself, so he needed to find help. As such, he sent out the news about the celestial bastard, drawing over many people who wanted to kill the celestial bastard. These people would go to stop the celestial bastard's women, and he would capture the celestial bastard during the chaos. This time, he had to obtain that powerful celestial bastard's legacy. His news was like a boulder falling into a calm lake, sending out massive waves that were 1,000 meters tall. Countless people who had enmity with the celestial bastard flooded over. Even though the Six Desires Celestial sect was no longer hunting down the celestial bastard and had reconciled with him, and the celestial bastard's legacy had disappeared, the enmity could not be resolved just like that. They were not that kind, and all of them hated the celestial bastard to the bone. Only if this generation's celestial bastard died would they feel at ease and stop hunting down the celestial bastard. These people had enmity with the celestial bastard from a very long time ago. Before, it had been said that the celestial bastard's women were either very powerful or dead. These enemies were the same, they were either very powerful or dead. Recently, some experts were not very interested in this matter because they did not have much enmity with the celestial bastard. They just hated the celestial bastard's existence, so they joined in hunting down the celestial bastard. Comparatively speaking, they were more interested in the second king of kings and not the celestial bastard. After hearing about this, the Xianling Empire's Emperor Xian Yi coldly laughed. Thinking of Qingyao's cold expression, he felt a wave of fury in his heart. Not only was he going to personally kill that celestial bastard, but he was also going to obtain that celestial bastard's legacy. He wanted to see if that slut Qingyao could still resist him. Tianzin, Book 1, Chapter 14 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. After hearing about this, the mountain-burning sects Van Lin furiously headed in that direction. He felt immense humiliation and anger because everyone knew that his mother had been tricked away by the celestial evil. He already hated the celestial evil to the extreme, and now, he almost went crazy. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill the celestial evil. As for his mother, he felt great resentment, and it was best to cut off all ties with the celestial evil. Otherwise, she could not blame him. Sufei was the gentle middle-aged man, and he was Bai Dandan's superior. After hearing about this, he felt quite complicated and heavily sighed. When Bai Dandan had left, even though she had not said who she was with, Sufei could guess who it was. He could not understand how he had lost to a celestial evil after so many years of companionship. Bai Dandan's loyal heart was not with him, so they had parted on good terms. Now that he had heard about this, he felt that Bai Dandan would be in danger. Thinking about the past, Sufei decided to go and take a look. The golden-clothed young man was the prince of the powerful empire and the person who had killed the 11th celestial evil. He was called Jin Baihun, and after hearing about this, he could not help but loudly laugh. This time, he wanted to enjoy this carefree feeling just like when he killed the 11th generation celestial bastard. Of course, he would also keep the corpse of this generation celestial bastard as part of his collection. As such, he quickly led the higher beings there. The Spirit River Sect's sect master was a beautiful middle-aged woman who wore a blue palace dress and had a gentle aura. She was called Hiruoruo. After hearing about this, she frowned and could not help but feel worried. Qing He and Qing Yao had not returned to the sect, and she could guess that they were related to the celestial evil. After hearing that someone from the Yin Yang sect used the Spirit River sect's cultivation technique, she was certain that they were by the celestial evil side. Hiruoruo sighed, the celestial evil was a scourge and would not live for long. Why had Qing Yao fallen for him and dragged her little sister down with her? Many higher beings had most likely heard about this, and Hiruoruo planned to go and take a look. The Six Desires Celestial sect had also heard about this. A person asked seriously, "What should we do now? After all, the immortal evil is one with us, and he has also restored his cultivation method. I think we should do our best to help him." Another person said, "This is a very dangerous matter. This branch has offended too many people, and if we forcefully interfere, our Six Desires Celestial sect will suffer as well. I think it's best to take things one step at a time. It's best to help him without causing trouble for the Six Desires Celestial sect." Another person nodded and said, "That's all we can do for now. I hope that he's fine, or else it would be quite a pity. Our Six Desires Celestial sect has let him down." The Six Desires Celestial sect's sect master said, "All right, let's not talk anymore. Let's hurry over." The Yin Yang sect also received this news. Yin Hao hurriedly found the old sect leader and asked, "Old sect leader, Baiwei and the others might be in danger now. Should we go and help them?" The old sect master's face was calm. "This matter depends on how you do it, I will not interfere." Yin Hao said gratefully, "Many thanks, old sect master. I will try my best to avoid any damage to the Yin Yang sect." Following this, Yin Hao brought everyone and left the Yin Yang sect. He cared about his daughter a lot and did not want her to be harmed. If it was really that dangerous, he would definitely bring Yin Baiwei back to the Yin Yang sect. Within a sect, a violet-clothed woman with a cold aura said coldly, "Father, let me leave this place." She was called Yi Xian and was a woman related to the 10th celestial evil. The bearded elder was Yi Xian's father, and he was called Yi Zhangyi. He was the sect master of the Southern Ridge sect and the person who had given the order to kill the celestial evil. Yi Zhangyi said angrily, "I won't let you go now. If you go now, you'll just be seeking death. Do you know how many people are heading there?" Yi Xian coldly replied, "Father, don't think too much. I'm just going to take a look and won't help the celestial evil. I might even kill the celestial evil." Yi Zhangyi said stubbornly, "That won't do either. It's too dangerous there, I definitely won't let you go unless I die." Yi Xian took out a dagger and held it to her throat. "Father, do you want me to die here? I just don't want you to stop me." Yi Zhangyi looked at Yi Xian angrily and was worried that Yi Xian would hurt him. He suppressed his anger and said, "Then you must come with me." Yi Xian lightly nodded. "That's great, we've received news about that celestial evil. This time, the celestial evil won't be able to escape. Many higher beings are going, a lively young woman said happily. There were a few other women around them. One of the pretty-looking women nodded happily. This time, we're going to get rid of the scourge of the spirit domain and also spread the name of our spirit flower pavilion. Another woman with a gentle temperament said, I feel like we shouldn't go. None of our cultivations are at the higher being level. Only Big Sister is at the higher being level. That place is too dangerous. It's not something we can participate in. A beautiful woman said, what's there to be afraid of? I don't think it's a big deal. Everyone wants to kill the celestial evil, not us. A woman with a pure aura said, I also want to go. I've always heard about the celestial evil, but I've never seen one. Is he really that terrifying? The woman with a mature aura was their big sister, and she smiled as she said, we can watch from the outside. This is a major event that will shake the spirit domain, so we should go and take a look. Because there's no danger, don't act rashly. The others happily nodded. They were also the group that had wanted to kill the celestial evil. The higher beings who did not know about this also started to ask around when they saw so many experts heading to one place. They were all interested, most of them were from other domains and had heard about the celestial evil before. However, they had never seen what the celestial evil looked like. Was this celestial evil as powerful as the legends said? What did he look like? How did he have the ability to harm so many women? Some even wanted to obtain the celestial evil's power. The experts who were not interested in this matter and only wanted to find the possessor of the 7 Emperor stars could not help but follow after seeing so many people rush over. Countless experts quickly flew towards one place, leaving behind rays of light in the sky. Even ordinary people who did not know anything felt that something big was happening in the spirit domain. As the mastermind, Xianxia Ming looked quite confused. He had thought that 100 or so experts would be quite good, but he had never thought that so many would come. His plan was about to fail, he would not be able to win against so many people. By now, Zhao Fu had put away the heavenly wind spirit pearl and was about to leave with the women to find a secluded place to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Volume 1, Chapter 15. But just as Zhao Fu and the others walked out of the room, their expressions changed. Countless experts had arrived. All of them gave off terrifying auras, filling the sky. It was as if they could kill gods and slay immortals, causing the air to freeze. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's group because there was only one man and the others were all women. After hearing that the celestial bastard was here, everyone's gazes gathered on Zhao Fu's body. It was very likely that this person was the celestial bastard. A youth with a fair and clean face said, You're the immortal evil? Zhao Fu replied calmly, I'm not an evil immortal. A beautiful woman said coldly, Is there any point in you lying now? Who do you think you can fool? The 6 desires demonic chi in your body is proof. Zhao Fu said, I'll say it again. I'm really not an immortal bastard. I just cultivate the same cultivation method as an immortal bastard. Now that he was facing so many experts, Zhao Fu did not know what to do. In any case, he could not beat them, nor could he escape. Zhao Fu was also a little puzzled. Why did so many experts suddenly appear? When did his whereabouts get leaked? The only ones who knew his whereabouts were his women. They would never betray him. Although Zhao Fu had received a lot of help because of the immortal evil's background, it had also brought a lot of trouble. A hot-tempered man shouted, Do you think we will believe you? How was it possible to cultivate the same cultivation method as a mortal sinner? Stop wasting time. Even if you beg for mercy today, you will still die. Qingyao said, He is indeed not an immortal bastard. Now that the 6 desires celestial sex technique has been restored, the immortal bastard's legacy has disappeared. The true 12th immortal bastard has lost all of his power and has become an ordinary person. Zhu Lili also said, Even though this is quite inconceivable, he really isn't a celestial spawn. As an elder of the 6 desires celestial sect, I can guarantee that. Facing so many experts, perhaps this would prove that Zhao Fu wasn't a true immortal evil, that he might be able to preserve his life. After all, everyone came for the immortal evil, Zhao Fu truly wasn't a immortal evil. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. Was this person really not a celestial spawn? One of them asked, Then what kind of cultivation technique do you cultivate? How could he have the same 6 desires demonic chi as the immortal sinner? This person somewhat believed Zhao Fu's words, which was why he had asked this question. This caused Zhao Fu and the others to inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. Zhao Fu said, the 6 desires celestial sect's cultivation technique is inherited from 6 desires celestial sect, and my cultivation technique is also inherited from 6 desires celestial sect. As such, some of our powers are somewhat similar, but I won't go around doing evil and bullying women like celestial evil. What happened between you and celestial evil has nothing to do with me. Another elder said, what proof do you have? If you really aren't a celestial bastard, I'll leave immediately. I only kill celestial bastards, I don't want to kill the wrong person. Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. The celestial bastard's legacy was very different from the 6 desires demonic art that Zhao Fu cultivated. Zhao Fu cultivated a complete cultivation technique, which was much more powerful than the celestial bastard's legacy. If he used it, it would prove that it was different from the celestial bastard's legacy. However, the crux was that Zhao Fu's power was even more powerful than the celestial bastard's and would be even more dangerous to others. If he used it, others would immediately attack. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia led many experts here. He immediately saw Qingyao standing next to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu seemed to have seen her before. He suddenly thought of something and said angrily, Qingyao, you lied to me back then, you said he was your disciple. Qingyao said coldly, that has nothing to do with you. Xianxia suppressed his anger and said, Qingyao, if you stand on the celestial bastard's side, you'll only die. If you come to my side, I can protect you from harm. Qingyao still said coldly, don't say any more and don't even think about it. It's impossible for us to be together. I'm already his woman, and I'm willing to die with him. Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned to look at Qingyao. With his understanding of Qingyao, he knew that she was serious. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he disregarded his image and cursed, you slut, I treated you so well, but you rejected me. Now that you're with the celestial bastard, don't blame me for what happens today. Hiruoro brought many experts from the Spirit River sect over and said impolitely, Xianxia, if you dare to act against Qingyao, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia looked quite furious. The Spirit River sect was not weak, and he felt quite fearful. Seeing Hiruoro bring so many experts over, Qingyao was pleasantly surprised. However, Hiruoro turned to Qingyao and Qingyao and said sternly, the two of you, return to the Spirit River sect immediately and swear to cut all ties with the celestial bastard. Now, Hiruoro also wanted to save Qingyao and Qingyao. Facing so many experts, the celestial bastard would definitely die, and the Qing sisters would also die here. The Spirit River sect would not be able to protect them because there were too many people who had killed the celestial bastard first. Qingyao looked at Zhao Fu and his sister beside him and said resolutely, Sect Lord, I'm the same as my sister. I won't go back, nor will I swear to cut all ties with the celestial bastard. Hiruoro felt quite angry. Why were these two sisters so stupid? Were they really going to do this for a scourge? Xianxia said mockingly, it's not too late to regret it. It's not worth dying here. Your Spirit River sect won't be able to protect you. You'd better know your place. I'll personally kill this brat in front of you. Qingyao replied angrily, if you kill him, I'll kill you. Xianxia laughed mockingly and said, you can try. You're not my match. Your sister might have a chance. Qingyao glared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as Fan Lin rushed over with many experts. He stared at Zhao Fu furiously and said, you're that celestial bastard, right? You won't be able to escape today. I'll make you die a horrible death. You celestial bastard must die. When Huolin saw her son arrive, she looked guilty but still tried to persuade him, Lin don't get involved in this. Can you let the celestial bastard go this time? Fan Lin angrily scolded, don't call me that, you slut. I don't have a mother like you. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? You know that I hate the celestial bastard, yet you're still with him. I'll kill the celestial bastard no matter what and cut him into pieces. When Huolin heard this, she lowered her head and tears continuously flowed out of her eyes. She did not know what to do. She did not want to become enemies with her son, nor did she want to betray Zhao Fu. At the side, Yu Mao comforted her. Su Fei sighed and stood up and said, Dan, I also advise you to leave the celestial bastard's side. Otherwise, you'll die. Book 1, Chapter 16 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123 by Dandan looked at her ex-husband and shook her head as she said, I won't leave him and I don't want things to be the same as before. Go, don't get involved in this matter, I don't want you to do anything for me. Su Fei looked at Bai Dandan with a complicated expression. He had feelings for Bai Dandan, and he believed that Bai Dandan had feelings for him as well. He could not just watch as Bai Dandan died, but he could not persuade her either. He could only wait and see if he could save her. This was the last generation of celestial evils, and if he was killed, there would be no more celestial evils. Without celestial evils to disturb them, perhaps things would be the same as before. Boom, a massive aura descended, forming a wild gale that swept out in all directions. Yin Hao had brought the Yin-Yang sect's experts here. Looking at the densely packed experts, Yin Hao felt quite shocked and immediately said, Daughter, come back to the Yin-Yang sect with me. With so many experts, the Yin-Yang sect seemed quite powerless. As such, Yin Hao decided that his daughter's life was the most important and he did not care about anything else. Yin Baiyue said calmly, Father, since they won't leave him, I won't leave him either. Father, don't try to persuade me. Yin Hao felt a headache coming on, but he still tried to persuade her, Daughter, this isn't a joke. This time, it's not a joke. Do you think that just a few of you can stop these people? Come back with me, staying here is the same as waiting for death. Father is begging you, all right? Yin Baiyue felt quite troubled and in the end shook his head as he said, Father, I've already made my decision, don't try to persuade me. Yin Hao helplessly looked at Yin Baiyue and said to the people behind him, Later, you must protect my daughter well, it's best if she doesn't suffer any harm. The others nodded in agreement. Yi Xian walked out from the crowd and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, Are you really an celestial evildoer? Also, if he's not, why are you all with him? Demon Concubine lightly laughed as she said, Little girl, he really isn't an celestial evildoer. As for why we're with him, as his woman, don't you feel anything? Yi Xian sensed the 6 desires demonic qi in Zhao Fu's body and was shocked. Such a massive amount of 6 desires demonic qi was many times stronger than ordinary immortal sins. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian said, I'm not sure who's behind you right now, so I won't participate in this matter. Is there anything you want to do after you die? I can do it for you. In Yi Xian's eyes, Zhao Fu and the others were definitely going to die. Thinking that she was related to the immortal sinner, she asked out of goodwill. Her father, Yi Zhangyi, relaxed. Luckily, his daughter wasn't stupid and didn't help the celestial evil in such a dangerous situation. Now, whoever wanted to help the celestial evil would be courting death. Xiao, a few streaks of light quickly flew over. The people from the 6 Desires Immortal sect had also arrived. Seeing them arrive, everyone could not help but ask, is this person a celestial spawn? The people from the 6 Desires Celestial sect looked quite startled, not understanding what was going on. Was this person not a celestial spawn? They remembered that Zhao Fu was a celestial spawn, and they were grateful to Zhao Fu for repairing the 6 Desires Celestial sect's cultivation technique. After hearing everyone's explanation, the people from the 6 Desires Celestial sect understood. They looked at Zhu Lily and asked, is this true or not? Zhu Lily nodded with certainty. The people from the 6 Desires Celestial sect understood that Zhu Lily definitely had no reason to lie to them. What they cared about was that if Zhao Fu wasn't a celestial spawn, why did he have such massive amounts of 6 Desires demonic qi? Moreover, he cultivated a cultivation technique similar to the 6 Desires demonic art. However, the 6 Desires demonic art was created by their young sect master using the 6 Desires celestial art as the foundation, and the 6 Desires demonic qi came from the 6 Desires celestial power. How could he have such power? However, there was another possibility. Everyone could not help but think of the scene of Zhao Fu repairing the 6 Desires celestial art. In other words, he cultivated the complete 6 Desires celestial art. The people from the 6 Desires Celestial sect were given a big fright. This was an extraordinary celestial cultivation technique, and even they could not obtain the complete one. How could he have obtained it? Just who was this person? Thinking about it, this person's identity was quite terrifying. An ordinary-looking young man asked, "Are you sure? If he's a celestial spawn, we'll kill him. If he's not, let's not waste time here." The people from the Six Desires celestial sect called out, "He's indeed not a celestial spawn." Now that the celestial spawn's legacy has disappeared, the power within his body is another kind of power. Hearing this, everyone did not know if this was true or not, and they started to guess. Xianxia coldly laughed as he said, "Everyone, don't believe such low-level lies. The celestial spawn was originally from the Six Desires celestial sect and helped them repair their cultivation technique. The Six Desires celestial sect's people will definitely protect him, so there's no point in asking." Hearing this, the people from the Six Desires celestial sect looked at Xianxia furiously. They indeed wanted to protect Zhao Fu, because no matter what identity Zhao Fu had, the Six Desires celestial sect owed him a debt of gratitude. Zhao Fu saw that the atmosphere in the sky was becoming more and more tense, so he turned and asked, "Have you thought of a way to escape?" Yu Balan said in a low voice, "I don't know if this method will work, but perhaps we can give it a try. After all, we don't have any other methods, and I don't want to die here." Zhao Fu said, "Use whatever method you have, no one wants to die." Yu Balan then quietly told everyone his plan. At that moment, Fen Lin called out, "Everyone, let's not waste time. He has the Six Desires demonic chi within his body, so no matter whether he's a celestial spawn or not, he's definitely a disaster. Let's attack together and kill him." Hearing this, everyone did not want to waste time, so they started to act. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the entire forbidden area started to tremble. A massive magic formation appeared on the ground, and massive power flooded into it from all directions, causing an extremely terrifying aura to spread out. Arg, mournful cries sounded out as countless withered arms shot out from the void, bringing with them a strange power as they grabbed towards the experts. There were withered arms everywhere, and they were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them clearly. The experts did not care at first, and they released a rain barrier, wanting to block the arms. However, the arms were incredibly strange, and they seemed to pass through the barrier as if they were incorporeal, grabbing towards the experts' bodies. This forced the experts to become serious, and they released waves of powerful energy to shatter the withered arms. However, after destroying the withered arms, countless more withered arms brought with them a strange aura as they shot towards the experts. Even though the withered arms did not cause much harm to the experts, they were extremely annoying. When the magic formation appeared, Zhao Fu and the others quickly flew towards the depths of the Spectre Spirit Palace. Book 1, Chapter 17. This place belonged to Spectre Palace, and as the Lord of Spectre Palace, Yu Baimin definitely had many tricks up his sleeves. This formation was called the Spectre Corpse Hand Formation, and it could borrow the power of the Forbidden Grounds to unleash a terrifying attack. If it was an ordinary person, no matter how many came, they would all die. However, it was a pity that there were countless experts here, and no matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless. Yu Baimin had also left a secret passage in the depths of Spectre Palace so that he could escape if there was any danger. Right now, Zhao Fu and the others were heading towards that secret passage. Boom, some experts got rid of the interference from the arm, and seeing that Zhao Fu and the others were about to escape, they immediately started to attack. Powerful powers blasted towards Zhao Fu and the others. At that moment, Spectre Palace once again gave off boundless black aura, which quickly condensed and formed a massive black ghost shield that blocked the experts' attacks. This was Spectre Palace's defensive method. Zhao Fu and the others continued to quickly escape. The various experts hurriedly attacked the black shield. Light beams, sword lights, saber lights, fist imprints, hand imprints, and all sorts of other attacks landed on the black shield. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as terrifying gales swept out. The terrifying power caused people to feel terrified. Even though the black shield's defenses were good, it was unable to block so many experts' attacks. In just a few attacks, it was broken, turning into countless traces of black aura and dissipating. By now, Zhao Fu and the others had already reached the depths of Spectre Palace, and the experts chased after them. Yu Baimin said, "The stone steel in front is where the secret passage is. As long as we fly in, we can immediately escape." Everyone understood and flew towards the stone stele. An evil-looking youth blocked in front of him. He was Xiao Ming, the mastermind behind this. He had been hiding nearby and observing the situation. Seeing that Zhao Fu and the others wanted to escape, he understood that his chance had come. Xiao Ming said, "Hurry and give me the immortal bastard's inheritance and the immortal bastard's cultivation method, otherwise, you'll all die here. As long as you give it to me, I won't stop you." Zhao Fu did not have a celestial sin legacy, and even if he wanted to give the 6 desires celestial art, he could not. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately said, "Hurry up and attack." The women understood that the situation was urgent and did not have time to waste, so they immediately unleashed terrifying power towards Xiao Ming. But Xiao Ming was already prepared, and turned into countless afterimages that dissipated. Zhao Fu and the others continued to fly towards the stone tablet. Xiao Ming appeared in the sky and gave a cold smile as he pressed his hands together and a massive wave of power exploded out. An enormous creature appeared that was 1,000 meters tall and had a human body. It was covered with violet fur and had a demonic head. The monster raised its arm and gave off massive and terrifying power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu and the others, seeming to be able to shatter a mountain. Zhao Fu and the others had no choice but to immediately defend themselves, unleashing a defensive barrier to block the attack. Qingyao said anxiously, "You guys leave quickly, I'll stay here and delay him." Qinghe immediately said, "I'll stay as well." Looking at the two of them, Zhao Fu felt quite guilty, but there was nothing he could do. If he did not deal with Xiao Ming and the others, they would not be able to escape. The various experts' target was him, and only if he left would the others be able to survive. "The two of you have to stay alive as well," Zhao Fu said worriedly. Seeing how worried Zhao Fu was, Qingyao felt a warmth in her heart and nodded, saying, "Hurry up and leave. Don't waste time." Zhao Fu nodded and continued to fly towards the stone tablet. Qingyao and Qinghe gave off powerful auras as they flew towards Xiao Ming, who was in the sky. Xiao Ming did not dare to directly face them, and he immediately flew in another direction. Boom, a massive flaming palm gave off searing heat as it slammed towards Zhao Fu and the others, and they could only defend and stop. At that moment, Fen Lin arrived and said mockingly, "You want to escape? Keep dreaming." Zhao Fu looked at Fen Lin and looked quite angry. Huolin Lin sighed, "Hurry up and leave. He's my son, and I'll stall him." Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "You have to protect your own life as well." Huolin Lin lightly nodded and flew towards Fen Lin. Zhao Fu and the others continued to fly forwards. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out. Xianyi and a few experts descended in front of Zhao Fu and the others. Xianyi coldly laughed as he said, "I said that I'll personally kill you, you won't be able to escape. If you beg for mercy, I'll leave your corpse intact." Because Xiao Ming had escaped, Qingyao and Qinghe flew down and returned to Zhao Fu's side. Qingyao said, "Then don't waste words." As she spoke, Qingyao directly attacked Xianyi. Seeing that Qingyao had taken the initiative to attack him, Xianyi was infuriated and rushed towards Qingyao. The experts by his side also acted and attacked Zhao Fu and the others. Yumao said seriously, "We'll block them." Zhao Fu, "Hurry up and leave, you have to stay alive." After speaking, Yumao rushed towards the experts. Apart from her, there were also Qinghe, Bing Qingling, Lu Qianqian, and Yin Baiyue. Seeing that they were risking their lives for him, Zhao Fu felt quite touched and continued to fly towards the stone stele. Only if Zhao Fu escaped would they be saved, and only if he escaped would they be at ease. Seeing that the women were risking their lives to protect Zhao Fu, Yu Hun'er felt quite confused. In her heart, she had not accepted Zhao Fu, even though she had already been taken by Zhao Fu. Just as Zhao Fu was about to lead the remaining people and fly away, he found that he no longer had the opportunity. Because they had been obstructed many times, they had wasted a lot of time. The experts behind them had caught up and once again surrounded Zhao Fu and the others. Sufei also caught up and hurriedly said, "Dandan, come with me, or else you won't have another chance. Immortal evils won't be able to escape." Bai Dandan said, "Don't try to persuade me, I'm his woman now and I want to stay behind to accompany him." The golden-clothed young man said coldly, "If you don't want to leave, you can all stay behind and die together." Xing, a saber light brought with it a biting cold saber wind as it slashed towards Zhao Fu and the others. They did not waste words with Zhao Fu and just wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Bai Dandan immediately blocked the golden-robed young man and began to fight. Su Fei looked at the battle between Bai Dandan and the golden-robed young man with complicated feelings. He didn't know what to do. The experts behind the golden-robed youth also launched their attacks at Zhao Fu, bringing with them a powerful force as they charged towards Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu only had Yu Bailin, Yu Hun-er, Xianxia, and Zhu Lili left, and there were 8 experts. Book 1, Chapter 18. They could block the attacks of 5 experts, but they could not do anything to the remaining 4. With Zhao Fu's strength, he was not a match for them at all. Moreover, it was not just the experts that the golden-clothed young man had brought, there were also a few experts who rushed towards Zhao Fu. Swish, 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 5 powerful rays of celestial light shot towards Zhao Fu, blocking the incoming experts. It was the 6 Desire Celestial Sex experts who had acted. They were quite loyal and had chosen to help Zhao Fu at a time like this. The others furiously said, "You people from the 6 Desire Celestial Sect dare to help that celestial bastard?" The 6 Desire Celestial Sex Sect Master said calmly, "We don't care about that celestial bastard, but he's not an celestial bastard. Our 6 Desire Celestial Sect owes him a debt of gratitude, so we won't let him die here." The others called out, "Very well, let's fight." Bang! Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the experts and the 6 Desire Celestial Sex experts clashed. The 6 Desire Celestial Sex Sect Master was slightly stronger, and he alone held up 3 higher beings of the same level. However, there were simply too many people who wanted to kill Zhao Fu, and some experts charged towards Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Yin Hao looked at his daughter and called out, "Attack! Protect that celestial bastard." Yes. The experts behind him obeyed and gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards the people who wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Yin Hao also acted and blocked 4 higher beings. Suddenly, countless traces of black matter condensed into a hunchbacked elder beside Zhao Fu, and he looked at Zhao Fu with killing intent as he stretched out a hand and grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, that hand contained a formless energy that locked down Zhao Fu's body, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to dodge. Xing, a sword light sent the old man flying. At this moment, Yi Xian still chose to help Zhao Fu. The old man, who had been sent flying, did not suffer any major injuries. His face was filled with killing intent as he attacked Yi Xian, and Yi Xian also began to fight with him. Yi Zhangyi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He looked at the immortal evil with a complicated gaze and rushed over to block a few experts for Zhao Fu. Bang bang bang, the various experts fought intensely and terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the ground and buildings to crack. The people in the distance could sense how terrifying this place was, and they felt as if they had fallen into icy water, causing their bodies to continuously tremble. The people on the periphery watched the battle with interest, but they were not in a hurry to make a move. Some people were still discussing whether or not Zhao Fu was an immortal evil. Some people were talking about whether or not they could kill Zhao Fu. Some people were lamenting that although an immortal evil was hateful, there were still so many people who were willing to protect him. Jiani Yue and the other women snuck to the outskirts and looked at the terrifying battle. They felt quite powerless, and with their strength, they were unable to provide any help. News spread incredibly quickly, and Jiani Yue and the others quickly came here. Jiani Yue looked quite worried. Even though she did not have any feelings for Zhao Fu, she did not want her first man to die here. Lan Yu watched with a serious expression. She wanted to rush over and help Zhao Fu, but she was too weak. Moreover, this was not the human domain. If it was the human domain, she could have her faction's people help Zhao Fu. Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue also looked at Zhao Fu worriedly. Not only were they Zhao Fu's women, but Zhao Fu was also the 9th dragon sovereign of the dragon race, and he was likely to rule over the devil race in the future. They definitely did not want Zhao Fu to be in any danger. Xianxia was so worried that she was about to cry. Her mother and lover were both in danger, but she could not help at all. Time gradually passed, and the various experts decided to act against Zhao Fu. Their participation made the situation even more dangerous, and the battles became even more intense. The women were desperately protecting Zhao Fu, so they suffered the most attacks. Bang! Xianxia slashed Xianxia down from the sky, creating a huge crater in the ground. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura became weak. However, she quickly got up from the ground and flew towards another expert who was rushing towards Zhao Fu. Xianxia cursed angrily, "Bitch." Immediately, Xianxia rushed towards Xianxia with a murderous aura. Pui, Bai Dandan was not a match for the golden-robed youth, and she was also sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and there were a few wounds on her body that were bleeding. Sufei appeared by her side and grabbed her hand, wanting to take her away from here. However, Bai Dandan struggled out of his grasp and continued to rush towards the golden-robed youth. Burning Lin's fists were engulfed in flames, and he attacked Huolinlin with shocking strength. He shouted angrily, "You forced me to do this, don't blame me." Huolinlin only defended and dodged at the same time. She did not take the initiative to attack. She did not want to attack her son, she just wanted to delay Burning Lin and prevent him from killing Zhao Fu. However, Burning Lin did not care whether Huolinlin was his mother or not. His attacks were extremely vicious. Huolinlin was already injured, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. A few powerful beings appeared around Zhao Fu, and they all had murderous looks on their faces as they stretched out their hands. A massive wave of power was about to be unleashed. Succubus concubine appeared nearby. She pressed her hand against the ground, and a massive wave of power spread out. Swish, 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 black and blood-red thorns shot out from the ground, bringing with them terrifying power as they stabbed towards the powerful beings. They seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This forced the powerful beings to stop their attacks, and they retreated far away to avoid this attack. Bang! In the next moment, Succubus concubine was hit by a beam of light. An explosion sounded out, and Succubus concubine was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A few powerful beings flew towards her. Boom! A few powerful beings simultaneously attacked Baiyu, sending him flying back and crashing to the ground. His body was covered with blood, and his aura was incredibly weak. He did not even have the strength to get up. Zhao Fu looked at the women who were heavily injured and looked like they were about to die. He felt incredibly pained and furious as he yelled, "All of you, stop. Don't you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance." Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Fu. Xianxia said disdainfully, "You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant? You're giving us a chance? It's only a matter of time before we kill you. Once those B*cheese die, you'll die as well." Zhao Fu coldly looked at him before looking at Xianxia and the other women and saying, "All of you can leave. Don't worry about me." Xianxia weakly asked, "What will you do if we leave?" Zhao Fu did not reply to her and said seriously, "Listen to me and leave." Xianxia and the other women hesitated, not knowing whether they should listen to Zhao Fu or not. The golden-robed young man laughed mockingly as he said, "Do you think they can leave? They're all going to die here today, I won't let a single one of them off." Zhao Fu said coldly, "I won't let you harm them at all, or I'll make you all die here." The golden-robed young man loudly laughed as he said, "You want us to die here? Do you think you have that power?" Book 1, Chapter 219. Zhao Fu did not reply and instead lightly breathed out and closed his eyes. He slowly raised a hand and once again opened his eyes. A boundless divine light shined out of Zhao Fu's eyes as he vigorously grabbed out with his hand. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, reverberating in all directions. A vast, invisible force spread out in an instant, and the entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. The golden-clothed young man's expression fell and he cried out in panic, "Hurry and stop him." Even though everyone did not know what Zhao Fu was doing, they knew that it was definitely not anything good. This terrifying power caused them to feel immense terror. They were already the most powerful people in this world, and there was no power that could make them feel such terror. In that instant, countless higher beings' eyes gave off killing intent and gave off immense power as they rushed at Zhao Fu from all directions. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all, and his terrifying eyes expressionlessly looked at the countless incoming higher beings. Facing this shocking gaze, the countless higher beings felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! A massive wave of heaven and earth power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and the countless higher beings were blasted back without being able to resist at all. Some crashed to the ground hundreds of meters away, while others stopped in the air with blood leaking out of their mouths as they looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They understood what Zhao Fu was doing. Zhao Fu had decided to awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star. In this state, he was buffed by heaven and earth power, and anyone who tried to stop him would be devoured by the heavens and earth. Even if they were powerful higher beings, facing this heaven and earth power that could control the entire spirit domain, they would not be able to resist at all. Countless people looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. They had never thought that this celestial evildoer would really be able to awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star. Countless streams of spirit chi began to gather there like a tide. Under the support of the heaven and earth power, Zhao Fu's body automatically left the ground. His body slowly rose up, arriving several hundred meters in the sky. A huge amount of spirit force had gathered in the sky. This spirit force was highly concentrated and emitted countless powerful rays of spirit light. Zhao Fu was like the ruler of the world, looking down on the world. Zhao Fu spread his arms. Xiao xiao xiao, balls of light flew out of Zhao Fu's body one after another. They glowed in various colors. They were the 10 holy spirit orbs that Zhao Fu had collected. The 10 holy spirit pearls automatically flew above Zhao Fu and spread out in 10 directions, forming a huge circle. The Yang heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless white light, the Yin heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless black light, the Golden heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless golden light, the Wood heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless green light, the Water heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless blue light, the Fire heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless red light, and the Earth heavenly spirit pearl gave off boundless yellow light. Countless people looked at Zhao Fu in the sky in shock. Sensing the heavenly might that he gave off, they felt quite afraid and did not dare to look at Zhao Fu directly. The 10 holy spirit pearls, which gave off different lights and powers, gathered towards the center and started to fuse together. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, each containing a terrifying power. Everything in the surroundings started to shatter bit by bit. Everyone hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this power. Qing Yao and the other women once again gathered together and looked at Zhao Fu worriedly. In order to save them, Zhao Fu could only awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star. Xianxia, Fenlin, and the others' expressions were quite unsightly. This celestial bastard was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If he really awakened the spirit race's supreme emperor star, they would be in great danger in the future. The others who wanted to kill the celestial bastard felt quite regretful. They had offended such a terrifying existence. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 10 holy spirit pearls fused together, forming a rainbow-colored orb that gave off 10 different lights and a massive wave of spirit energy. The rainbow-colored orb gave off boundless light and gave off massive amounts of spirit energy as it slowly descended. Zhao Fu raised his head and opened his mouth. The rainbow-colored orb fell into Zhao Fu's mouth and the rainbow-colored light disappeared. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as Zhao Fu's body gave off countless rainbow-colored lights, and massive amounts of spirit chi gathered in the sky flowed into Zhao Fu's body. In that moment, the countless experts in the spirit domain sensed something and their expressions fell. They looked towards Zhao Fu's direction, and some experts hurriedly flew towards Zhao Fu. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to awaken the spirit race's emperor star, Xianxia shouted, "Are you just going to watch as the celestial bastard awakens the spirit race's emperor star? He's an celestial bastard, and if he has the spirit race's emperor star, the entire spirit domain will suffer. Think about the vile things the celestial bastard has done. Also, don't forget that you're all here to kill him. If he awakens the spirit race's emperor star, will he let you off in the future? If you don't stop him now, we'll all die together in the future." Xian Miaoming asked seriously, "We also want to stop him, but he's being supported by heaven and earth power. How can we stop him?" The golden-clothed young man said coldly, "In actuality, it's not that there's no way to stop him. One person's power definitely cannot contend against heaven and earth power, but we can use our own fate and the faction's fate. None of the people here are ordinary people, and the amount of fate they contain is unimaginable. If we all act together, we should be able to stop him from awakening the spirit race's emperor star." Xianxia said, "Very well. I'll go first." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia gathered his own fate and the faction's fate. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from Xianxia's body, causing the higher beings to feel some fear. Xianxia started to form hand seals. This time, he had to attack with his full strength at all costs. He could not let this celestial bastard off, and he lightly cried out, "Profound miraculous technique, heaven imprisoning lock." Clang, the sound of chains rang out as countless white clouds gathered together and continuously condensed, forming a massive white cloud chain. It gave off an indescribably powerful power, and it seemed as if it could bind the heavens. Swish, Xianxia coldly looked at Zhao Fu and controlled this massive white cloud chain to shoot towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the white cloud chain was blocked by a formless energy field. This was Zhao Fu's heaven and earth power. Xianxia's hand seals changed, and the white cloud emitted an even more powerful force, colliding with the invisible force field. The two terrifying forces collided, and countless bolts of lightning exploded out. The aura it emitted caused countless people to feel fear. Book 1, Chapter 20. The chain smashed against the formless force field, and one end of the chain slowly entered the force field. However, the chain's power was quickly draining away, and they were unable to advance any further. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Everyone, hurry up and attack." Everyone could see that even though the chains could not break through Zhao Fu's heaven and earth power, they were quite effective, which meant that this method was possible. As such, they did not hesitate. Fenlin loudly yelled, "Fire spirit source, God-burning chains." Whoosh, countless flames appeared around Fenlin, causing the temperature to become incredibly high. The countless flames gathered together, forming a massive chain of flames that gave off a massive power that could burn godly spirits as it shot towards Zhao Fu. The golden-clothed young man coldly yelled, "Empire's lifeline, Dragon King's chains." Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a golden dragon appeared, giving off a massive might that caused the surrounding air to freeze. The divine dragon then quickly turned into a golden dragon chain and shot towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Xiao Ming also loudly yelled, "Evil spirit demon god, chains of slaughter." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive demon god appeared. An evil aura spread out like a tide, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. Roar. The demon god gave a massive roar and stretched out a hand, which turned into a massive black demonic chain. It gave off immense power as it shot towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could destroy a mountain. Lord of Birds, Phoenix Bird Chain. Blood Celestial Spirit Source, Immortal Binding Chain. Crisscrossing Sword Intent, Thousand Sword Chain. Everyone else gathered their massive amounts of fate and gathered their faction's fate together, giving off a power that caused the heavens and earth to dim. A massive azure phoenix spread its wings and appeared in the sky, giving off boundless azure light. It then turned into an azure chain that shot towards Zhao Fu. Countless traces of blood-red chi flowed out, forming a blood-red chain that shot towards Zhao Fu. Sharp swords formed a chain of swords that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to cut through anything as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, bang bang bang, massive sounds rang out as the massive chains gave off terrifying power as they smashed against the heaven and earth power protecting Zhao Fu. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out, and everything in the surroundings collapsed, creating a terrifying scene. Seeing this scene, the spectators retreated in fright, feeling an intense fear in their hearts. If they stayed here, they felt that they would die. Qing Yao and the other women's expressions were quite unsightly, and they retreated to the side. They were all heavily injured and found it difficult to even stand. They no longer had the strength to help Zhao Fu. Qinghe looked at Hiruoro and begged, "Sect leader, please, can you help Zhao Fu?" Hiruoro replied seriously, "No. It's enough that I didn't kill him and even helped you protect him. I definitely won't help this immortal bastard again, and I won't make a joke out of the Spirit River sect." Qinghe begged, "Sect leader, please do it this time." Qing Yao said softly, "Little sister, don't make things difficult for sect leader. Sect leader has helped us enough, and this is not a battle of strength but a battle of fate. No matter who participates, they will suffer backlash from the heavens and earth. If sect leader helps Zhao Fu, the Spirit River sect might be heavily injured." Yi Xian looked at her father and asked, "Father, is there nothing we can do?" Yi Zhangyi sighed, "Even if we want to help him, there's nothing we can do. At most, we can only stop one person. How can we stop so many people? It's best that we leave while the immortal bastard is holding up the various experts." Yi Xian shook her head, "I'll stay here and watch, I don't feel at ease with him." Yi Zhongyi said, Xian'er. Do you have to do this for him? Moreover, he awakened the spirit race's emperor star so that you can escape. If the various experts suppress Zhao Fu, you won't have any chance to escape. Yi Xian said softly, the six desires demonic qi within his body is too powerful, and it's constantly affecting me. I really don't want him to die, nor do I want to leave here. Yin Baiyu looked at the sky and asked Yin Hao beside him, Father. Can't the Yin Yang sect help him? Yin Hao also looked at the sky with a serious expression, this group of people has gone mad. They're using their own fate and faction's massive fate to resist the heaven and earth fate, wanting to stop the spirit race's emperor star from descending. I can't risk the Yin Yang sect. Yin Baiyu asked, is there any other way to help him? Yin Hao shook his head, no, it's up to him to see if he can break through the restrictions of the various experts and allow the spirit race's emperor star to descend. Yin Baiyu did not say anything and looked at the sky worriedly. Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains sounded out as even more chains containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu, and terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out. Under the impact of so much power, the heaven and earth power protecting Zhao Fu started to be unable to stop it. The formless force field gradually weakened as massive chains stretched into the force field and towards Zhao Fu at the center. Seeing this, Xian Yi and the others felt delighted. They could stop the spirit race's emperor star from awakening, and once the heaven and earth power protecting Zhao Fu dissipated, they would be able to kill Zhao Fu at will. Xing, 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 seeing that they could win against the celestial bastard, everyone did not hesitate and even more chains containing immense power shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a bone-like chain containing eerie and terrifying power smashed against the formless force field. The heaven and earth power protecting Zhao Fu was finally broken, and countless chains quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. The massive chains quickly became smaller, becoming as thick as a finger. Even though they had become smaller, their power did not decrease at all, and the countless chains easily bound up Zhao Fu in the sky. There were many chains. Some came from the sky, some from the ground, and some from all directions. At a glance, it was a dense mass of long chains. At the center, Zhao Fu was like a peerless ferocious beast that had been bound up. The massive spirit energy that Zhao Fu gave off gradually weakened, and as this power weakened, the celestial phenomena also disappeared. If the spirit energy and celestial phenomena disappeared, it would mean that Zhao Fu had failed to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been bound up by them, Xian Yi, Fen Lin, and the others smiled. They had won this time, the celestial bastard would not be able to awaken the emperor star. After the heaven and earth power dissipated, they would capture Zhao Fu and use all sorts of methods to torture him. They would make it so that he would not be able to die even if he wanted to. Book 1, Chapter 21. From afar, this place looked like it was covered by a layer of haze. Waves of terrifying aura surged over like tidal waves, causing the world to become bone-piercingly cold and filled with boundless killing intent. The experts from the other domains also arrived at this time, and they were a little surprised to see the scene in front of them. You people of Spirit Realm are really interesting. If it was someone from our Spirit Realm who awakened their Emperor Star, we would be overjoyed, but you people choose to stop them at all costs. It's the same for our domain. Anyone with an Emperor Star will have supreme fate, and the fate of a race will also be affected. I heard that the immortal spawn that is bound by countless chains is the immortal spawn that angers both humans and gods of Spirit Realm. If the immortal spawn is allowed to obtain the Imperial Star, everyone in Spirit Realm will suffer. That's why they want to stop the immortal spawn from awakening at all costs. Is that so? I've also heard about the immortal evildoer, but I really didn't expect so many people to want to kill him. Sigh. This generation's celestial bastard is also a genius and has the potential to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. It's a pity that he's in Celestial Bastard. If he wasn't in Celestial Bastard, no matter which faction he joined, he would be nurtured by the entire sect. Do you think he can still awaken the spirit race's Imperial Star now that he is bound by the providence of the various forces of Spirit Realm? How is this possible? Look, the abnormal signs are disappearing. This immortal evil won't be able to awaken his Emperor Star. Yes, after all, it's a single person fighting against countless people. This is understandable. If it were any of us, we wouldn't be able to do it either. I hope to see him awaken the spirit race's emperor star. This will consume a large amount of the spirit race's fate, and it will be very difficult for the second king of kings to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. He now has 7 sovereign grade emperor stars and is much more terrifying than that celestial bastard. That's right. However, why do I feel that this immortal bastard is somewhat familiar? It's as if I've seen him somewhere before. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu, who was bound by countless chains, and said provocatively, "Continue to try and see if you can awaken the spirit race's emperor star. No matter what happens today, you're dead." The golden-clothed young man said with a smile, "There's no rush right now. Let's wait for the heaven and earth abnormal signs to completely disappear. Also, keep an eye on those women of his. Don't let any of them off. I want to properly torture them in front of this immortal evil." Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gazes to the weak Xianxia and the other women who were gathered together. The immortal vile standards were quite high. These women were all supreme beauties, and they all had such powerful strength and aptitude. Xianxia and the other women's faces were pale. They were all heavily injured and didn't have the strength to resist. However, they wouldn't allow others to control them. As long as Zhao Fu died, they would self-detonate and drag a few other experts to hell with them. Zhao Fu, who had been accumulating power, raised his head and let out a long roar. Boom, a loud rumbling sound rang out and Zhao Fu's body shone with countless rainbow-colored lights. A vast power of the world erupted from Zhao Fu's body, spreading out like a transparent round cover. Countless people were forced to take a step back. Clang, 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 the countless chains binding Zhao Fu gave off mournful cries and violently trembled. The chains binding Zhao Fu were slowly pushed apart by some sort of power. Countless traces of spirit chi once again gathered like floodwaters, and everyone's expressions fell. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would still have the strength to resist. Xianxia also cried out in panic, "Everyone else, hurry up and attack." Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains rang out as 10 or so chains containing immense power and unstoppable momentum shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, before the chains could even get close to Zhao Fu, they were repelled by a wave of heaven and earth power. The expressions of the people who had released the chains became unsightly. The chains binding Zhao Fu became wider and wider. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth as countless traces of silver-white light spread out from the sky. At that moment, everyone in the spirit domain sensed this power, and they all stopped what they were doing and looked towards Zhao Fu with shocked expressions. This was because the spirit race's supreme emperor star was about to descend. Xianxia and the others looked at the sky and sensed the boundless heaven and earth power, causing them to feel terror. The golden-clothed young man cried out in terror, "Attack at all costs. If the celestial evil awakens, we and our own factions will suffer the backlash of the heavens and earth. The consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became quite unsightly. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as powerful auras spread out. Countless chains containing terrifying power flooded towards Zhao Fu, creating a shocking scene. Let alone an emperor star, even celestials would be sealed. Now, no one dared to hesitate and desperately tried to stop Zhao Fu, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. The chains binding Zhao Fu gave off an even greater power, and the power that bound Zhao Fu and shot towards Zhao Fu was once again blocked by heaven and earth power. However, the chains still slowly stretched towards Zhao Fu. The two massive waves of power were locked in a stalemate in the sky. The experts from the other domains stared at this scene in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would still be able to resist and use heaven and earth power to stop so many people. However, the situation was not in Zhao Fu's favor. The chains came closer and closer to Zhao Fu, and that massive wave of power was once again slowly suppressed. Zhao Fu gave off massive amounts of heaven and earth power as he vigorously struggled. His body gave off countless rainbow-colored lights that started to fuse together, and a powerful wave of heaven and earth spirit energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body. Xianxia and the others' expressions became unsightly, and they also unleashed even greater power. In the end, the rainbow-colored lights from Zhao Fu's body disappeared, and the heaven and earth power protecting Zhao Fu also disappeared. Zhao Fu seemed to have lost all of his power, and the chains that Zhao Fu had opened once again bound Zhao Fu. The countless chains shooting towards Zhao Fu also quickly bound Zhao Fu. Everyone was stunned, they had never thought that this would happen. Boom, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded out, and a supreme wave of heaven and earth spirit energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. The countless chains binding Zhao Fu completely shattered in that instant, and countless experts' bodies trembled as they coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looking at Zhao Fu in shock. A silver-white light burst out from Zhao Fu's body, turning into a massive silver-white light that gave off an unstoppable aura as it shot towards the sky. Boom, a world-shaking explosion sounded, and the sky instantly turned into endless nothingness. There was no light, no darkness, only a deathly gray. Countless people of spirit realm looked at the sky, and they had a terrifying feeling that their bodies and souls were turning into nothingness. Book 1, Chapter 22 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Micah. A massive silver-white star giving off an unimaginable might and a spirit energy that seemed to dominate the heavens and earth slowly descended from the sky. Countless people looked at the spirit race's supreme emperor star slowly descending in the sky. The people who had participated in stopping the awakening of the supreme emperor star started to suffer the backlash of the heavens and earth. A terrifying power started to corrode their bodies, causing their power and auras to quickly weaken. It was not just them, their factions also started to suffer the backlash of the heavens and earth. The expressions of countless disciples and elders in one of the sects changed drastically. They felt an invisible hand grabbing towards them. Facing this hand, they had no ability to resist at all. They felt extremely small and powerless. An elder dressed in black cried out in terror, "What's going on? Why is there such a massive backlash of heaven and earth power?" No one replied to him, they did not know what was going on. The countless residents of the imperial capital looked up at the sky in shock, and they sensed a massive, formless hand giving off a heaven-toppling aura as it grabbed towards them. Facing this power, the countless residents felt immense despair and terror. No one would be able to survive this attack, and the countless residents wanted to escape the capital. The scene was incredibly chaotic, and screams and cries continuously sounded out. The armored generals also looked at the sky in shock. They knew much more than ordinary people and understood that this was the backlash of heaven and earth power. Even if they escaped the capital, it would be useless, as everyone in the empire would be affected by the backlash. They did not understand what was going on or why their empire would suffer such a terrifying backlash. In a green and picturesque place, countless people had been happily playing around. However, they felt a heaven-toppling might descend, causing their expressions to freeze and their bodies to stand there like blocks of wood. They looked up at the sky and felt a massive, formless hand giving off heavenly might and grabbing towards them. A beautiful woman cried out in grief, "Such a terrifying backlash, is our Lingsu land going to be destroyed today?" Everyone looked at the giant hand in despair. They did not have any thoughts of resisting, nor did they have any thoughts of escaping. They could only stare blankly at the sky. They had no way to stop it, nor could they escape from the backlash of the heaven and earth's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and the dense blood-red aura that enveloped this region was turned into nothingness by a massive power. There was not a single trace of the blood-red aura remaining, revealing the azure sky. Countless people in blood-red clothes looked at the sky in shock, and they felt a massive hand giving off terrifying power grab towards them. A middle-aged man dressed in blood-red robes stared blankly at the incomparably huge hand as he thought to himself, "It's over. The Blood Sea Pavilion will definitely suffer a heavy blow today. What has the Grand Master done that defied the will of the heavens to receive such a huge backlash from the power of the heavens and earth?" Over at Zhao Fu, the spirit race's supreme emperor star continued to descend. As it descended, the massive might it gave off became stronger and stronger, and space started to twist. As the spirit race's supreme emperor star continued to descend, the terrifying backlash became stronger and stronger. The experts who had taken part in binding Zhao Fu felt immense pain, and blood leaked out of their mouths as their faces became pale. Now, they were in a terrible state. Not only would they be heavily injured by the heaven and earth's backlash, but everyone in their faction would also suffer backlash. However, it would not be as severe as the experts like them, because the experts had personally participated and used their own fate. Not only were they heavily injured, but it would also be very difficult for them to recover from their injuries in the future. After all, this was the backlash of the heavens and earth, and it was very difficult to heal. Moreover, their fate and faction would quickly disappear. This was the price of going against the will of the heavens and stopping the awakening of the Emperor Star. Everyone felt immense regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have just stayed within their faction. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a powerful white ray of light landed near Xianxia. It was a white-clothed elder with long, white hair. The aura he gave off was extremely terrifying, as if he could casually destroy an entire world. Seeing this elder, Xianxia hurriedly lowered his head and called out, "Ancestor." The ancestor looked at the descending spirit race's Emperor Star and coldly harumphed, "You're truly foolish to dare to stop the descent of the spirit race's supreme Emperor Star. You've caused our entire empire to suffer, I'll deal with you later." Countless pink petals floated down from the sky as a peerlessly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure appeared beside a beautiful middle-aged woman, giving off an unimaginably terrifying power. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face was pale as she said, "Spirit Sovereign, I'm sorry, it was I who caused the Spirit Essence Land to suffer great damage. I'm willing to not be the owner of the Spirit Essence Land and accept all punishment." The peerlessly beautiful woman looked at the Emperor Star and sighed, "We'll talk about this in the future. Right now, the important thing is how to deal with the current situation." Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as an enormous golden dragon flew over and turned into a valiant-looking middle-aged man dressed in golden clothes. He walked over to the golden-clothed young man's side. The golden-clothed young man's expression was quite unsightly as he called out in fear, "Great-grandfather. I know I was wrong." The middle-aged man glanced at the golden-clothed young man. Bang, a massive power sent the golden-clothed young man flying back, and he crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A few of his bones seemed to have broken, but he did not dare to show any anger. The middle-aged man said furiously, "If it wasn't for the fact that you're my great-grandson, I would have killed you already." The golden-clothed young man on the ground said in fear, "Great-grandfather, there won't be a next time." The middle-aged man looked away with a cold expression and looked at the descending spirit race's Emperor Star. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as countless rays of light shot over from the distance, and people giving off incredibly powerful auras arrived. They were not ordinary experts but the most terrifying ancestor-level existences in their factions. They could decide everything in their factions and had the most prestigious statuses. Their entire factions relied on their protection. They were naturally incredibly powerful and were far more powerful than ordinary higher beings. The terrifying power they gave off was either close to the half-step celestial level or above. Their expressions were solemn as they stared at the huge star that was slowly descending from the sky. Naturally, they had come here to stop it. This was because the backlash was simply too powerful. Just a bit of the backlash from the Emperor Star was already so terrifying. If the entire Emperor Star descended, the backlash would be even more terrifying. Not only would everyone in the faction be affected, but they would also be heavily injured. Book 1, Chapter 423 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modballs 123. Seeing the spirit realm's ancestors come out, the experts of the other domains looked quite shocked. They had thought that the spirit realm's experts would be able to suppress the celestial evil, but they had never thought that the celestial evil would break free from the chains and cause the spirit race's Emperor Star to descend. These ancestors were the most powerful people in the spirit realm, and their only purpose was to become celestials. There were very few things that could gather them together. The situation had long since exceeded their expectations, and they watched with great interest. They wondered if the spirit realm's ancestors would be able to defy the heavens and stop the spirit race's Emperor Star from descending. Even though they had not found the second King of Kings, being able to see this scene meant that they had not come for nothing. This sort of thing would not happen again. The golden-clothed middle-aged man's expression was serious as he said, "Let's begin. Don't hesitate, we have to stop him." The white-haired elder's expression was also serious as he said coldly, "All right." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the golden-clothed middle-aged man gave off a massive wave of power. A massive golden ray of light shot into the sky, forming an enormous golden pillar of light. A massive and noble golden dragon came out of the golden-clothed middle-aged man's body and flew into the sky along the golden pillar of light. Powerful ripples continuously spread out, and the ground was unable to withstand this power and started to crack. Everyone's expressions fell. As higher beings, they felt a chill, and their hairs stood on end as they inwardly cried out, "Is this the power of a half-step celestial?" As expected from someone who has reached the celestial realm in one step. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the white-haired elder exploded out with a massive wave of power. His body gave off boundless white light, which gathered together and turned into a white ray of light that shot into the sky, forming an enormous white pillar of light. A powerful humanoid image giving off a terrifying aura flew out of the white-haired elder's body and flew into the sky along the white pillar of light. The white pillar of light gave off an extremely terrifying might, causing everyone's expressions to fall as they retreated in fear. Under this might, they felt that it was difficult to breathe, and if they continued to stay by his side, they would definitely be injured. Boom, another explosion sounded out as the beautiful woman gave off a massive aura. Countless traces of pink aura rose up from her body as a pink ray of light containing immense power shot into the sky, forming a massive pink pillar of light. A beautiful flower emerged from the woman's body and flew into the sky along with the pink pillar of light. Countless petals floated down from the pink pillar of light, and no one dared to stay by her side. Although she did not look dangerous and was very beautiful, the petals would pull them into an intense illusion. Boom 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 boom, massive explosions sounded out as the ancestors exploded out with shocking power and their bodies gave off boundless light. Rays of light containing massive auras shot into the sky, forming massive pillars of light. Different objects emerged from their bodies. Some were beasts, some were fish, some were insects, and some were weapons. These things flew up into the sky along the beam of light, then stopped at the top of the beam of light. From a distance, the massive pillars of light gave off massive auras as they stood between the heavens and earth, seeming to be able to hold up the heavens and earth. This scene was incredibly shocking. The experts from the other domains stared fixedly at the scene before them. They were all very excited and their hearts were beating rapidly. These ancestors are willing to stop the spirit race's Emperor Star from awakening at all costs. The golden-clothed middle-aged man looked at the countless pillars of light and called out, "Push the Emperor Star back into the boundless void." When the others heard this, they all raised a hand, including the golden-robed middle-aged man who had spoken. Their expressions were solemn as they stared at the gigantic silvery white star. They raised their hands and pushed upwards forcefully. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Massive pillars of light radiated with immense power, and the descending silvery white star seemed to be stopped by a vast power. The golden-clothed middle-aged man once again raised his hand and pushed upwards. The massive power pushed the massive silver-white star upwards, and the massive silver-white star giving off a terrifying aura started to slowly rise as if it was being pushed by this massive power. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the ancestors would be so powerful to be able to push the descending spirit race's supreme Emperor Star back. As the spirit race's Emperor Star rose, the terrifying aura and abnormal signs in the surroundings dissipated. If the Emperor Star completely disappeared, it would mean that Zhao Fu had failed to awaken the Emperor Star, and he would suffer a massive backlash from heaven and earth power. After all, he had used up too much heaven and earth power, and the amount was unimaginable. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the surrounding ancestors and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He also stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the rising silver-white Emperor Star suddenly stopped, and a boundless power that seemed to rule over all things exploded out. A silver-white shockwave instantly swept out, seeming to be unstoppable. The clouds in the surrounding dozens of worlds instantly dissipated, and the mountains were shaved off by a powerful energy. The aura shook the heavens and the earth, and everyone's expressions fell as they looked towards Zhao Fu in terror. They could sense this extremely terrifying ripple. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and he looked towards Zhao Fu's direction. The various experts' expressions became serious and they quickly gathered here. Swish, 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 rays of light continuously tore through the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart. The remnant aura was terrifying, and it could be seen just how much importance the various experts placed on this matter. The silver-white Emperor Star, which had started to rise, continued to fall. The golden-clothed middle-aged man and the others' expressions fell, feeling quite shocked at the spirit race's Emperor Star's power. Just then, it was their power that had blocked out most of the Emperor Star's power, or else this world would have been instantly destroyed, and all beings below the higher being realm would have died. However, even though they had blocked out most of the Emperor Star's power, just a small portion of it had been enough to cause such terrifying destruction. This celestial bastard was truly terrifying, and even existences of their level felt a trace of fear. They definitely could not allow such a person to live, or else the consequences would be 10,000 times worse than they could imagine. At the same time, they could understand why Xianxia and the others would kill this celestial bastard at all costs. Book 1, Chapter 24, Boom. Boom, explosions sounded out, and they did not think for too long. They raised their hands and gave off an even greater power, stopping the descending silver-white star and continuing to push the Emperor star upwards. Zhao Fu's raised hand clenched into a fist and pulled downwards. The Emperor star gave off terrifying might and gave off boundless silver-white light as it continued to descend. The two massive powers fell into a stalemate. Zhao Fu could not stop the spirit race's Emperor star from descending, and the ancestors could not push the Emperor star upwards either. At that critical moment, the golden-clothed middle-aged man glanced at the golden-clothed young man and called out, "Hurry up and act as well. Use the method you used before to trap this person." The golden-clothed young man did not hesitate and stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu in the sky. A massive wave of power flowed out as a golden dragon flew out and turned into a massive dragon chain that shot towards Zhao Fu with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others did not hesitate and stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu. Massive waves of power flowed out as chains containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu from the ground. Seeing the countless chains shooting towards him, Zhao Fu's pupils constricted. Clang, 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 loud. Clangs of chains rang out, and the countless chains were once again blocked by an invisible force field, unable to extend even an inch further. Boom! At that moment, the old ancestor and the others raised their hands and vigorously pushed upwards. The massive power that was supporting the Emperor star became even more powerful and pushed the Emperor star up a bit more. Zhao Fu's expression fell. Clang, 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 even more chains shot out from the ground, giving off immense power as they flew towards Zhao Fu from different directions. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out, and this time, the force field was unable to stop the countless chains. The chains contained immense power as they pierced through the force field and shot towards Zhao Fu, binding Zhao Fu's body once again. Zhao Fu's body was bound up, and the heaven and earth power around his body quickly weakened. As soon as Zhao Fu's power weakened, the various ancestors pushed the Emperor star upwards. Because Zhao Fu's power had weakened, they were unable to stop it, and the massive silver-white Emperor star was slowly pushed upwards by the various ancestors. Seeing that the situation was somewhat under control, everyone relaxed. "Ah!" Zhao Fu loudly shouted as he vigorously struggled. His body shone with boundless silver-white light and waves of powerful heaven and earth power continuously spread out. The chains binding him violently trembled, looking as if they would break at any moment. The spirit race's Emperor star in the sky also gave off boundless light, and an even more powerful power resisted the ancestors' power and did not continue to rise. Everyone had just relaxed, but their expressions tensed up again. Arg! The golden-clothed middle-aged man did not care about his image and roared as he released all of his power. He raised his hand and pushed upwards, causing his golden pillar of light to give off an even more intense light. The golden dragon at the top of the pillar of light roared as a terrifying power flowed out. The white-haired elder coldly harumphed and unleashed all of his power. He raised his hand and pushed upwards, causing his white pillar of light to give off an even more intense white light. The humanoid figure at the top of the pillar of light gave off a cold light as a shocking power exploded out. The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression was serious as she vigorously pushed upwards. She exploded out with all of her power, causing her pink pillar of light to give off an even more intense light. The beautiful flower above the pillar of light slowly rotated, and countless petals fell from the pillar of light like a rain of flowers. The scene was dreamy and illusory, and an even greater power surged out from the pillar of light. The other ancestors also unleashed all of their power, causing the pillars of light to give off even more intense light as terrifying power flowed out. The power holding up the Emperor star became even more powerful, and it gave off a heaven-shattering aura as it pushed the Emperor star upwards. Xianxia and the others also unleashed all of their power, sending waves of power into their chains. Their chains became even stronger and sturdier as they locked onto Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu loudly cried out as he continuously struggled. The two destructive powers continuously clashed, and terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out, causing the heavens and earth to change. the sun and moon dimmed as winds blew and clouds roiled. The countless birds on the trees and beasts on the ground did not dare to move at all, and they all revealed expressions of extreme terror as they felt a coldness that seemed like the end of the world. At this time, the ordinary people of Spirit Realm also looked in this direction in fear. They felt waves of terrifying aura surging towards them like a flood and drowning them in an instant. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as though they had fallen into icy water. Just what is going on? Is the world really going to be destroyed? Woo, I don't want to die, I haven't lived enough. Heavens! No matter what is happening, hurry up and stop. This power is simply too terrifying, it's the first time I've felt such terrifying power. What do we do? What do we do? Who can tell us? The ordinary people did not know what was happening, and they fell into terror and despair. The cultivators of Spirit Realm knew that countless people had surrounded and killed the celestial evil, but they had never thought that there would be such terrifying shockwaves. These terrifying shockwaves had already spread throughout the entire Spirit Realm, and the cultivators of the other domains also sensed these terrifying shockwaves. After what had happened with the Haotian Mirror, the Card World, Outer World, and Alchemy World had all sent experts into the Heaven Awakened world to search for the second King of Kings. As such, after hearing that the second King of Kings might appear in Spirit Realm, they immediately hurried over. In the Outer World, a blood-haired young man said in shock, "What's happening in Spirit Realm for there to be such terrifying shockwaves? I've never sensed anything like this before in the Outer World." A bewitchingly beautiful woman with a seductive figure said seriously, "The Heaven Awakened world is not as simple as we thought." A tall, skinny elder beside her said seriously, "That's right, they're much more powerful than we thought. Last time, when the godly world Haotian Mirror descended, I was given a big fright. The Heaven Awakened world has never used such a terrifying thing before." A young man with braids looked at everyone and asked, "Should we go and see what's going on?" The blood-haired young man nodded, "We have to. This time, we're not just looking for the second King of Kings but also the Heaven Awakened world's hidden secrets. Something giving off such terrifying shockwaves is definitely not simple." Everyone else nodded, they definitely had to go and take a look at such a shocking matter. Book 1, Chapter 325 Inches The Card World. A valiant-looking middle-aged man wearing silver armor looked in the direction where Zhao Fu was with a serious expression and did not say anything. Next to him, a young man wearing blue armor said in shock, "Captain, it was the right decision for us to come to the Heaven Awakened world. We definitely didn't make a mistake coming to the Heaven Awakened world this time, we encountered such a terrifying thing. The Heaven Awakened world is simply too powerful." A woman wearing green armor also said in shock, I've never sensed such terrifying ripples before. In the future, we'll have to be careful when fighting against the Heaven Awakened world." The bearded man wearing white armor said, "That's right, our card world has only just come into contact with the Heaven Awakened world and does not know much about them. Who knows how much terrifying power the Heaven Awakened world is hiding?" The woman in green armor looked at the silver-armored middle-aged man and said, "Captain, should we hurry over and see what's going on?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment before nodding. Following this, the people from the card world turned into rays of light and flew in that direction. In the alchemy world, a woman with a mechanical arm looked in the direction where Zhao Fu was and said with an unsightly expression, "Isn't this ripple a bit too terrifying? If this kind of power explodes out, 10% of the alchemy world's region will collapse." A young man with a mechanical eye also looked in the direction where Zhao Fu was and nodded in shock. "If we hadn't come here, we wouldn't have known that the Heaven Awakened world had such terrifying power." A pretty-looking woman next to him said in shock, "Looks like we've underestimated the Heaven Awakened world. I also feel immense fear from this terrifying power. Let's hurry over and see what's going on." A young man with a mechanical sphere on his forehead said, But we need to be careful. Most of the spirit domain's experts have gone over, and our identities could easily be exposed." The people from the alchemy world turned into rays of light and disappeared over the horizon. Countless people hurried over, and their eyes widened in shock. Their hearts had received a huge blow. The sky had become a deathly gray void, and a massive silver-white star gave off boundless silver-white light. There was also a terrifying spirit energy that seemed to rule over all creatures, and in front of this spirit energy, everyone felt terror. There were massive pillars of light on the ground, seeming to connect the heavens and the earth. Each pillar gave off different kinds of light and powerful auras, and in front of this aura, everyone felt incredibly small. The most shocking thing was that at the center of the many pillars of light, countless chains shot out from the ground in all directions. Each of the chains tightened and bound a young man in a black cloak in midair. Every single chain gave off a shocking power. Even a single chain seemed indestructible, and there was no way to cut it. The cloaked young man in the air also gave off a powerful spiritual energy that seemed to be able to rule over all living things. He struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the countless chains that bound him. The sturdy chains that could not be cut let out sorrowful cries as he struggled, seeming as if they could break at any moment. The silver star gave off a terrifying power, wanting to descend, while a vast formless power lifted it up, wanting it to rise. The two world-shaking powers collided, creating such terrifying shockwaves. Only now did everyone understand what had happened. What they cared about the most was just who was that young man. Why did countless experts want to suppress him at all costs? "Captain, what should we do now?" Feeling this world-shaking power, the blue-armored young man nervously asked. The silver-armored middle-aged man said seriously, "We don't need to do anything and just watch from the side. Facing this level of power, we can't do anything." The woman with the mechanical arm looked at Zhao Fu in shock and asked, "Who is this person? He's so terrifying." The young man with the mechanical arm replied, "I just heard that this person is the spirit domain's celestial bastard. He has committed countless evils in the past and caused the entire spirit domain to be enraged. As such, the spirit domain's experts have gathered to kill him. This celestial bastard is also a peerless genius." Facing the encirclement of countless experts, he awakened the spirit race's supreme emperor star and used it to resist the spirit domain's countless experts. The woman with the mechanical arm said seriously, "It's best for such a terrifying person to die, or else he'll be too dangerous to our world." The young man who answered her also nodded seriously. The blood-red-haired young man looked at Zhao Fu, who was continuously struggling in the air, and could not help but feel admiration. This person is too powerful, he can resist an entire world's experts by himself. If he doesn't die today, he'll definitely become a world-shocking person. The young man with the braids said seriously, "I admit that I can't compare to him, this person is so terrifying." The tall, skinny elder said, "It's best for such a person to be suppressed by them. Right now, we can't do anything, so let's just watch and see which side wins." Qin Yao and the other women looked at Zhao Fu worriedly. Before, they had been very powerless against the various experts and had not been able to help Zhao Fu. Now, they were even more unable to help Zhao Fu. A white-robed old man suddenly appeared near Yin Hao. The Yin Yang sect's people immediately respectfully bowed and said, "Old sect master." The old sect master looked quite confused as he looked at Zhao Fu in the air and asked, "How did things become like this?" Yin Hao replied, "Things quickly spiraled out of control, and there's nothing we can do." The old sect master looked at Zhao Fu seriously and did not say anything. Yin Hao asked, "Old sect master, what should we do now?" The old sect master lightly sighed, "He'll have to rely on himself, there's nothing we can do." Hearing a half-step celestial say this, Qin Yao and the other women felt a wave of despair. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the various ancestors once again vigorously pushed upwards, and boundless power pushed the massive silver-white star upwards. Xianxia and the others also released powerful energy and used even more strength to bind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's struggles also gradually slowed down. The silver-white emperor star was slowly pushed upwards by the ancestors, and the terrifying phenomena in the surroundings gradually dissipated. In the end, Zhao Fu stopped struggling, and the silver-white star was pushed into the sky by the various ancestors and disappeared. Seeing the massive silver-white star disappear, the various ancestors finally let out sighs of relief. Now that they had suppressed the Emperor Star's awakening, the heaven and earth power that was devouring them was also dissipating. This was their main goal. Seeing this scene, the various domains experts all sighed. Book 1, Chapter 26, Suppression. This is the first time I've seen an Emperor Star awaken suppressed. That's right, it's my first time as well. However, most people aren't stupid enough to suppress an Emperor Star's awakening. I'm actually not too surprised that we succeeded in suppressing them this time. Look at how many forces and great ancestors participated in this. He's going against the entire spirit realm by himself. Now that you say it like that, I can understand how difficult it was. It's just that I feel a bit of pity. What's there to feel pity about? He's an immortal bastard from the spirit realm, and he's a bastard to begin with. Now, his bloodline deserves it. Ai. Now that this immortal bastard's emperor star has been suppressed, he's dead for sure. The ancestors' gazes fell on Zhao Fu's powerless body. The golden-clothed middle-aged man said softly, "Kill him. Who would dare to keep such a person alive?" The beautiful woman sighed, "It would be great if he wasn't an immortal bastard. With such shocking potential, it would be quite a pity for him to die here today." The white-clothed elder said, "There's no point in talking about this, let's do it. Kill him with all your strength and don't leave a trace of his soul power behind." The ancestors nodded and prepared to attack to kill Zhao Fu. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded out, causing everyone's expressions to fall. Their gazes once again gathered on Zhao Fu. Things were not over yet. A massive blood-red aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body and flooded out, instantly sweeping out in all directions and giving off an aura of slaughter, bloodthirst, disaster, and war. Sensing this power, everyone looked shocked. They had never thought that something like this would happen. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as countless traces of golden aura flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, flooding out in all directions. They gave off a noble and supreme power that seemed to be able to rule over everything. This startled the ancestors awake, and the golden-clothed middle-aged man looked terrified as he roared, "Hurry and kill him." Boom. Boom, the various patriarchs came to their senses and unleashed attacks. Waves of terrifying power blasted towards Zhao Fu from all directions, seeming to be able to destroy all things. No one could defend against this unimaginably terrifying power. However, it was too late. A few massive auras surged out from Zhao Fu's body. There was a bone-chilling ghostly aura, a terrifying devil aura, an evil demonic aura, an outlander aura, and a divine aura. Numerous auras flowed out, and the heavens and earth instantly changed. Boundless heaven and earth power covered Zhao Fu's body, and the countless powerful attacks were all turned into nothingness by the heaven and earth power, not harming Zhao Fu at all. Seeing that they did not harm Zhao Fu in the slightest, the ancestors' faces turned extremely ugly. At that moment, the world started to violently tremble and the light became dim. Clouds quickly swirled in the sky as wild gales started to blow. Countless bolts of lightning roared as they descended, and a hair-raising power covered the surroundings. A boundless might gradually spread out from the depths of the sky, causing everyone's bodies and souls to feel an intense sense of fear, and they wanted to kneel down. Everyone felt quite startled and looked up at the sky. Under this boundless might, they felt incredibly powerless and insignificant. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions continuously sounded out as boundless power caused the sky to turn into nothingness, turning everything pitch black. There was not a trace of light, and it was so dark that it could cause people to feel terror. There was a massive star giving off blood-red light, a massive golden star giving off golden light, a massive gray star giving off gray light, a massive violet star giving off violet light, a massive black star giving off black light. There were 7 stars in total, and they gave off all sorts of starlight and immense power that ruled over each race. They slowly descended from the sky, and the heavens and earth seemed to stop. Xianxia and the others looked incredibly shocked. They finally believed Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu was not a celestial bastard and was instead the possessor of 7 emperor stars, the second king of kings, and the number 1 person in the heaven-awakened world. Now, they felt so regretful that they wanted to die. They had not offended such a terrifying existence, and they had foolishly tried to stop him from awakening the spirit race's emperor star. The various ancestors also looked incredibly shocked. When Zhao Fu had released that massive blood-red aura, they had sensed Zhao Fu's true identity. Now that they had personally seen 7 emperor stars descend, they were certain of Zhao Fu's identity. Before, they had not been able to see through Zhao Fu's identity because Zhao Fu was awakening the spirit race's emperor star and had boundless heaven and earth power, making it impossible for them to see through Zhao Fu's true identity. If they had known Zhao Fu's true identity, they definitely would not have come to this. The various factions could do their best to stop 1 supreme emperor star from awakening, but they would not be able to stop 8. The various ancestors' expressions were quite unsightly. Facing this power, they felt a trace of despair, and they were powerless to stop all of this. The experts of the other domains also looked incredibly shocked. They had thought that the spirit domain's experts were going to surround and kill the celestial bastard, but they had never thought that this person was not the celestial bastard but the legendary possessor of 7 emperor stars. They had come here to find him. Now that Zhao Fu had such terrifying heaven and earth power, they could only watch and did not dare to do anything. The attacks of the various ancestors had not been able to harm him at all, and if they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Everyone in the card world looked incredibly shocked. He was the most terrifying person in the world? Now, they finally understood just how terrifying this person was. If they hadn't personally seen him, they definitely would not have believed that such a person existed. Everyone in the outer world stared at Zhao Fu in the air with wide eyes. This was their target, the Heaven Awakened world's #1 person. They had long since heard of how terrifying he was, and now they had finally seen him. The rumors were not false at all. Everyone in the alchemy world looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and their bodies slightly trembled. This was the Heaven Awakened world's #1 person? Indeed, he was terrifying to the point of terrifying. If such a person grew up, just how terrifying would he be? They could not even imagine it, and they could only feel a deep sense of terror. In the air, Zhao Fu's body gave off a world-destroying power. He slowly raised his head, and the countless chains binding him instantly shattered. Xianxia and the others felt as if they had been hit by a wave of energy, and they once again coughed up a mouthful of blood. Boom, a supreme power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, turning into a shocking shockwave that spread out. The massive pillars of light in the surroundings all shattered, turning into motes of light and dissipating. The various ancestors' bodies trembled, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths. Book 1, Chapter 27, Seal. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of silver-white light shone out from the sky. A massive wave of spirit energy seeped out from the depths of the sky as a massive silver-white star giving off a terrifying might slowly descended from the sky. The spirit race's emperor star once again descended, and this time, no one dared to stop it. As the spirit race's emperor star slowly descended, all of the spirit race's bloodlines became heated. Only now did countless people realize that the spirit race's emperor star had descended, and they all looked in this direction in shock. In the end, the spirit race's emperor star completely descended, giving off boundless silver-white light that covered the surroundings. It gave off a supreme spirit energy that seemed to control all creatures, covering the entire heavens and earth. Under this spirit energy, everyone felt incredibly small, as if they were facing the heavens. Some rocks, flowers, trees, and other lifeless things received great fortuitous encounters under this powerful spirit energy, and they gradually gained their own life and consciousness. The spirit race's emperor star was also called the 10,000 Spirit Tao star. It had the power to control and create all creatures, and it contained the power of the heavens and earth. It could cause lifeless things to gain life, and all living things would be under its control. This was not just the spirit race but all living things. All living things had their own consciousness and spirituality. As such, whether it was the spirit race, god race, human race, demon race, or outlander race, they would all be affected by the spirit race's emperor star. However, the spirit race was the most affected because their spirituality was the strongest. The other races were less affected, and this was quite shocking. After all, ordinary supreme emperor stars could only affect a single race, while the 10,000 Spirit Tao star could affect all living things. Moreover, the 10,000 Spirit Tao star's power was not just that, it also contained the power of the heavens and earth, which was the power of the heavens and earth. It controlled the power of the world's laws, and with this power, one could create a world like the godly realm's supreme godly power. However, the world created by godly power was different from the world created by the heavens and earth. One was based on godly power, and the world created was related to godly spirits. The other was based on the world's laws, and the world created could contain all sorts of creatures and powers. This kind of world-creating power was much more powerful than godly power, and its laws were more stable and sturdy. The 10,000 Spirit Tao stars' power was just that powerful, and it was why there were so few of them. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a silver-white pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on Zhao Fu's body. A massive wave of the spirit race's emperor star's power entered Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to once again go through changes. The spirit race's power, which had obtained the spirit race's bloodline, continued to rise with this Emperor Star's power, reaching its peak. The yin, yang, and 5 phases spiritual power that Zhao Fu had previously possessed transformed into the terrifying power of the heavenly Daos, giving Zhao Fu the power to create a new world. Furthermore, this power of the heavenly Daos could become a paragon like the power of the myriad gods in the divine world. However, this required Zhao Fu to continuously improve his heavenly energy. Currently, the heavenly energy that Zhao Fu possessed was only at the elementary level. Even though it was only at the elementary level, ordinary people would not be able to obtain it. After all, Zhao Fu had obtained this power by awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. How could it be so easy to obtain this kind of power? Zhao Fu's bloodline once again rose. Before, Zhao Fu's bloodline was already the origin bloodline, and there were very few things in the world that could increase his bloodline. However, this powerful Emperor Star's power had done it. Now, as long as Zhao Fu's blood fell on anything, it would obtain life, such as rocks, weapons, tables, chairs, or porcelain. After these things obtained life, they would also have powerful spirit energy, and they would be rare treasures in the eyes of others. At the same time, some changes happened to Zhao Fu's body. A silver-white pupil once again appeared in his left eye, and his right eye became a Tai Chi pupil. There were 6 gray dots in 6 directions, and apart from giving off a domineering and noble aura, he also had a trace of spirit chi. The silver-white pillar of light slowly weakened, and the massive Emperor Star's power that had entered Zhao Fu's body gradually disappeared before completely disappearing. Boom, boom. Boom, after the spirit race's Emperor Star completely descended, the other 7 Emperor Stars exploded out with massive waves of Emperor Star power. The 8 Emperor Stars seemed to be connected to each other, and heaven and earth power quickly gathered towards them. Boom, an explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter, causing the ground to crack. The 8 Emperor Stars simultaneously exploded out with unimaginably terrifying power, and 8 rays of light covered the heavens and earth as they quickly spread out. The entire heaven-awakened world was covered by these 8 rays of light, and countless people looked up at the sky with strange expressions. In the distance, there were 8 resplendent stars. Human domain. Seeing these 8 Emperor Stars, everyone felt incredibly shocked. They understood what had happened. The number 1 person in the heaven-awakened world had awakened another Supreme Emperor Star. Now that he had 8 Supreme Emperor Stars, just thinking about it made people feel terrified. However, most of them were quite willing to see this because there was not much enmity between that person and them, and that person was most likely from the human race. If the human race had such an existence, it would bring unimaginable benefits to the human race. Perhaps he would lead the entire human race in the future and make the human race the most prestigious race. Demon domain. Everyone looked at the 8 Emperor Stars in shock, and some people felt delighted while others felt terrified. Zhao Fu's situation in the demon domain was quite similar to the spirit domain. Because Zhao Fu had obtained the evil spirit abyss flower, countless people in the demon domain took him to be the evil demon ancestor's legatee. Back then, the evil demon ancestor had offended many people, causing many people in the demon domain to hunt down Zhao Fu. Now that these people saw Zhao Fu awaken his 8th Emperor Star, they felt immense terror in their hearts. In the future, they would definitely have to face monsters of this level. Those who were happy were naturally those who had helped Zhao Fu before. Now that Zhao Fu had become so powerful, everything they had done back then had been worth it. Outlander domain. Countless Outlanders looked at the 8 Supreme Emperor Stars in the sky with complicated expressions. He was their 2nd King of Kings and had the right to lead the entire Outlander race. However, because he was not a pure Outlander, there were many people who did not acknowledge his identity and did not want to submit to him. There were also countless people who wanted to kill him. Back then, when he had been surrounded by the various factions, they had not helped Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu did not acknowledge his identity as an Outlander. Everyone felt some regret. Back then, if the Outlander race had protected him, they would have been able to, but they had not done so. Book 1, Chapter 28, Ancient Ruins. If he had done that, he might have become the Outlander race's King of Kings and led the Outlander race back to glory. He would have restored the Outlander race's position under the first King of Kings and made the other races fear their existence. However, there was one thing that he was glad about. which was that the Outlander College had protected him at all costs, saving his life. The Outlander College not only guarded the King of Kings' legacy but also protected the legatee. They had done their duty and had not let down the King of Kings at all. This was simply admirable, and it was no wonder the King of Kings had left the Outlander College to guard the legacy. Devil Domain. Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly as they looked at the 8 resplendent stars in the sky. As the 9th Dragon Sovereign's legatee, Zhao Fu could be called the ruler of the dragon race. However, the Dragon Sovereigns did not want Zhao Fu to return, so they had secretly sent experts to hunt down Zhao Fu. There had been enmity between the two sides. Now that Zhao Fu had become so terrifying, not only did he threaten their positions but also their lives. When he came to the Devil Domain, it was possible that their fates would be decided. The Phoenix race's people looked quite terrified. This person with 8 Emperor stars, the number 1 person in the Heaven Awakened world, belonged to the Dragon race. The Dragon race and Phoenix race had countless years of enmity between them, and if he returned to the Dragon race, he would lead the entire Dragon race to destroy the Phoenix race. This would be a catastrophe for the Phoenix race. Facing this catastrophe, they felt quite helpless. After all, he had 8 Emperor stars, and countless experts had tried to kill him but had not succeeded. The Phoenix race could not do anything. When he returned to the Devil Domain, perhaps the catastrophe for the Phoenix race would begin. The White Tiger, Azure Bird, Black Tortoise, White Elephant, and the other Devil race's expressions were quite unsightly. They were not as strong as the Phoenix race and Dragon race, but they were not willing to submit to anyone. The two races did not have the strength to force them to submit. However, if someone with 8 Emperor stars returned to the Dragon race, things would be different. With such a terrifying existence, the Dragon race would become unimaginably powerful. Perhaps the Phoenix race would be the first to be destroyed, but they would be next. If they did not submit to the Dragon race, they would also be destroyed. Looking at the 8 resplendent Emperor stars in the sky, none of the Devil race doubted that Zhao Fu had this ability. God Domain. Everyone looked at the 8 resplendent stars in shock. Even though Zhao Fu had never been to the Godly Domain before, he had gone to the Godly world and awakened the God race's Emperor star in the Godly world, causing the Godly world's world-suppressing armament, the Haotian Mirror, to appear. Because they were far away, they could not feel the power of the 8 imperial stars descending, but they could imagine how terrifying it was. Countless people in Spirit Realm could only feel despair and fear under this power. After all, Zhao Fu had never been to the God Domain before and had not awakened the God race's Emperor star in the God Domain, so he did not have much enmity with the various large factions. In the future, when facing these monster-level existences, there would be some chances to ease the tension. In the border region of the Qin Empire, Bai Qi and the others also saw the 8 resplendent stars and felt quite happy. They knew who this person was. He was the ruler of the Qin Empire and their king. They believed that Zhao Fu would lead the Qin Empire to glory. In the God Domain above, the various godly spirits also looked at the 8 resplendent stars in shock. The Pantheon goddesses looked at the 8 stars in the sky and sensed that familiar aura. They also felt quite happy, as Zhao Fu was their man. Having a man like this was incredibly fortunate. Now, the various goddesses excitedly started to prepare. After Zhao Fu returned, they would properly celebrate. In the Yin Domain below, countless ghosts looked at the 8 resplendent stars in shock. Yellow Springs and the other women also looked at the 8 resplendent stars in shock, feeling incredibly happy. This person who could cause the entire world to fear was their man, and this was something that they could be incredibly proud of. With such a terrifying existence, the Qin Empire would become an extremely powerful existence in the future. They would not have to worry about any dangers anymore, and as long as they followed Zhao Fu, they would definitely become powerful. They would be able to obtain everything they wanted and make countless people feel envious and jealous. Yellow Springs would also become an extremely powerful faction. Everyone in the card world looked at the 8 resplendent stars in shock. They naturally did not know what had happened in the Heaven Awakened world, but they were still incredibly shocked, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. After all, this had happened in the Heaven Awakened world, and even though they were incredibly far away, the 8 stars had still affected them. Without a doubt, something earth-shaking had happened in the Heaven Awakened world. Everyone in the card world looked incredibly serious and hurriedly sent people to investigate what had happened in the Heaven Awaken world. The people from the outer world looked seriously at the 8 pure stars in the sky, and countless bug beasts lay on the ground, not moving at all. Their instincts told them that there was an extremely terrifying danger, and that danger came from the 8 stars in the sky. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and they felt a bone-chilling coldness. These 8 resplendent stars were simply too terrifying, and it was the first time they had sensed such terrifying danger. What was more, this danger was coming from the Heaven Awaken world. The outer world quickly sent people to investigate what had happened in the Heaven Awaken world. Everyone in the alchemy world looked up at the 8 stars in shock. Ever since the incident with the Haotian mirror, the alchemy world had slowed down its attacks against the Heaven Awaken world and had been paying close attention to the Heaven Awaken world and collecting information about it. The Heaven Awaken world stars could be seen by people from another world. Just how big of a ripple was this? It was definitely a shocking abnormal sign. Just what had caused such a terrifying abnormal sign? Everyone felt incredibly curious about this and took it seriously. They once again raised their opinion of the Heaven Awaken world and no longer dared to look down on it. They also sent out many people to investigate what had happened. Finally, their gazes returned to Zhao Fu's body. The 8 massive stars gave off all sorts of lights as they floated in the sky, seeming to control everything in the world. The massive might they gave off made even half-celestials feel quite heavy, and some higher beings found it difficult to breathe. Zhao Fu stood below the 8 emperor stars and coldly looked at the various experts, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts and feel an intense sense of danger. Boom! Zhao Fu raised a hand and massive amounts of heaven and earth power quickly gathered, and the 8 supreme emperor stars gave off a world-destroying might. The various experts cried out in terror, "Hurry and run!" Peak. Book 1, Chapter 29, Awakening. Now that the Emperor Star had awakened, the heaven and earth power on Zhao Fu's body was dissipating. If the heaven and earth power disappeared, Zhao Fu would not be able to resist against the higher beings, so Zhao Fu wanted to use the dissipating heaven and earth power to counterattack the countless experts present. If they stopped the Emperor Star from awakening, Zhao Fu could use the heaven and earth power to counterattack them. If they did not stop him, Zhao Fu might not be able to counterattack. Just how powerful was the heaven and earth power from the 8 emperor stars? This was unimaginably powerful and terrifying. Even the higher beings and patriarchs felt quite afraid after sensing this backlash, which was why they yelled out in terror to run. Because the counterattack was too powerful, Zhao Fu could not control it and could only attack indiscriminately. As such, he immediately told Xianxia and the other women to run. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 8 emperor stars' power gathered together, forming a massive 8-colored pillar of light behind Zhao Fu. Terrifying ripples that seemed to be able to destroy the world continuously spread out, seeming to topple mountains and overturn seas, and nothing could stop it. Countless experts quickly ran out in terror, scattering like sand and stones. None of them stopped for even a second. Under that pillar of light, they were like ants. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the experts and lowered his hand. Boom! A world-destroying sound rang out, and the 8-colored pillar of light instantly spread out, bringing with it a power that could destroy all things. The ground, stones, buildings, plants, and trees instantly collapsed, turning into dust under the blinding light. The terrifying power continued to spread out, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. The entire world trembled in terror as the stars in the sky became dim and lightless. Wild gales howled and lightning rampaged, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. A world-destroying aura covered everything. From afar, the world seemed to have been devoured by the light, and nothing could be seen. However, that terrifying aura made people feel like they had fallen into a deep abyss. Extreme terror flowed out from their hearts, and their bodies froze, not daring to take a single step closer. After more than an hour, the deafening sound finally stopped. Countless sand and dust filled the void, and some of the larger sand and stone fragments fell down like raindrops. After the dust settled, everyone was more or less injured, and there were traces of blood on their bodies. They looked ahead with some lingering fear. There was a massive crater that stretched as far as the eye could see. The destructive aura had not dissipated yet, and it seeped into everyone's souls, causing them to feel despair. Everyone in the card world, chaos world, and alchemy world looked at the crater in shock. It was probably as big as a world. It was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that they had quickly escaped, they would have been hit by this power and would have died. Facing this terrifying power, they were unable to resist and could only run. This time, because many higher beings had sensed what Zhao Fu was going to do, they quickly ran away and only suffered some injuries. Only a small number of higher beings were unable to escape and died under this terrifying power. However, things were not over yet. Countless disciples and elders of that sect looked on in fear as a giant hand with a monstrous aura grabbed towards them. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive hand slammed against the sect. Countless people's bodies trembled and they coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and their minds became quite listless. Countless traces of fate flowed out from the sect's legacy ground and spread out like floodwaters. After flowing out, the fate dissipated. Boom, a massive, formless hand gave off boundless power as it slammed against an empire's capital city. Countless residents and soldiers' bodies trembled, and blood leaked out of their mouths as their auras became weak. Roar! A mournful cry sounded out as the empire's fate dragon was struck by this terrifying power, and a large amount of its fate dissipated. Some regions of the empire suddenly experienced earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, and various other disasters. The residents fled in terror, and the region fell into chaos. Boom, the terrifying, formless hand gave off boundless power as it descended. In a picturesque place with lush mountains and clear waters, most of the plants had withered and the spring water gave off a foul smell. Many birds and beasts had died. Countless people coughed up a mouthful of blood and their auras became quite weak as they looked at the changes around them in grief. Boom, a massive arm gave off terrifying power as it slammed against a blood-red ground. Countless people wearing blood-red clothes were sent flying and coughed up blood. A few of their bones were broken, and they howled as they fell to the ground. Blood-red aura continuously rose up from the ground before quickly dissipating. Spirit domain's countless factions were also affected by the terrifying heaven and earth power backlash, and they were all heavily injured. This was the backlash from stopping the Emperor Star's awakening, so it was definitely extremely terrifying. Even though these factions were powerful and had deep foundations, they were only heavily injured. If it was a small sect or kingdom, after receiving such a terrifying heaven and earth power backlash, not a single person would have survived, and the region they were in would have become deathly silent. The various factions of the spirit domain were heavily injured, and the spirit domain's overall strength was greatly weakened. In the future, this matter would be called the Celestial Sin disaster. After all, everything had started because of the Celestial Sin. In the end, no one had been able to find the true Celestial Sin, but they had taken the second King of Kings to be a Celestial Sin. However, everyone had some understanding of the second King of Kings and knew what kind of art he cultivated. They were not too surprised that he could cultivate the complete Six Desires celestial art, but they were worried that the second King of Kings might be related to the legendary Six Desires celestial. The various factions became even more fearful of the current number one person in the world. Not only was his identity incredibly terrifying, but he also had 8 Supreme Emperor stars. Just thinking about it made people's heads hurt, and he would be known as the possessor of 8 Emperor stars in the future. The experts gathered in the spirit domain all returned to their factions and reported what they had seen to the people in their factions. The people in the Heaven Awakened world understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was, so they were not too shocked. However, the people in the other 3 worlds were different. It was the first time they had seen how terrifying Zhao Fu was. After returning to their own worlds, the people in the 3 worlds gathered countless experts to start a discussion. Within the card world, countless armored experts sat around a massive round table. A young boy asked in shock, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world this terrifying?" The woman who had been to the spirit domain replied seriously, "Before, I didn't believe it and thought that the Heaven Awakened world was exaggerating him. However, after personally seeing him, I know just how terrifying he is. I am unable to use words to describe his existence." Hearing her reply, the experts fell silent. They had all seen those 8 resplendent stars, but they had never thought that things would be even more terrifying than they had expected. Book 1, Chapter 30 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 By now, they understood how the Heaven Awakened world's experts felt. Who would not be afraid of such a terrifying monster, It was a pity that such a monster did not belong to their card world but to the Heaven Awaken world. In the future, they would have to face such a terrifying monster, and everyone felt immense pressure. After discussing, the countless experts in the card world unanimously decided to kill Xiao Fu. They could not leave such a monster alive, or else the card world would suffer a calamity. The people in the outer world sat at a rectangular stone table and talked. A green-haired elder said seriously, "Our outer world has fought with the Heaven Awaken world for so many years and has a certain understanding of the Heaven Awaken world's history. However, we've never heard of such a terrifying existence." A middle-aged man wearing beast-hide clothes said seriously, "I've personally seen him this time, and I have a strong feeling that he will become the most dangerous enemy the outer world faces. No one in the Heaven Awaken world can compare to him." Next to him, a woman with short green hair and a mature figure said worriedly, "That's what I think as well. That person has already awakened 8 Emperor stars, 7 of which belong to the 7 major races. Now, the 8 major races only lack 1 Emperor star. I'm worried that he will awaken the final race's Emperor star. That way, he will have the power to unify the Heaven Awaken world's 8 major races. Once the Heaven Awaken world's 8 major races are united, the entire outer world might be destroyed at his hands." Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled, and their expressions became quite unsightly. After discussing, they unanimously decided to kill Xiao Fu. They definitely could not allow such a person to live. The people in the alchemy world sat within a metal room. A young man with mechanical eyes said seriously, "This is what we saw in the spirit domain, and it's the most terrifying scene I've ever seen. There's nothing fake about it." The muscular man with mechanical eyes could not help but sigh. How could the Heaven Awaken world give birth to such a terrifying person? Why doesn't our alchemy world have one? How are we going to defend against such a terrifying person in the future? A beautiful woman with mechanical nails said, "If there's such a person in our world, you won't think this way when the time comes. In any case, I'm very uneasy and will only be afraid of him." An elder with metallic hair said softly, "I think we should slow down our battles against the Heaven Awaken world. Last time, the Haotian mirror unleashed such terrifying power, and now, this person is giving off such terrifying ripples. The Heaven Awaken world has many secrets." A middle-aged man next to him also nodded seriously, supporting the old man's words. In the end, as expected, the alchemy world unanimously decided to kill Xiao Fu. They could not allow Xiao Fu to awaken another imperial star. Within a courtyard, Lan Yu and the other women smiled excitedly as they looked at Xiao Fu. Right now, everyone was intensely discussing Xiao Fu. Some people were afraid of him, while others adored him. No matter what, Xiao Fu was someone they could never reach. And such a person was right in front of them. However, Xiao Fu's gaze did not fall on them and instead looked apologetically at Xianxia and the other women. This time, Xianxia and the other women had risked their lives to protect him and had been heavily injured. Their cultivations had fallen greatly, and Xiao Fu felt incredibly guilty towards them. He said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this." Qingyi rolled her eyes at Xiao Fu and said, "Why are you being so courteous with us?" Xiao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "I feel that I've let you all down this time. I didn't want you all to be injured at all." Qingyao said softly, "All right, that's enough. Just don't let us down in the future." Xiao Fu nodded and said, "I definitely won't let you down. Now, do you all choose to return to Qin City with me or stay in the spirit domain to recover?" Right now, Qingyao and the other women's injuries were very serious. A long journey was not good for their bodies. Moreover, Qin City did not have anything to help them recover from their injuries. Their cultivations were too high, and Qin City was just a border kingdom. If they stayed in the spirit domain, they could rely on their original sections. Now, they should give Xiao Fu some face and help Qingyao and the other women recover from their injuries. The succubus concubine snorted softly and said, "I've been sealed for so many years. I don't want to be separated from you again. I want to return to your little kingdom with you." Bai Dandan said, "Amen, I want to go too. I don't have anywhere else to go now." Qingyao said softly, "I also want to go back with you. If we return to the Spirit River sect, we will cause a lot of trouble for them. Sect Master has already treated us sisters with great kindness. I don't want to cause any more trouble for her." After hearing their words, Xiaofu smiled and nodded, "All right, all of you come back with me. But don't mind my little kingdom." Before, Xiaofu had already told his identity to the women, and after they found out that Xiaofu, the person who had shaken the entire world and caused the three realms to fear him, was just the ruler of a small kingdom in the boundary region, they looked quite confused. None of them had expected this. Everyone thought that Xiaofu came from the holy world or even the celestial world. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such terrifying potential. As almighty beings, they could easily destroy a small kingdom like Xiaofu's. If someone invited them to such a small kingdom, they would feel disdain to go. Now that Xiaofu was their man, they could only follow Xiaofu. If Xiaofu brought them back, it would greatly increase Qin's power. If he brought them back, they would have many more almighties. Almighties were the strongest existences in the world. At that time, forget about the Aeolian Empire or the Alliance, Qin would be able to fight the entire region alone. One almighty being could be used as a huge army. However, their injuries were very serious. Qin didn't have anything to help them recover. If they returned to Qin, their injuries would heal very slowly. Thus, Xiaofu wanted them to stay in Spirit Realm. That way, their injuries would heal faster. Now that they didn't want to stay in Spirit Realm, Xiaofu wouldn't force them. Once they returned to Qin, Xiaofu would think of a way to heal their injuries. Yi Xian stood there, hesitating. She was different from other women. She hadn't slept with Xiaofu yet, and she wasn't very familiar with Xiaofu. She was hesitant about becoming Xiaofu's woman. Xiaofu looked at her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. I won't make you sad. Come back with me." Yi Xian looked at Xiaofu, thought for a moment, and nodded. After that, Xiaofu stayed here for a few more days. When Qin Yao and the others' injuries stabilized, he led them back to Qin. This trip to the spirit realm could be said to have ended perfectly. Xiaofu had awakened the spirit race's emperor star, and he had resolved the abnormalities in his body. These were the main reasons why Xiaofu had come to the spirit realm. Book 1, Chapter 31. More than a month later, Xiaofu and others also returned to the Qin Empire. Countless people looked at Xiaofu, who had finally returned from spirit realm, with joyful expressions. They gathered around Xiaofu and welcomed Xiaofu's return. Xiaofu first made arrangements for Qin Yao and the other women to continue healing. Then, he returned to the main hall and listened to the officials report what had happened after he left. After Xiaofu had left, the Aeolian Empire and the Alliance had tried to attack Qin, but they had only done it on a small scale. They most likely wanted to test Qin's strength, and they had the support of many kingdoms in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. After hearing about this, a trace of coldness appeared in Xiaofu's eyes. Sooner or later, Qin would destroy the Aeolian Empire, the allied factions, and the various inner regions of the ancient stem domain. Apart from what had happened in Qin City, nothing major had happened in other places, and everything was developing steadily. This made Xiaofu feel at ease, and he smiled as he rewarded the officials. After he left Qin City, everything had been managed by the officials, and this was their credit. After dealing with the affairs of the Qin Empire, Xiaofu personally went to the Divine Realm to see the development of the Pantheon. By now, Pantheon Temple had become the largest faction in this area. There were no opponents in the surroundings, and they were expanding very quickly. They now had over 5,000 godly spirits, and having over 10,000 godly spirits would not have too many bodies. The Pantheon Palace had developed quite well, and many godly spirits had joined. As the Pantheon Palace's world-suppressing weapon, the 10,000 God Spear gave off even more divine power than before. Now, the divine power that the 10,000 God Spear had was the same as Xiaofu's divine power as a sovereign. After seeing the Pantheon Palace, Xiaofu did not forget about the goddesses. They had been waiting for Xiaofu to return, and they greatly missed Xiaofu. After comforting them, Xiaofu went to the underworld. The Yellow Springs Queens immediately held up Xiaofu and asked Xiaofu to stay with them for a while before letting Xiaofu leave to see how the Yellow Springs was developing. The Yellow Springs was not too surprised, and they were already the most powerful faction in this region. They had not met any opponents and quickly developed. This was especially so because they now had 5 billion or so Yellow Springs soldiers. The Yellow Springs soldiers controlled the corrupted Yellow Springs power and were more powerful than ordinary ghost soldiers. Looking at these Yellow Springs soldiers, Zhao Fu went to the depths of the Yellow Springs. After so long, he wondered how the 10 skeleton cavalrymen were doing. Zhao Fu stood above the massive Yellow Springs and sensed the 10 skeleton cavalrymen's existences. They were all sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the Yellow Springs with their skeleton horses beside them. They seemed to be covered by a black circle, and boundless Yellow Springs power flooded into their bodies. Now, the soul flames in their skulls had turned a blackish-yellow color, and their bones had turned a jade-black color. Their armor and weapons had also turned a blackish-yellow color, and they now emitted a decaying, filthy, and terrifying aura of death. Their strength had reached the peak of the divine realm and would be able to break through to the Emperor Heaven realm soon. This definitely made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. Apart from the people Zhao Fu had brought back from outside, such as Qing Yao and the others, they were all quite powerful, and the highest cultivation among those who had been by Zhao Fu's side was at the world realm. Even though they could not compare to a monster like Zhao Fu, in other people's eyes, they were becoming stronger incredibly quickly. For the 10 skeleton cavalrymen to be able to catch up to Zhao Fu's Emperor Heaven realm cultivation was quite shocking. After all, they had only been 10 ordinary skeleton cavalrymen before, and they had relied on Zhao Fu's power to continuously break through and grow to where they were now. The 10 Emperor Heaven realm skeleton cavalrymen would be of great help to Qin because the highest cultivation in the boundary regions was only at the world realm. Emperor Heaven realm experts were already incredibly powerful existences. After looking at the 10 skeleton cavalrymen with satisfaction, Zhao Fu went to the depths of the underworld. This was where Zhao Fu cultivated the reincarnation path. The reincarnation path here had been personally created by Zhao Fu, and it was not the Heaven Awakened World's 6 paths of reincarnation but the 9 paths of reincarnation. It was a reincarnation path created by fusing Zhao Fu's 9 types of powerful powers. Apart from the chaos path and alchemy path, which relied on 2 types of bloodline powers, the other 7 paths relied on Zhao Fu's Emperor Star's power. The 9 paths of reincarnation was a crystal disc with 9 rings on it, and it was now thousands of meters wide. It slowly spun and gave off a massive reincarnation power. The reincarnation dimension was enshrouded in 9 different lights. The souls lined up in rows and floated towards the 9 paths reincarnation in the air. These souls were all in the form of shadows, they retained their appearances when they were alive. Among them were the elderly, children, men, and women. Their eyes were empty, and their expressions were dull. Their movements were quite stiff, as if there was a power controlling them. This was the rule that Zhao Fu had set down. Because these souls would immediately enter the reincarnation path to be reincarnated, in order to avoid any trouble, Zhao Fu stipulated that after entering the reincarnation space, their bodies and consciousness would be controlled by the reincarnation power. That way, they would be able to be reincarnated in an orderly manner. As such, the scene before them had appeared. Now, the 9 paths of reincarnation could allow thousands of people to be reincarnated in a day. This seemed like a lot, with thousands in a day, tens of thousands in 10 days, and hundreds of thousands in 100 days. However, Qin was a massive empire with hundreds of billions of people, and it was currently at war. A few thousand people was not enough. However, the 9 paths of reincarnation was continuously growing, and there were 3 ways to increase its power. The first was from the ruins of End below, the second was from the mortal world where Qin resided, and the third was to rely on the 9 paths of reincarnation to increase its power by allowing countless souls to be reincarnated. Zhao Fu believed that one day, the people of Qin would be reincarnated in Qin after they died. After these souls entered the 9 paths of reincarnation, they needed to stay in the 9 paths of reincarnation for a period of time. Their souls would return to their origin, and the memory and power of their previous lives would disappear. Only in this way could they be reincarnated. Some powerful people could retain some of their memories and power. They entered different daos. The human clan entered the human clan, the alien clan entered the alien clan, the devil clan entered the devil clan, the celestial clan entered the divine clan, and the monster clan entered the monster clan. In the future, when they reincarnated, they would be born in the corresponding race. The souls that entered the human path would be born in the human race, the souls that entered the demonic path would be born in the demon race, and the souls that entered the divine path would be born in the god race. Now, there were 5 races that could not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. The first was the spirit race and the second was the water race. Great Qin had many subjects, but Zhaofu had not built paths for them, so they could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Zhaofu had not built paths for them yet, so they could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Book 1, Chapter 32. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Maudlals 123. There were also the alchemist race and the chaos race. Even though Zhaofu had constructed their paths and Zhaofu had their people and territories, their reincarnations did not belong to Qin and instead belonged to their worlds. This was because Zhaofu had only taken over their territories and people and had not fused them into Qin, so Qin could not do anything about it. Right now, Qin did not have the ability to fuse the territories of the 2 worlds. Zhaofu and the others had entered the other worlds through the war gates and had not come into contact with the 2 worlds. This was a very dangerous thing, and it was possible that they would be detected by the consciousnesses of the 2 worlds. That would be incredibly terrifying, as they were worlds on the same level as the Heaven Awakened world. If they detected them, Zhaofu would not even know how he died, and no one would be able to stop them. The last was the card race. Zhaofu also had territories and people in the card world, but he had not fused with their territories or constructed their paths. There was no need to explain why he had come here. Zhaofu had come to construct paths related to the spirit race. Now that he had awakened the spirit race's Emperor Star, he could use its power to construct paths, and in the future, the spirit race would be able to reincarnate. Zhaofu flew in front of the massive 9 paths of reincarnation and slowly closed his eyes. The spirit race's Emperor Star gave off intense starlight, and a massive wave of Emperor Star's power continuously flowed into Zhaofu's body. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhaofu stretched out a hand and pushed outwards. A massive wave of power that seemed to rule over all creatures flowed out of Zhaofu's palm and into the 9 paths of reincarnation. The 9 paths of reincarnation stopped spinning and gave off an intense light. Sensing this wave of spirit energy, it felt incredibly happy. The reincarnation formation on the crystal disc, which was made up of 9 rings, gave off an even more brilliant light. As Zhaofu continuously sent in the spirit race's Emperor Star's power, the reincarnation formation started to change. The line spread out, turning into a reincarnation formation with 10 rings. The 10th ring also started to nurture a world, and Zhaofu continued to send massive amounts of Emperor Star power into it. The world that was being nurtured became faster and faster, and it finally took shape. This was a world with blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, lush green grass, gurgling streams, fluttering butterflies and dancing birds, and hundreds of beasts frolicking. This world was very beautiful and full of spirituality. It belonged to the good Tao. Zhaofu withdrew his hand in satisfaction. Then, enduring the pain, he split off a sliver of his soul essence and fused it with this world. Don't forget, Zhaofu was also nurturing the 9 paths demon statues, similar to the 6 paths demon statues. Not only would they grow with the 9 paths reincarnation, they would also possess power as great as the 6 paths demon statues. Moreover, they would be able to suppress these 9 worlds and stabilize their laws and power. Now, it should not be the 9 paths reincarnation but the 10 paths reincarnation. Now that there was another spirit Tao, Zhaofu had to split off a sliver of his soul essence and fuse it into the spirit Tao demon statue. Zhaofu casually checked the situation of the other 9 paths reincarnation demon statues and found that they were not progressing very quickly. The 9 strands of soul essence were still hazy orbs of light, absorbing the world's power. It would take a very long time for them to form, and if he wanted them to become powerful, he would need many worlds. Zhaofu was not in a rush, he could wait. He was still young, only 30 or so years old, while Zhaofu's lifespan was 10,000 years old. Even if Zhaofu did not cultivate or eat any spirit items that increased his lifespan, Zhaofu would be able to live for 10,000 years. This was mainly because of Zhaofu's shocking bloodline and constitution. Without his bloodline and constitution, Zhaofu definitely would not have been able to live for so long. However, lifespan was not very important to Zhaofu, as Zhaofu had already created the 10 paths reincarnation. After he died, he could directly reincarnate. As the owner of the 10 paths reincarnation, Zhaofu could preserve all of his memories and source of power. It could be said that Zhaofu was now an undying existence. It was not just Zhao Fu. After Qin and the others died, Zhao Fu could also allow them to reincarnate, allowing them to preserve all of their memories and source of power. This was the great benefit of creating the 10 paths reincarnation. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to have a soul. If one's soul turned into nothingness, one would not be able to reincarnate. After creating the spirit path reincarnation, the 8 major races only lacked the water race's imperial star, and Zhao Fu still needed him to create the water path reincarnation. As for how to awaken the water race's imperial star, Zhao Fu did not have any ideas, and he could not be in a rush. After all, Zhao Fu had only awakened the rarest spirit race's imperial star, and it would take some time for him to awaken the water race's imperial star. Zhao Fu had a feeling that it would not take too long. After dealing with the 10 paths reincarnation, Zhao Fu left the heaven-awakened world and went to the outer world to take a look. Aracena and the other women had been waiting for Zhao Fu for a long time, and Zhao Fu smiled at them and rewarded them. Zhao Fu had left the base in the outer world to them to manage, and they had put in a lot of effort and hard work. Zhao Fu felt that the outer world did not have much room for development. There were countless insects, and the chaos race did not have many people. Even if they occupied a large amount of land, it would be useless. If there were some mines, they could mine them, but if there was no value, Qin did not want to care. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes that Zhao Fu was concerned about were developing quite well, and there were hundreds of millions of them. Each of them was 3 meters long and had stage 2 strength. Adding on the alchemy power, they were much stronger than ordinary stage 2 soldiers. Qin could not feed so many bloodthirsty mosquitoes, as they required large amounts of blood to survive. As such, Qin started to use the bloodthirsty mosquitoes to attack some insects, which was quite effective. Not only did he reduce the number of casualties among Qin's soldiers, but he also fed them to the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Zhao Fu wanted to use them in the war against the alchemy world because the outer world's creatures could suppress the alchemy world's creatures. However, there were not many of them, only a few 100 million. Right now, the alchemy world had to mobilize billions of soldiers, and they had to sacrifice stage 2 soldiers. After thinking about it, the bloodthirsty mosquito's development speed was quite good. Before he had left, there had only been tens of millions, and now there were hundreds of millions. Zhao Fu did not care about them and allowed them to continue developing. Zhao Fu left these matters to Shuiji, as she was the bloodthirsty mosquito king. Zhao Fu did not plan to focus on the outer world's development anymore, as there were too few benefits there. He only allowed it to develop at a normal speed, and Zhao Fu would withdraw some of the soldiers there and send them to the alchemy world and the card world. These 2 worlds would become the focus of Great Qin's development because they would be able to obtain the most benefits from these 2 worlds, and they would far surpass other worlds. Book 1, Chapter 33. Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Editor, Maudlals 123. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the alchemy world. Wang Jian had been waiting there for a long time. Zhao Fu had left everything in the alchemy world to him. This place was developing quite well. It was becoming more and more powerful, and the number of alchemy divine beasts raised had also increased. The most powerful alchemy divine beast that Zhao Fu cared about, the ancient weapon god, had also made great progress. A few hours later, Zhao Fu flew above a place. The plants and ground here were all black, and there were traces of blood-red aura. It was quite terrifying. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a 1,000-meter-tall humanoid monster excitedly ran in front of Zhao Fu. It had a muscular body, 6 blood-red eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and hands that were like sharp claws. This terrifying monster was like a docile dog in front of Zhao Fu. It seemed to like Zhao Fu and did not look ferocious at all. He was the weapon grandmaster, the one who controlled the ancient weapon god. Back then, Zhao Fu had specially given him a region so that he could raise the ancient weapon god. The weapon grandmaster could not speak, and his intelligence was not very high. Apart from being bigger and stronger, there did not seem to be any other changes. Looking at the excited weapon grandmaster, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Where is the ancient weapon god that I asked you to raise? I want to take a look." The weapon grandmaster roared in understanding. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Massive explosions sounded out as massive creatures with terrifying auras rushed towards Zhao Fu. The ground shook violently, and dust rose up. After the dust settled, monsters that were hundreds of meters tall and had human bodies and powerful muscles appeared. They had 6 blood-red eyes, mouths full of fangs, and claws for hands and feet that were like sharp claws. Zhao Fu looked at the shrunken weapon grandmaster and looked slightly disappointed. This was the ancient weapon god that he had painstakingly raised. There were only a few hundred of these ancient divine weapon gods. Even though they looked terrifying, they were still quite afraid of the person in the sky. They instinctively felt that this person was more than 100 times more terrifying than a weapon grandmaster. Zhao Fu took out an ordinary sword and said calmly, "Tell them to attack me, let me see their strength." The weapon grandmaster roared, but the ancient divine weapons did not dare to attack a terrifying being like Zhao Fu. The weapon grandmaster roared again, and the ancient divine weapons began to attack Zhao Fu. The first dozen ancient weapon gods charged at Zhao Fu, their claws glinting with a cold light. Clang, Zhao Fu expressionlessly swung the sword in his hand, and a sword light instantly slashed out, bringing with it a sharp sword wind. The 10 or so ancient god soldiers were cut in half at the waist, but no blood flowed out. However, in the next second, the ancient god soldiers who had been cut in half fused back together. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. After all, weapon grandmasters had undying power, and these ancient divine weapons had also inherited weapon grandmasters' power. The 10 or so ancient weapon gods continued to rush at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's pupils dilated and a mass of power blasted the 10 or so ancient weapon gods to the ground, causing them to heavily smash into the ground and open up 10 or so craters. The ancient divine weapons gave off terrifying auras and also attacked Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. Some rushed at Zhao Fu from the front, some from behind Zhao Fu, some from Zhao Fu's left, some from Zhao Fu's right, and some from below Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped the sword in his hand and sent a massive wave of power into it. The sword gave off an intense sword light and an incredibly dangerous aura. Clang, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand. Countless sword lights slashed out like a wild storm, cutting the ancient divine weapons into countless pieces. They were unable to resist at all, and they fell to the ground like raindrops. Zhao Fu felt even more dissatisfied after dealing with the ancient divine weapons so easily. Even though Zhao Fu was far more powerful than them and would definitely defeat them, and they were not weak either, they could not meet Zhao Fu's expectations. Before, Zhao Fu had raised them as powerful tools for Qin. An ancient divine weapon like this would have no problem dealing with ordinary gold refiner race members, but it would not be a match for gold refiner race members with powerful techniques. The weapon grandmaster could sense Zhao Fu's disappointment and furiously roared. If Zhao Fu was disappointed in the ancient divine weapon, he would not nurture him, and his good days would come to an end. Hearing the weapon grandmaster's roar, the countless pieces on the ground quickly gathered together and continuously fused. In the end, they formed a 1,000-meter-tall ancient divine weapon with 2 faces, powerful muscles, and sharp claws. It gave off a monstrous and twisted aura. The fused ancient divine weapon no longer felt as much fear towards Zhao Fu. It roared and its claws gave off shocking destructive power as they slammed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with them an intense wind. Bang! Zhao Fu looked at the incoming ancient divine weapon and felt a trace of interest. He blocked with his sword, and the massive claw slammed into the sword. A massive force spread out, but Zhao Fu did not move at all. The ancient divine weapon looked quite startled and furiously raised its 4 massive claws, smashing them down towards Zhao Fu with mountain-crushing power. They were incredibly terrifying, and it seemed as if they could smash Zhao Fu into mincemeat. Zhao Fu raised his head and calmly looked at the incoming claws. A massive wave of power spread out, forming a black dragon-inscribed defensive barrier. Boom! A massive sound rang out as the 4 claws smashed against the defensive barrier with terrifying power, causing a ferocious wind to blow out in all directions. Crack! A clear sound rang out as a few cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Zhao Fu looked quite confused, but in the next moment, Zhao Fu looked at the ancient divine weapon. Even though it had become much more powerful, it was still not enough to meet Zhao Fu's requirements. Zhao Fu raised his sword and a massive sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, forcing the ancient divine weapon back. The ancient divine weapon retreated for 10 or so seconds and half-squatted on the ground. There was a massive wound on its chest, but no blood flowed out of it. The immense pain caused the ancient divine weapon to look savage. Its blood-red eyes cruelly looked at Zhao Fu as the wound on its chest quickly healed. Shing, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as the ancient divine weapon vigorously grabbed out with its hand. Countless traces of alchemy power flooded into its hand and continuously condensed, forming a massive metal sword. A massive wave of power flowed into it, causing the metal sword to give off a faint sword light. Zhao Fu looked quite startled. The power that the ancient divine weapon used was the Emperor's power that he had just used. This ancient divine weapon could absorb his power and turn it into its own. Boom. Boom. Book 1, Chapter 34. Boom. The ancient heavenly armament god vigorously swung its massive sword and a terrifying sword energy slashed out, seeming to be able to destroy everything. It also brought with it an intense sword chi storm, and trees, ground, flowers, grass, and stones were all blown away by the sword wind. Facing such a terrifying attack, Zhao Fu used his true power. His eyes gave off a divine light as he slowly raised the sword in his hand, sending a wave of origin energy into the sword. The space around the sword started to twist, as if it was unable to withstand this power. Shing, a clear sound rang out as Zhao Fu slashed down with his sword. A formless sword light cut the terrifying sword energy and sword wind in half, turning into countless streams of air that spread out. Zhao Fu was not harmed at all. The twisted ancient weapon god looked quite confused. He had never thought that such a powerful attack would not be able to harm the person in front of him at all. Just as he was about to continue attacking, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile as he said, "Enough. Stop." The twisted ancient weapon god ferociously ignored everything else and raised his massive metal sword, preparing to slash towards Zhao Fu. The weapon god next to him furiously tried to stop him. However, Zhao Fu only coldly glanced at the twisted ancient weapon god. That terrifying gaze caused the weapon god's body to freeze, and he felt his surroundings sink into darkness. A wave of terror flowed out of his heart, causing him to kneel on the ground and tremble. The weapon god was also quite afraid of Zhao Fu, and he did not dare to breathe too loudly. Zhao Fu flew over to the twisted ancient weapon god and stretched out a hand, sending a wave of divine tear energy into the top of his head. The ancient weapon god instinctively absorbed this wave of energy, and his body gave off a wave of divine tear energy. Seeing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and sent another wave of origin energy into the twisted ancient weapon god's body. However, when this wave of energy entered the twisted ancient weapon god's body, the ancient weapon god cried out in pain. He was unable to fuse with this wave of energy. Zhao Fu pulled his hand back in disappointment. The ancient divine armament not only had an undying power, but it also had the power to devour others. At most, it could devour saint tier power. It could not devour essence power. This kind of power was actually already very powerful, because holy tier power was currently the strongest power in the weather world, and origin power was almost impossible to see. Moreover, they could also use powerful alchemy power to condense different things according to their needs. They could even metallize a part of their body. Now, Zhao Fu felt that the ancient weapon gods were quite powerful, and they met Zhao Fu's requirements. However, there weren't many of them, only a few hundred. This twisted ancient weapon god was formed from hundreds of them, and they could split at any time and return to their original forms. Zhao Fu looked at the weapon grandmaster. "Stay here and continue nurturing the ancient divine weapon. I'll provide all the resources you need." The weapon grandmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded happily like a silly child. After seeing the ancient divine weapon gods that he cared about the most, Zhao Fu went to the Hua family to have a look. He comforted the women before going to the card world. Back in the spirit realm, Zhao Fu had obtained a method to create spirit orbs, and he had used this as inspiration to awaken the spirit race's imperial star. Back then, Zhao Fu had felt that this method could be used in the card world to create a powerful group of elemental knights for Qin. The most powerful thing in the card world was a cavalry army. Zhao Fu had seen how powerful they were, and he had always wanted to nurture his own cavalry army. Zhao Fu called over 12 female knights. They had been the elders of the Knights Guild, and they had different attributes of light, darkness, water, earth, fire, and ice. Zhao Fu had given them the task of building the elemental knights. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finally returned, they smiled happily. They had missed this man very much. Zhao Fu first asked them about the situation of building the elemental knights. Eileen replied, "We've already built the elemental knights, but because of the limitations of relics and people, there are only 200,000 of them." Only 200,000? Xiaofu thought to himself. This was too little and would not be of much use for now. Eileen looked at Xiaofu's disappointed expression and said, "If we just built a normal cavalry army instead of an elemental knight army, we could build a 1 million cavalry army. However, their strength would be the same as a normal cavalry army." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "It's okay. Qi needs a powerful cavalry army. If you need anything, just tell Tina Pendragon, she'll satisfy all of your needs." Now, Xiaofu had handed over the management of the card world to Tina Pendragon. Eileen and the others smiled as they said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiaofu continued to say, "This time, I brought back something interesting. It should be of some help to you." Eileen asked curiously, "What is it?" Xiaofu stretched out a hand and started to condense the elemental power in the card world according to the method of condensing spirit orbs. Xiaofu had obtained the Night King's power, so it was quite easy for him to control elemental power. At first, Xiaofu gathered light elemental essence, and countless motes of light appeared in the surroundings before gathering in Xiaofu's hand. They continuously changed, and the surrounding light elemental essence continuously flowed into them. In the end, they formed a white orb that gave off a wave of light elemental essence. Because Xiaofu had awakened the spirit race's Emperor Star, the spirit race's Emperor Star could give all sorts of items spirituality. As such, the light elemental orb that was condensed had quite a bit of spirituality. Now, the elemental orbs that Xiaofu had fused with were no longer the pseudo-spirit orbs but true spirit orbs. They were low-grade elemental orbs and were quite valuable. Very few people in the spirit realm could condense elemental orbs so easily, and Xiaofu had only been able to do so because he had the spirit race's Emperor Star. Eileen asked curiously, "What is this?" "I feel that its elemental power isn't weak at all." Xiaofu explained, "These are elemental orbs that I created using a method of the spirit realm. You can fuse them into your bodies and see how they'll be of use to you." Following this, Xiaofu handed the light elemental orb to the Radiant Knights and gathered 11 other elements before giving them to the women. The Radiant Knights sat cross-legged on the ground and refined the elemental orbs into their bodies. Waves of powerful elemental power flowed into their bodies, and sensing the changes in their bodies, the women all smiled in delight. It seemed that these elemental orbs would be of great help to them. A while later, the women opened their eyes. Xiaofu asked, "How is it?" The women happily said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. This type of elemental essence is of great help to us. Not only can it strengthen our elemental power, but it can also help us cultivate. It's definitely a top-notch treasure in the card world." End of chapter 2572. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.